Thank you for listening to Then Radio.
The Lux Radio Theatre. Great dramatic program with the stage and screen's most famous stars. Tonight's star, Zazu Pitts. Supported by Gene Lockhart, featured comedian of stage and screen. Zazu Pitts, the most bewildered star in Hollywood. The incomparable comedian who gave you so many hearty laughs in Mrs. Wiggs of the Cabbage Patch, Ruggles of Red Gap, and her latest picture, Alone Together. Gene Lockhart, whose comedy you've enjoyed in many such pictures as his current successes, Star at Midnight, and Storm Over the Andes. The play for this evening, Dulcy. Riotous George Kaufman, Mark Connolly comedy. Great Broadway success. The story of a well-meaning wife who tries to aid her husband's business career and gets herself into a series of hilarious tragedies. And the sponsor, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap. I know you all think you give your skin the right care, but are you sure you do? There's only one way to tell, and that is by results. So many women find Lux Toilet Soap brings the results they want. Keeps skin soft, smooth, and clear that we hope you'll try it too. You'll like Lux Toilet Soap's active lather, its gentleness, its fragrance. Lux Toilet Soap is the complexion care 9 out of 10 screen stars use. Millions of other lovely women use it too. That's why it's priced so reasonably that anyone can buy it. And here's Mr. Garrick to tell you about the play. In tonight's play, you will hear Miss Zazu Pitts in the part of Dulcinea Smith, a high-spirited but rather giddy young married woman. Dulcinea, called Dulcy for short, has always had an overwhelming urge to be of assistance in the business affairs of her hard-working husband. And with her usual uncanny knack of doing the wrong thing at the wrong time, has invited a house full of guests to spend the weekend. Mr. Gene Lockhart will be heard in the role of Charles Forbes, whom Dulcie has invited with the hope that he will further her husband's financial interests. The first guest to arrive is her brother, Willie. And as our curtain rises, we find him alone in the well-furnished living room, idly turning over the pages of the evening newspaper. The door opens to admit Gordon Smith, Dulcie's husband.
Good evening, Bill.
Oh, hello, Gordon.
Been here long?
Oh, about an hour. Kind of hot in town, so I thought I'd come out early.
Of course. Glad you did. I don't suppose Dulcie's home yet.
No, the butler said she was across the street someplace. Mrs. Kennedy's, I think.
Oh, yes, the regular Friday afternoon ladies' club. Gosh, but I'm tired tonight. Had a hard day at the office.
How's the artificial jewelry business, if any?
Well, it's looking up a bit, Bill.
Anything new on Forbes' merger?
It's coming along.
I hadn't said anything, Gordon, but I rather felt you were up against it when I saw you last week.
Thanks, old man. I was a bit.
You'll be all right if this new deal goes through?
Yes, I think so. I'm to get 16 2/3% of the stock of the combine.
Oh, you think that's enough? 16 2/3?
No, it isn't. But I'm up against it. I've got to take what he gives me or have that crowd to fight. Forbes is a tough customer.
That's hard luck.
Worse, I may be able to do something with him over the weekend. He's coming out here, you know.
Yeah, so I understand. Bringing his wife and daughter, too, isn't he?
Yes.
I didn't know you knew them that well.
Well, I don't, except Forbes in a business way. I wasn't keen for it, but Dulcie thought it'd be nice to have them. And, well, you know how your sister is about those things.
Yeah. When she makes up her mind to do something, there's no stopping her.
Oh, hello, Willie.
Hello, Dulcie.
Gordon, darling, how are you?
All right, dear.
My, did you have a hard day at the office?
Well, not bad.
Oh, my, it's nice and cool in here, isn't it? I always say if there's any breeze at all, we get it in this room. A ring for Henry, will you, darling? I want him to fix these flowers.
Yes, dear.
Aren't they pretty, Willie? Right out of my own garden.
Yes, they're swell, sis.
We're having guests for the weekend, Willie. Very important guests. And I want the place to look just right. Who do you think's coming?
Don't tell me now. The Forbes.
Why, Willie, how did you know? Oh, someone must have told you. Yes, the Forbes. Mr. and Mrs. Forbes and Angela. My, isn't it strange, Gordon, that Mrs. Forbes is only 10 years older than her daughter?
What?
Yes.
Huh?
Of course, she's not really Angela's mother, dear. She's her stepmother. Mr. Forbes' second wife, you know. Oh, she's so nice, Willie. And Angela, well, Angela's just a darling.
Yes, isn't she?
Willie, what do you mean? You don't know her?
Of course I do. I've known her for years.
Well, isn't that funny?
What's funny about it, Dulcie?
Nothing, except that I never knew he knew her, that's all. Oh, here you are, Henry.
Did you ring, Mrs. Smith?
Yes, take those flowers out and cut the stems, please.
Very good, madam.
And when you see Madeline, tell her to fix up the little green room for tonight.
Yes, madam, I'll tell her at once.
The green room? Who's that for, Dulcie?
You'll see, dear.
You mean there's someone else coming?
Of course, darling.
Who?
Oh, you'll never guess.
I don't even want to try. Now, who is it, Dulcie?
Schuyler Van Dyke.
Schuyler Van Dyke.
One of the Van Dykes, and he's worth millions.
Schuyler Van Dyke's coming here?
Yes, isn't it wonderful? He's a marvelous man, and you ought to hear him play the piano. You'd never think he was a Van Dyke. He's so democratic.
Where the devil did you meet him?
Oh, several places. And this afternoon he was at Mrs. Kennedy's and played for us. He had a lot of invitations, and he accepted mine.
But, my dear, having this man here with Forbes, now how do we know they like each other?
They will. Mr. Van Dyke's a businessman, too, darling. He owns all kinds of things, railroads and railroads. I think some of them are. He'll help entertain Mr. Forbes with them.
But Forbes isn't the kind of man that wants to be entertained. That's just it.
Darling, leave Mr. Forbes to me. I've got a real surprise for you.
Another one?
A wonderful one, just for you.
Yeah, one thing Dulcie never learned is the difference between a surprise and a shock.
You shut up, Willie.
Okay, I'm shut. I think I'll go upstairs and wash up a little.
That's right, dear. I want you to look nice for our guests.
See you later.
Now, Dulcie, what is this surprise you have for me? Has it anything to do with Forbes?
Yes, darling, and it's something that's going to help do a great deal with Mr. Forbes. Oh, dear, I must tell Henry there'll be 2 more for dinner.
2 more? Then there's still another one coming, besides Van Dyke?
Yes?
What are you trying to do, solve the housing problem?
Just wait, darling. You'll be so excited. Vincent is coming.
Vincent? Who the devil is Vincent?
Vincent Leach. You know, the big moving picture writer.
Oh, yes. Is he coming here?
Yes, isn't it wonderful?
I'm not so sure. Now, why do you want to mix this man Leach up with Forbes?
Oh, that's a secret.
But I don't like secrets. This isn't a game.
I promise you won't tell? Cross your heart?
Yes.
Well, then, Vincent and Angela like each other.
You mean Forbes' daughter?
Yes. Isn't it wonderful? So I invited them both here so they'll have the whole weekend together. You never can tell what'll happen.
But, Dulcie, dear, you don't know Angela so well. And this man Leach, what do you know about him?
I know all about him. He's a big scenario writer and just the man for Angie.
But why are you so anxious to match this fellow Leach with Angela? What do you care about it?
Don't you see?
No.
Can't you guess?
No.
Well, if Angie likes Mr. Leach and marries him...
Yes?
And I fix it...
Well?
Well, I'm your wife.
Now, Dulcie, dear.
That will make Mr. Forbes so grateful that he'll have to give you more than 16 2/3 of the percentage.
Good heavens, Dulcie.
I figured it all out myself.
But now wait.
Gordon, darling, don't be upset about it. I know they ought to marry. I just know it. It's a woman's intuition. Just as I knew I ought to marry you, dear. It was because I loved you, darling, and wanted to help you, and...
Yes, you do help me, but you don't understand, dear. Now, try and see my position.
All I can see is that Mr. Forbes is taking advantage of you, and I'm not going to let him, that's all.
But that isn't the point. In the position that I'm in, I have to go ahead with it. I wouldn't want anything to happen. Don't you see, dear, if I'm not in that merger, I lose everything.
Only 16 2/3%. It's such a funny number, too. I don't see why you couldn't get a nice even number like 25 or 50.
Now, Dulcie, you must listen.
Now, not another word. Just let sleeping dogs lie, and everything is bound to come out all right. It always does.
Excuse me, Mrs. Smith.
Yes, Henry?
Mr. Schuyler Van Dyke is here, madam.
Oh, show him in, Henry.
Yes, madam.
Oh, Gordon, isn't it thrilling? A real Van Dyke in our home.
Will you step in here, sir?
Thank you. Oh, good evening, Mrs. Smith.
Good evening. I see you found your way all right.
Oh, yes.
I guess you're like me. You got a bump of location. This is my husband, Mr. Van Dyke.
Mr. Smith, how do you do, sir?
I'm very pleased to know you, Mr. Van Dyke.
Hey, Dulcie, I beg your pardon.
Oh, that's all right. Come in, Willie. I want you to meet Mr. Van Dyke. My brother, Willie, Mr. Van Dyke.
How do you do?
How do you do?
And Mr. Van Dyke's going to stay the weekend, aren't you, Mr. Van Dyke?
Thank you, but I hope I'm not intruding.
Why, not at all.
Intruding? I should say not.
Well, it's very kind of you, but may I accept with a proviso?
Why, certainly.
It's barely possible that some business matters will call me back to town. Now, in that event, I hope you'll pardon me.
Of course. We all understand business here, don't we, Gordon? Business before pleasure.
You're awfully good.
Willie, would you show Mr. Van Dyke his room? It's the one next to yours.
Of course. This way, Mr. Van Dyke.
Thank you very much. I shall rejoin you presently, Mrs. Smith.
Dinner at 8:20, Mr. Van Dyke.
Sure.
Well, how do you like Mr. Van Dyke? Nice, isn't he?
He's all right, I guess.
Wait till you hear him play the piano. A lovely touch and so soulful. Oh, my. Oh, Henry, what is it, Henry?
Mr. and Mrs. Forbes, madam, and Miss Angela Forbes.
Oh, good heavens, they're here already, and I'm a sight. A positive sight. Henry, show them in and say I'll be down directly.
Very good, madam.
Quick, Gordon, we've got to go upstairs. We look terrible.
Who does? I look all right.
Oh, no, you don't. You haven't even washed your face. You can't greet Mr. Forbes with a dirty face. Come along now.
But, Dulcie...
Don't stop to argue. We'll go through the dining room so they won't see us.
Good gosh, Dulcie, I wish you wouldn't...
Hurry, dear, hurry.
Will you come this way, please?
Thank you. Come along, Eleanor.
Yes, dear. Oh, what a lovely room. Isn't it, Angela?
Yes, the whole place is lovely.
Looks like we came too early.
Oh, no, sir. Mrs. Smith asked me to say that she'd be down direct.
Oh, all right.
Thank you.
Not at all, madam. Excuse me, please.
Well, a nice reception.
Now, please, Charlie.
Oh, don't be a bear, Father. Try to be pleasant for once.
Pleasant? Why should I? I didn't want to come here in the first place. I could have done my business with Smith in New York.
I know, dear, but a nice weekend down here in the country?
Weekend? What do I care about a weekend? I'm a businessman, not a playboy. You know I despise golf and tennis and all that sort of truck.
Well, I couldn't help it, Charlie. Mrs. Smith was so insistent, I couldn't refuse her.
Well, we're here now, Father, and you might as well make the best of it. I didn't care so much about coming myself, if you want to know.
Oh, you didn't?
No, not particularly. I'd rather stay to town.
Yes, where you could see that half-baked moving picture writer, I suppose.
What? Why, Father.
Oh, I know all about it. You've been seeing him almost every day, and I don't like it. You hear? I don't like it at all.
Why not, Father? Mr. Leach is a very nice young man.
Mr. Leach is a young fool.
How can you say that? You've never even met him.
No, but I've heard about him, and that was enough for me.
Oh, Charlie, please don't excite yourself. You know it's bad for you. Now, come over here and sit down.
No, I won't. I'll sit down right here. I don't like those soft chairs anyway. They're bad for my back.
Come in here, Mr. Van Dyke.
Thank you.
Why, Bill.
Well, if it isn't Angela. How are you, Angela?
I'm all right, Bill. This is my father, Bill Parker, Father.
How do you do, sir?
How are you? My wife, Mr. Parker.
How do you do?
How do you do? This is Mr. Van Dyke, Mr. and Mrs. Forbes, and Angela Forbes.
How do you do?
Are you Mr. Schuyler Van Dyke of New York?
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm certainly glad to know you.
Thank you.
I believe I know something of your interests. In fact, I just missed meeting you last week at the International Metals Conference.
Yes, well, I've heard of you also, Mr. Forbes, and I hope we can have a little chance to talk down here. I'm very much interested in the artificial jewelry business.
Are you? Well, that's fine.
Here they are, Gordon. Hurry, dear.
I'm coming.
Oh, Mrs. Forbes, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting.
Oh, it's quite all right.
And Mr. Forbes, how are you?
Pretty well.
And Angela, how are you, Mrs. Smith? Oh, Gordon, introduce everybody, will you?
Yes, of course.
It's all right, Gordon. I've done it already.
Oh, how nice of you, Willie. Angela, my dear, I've such a surprise for you. Such a surprise. What, Mrs. Smith? You'll see, dear. You'll see.
Oh, Mr. Forbes, I'm glad you could get down early. I'd like to talk over something with you that...
Now, Gordon, no business, please.
But, Dulcie...
No, dear, this is the time for play. You know, Mr. Forbes, the one thing poor Gordon has never learned to do is to play. He takes everything so seriously. Now, what I like to do is to cut loose once in a while. Just be children again. Don't you, Mrs. Forbes?
Oh, yes, indeed. Away from everything.
Yes, that's the way I feel. And I've got the most wonderful day planned out for you tomorrow, Mr. Forbes.
Eh?
You're going to play and play and play.
Me? Well, thank you very much, but you know that I...
Oh, but you play golf, don't you?
Well, thank you. It's been a long time since...
You'll love our course. It's wonderful.
Yes, but I've been having a great deal of trouble with my back lately,
Oh,
and
really? Well, that's too bad. What you need is exercise.
Huh?
Now, you just go out and play 18 holes of golf with Mr. Van Dyke the first thing in the morning.
But, my dear Mrs. Smith...
Excuse me, Mrs. Smith.
Yes, Henry. Yes, Henry. What is it?
Another guest is here, madam.
Oh, wait. Wait, don't tell us his name. Just show him in, Henry.
Very good, madam.
Angela. Yes, Mrs. Smith? This is the surprise I was telling you about, Angela. Oh, who is it? You'll see in a moment, dear.
Here, sir, please. Thank you. Oh, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, good heavens. How do you do? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Vincent Leach, the great moving picture writer.
What? Well,
Yes, Mr. Ford, Mr. Vincent Leach.
how do you do, Mr. Forbes?
How do you do?
And this is Mrs. Ford.
How do you do?
And Mr. Van Dyke, my husband.
How do you do?
And my brother, Willie.
How do you do?
And, of course, you know Angela.
Angela, why, this is a surprise.
Oh, yes. Isn't it, Mr. Leach? I didn't know you were going to be here.
Neither did I.
What's that, Mr. Ford?
Nothing, Mrs. Smith, nothing at all.
Oh, I thought you said something. Oh, Mr. Leach, I'm so glad you could come. He's been so busy, Mrs. Forbes, working on a new picture. Tell us about it, Mr. Leach.
Well, I'm afraid I can't. Just now. It's a little long. Perhaps after dinner.
Oh, yes, of course.
But I may say, without exaggeration, that it will probably be the most magnificent picture of its type ever produced.
Oh, how wonderful.
Yes, even better than the Sacred Love. I suppose everyone here saw the Sacred Love.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Well, then, you all know how good that was. And my next is going to be even better. Need I say more?
No.
Huh? I beg your pardon, Mr. Ford.
Oh, Dulcy, don't you think we might play bridge or something? Until dinner, I mean.
Yes, Gordon, that's a very good idea. Now, let's see. You play bridge, don't you, Mr. Ford?
No, Mrs. Smith, I do not.
Oh, yes, you do. You're just modest. We'll play out in the sun porch. It's nice and cool there. Oh, but I don't suppose Mr. Leach and Angela would care to play, would you?
Well, if it's all the same to you, Mrs. Smith.
I understand, Mr. Leach. Why don't you and Angela go for a little walk? There's such nice scenery around here. Oh, well, I don't... Oh, all right. Shall we, Mr. Leach?
Delighted, my dear. Come along.
Thank you.
Excuse us, please, everyone.
What a surprise, Angela. Oh, dear. Don't they make a nice couple?
Yes, lovely. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mrs. Smith, I'd like to go and put my car away.
Certainly, Mr. Forbes. Gordon, go and help Mr. Forbes.
Of course. Wait, Mr. Forbes, I'll show you where to put it.
Now, Bill, you can come outside and help me set up the bridge table.
Okay, Dulcy.
And Mr. Van Dyke, will you stay and entertain Mrs. Forbes for a moment?
Certainly, it'll be a pleasure.
Oh, thank you. This way, Bill. We're going to play out in the sun porch, you know.
Right behind you, sis. Well, I suppose I ought to go and change before dinner.
Oh, no, please don't go, Mrs. Forbes. I've been wanting to have a chat with you. I've been hearing all about you this afternoon.
All about me?
Yes.
From whom?
From Mrs. Smith.
Oh,
So you see, I was prepared to be interested even before I met you.
and now the disappointment.
Far from it. I find you even more interesting than I had anticipated.
Well, thank you.
Now, tell me, Mrs. Forbes, you've been married just a short time, haven't you?
Not so short. 4 years. Why?
No reason, but you look so much younger than your husband, and he's so very jealous of you.
Why, Mr. Van Dyke, what makes you think so?
Mrs. Smith told me.
Oh.
Eleanor, did I leave the keys to the... Oh, I beg your pardon.
Why, Charlie, what's the matter?
Nothing. I just can't find the keys, that's all.
Oh.
Well, I think I'll go out on the terrace. See you later, Mrs. Forbes.
Well, what did that mean?
What, Charlie?
Isn't it enough to have Angela go prancing off with that brainless, conceited motion picture jackass? Then you, sitting in here, spooning with Van Dyke.
Why, Charlie, how can you say such a thing?
Good heavens, didn't I see it?
But, Charlie, dear...
I tell you, this whole place is driving me crazy. Did you hear what that woman said? I've got to get up tomorrow morning and play golf. Golf. If there's one thing I hate more than anything else, it's golf. Unless it's bridge or moving pictures. If I could think of a good excuse, I'd go back to town tonight. Yes, and take Angela and you with me.
But, Charlie, you can't do that.
Don't you suppose I see that woman's plans? To throw Angela and that film thing together?
But I tell you, he's a most charming man.
Yes, and I tell you that if it weren't for Smith and our business relations, I would go back. Tonight.
Oh, here you are. We've been waiting for you, Mr. Ford.
Mrs. Smith, I don't think I care to play bridge tonight.
Now, you businessmen must have some relaxation. You remind me so of Gordon, the poor darling. He does nothing but work. I don't suppose he's told you, Mr. Forbes, that he's really got a lot of things on hand.
Huh? Why, what do you mean?
You might just as well know. It isn't only the pearl business. He has lots of other interests, too.
What's that?
It's really asking too much to make him give up all these things to come into the jewelry merger.
Huh?
That is, unless it was made worth his while.
But,
Of course, if he only got 16 2/3%, he couldn't afford to give up all his time to it. Oh, no. He'd have to look after his other interests, too, and you'd be the loser.
Oh, I see.
No, I just thought I'd tell you. Are you coming, Mrs. Ford?
Yes, Mrs. Smith.
Hurry then, dear. We're going to start the game.
Mm-hmm. So that's the way the land lies. Well...
Oh, hello, Mr. Forbes. All alone?
Yes, Mr. Smith, and I'd like to have a word with you.
Why, of course.
Smith, your wife has just been telling me something of your other business activities.
Other business activities?
Yes, and it came to me as something of a revelation.
But I don't understand.
Well, as you may be aware, my agreement to admit you on a 16 2/3 basis was founded on the expectation that you give all your time to the new enterprise.
Why, yes, of course, Mr. Forbes.
Very well. In the circumstances, your business and your services would hardly be worth that amount to me. I think we shall have to lower your percentage.
But, my dear Mr. Forbes, you don't understand.
I think I do. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go and play bridge.
Oh, good heavens. I'm sunk. Dulcy! Dulcy!
Yes, Gordon, dear. I'm coming. Where are you?
Here, in the living room.
Oh, Gordon, I've got news for you.
Now, wait a minute, Dulcie. I want
But
to...
it can't wait, dear. I must tell you.
Dulcie, please.
Listen, Mrs. Forbes just told me that Mr. Forbes never plays bridge.
Well, what of it?
What of it? What of it? Why, Gordon, dear, don't you see? He's out there now, ready to play. That means he likes us. He likes us, Gordon. And everything's going to be wonderful. I can feel it in my bones.
You're listening to the Lux Radio Theatre's production of Dulcy, starring Zazu Pitts and featuring Gene Lockhart. Now in the brief intermission before Act 2, Mr. Miller.
Tired businessman, this is for you. Your name, we'll say, is Jones, and your office life is hectic. Important meetings,
Now, gentlemen, I see only one way out.
people to be interviewed.
Mr. Jones is busy now. Will you wait, sir?
That goes on the whole day long. Well, you like being busy, but when night comes, you're tired. You need new energy, and I'm going to tell you how to get it. Drop yourself in a good warm bath. Lather yourself head to foot with Lux toilet soap, and just relax. Man, do you feel comfortable. You won't believe how comfortable until you try it. Lux toilet soap's lather is active. It goes down into every pore, frees skin of dust, dirt, stale perspiration, makes you feel alive. Skin that's really clean feels good. A Lux toilet soap bath will pep you up all right. It's the many, many letters that we get from men that convince us Lux toilet soap is a soap men like. Lather? That's the keynote of those letters. Lather that's rich, that's quick, that's thorough. Why don't you try it tonight?
After carefully patching up the damage done by his well-meaning but blundering Dulcy, Gordon was able to convince Mr. Forbes that his percentage in the merger should not be lowered. But Dulcy, in her good-natured fashion, is going blindly on with her scheming, totally unaware of the approaching disaster. It is a few hours after dinner, and she is seated in the living room with Mrs. Forbes, all aglow with what she believes to be the marvelous success of her plans.
Isn't he wonderful?
Who, Mrs. Smith?
Vincent Leach. Oh, you thought I meant Mr. Van Dyke, didn't you?
Well, I didn't know.
Now, it doesn't take a brick wall to fall on me. But seriously, Vincent's mad about Angela.
Do you really think so?
He hasn't taken his eyes off her since he arrived. And they've been out in the garden together for hours. I tell you, they're in love. And I wouldn't be surprised if they became engaged right here in my house.
But you're sure it's all right? Positive that Mr. Leach is...
Of course I am. He's just the man for Angela.
Oh, I hope so. Because Mr. Forbes said this afternoon that he...
Oh, you don't have to worry about Mr. Forbes. I think he's beginning to like Vincent, too.
Do you?
Don't you? Didn't you see his face? So tense and excited while Mr. Leach was telling us the story of his new picture?
Yes, my husband did look a little tense.
Oh, wasn't it nice? Mr. Leach telling his story and Mr. Van Dyke playing the piano at the same time? It was really thrilling.
He plays awfully well.
Yes, when he isn't looking at you, my dear.
Who?
Mr. Van Dyke, of course. Anybody
Oh.
can see he's attracted to you. In a nice, gentlemanly way, I mean. He's such a gentleman and so wonderfully rich. He was telling me at dinner about his diamond mines in Africa. Can you imagine diamond mines?
He seems to have a huge number of interests.
Well, the Van Dykes, my dear. You know, the Van Dykes, captains of industry, every one of them.
No, Angela.
Well, if it isn't my two little black sheep. Where have you been all evening?
We've been walking in the garden.
You don't have to explain to me, Angela. I understand.
Oh, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, it was beautiful out there. Have you seen the garden, Mrs. Forbes?
No, not yet, Mr. Leach.
Oh, then you must have Mr. Forbes take you out at once. The moonlight on the roses is a vision of fairyland, a magical dream out of Arabian Nights.
Well, you make it sound very attractive, Mr. Leach.
Why don't you find Father and ask him to take you?
Perhaps I shall. Will you excuse me, Mrs. Smith?
Of course, my dear.
I'll be back presently.
Well, my
Oh,
children.
Mrs. Smith, we've got to speak to you.
Yes, we want you to help us.
Why, my dears, what's wrong?
Mrs. Smith, Vincent and I are in love.
In love. In love. Oh, Angela. Mr. Leach. Oh, if this isn't the most wonderful thing I've ever heard. It's wonderful, that's all I can say. I'm so happy I could cry. Good news affects me that way. Oh, Vincent. I may call you Vincent now, may I?
Of course.
Mrs. Smith, we're going to need your help.
Yes, darling, of course.
Now it's a secret, and you must promise that you won't tell anyone.
Why, no, I wouldn't tell a soul.
Well, you're going to elope.
Elope?
Tonight.
Tonight? You mean run away and get married?
Yes.
Why, that's wonderful. That's just marvelous.
Now remember, you're not to tell a soul.
Oh, no, I wouldn't tell anybody. Well, how soon are you going?
Just as soon as we can, aren't we, Vincent?
Yes, if we can get away.
Of course. My, I'm so excited, I don't know what to do next. Oh, dear, I'm just all of a twitter.
Hello.
Oh, Willie, come here.
What's up, sis?
Vincent and Angela are going to elope.
Oh, Mrs. Smith, and you promised you wouldn't tell.
Oh, dear, just popped before I knew it. But Willie won't tell anybody. You won't tell anybody, will you, Willie?
You're going to elope, Angela. With Mr. Leach?
Yes.
Oh. No, I won't tell a soul.
There you are, Angela.
Thank you, Bill.
Where are you going to elope to?
Well, where were we, Vincent?
I hadn't thought about it just yet.
Well, there's lots of places.
How about a marriage license?
Well, I don't know. Vincent?
Well, I thought we might find some place.
Going to take your father's car, Angela?
Yes. You could have had ours that I broke it yesterday. Willie, you could help them some way, couldn't you? You know, where to get a license and everything.
Why,
Yeah.
See, that's just why I told you.
I live in Southport. I know the borough clerk. We could go to his house and get a license.
Oh, that would be lovely.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, then I could drive you wherever you want to go and bring the car back.
You see, everything is working out beautifully. Now, I'll tell you what we'll do. Well, what do you suggest, Willie?
Is everything ready?
We just have to get our bags.
They just have to get their bags. Vincent, now you go out and find Mrs. Forbes and tell her, and then we'll all meet in the garage. I'll go up and get Angela's things for her.
But wait a minute.
Hurry, Vincent. The least speed, the more haste, or something, you know.
All right. I'll see you in the garage in about 3 minutes. Now, don't keep me waiting.
We won't. Well, now that's settled. I'll go up and get the things.
I'll go with you.
Oh, no, I'll bring everything out to the garage. If anybody sees me, they won't suspect, you know. I'm so excited. It's just like the things of old when knights were bold.
Well, all ready for the elopement, Angela?
Bill Parker, I think you're just horrid.
Oh, you don't mean it. I'm really being very good to you, helping you out this way.
Well, you don't have to be so happy about it. After all, we are old friends.
But that's why I'm glad. You're glad, aren't you?
That has nothing to do with it. Yes, of course I am. Oh, you're just impossible.
Angela, you once told me I'd never change. You were right. I never have changed. Especially about you, Angela.
Oh, I don't care whether you have or not. I think you're positively hopeless.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Forbes.
Oh, good evening. Have you seen my wife?
Why, no, not recently.
The butler told me she was looking for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, here she is.
Oh, Charlie, where have you been? I wanted you to go out in the garden with me.
Is that all? Well, I don't want it.
Will you excuse me, won't you? I have rather an important engagement.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you.
All the places I've ever been in.
Charlie,
Huh?
what's the matter? You look terribly upset about something.
Yes, well, I am upset.
Has anything happened?
No, but if I don't get out of this house, something will happen. That woman is enough to drive a man crazy.
But Charlie, dear.
Don't Charlie dear me. You don't give a darn anyhow. You just go ahead carrying on with that fellow Van Dyke.
But, sweetheart.
Oh, I saw the way that woman fixed it up for you. And Angela. Where's Angela?
Well, I don't know, dear.
Oh, out gallivanting with that moving picture nincompoop, I suppose. More of that woman's work.
Do you mean Mr. Leach?
Yes, I mean Mr. Leach. And I want to tell you something. If I find this Leach person actually making love to Angela, I'm going to raise blazes. I've had nothing but a series of aggravations and annoyances ever since I came into the house. Eleanor, I can truthfully say that in all my 53 years, I've never spent an unhappier evening.
Oh, Charlie.
Yes, but I'm not going to spend another. I'm not going to stay here and play golf and bridge.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going home.
Charlie.
I'm going upstairs and pack right now.
Charlie, you can't do that.
Maybe I can't, but I'm going to. You can stay here with Van Dyke and watch Angela carrying on with that Leach person. But you mark my words. If anything comes of this, if Angela and that fool are infatuated with each other, if they do anything silly, I never want to see either you or her again.
Oh, Mr. Ford, here you are.
Yes, but I won't be for long. I'm going to my room, Mrs. Smith.
That's right. Get a good night's rest, Mr. Forbes, so you'll feel good when we go horseback riding tomorrow.
Horseback ride? Oh.
Mrs. Forbes, did you hear the news? Did Vincent tell you?
No. What news are you talking about?
Vincent and Angela, they've eloped.
Eloped? Oh, good heavens.
They left just a minute ago. Isn't it wonderful?
No.
What?
It's terrible. Charles will never speak to me again. It's all your fault. That and Mr. Van Dyke and everything. Charles would never have talked to me the way he did if it hadn't been for you. He's never talked to me like that before.
Why, Mrs. Forbes, dear, you're tired.
No, I'm not. I'm just mad, that's all, and it's all your fault. If my husband ever knows that I knew they were falling in love and didn't stop it, why, Oh, I don't know what he'll do.
There, dear. Why, he won't do anything.
Oh.
He'll be the first to congratulate them.
Oh, Mrs. Forbes and Mrs. Smith.
Oh, Mr. Van Dyke.
I've been looking for...
Oh.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Am I intruding?
Oh, no, it's quite all right, Mr. Van Dyke. Mrs. Forbes, well, she doesn't feel so well, that's all. A headache, isn't it, dear?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Dulcy! Dulcy!
Oh, yes, Gordon, dear. What is it?
Dulcie, what in the name of heaven has happened?
Why, nothing, Gordon. Nothing at all.
Then why did Mr. Forbes just tell me that he wasn't sure whether he wanted me in on the merger or not?
He said that?
Yes, and what's more, he's leaving the house in a few minutes.
What? Well, he can't leave without me. Charlie, wait for me. Wait for Eleanor.
Gordon, I can't believe it. The merger can't be off. Why should it be? I haven't done anything wrong, have I?
I don't know what you've done, but it looks like you've ruined me. I've got to try and stop him. It means everything to me.
Oh, dear me.
Oh, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, Mr. Van Dyke, isn't it awful? Isn't it terrible?
Nothing is so terrible that it can't be mended.
But the merger, it may be all off. I don't know what Gordon will do.
Now, just a minute, Mrs. Smith. As I understand it, it was a merger which would have taken in about 50% of the jewelry trade.
Yes, I think so.
And now Mr. Forbes is on the verge of leaving your husband out of the merger. Is that right?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith, I like your husband very much.
Oh, do you?
Would he be willing to get up his own merger? One bigger than Mr. Forbes ever dreamed of?
Why, what do you mean?
Why doesn't he beat Mr. Forbes at his own game?
Why, I never thought of that, but Mr. Forbes has all the money and Gordy hasn't any.
That's it exactly. Now, I've always wanted to take a little flyer in the jewelry business. Suppose I financed Mr. Smith. Suppose he and I set out to beat Mr. Forbes together. How would that be?
Why, it would be magnificent. It would be... Do you really mean it?
I do. I'll put up my check the moment your husband says the word.
Oh, Mr. Van Dyke, you've made me the happiest woman in all the world.
Oh.
You'll let me break the news to him, won't you?
Why, of course, if you wish it.
And to think I introduced you to him. Now, what will he think of me?
Dulcie, did you see Mr. Forbes? Did he come back in here?
No, Gordon, he didn't.
Good heavens, I can't find him anywhere.
Wait, Gordon, come back here.
Dulcie, don't stop me now.
Come back here. I've got to speak to you.
Well, what is it, Dulcie? Quick.
Gordon, how would you like to have Mr. Van Dyke for a partner?
A partner in what? Golf?
No, in business, Mr. Smith.
Huh?
Yes. How would you like to go in business with him and leave Mr. Forbes out of it? Get up a bigger merger than Mr. Forbes ever dreamed of. Because you'd have all the money you wanted. Mr. Van Dyke said so.
You said so?
Yes, Mr. Smith. Your wife has interested me very much in this proposition, and I told her that I'm willing to finance a combination to beat Forbes and his crowd with you at the head of it.
He's just waiting for you to say the word, darling.
I can't believe it.
But it's true. It is, dear.
Why, it's too good to be true. I could be rid of Forbes and put my business in for what it's worth.
Yes. Oh, Gordon.
I can really do big things.
Exactly, Mr. Smith.
Oh, listen. It's Mr. and Mrs. Forbes, and they're fighting.
But Charlie, dear, calm down a little and don't fly off the handle.
Handle, madam? Do you realize what is it? Mrs. Smith.
Yes, Mr. Forbes.
My wife has just informed me that my daughter and that leech have eloped.
What? Why, Dulcy.
Is this true?
Yes, you see, Mr.
It wasn't my fault, Charles, honestly.
Be quiet, Eleanor. Mrs. Smith, this is the last straw. I've stood for a great deal, but I will not stand for my daughter marrying a nincompoop.
Now, wait, Mr. Ford.
No.
I'm sure this can be fixed up in some way.
Yes, of course it can.
Please, I don't care to discuss it. I'm leaving immediately.
Oh, but you can't.
Oh, I can't, eh?
No, you see, Angela and Vincent, they eloped in your car.
They eloped in my car. Oh, my.
And now, Mr. Forbes, there's no use getting all upset. And you'll have to stay the night, so we might just as well be friendly.
Of course, and we could talk the whole thing over in the morning.
Yeah, well, there's nothing to talk over. Smith, in the circumstances, I don't see how we can possibly go into business together. I don't like your methods. The merger is off.
But, Mr. Forbes...
I'm sorry, that's my decision. Good night, Mr. Smith.
Wait, Mr. Forbes. Before you freeze me out, I want to tell you that Mr. Van Dyke here has agreed to back me in an independent merger.
Eh?
A bigger one than yours.
What?
Yes, Mr. Forbes, I have.
But I
You
can't...
see? Now am I still out?
Yes, Mr. Smith, you are.
Very well. Then I'm going to line up with Van Dyke and fight you. What? Fight you till one of us is forced to the wall. I'll teach you to take advantage of me.
Advantage? Who took advantage of
You
you?
did. By offering me less than you knew my business was worth. You knew I was in a hole, and now you're going to get just what you deserve.
Tell me, Rob.
You're going to get a first-rate licking.
Oh, Gordy.
All right. Make your fine speeches. But when you talk about fighting, don't forget that I can fight too. And before you win, you're going to know that you've been in a real fight. Remember that. Eleanor, come along.
Yes, Charlie, I'm coming.
Mr. Smith, allow me to congratulate you. You told him what was what, straight from the shoulder.
Thank you, Mr. Van Dyke. And I'm sure we'll get along splendidly.
Of course we will. And now I'll have to say good night. I've had a very hard day at my broker's, and I'm completely exhausted. Good night, Mrs. Smith.
Good night, and thank you.
Oh, not at all.
Oh, Gordon, you were wonderful.
I feel like a new man.
You see, I was of some use after all.
Use? You were magnificent. The best, the finest little wife in the world. I'm going to be Forbes, dear. I'm going to succeed. And I'll owe it all to you.
Wasn't it lucky, my finding, Mr. Van Dyke?
Lucky? It was an inspiration.
And I am a real helpmate.
My darling.
My Gordy. Oh.
Excuse me, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, Henry, you startled me. What is it?
There's a gentleman here, madam. He wants to see you right away.
Well, show him in, Henry.
Very good, madam.
I wonder who that can be.
Oh, just a neighbor, probably.
In here, sir.
Thank you. Oh, good evening, Mrs. Smith.
Good evening.
I'm sorry to intrude like this, but it's rather important. My name is Patterson, Blair Patterson.
Oh, the attorney.
Yes, I was referred to you by Mrs. Kennedy.
Oh, across the street.
Yes. She said you had guests. I just wondered if among them there is a Mr. Morgan.
Morgan? Why, no.
Well, is there a Mr. Ford?
No, he's not here either.
Mr. Vanderbilt?
Vanderbilt? No.
Well, now, let me ask you. Is one of your guests tall, good-looking, plays the piano, interested in various, investments?
Oh, you mean Schuyler Van Dyke.
Schuyler Van Dyke. Yes, I think I do mean Schuyler Van Dyke. I'm his cousin. I've come for him.
Come for him?
Yes. His real name is Patterson, Horace Patterson. He has an hallucination that he's a millionaire.
Oh.
But I assure you he's perfectly harmless.
What? You mean he's crazy?
Yes, a little.
Dulcy, he's crazy. Schuyler Van Dyke's crazy.
And then the company that he was. I mean, the merger that he had the money for. Then the merger. I mean, it won't. It can't. Oh, dear me.
You are listening to the Lux Radio Theatre's presentation of Dulcy, starring Zazu Pitts and featuring Gene Lockhart. In a moment, we're going on with Act 3. But first, Mr. Miller.
No girl wants a skin that's dull and coarse, its beauty marred by enlarged pores and tiny blemishes. Yet many a girl risks these distressing signs of cosmetic skin just because she doesn't know these few important facts about correct skin care.
A skin to be lovely must be thoroughly clean. Dust, dirt, and stale rouge and powder left choking the pores causes unattractive cosmetic skin. There's an easy way to guard against that danger. Use rouge and powder all you like. But before you put on fresh makeup, and always before you go to bed at night, remove all stale makeup with Lux toilet soap. This is a simple beauty treatment, but it brings results. Here's why. Lux toilet soap's lather is active. It penetrates pore deep. Makes you sure not a trace of dust, dirt, stale rouge, or powder remains to clog your pores.
You want to protect your skin, keep it lovely? Why not try this gentle, safe complexion care that's made to do it?
You are listening to the Lux Radio Theatre's presentation of Dulcy, starring Zazu Pitts and featuring Gene Lockhart. The next act will be presented in just a moment.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
It is early the next morning, and Blair Patterson, the lawyer who brought the calamitous news of Mr. Van Dyke's hallucinations, is in the living room, straightening out his rumpled clothes after spending the night on the sofa. Down the stairs comes the happily demented Mr. Van Dyke, whistling cheerfully.
Hello, Horace.
What? Why, Blair, what in the world are you doing here?
Oh, I just dropped in to say hello.
Oh, you can't fool me. You've come to make me leave. That's what you've done.
Oh, no. Well, that is, unless you really want to.
Well, it's very embarrassing, Blair.
Well, if it's embarrassing for you, what do you think it is for me? I have a law practice to attend to. I'm getting a little tired of these excursions.
Oh, I wish you'd leave me alone. At least a half a dozen times during the past few years, you've interrupted me in business negotiations that were exceedingly interesting.
Have you been up to something here, Horace?
Well, yes. I've been representing my Van Dyke interests. We had all sorts of wonderful things planned. Why, my share alone would have been $8.5 million. Besides, we were going to play golf and go horseback riding, and I love horses.
Horace, now, how many times have I told you that I represent the Van Dyke interest?
Well,
now, you just let me handle it. Now, you come back to town with me, and we'll talk it over, huh?
I can't leave now.
I'm sorry, Horace, but you know our agreement. Unless you do as I say, I'll never go through with that $200 million airplane company of ours.
Oh, well, all right then, Blair.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Smith.
How do you feel this morning, Mr. Van Dyke?
Very melancholy. I'm afraid I must go back to town.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Still, it's all for the best. You must have some breakfast first, though.
Oh, thank you. I'll go have it right away. It's hard to do high finance on an empty stomach.
You can have breakfast handy, Mr. Patterson.
Why, yes, of course.
I had some soft-boiled eggs prepared for him and some soft milk toast. All very soft, you know. Is that all right?
Yes, I think that will be very nice, Mrs. Smith. Thank you.
Oh, don't mention it, Mr. Patterson. Oh, hello, Gordon, darling.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Patterson.
Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Have you seen your cousin?
Yes, and we had quite a talk. Oh, by the way, you haven't mentioned anything to your guests, have you? I mean, you know, it would be rather embarrassing if...
Oh, no, nobody knows a thing. So far as they know, he's Schuyler Van Dyke himself.
Well, now, that's fine. Thank you very much. And now I think I'd better go and keep an eye on him. You never can tell what big merger he'll attempt next. Excuse me, Mrs. Smith?
Oh, yes, certainly.
Dulcy.
Yes, dear.
Now, Dulcy, I want to speak to you.
Of course. What about, darling?
What about? My dear girl, do you realize what has happened?
Well, I don't know. I think so. Oh, Gordy, I didn't mean to...
Now, wait. You must listen quietly, dear, until I finish.
Yes, darling.
The time has come when I must speak frankly. Do you know what Forbes is going to say to me when he learns who Van Dyke really is?
No.
He's going to laugh in my face and tell me that my factory and my services are of no use to him. Mr. Forbes thinks he's been made a fool of, and he's right. The success of my business depended entirely upon him.
It was me again. It was me, as usual. Oh, dear, how will it all end?
Forbes will probably force me out of business. Then I'll have to start in all over again, without a cent.
And without me.
Oh, Dulcie, I love you. I'll always love you. But you're like a child. You don't stop to think.
I guess I don't, Gordon. I only think I think. Darling, I'll let you go if you want me to. I'm just all wrong. I'm a false note. Oh. I always wondered how I was able to make a man like you care for me. It seems so absurd for a man like you ever to love a false note.
Dulcie, you're not a false note. You're a melody, a whole tune. But, I don't know what to do.
I don't think I can reform.
No, I suppose not.
But maybe if I made out a budget of things not to do, like the one we had for the household expenses.
No, I'm afraid that wouldn't do much good.
I could make another promise, one that would take in everything. Dearest, if you'll let me, I'll promise that I'll never interfere with your business affairs again. I'll change completely. I'll revolutionize myself.
Oh, Dulcie, I don't want you to change. I love you just as you are. I simply want you to let me handle my own affairs in my own way. Now, if you can promise to do that...
Oh, yes, Gordy. I promise, and I'll keep it, I will.
Thank you, dear. I'm sure you will.
I will. And furthermore, I'll do everything in my power to repair the damage I've already done.
What? Now, wait.
Yes, about Mr. Forbes. I'll go to him and tell him how sorry I am. And see if there isn't something I can do.
Now, Dulcie, listen to me.
Be careful, darling. Here he is now.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Forbes. Did you sleep well?
Sleep well? I did not. I'm sorry to bother you at this time, but it's extremely important that I get back to town immediately. Can I get a car anywhere in this village?
I'm afraid you can't. There aren't any cars to be had. It's impossible.
What?
Oh, no, it isn't. I can get him one right away. I'll go and phone Kelly. Kelly always has a car ready.
Dulcie, come back here.
It's all right, darling. I'll do it. No trouble at all.
Oh. There seems to be a difference of opinion about the car, Mr. Smith.
Well, yes. Well, I didn't think of Kelly. What's the difference?
Excuse me, Mr. Smith, but have you seen... I'm sorry. I didn't know anyone else was
All
here.
right, Mr. Patterson. This is Mr. Forbes. Mr. Forbes, Mr. Patterson.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Patterson? I've heard of you.
Oh, yes? Thank you.
If you gentlemen will pardon me for a moment, I want to see my wife.
The pleasure is yours.
I'll see you before you go.
Well, Mr. Patterson, did you say you were looking for someone?
Oh, yes, but it's all right. It doesn't matter.
I didn't know you were a friend of Smith's.
Huh? Oh, yeah. That is,
Came down this morning, did you?
Yeah. Just got in. Beautiful country.
Yes, isn't it? The Van Dyke interests seem to keep you pretty busy, Mr. Patterson.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed they do.
Must be something pretty important, too, for him to send for you at this hour.
Well, just a little matter of business which he thought advisable.
I see. It isn't about the artificial jewelry merger, is it?
Yes, it might be.
Mm-hmm. That's very interesting. You know, I was concerned in that deal myself up until last night, but I turned it down. Now, however, when I see that a big financier is really interested, well, I may reconsider.
Well, now, if you don't mind, I'd rather not talk about it.
Oh, Mr. Patterson.
Yes, Mrs. Smith?
Mr. Van Dyke is looking for you.
Oh, yes? Well, I'll go and see if I can find him. Excuse me.
Oh, Mr. Forbes, they haven't any more cars at Kelly's. They said they'd have one later.
Yes, tomorrow, perhaps.
And, Mr. Forbes, I'm so sorry about the elopement and everything.
It's quite all right, Mrs. Smith. Quite all right.
And I'm sorry about the business deal, too, but it's going to come out all right.
Oh, is it?
Yes. Gordon will go in with you after all. Because Mr. Van Dyke, Mr. Van Dyke just isn't Mr. Van Dyke.
What? What's that?
No, he has something wrong in his head.
Huh?
He only thinks he's a millionaire.
Oh, I see.
So everything's all right now, isn't it?
Oh, yes, splendid.
Dulcie.
Oh, come in, Gordon. I've just fixed it with Mr. Forbes. Everything's fine.
Dulcie, what in the name of heaven did you say?
A great deal, Mr. Smith. She told me about Mr. Van Dyke.
What? Did you?
Of course, dear. I told you I'd straighten everything out.
You certainly have. Well, Mr. Forbes, then of course you know that Mr. Van Dyke...
Yes, I know. But it won't work, Smith. It won't work.
What's that?
Oh, I'll admit that Mrs. Smith is a clever woman. A very clever woman. But it won't work. A Van Dyke, not a Van Dyke.
But, Mr. Forbes, he really isn't.
Shut up, Dulcy. I might have believed it if I hadn't met Blair Patterson here. But I happen to know that Patterson represents the Van Dyke interest. And a man like him doesn't pop up in a place like this to talk to a man with hallucinations.
But, Mr. Forbes...
Shut up!
Yes, dear.
I saw through the whole thing at once, Mr. Smith. You began to be sorry that you told me about the Van Dyke merger. And you wanted to throw me off the trail, huh? Well, you can't do it. I know what's in the wind, and I'm going to hold you to our agreement.
Agreement?
Yes, well, it was a verbal agreement, but as a gentleman, you agreed to come in for 16 2/3%. And you've got to do it. You've got to come in with me.
Oh, well, all right, Mr. Forbes. I guess you win.
There, Gordon. Didn't I tell you I'd fix it for you?
Charlie, where are you?
Here I am, Eleanor. What do you want?
Oh, Charlie, she's here.
Who's here?
Angela. She's come back.
Huh?
Oh, how nice.
Angela? Well, I want to speak to her.
Hello, Father.
Come here. Where have you been?
Oh, Father, what a question.
Angela, dear, are you married?
Of course I am.
Oh, she's married. She's married. Isn't it wonderful?
So, you did it, eh? Where is your husband?
Yes, Angela, where's your husband?
Good morning, everybody.
Hello, Bill.
Oh, hello, Willie. So where's Vincent? Where's Mr. Lee? Angela, tell us.
I don't know, Mrs. Smith.
You don't know. Well, isn't that fine?
Oh, Willie, for heaven's sakes, what happened to him?
Well, it's a long story, Dulcy.
Look here, young man. You helped to arrange this wedding, didn't you?
Yes, Mr. Forbes.
Well, don't you know where the groom is?
Sure. I'm the groom.
What?
Willie, say that again.
Certainly. I am the groom.
Look here, I don't know.
Wait a minute. Angela, tell us about it.
How did it happen?
Oh, it was the most romantic thing in the world. Bill just kidnapped me, that's all. Oh, Bill.
Angela.
Just a second. Young man, are you a genius?
No, sir.
Are you a writer of any kind, sort of description?
I should say not.
He's a broker, Mr. Forbes. Isn't it wonderful? That makes everything all right, doesn't it?
Well...
But about Mr. Leach, Willie, where is he?
I don't know. Well, we started from here all right last night, but down the road a piece, I suddenly thought my tail light was out. Mr. Leach was kind enough to investigate for me, and, well, somehow or other, the car just started off without him.
You mean that the... Young fellow, you're all right. And darn clever, too.
Well, he's my brother, Mr. Forbes.
Huh?
What would you expect?
Oh.
And wasn't it wonderful that I happened to invite him down here for this party?
Oh, so this is what you were working for underneath all that Leach business.
What? Well, yes and no. I'm afraid you don't understand women very well, Mr. Forbes.
I guess I don't.
But isn't it marvelous? Angela, a married woman, and Willie, a married man. I could almost cry. But, Mr. Forbes, about the merger, 16 2/3% isn't very much for a relation. A brother-in-law.
Well, I wasn't very generous about that deal, or very just either. Smith?
Yes, sir.
What do you say to coming in with me for 20%?
20? Oh, Mr. Forbes.
All right, then. If that's not enough, we'll make it 25.
25?
Dulcie, be quiet. 25 satisfies me.
Does it? Well, if it satisfies you, Gordon, it satisfies me. I didn't mean to interfere, dear, and I never will again. You can rely on me. You know the old saying, a burnt child dreads the fire. Well, I've been burnt. And once bitten is twice cautious. You get the idea, don't you, darling?
You've just heard the Lux Radio Theatre's presentation of Dulcy, starring Zesu Pitts and featuring Jean Lockhart. In just a moment, we want you to meet Miss Pitts. Each week, these Lux Radio Theatre presentations are brought to you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap. It's the beauty care that famous stars of stage and screen and thousands of women like you use because they've found it keeps skin lovely. Now, may we introduce Miss Pitts? Miss Pitts, would you mind telling us if Zesu is your real name?
Oh, yes. Mother did it to me. She wanted to name me for my two aunts, Eliza and Susan. So she combined the two names into one. The ZA from Eliza and the SU from Susan, which makes Zezu.
Well, Zezu, I believe that Erich von Stroheim once characterized you as one of the greatest tragedians of the screen. Why haven't you appeared in more tragic parts?
Well, I did a tragic role in a picture called Greed, but then I began doing farce. And since then, I've been so associated with comedy that I guess people would think it was funny if I went tragic on them.
Well, I think you practically owe it to your audience to keep on making them laugh. We'd like to know a few of your secrets. For instance, how you came by that funny gesture. You know, the one where you flutter your hands to your shoulders.
You mean, oh, dear?
Yes, that's the one. What made you think of that?
Well, it just happened.
Now, Miss Pitts, as one of the loveliest women in Hollywood.
Oh, my, Mr. Garrick. You say such lovely things.
Only when they're true. Most people don't know how charming you are when you're you. You fool them on the screen with that confused way you wear your hair and clothes. But even then, you can't disguise your lovely complexion. I want to tell you how glad we are you're among the lovely stars who uses Lux toilet soap.
You know, I have a very special reason for using Lux toilet soap. I think one charm every woman should and can have is a nice, clear skin. Lux toilet soap has kept my complexion nice, so I'm going to keep right on using it.
Thank you very much, Miss Pitts. We're mighty glad to have had you in the Lux Radio Theatre. And I also want to thank Gene Lockhart and the members of the supporting cast, which included Leslie Adams, who played Gordon Smith, Mary Mason as Angela, James Marr as Blair Patterson, Clifford Walker as Henry, Stuart Fox as Vincent Leach, Harold Vermillier as Schuyler Van Dyke, Donald Foster as Willie, and Mary Newton as Mrs. Forbes. Next week, the Lux Radio Theatre will star Charles Butterworth, that mild, quiet, and very amusing fellow who never seems to understand why he's always in hot water. You've laughed at him in Bulldog Drummond Strikes Back and in Forsaking All Others and countless other movies. And you'll have still more laughs when Charles Butterworth appears in the Lux Radio Theatre in The Milky Way. It's an hilarious comedy about a gentle, retiring milkman who's forced to become a prize fighter. He can't fight, but he does know exactly when and how to duck. So don't fail to be in the Lux Radio Theatre next Monday night to hear The Milky Way starring Charles Butterworth. Until then, this is Douglas Garrick bidding you all good evening.
Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theatre brings you the great Gildersleeve, Una Merkel, and Beulah Bondi in The Show Off. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The night Fibber McGee and Molly introduced a new character into their show called Gildersleeve, I'm sure no one could have foreseen the fantastic success story to which we add another chapter tonight. Mr. Gildersleeve made a great hit with Fibber and Molly's audience and soon had a radio program of his own. Then came a series of pictures at RKO. And tonight, we've cast him in one of the great comedy hits of the American theater. It's George Kelly's famous play, The Show Off. And to show off the great Gildersleeve in a proper setting, we've co-starred him with Una Merkel and Beulah Bondi. You'll find another name on Gildersleeve's birth certificate, Harold Perry to be exact, but Mr. Perry has been swallowed up by Mr. Gildersleeve to the great enjoyment of the American people. In the show-off, he plays Aubrey Piper, a gentleman with a talent for getting into trouble. Witness the case of his brother-in-law's invention, which you'll hear more about in just a moment. Some inventors are remembered by everyone. The names of others are lost in the fog of time. The airplane, the electric light, the wireless, any school child knows who was responsible for them. But nobody knows who invented the wheel or who invented soap. Yet someone did invent soap hundreds of years before it reached the level of perfection that's called Lux toilet soap. I leave it to you. How many modern inventions would you give up before you do without soap? In research for a picture about Cleopatra, which I made a few years ago, I discovered that she had several ladies-in-waiting whose job it was to help her keep beautiful. But all the wealth and power of the ancient Queen of Egypt didn't serve her half as well as the queen of any American home is served by a cake of Lux toilet soap. But now the show goes on with the show-off. And here's the first act, starring the great Gildersleeve as Aubrey Piper, Una Merkel as Amy, and Beulah Bondi as Mrs. Fisher. It's 8 o'clock on a Wednesday evening, and Amy Fisher is aflutter with excitement. 8 o'clock Wednesday is a big moment in Amy's life, for at 10 after, a certain party will ring the doorbell of the little frame house near Philadelphia. Hurriedly, she dabs a powder puff at her nose, and then, hearing the front door open, she rushes to the head of the stairs.
Mama? Mama, was that the door?
Yes, it was. It was your sister.
Oh. Mama, when the bell rings, let me answer it. Hello, Clara. How's Frank? All right. Mama, did you see my blue bar pin? It was in my drawer.
Well, look in the drawer. I haven't seen it.
What's all the excitement, Mama?
Wednesday night.
Oh. Is that fella still coming here?
Oh, right on the dot, such as he is. It looks like a steady thing, Clara. You never in your life heard anybody talk so much. I don't know how Amy stands him. Your pop can hardly stay in the room where he is.
Well, doesn't she take him into the parlor?
She does, yes, but she might just as well leave him out here, because he's not in there 5 minutes till he's out here in the kitchen again talking about politics. You'd think he knew something about it. And the investment business. He's always talking about that, too. That's where he works, you know, the Billings Investment Company. He says he's head of the sales department. But I says to your brother Joe, I says, I don't know how he can be head of anything from the talk of him. Joe says he's a nut. But you don't dare say anything to Amy about him. Oh, no. She thinks he's heaven's gift to the Fisher family. And for all she knows about him, he could be a tramp in the park instead of with the Billings Company.
Well, that's where he works, though, Mom.
How do you know?
Well, Frank knows him.
You're Frank?
Uh-huh. He says he eats his lunch at the same place, there at 15th and Arch.
And does he say he knows him?
Why, sure. He says he's seen him around there for a long time. Frank calls him Carnation Charlie. He says he's always got a big carnation in his buttonhole and carries a cane.
That's the one. He's always got it on when he comes here, too. I believe in my heart, Clara, that's what's turned your sister's head.
Oh, my.
Did Frank say what his name was?
Aubrey Piper, I think.
That's it, Aubrey Piper. Sounds more like a place than a man's name. What does he do at Billings?
He's a clerk.
A clerk. I knew it. Head of the sales department.
Hello, Clara.
Oh, hello, Pop.
Well, has that nut arrived yet?
Not yet, but he will.
I hope to heaven he stays in the parlor tonight. I want to read my paper. And if he slaps me on the back once more, I'll kill him. That laugh of his. Enough to drive a man crazy. What's that?
Must be Joe. He's down the cellar trying to fix the radio. Joe? Is that you?
Yeah. Give me a hand with a set, will you, Pop?
Oh, I thought you was going to keep it downstairs.
There isn't enough light.
Okay, thanks, Pop. Well, has that screwball come in yet?
Well, he certainly is a big hit with this family.
Laughing Louie. He's a first-class pest, that guy. Every time I'm working on something, he sticks his nose in it. What are you doing? What are you doing? You know that formula I've been working on to prevent rust? He got his nose into that the other night, too. Next time he does it, he's going to get socked.
Oh, there he is now. Amy?
Put out the light in here and shut the door. Maybe he'll think we've gone out.
Well, I gotta go.
Well, go out the back door if you don't want to be here all night.
Amy! Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye, Pop.
Goodbye. Be quiet now. If he hears a voice in here, he'll pop in here like a jumping jack.
Just a minute. Aubrey. Hello, Aubrey.
Greetings on you, little girl. How's every little thing? Hitting on all three?
Come in, Aubrey.
Right on the job, Amy. 10 minutes past on the dot. The pride of old West Philly never misses. No, sir.
I'll take your hat, Aubrey.
Anything to please the ladies. Here you are. And the boy rode off with many thanks and many a backward bow.
Oh. Oh, come on in the parlor, Aubrey.
1 second, little gal. One little favor. Never again will I trouble the belle of old North Philly. How about a drink of the old Aqua Pura, huh? That's water to me.
Of course, Aubrey. I'll be right back. Make yourself comfortable.
Don't you worry about me, little gal.
Amy, shut that door.
Oh, what's the matter, Mom? I just want to get a drink of water for Aubrey.
Listen, Amy, I don't want that fella popping in here.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gents. Yeah.
Oh.
Stay right where you are, folks. Right where you are. Going right out on the next train. How are you, little mother? Evening, Pop. Hiya, Joe.
Hello.
Amy, step on the gas with the old Aqua Pura. Man's got to have a drink. How about it, Pop? You'll stay with me on that, eh, Pop?
Oh, listen, I don't like to be slapped on the back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I want to tell you this is a very pretty little picture of domestic felicity. Father reading, mother knitting, and little old Joe Edison Fisher there working 18 hours a day to make the rich man richer and the poor man poorer. What about it, Popcorn? Am I right or raving?
Oh, will you let me alone and keep your hands to yourself? I never saw such a pest in my life.
Oh, what's the matter with Popsy Wopsy? Little office feed, eh, Mother Fisher?
Here's your water, Aubrey.
Thank you, my dear. Blushing as she gave it, looking down at her feet so bare in her tattered gown. Yeah. How's that, Mother Fisher? Can't beat that little old Willie Shakespeare, now can you? No, sir, I'd like to tell the brothers that little old Shakespeare party shook a wicked spear. Yeah. Well, here's laughter, ladies. And Mr. Marconi, my best regards to you. Ah, very nice indeed. And a sweeter draught from a fairer hand was never quaffed.
Oh, you.
Well, Mr. Joseph, what are you doing? What are you doing, Joseph?
I am fixing something.
At it again, eh? The young inventor himself. Well, Mr. Joseph, I want to tell you you're wasting your time. When you're all through, they'll offer you 20 cents for it and sell it for $20 million, take it or leave it, sign on the dotted line. Yes, sir. That's exactly what they did to little old yours truly here. 20 Lincoln Anacondas for a formula that would have solved the greatest problem before the industrial chemical world today.
What kind of a formula?
Why, a formula to prevent the rusting of iron and steel. A solution of vanadium and manganese to be added to the metal in its molten state instead of applied externally.
Where did you hear that?
Hear what, my boy?
About a rust preventative using vanadium and manganese?
Little idea of my own.
Yeah. You heard it right here in this room. I was talking about it last Sunday.
Oh, you thought of it too, eh? Well, just goes to show you, Joe, great minds run in the same...
Oh, shut up. You give me a swift pain.
I love that boy. Yes, Mother Fisher, that little boy of yours has got some great ideas. I was speaking to some of the men who work under me just the other day, Mother. I said, gentlemen, the inventive genius in this country is... Where are you going, Mother?
I got a touch of the same pain. Good night.
Must be an epidemic around here.
Oh, Aubrey. Aubrey, let's go in the parlor, shall we?
Yeah. You know, Amy, sometimes I get a funny feeling that your folks don't like me. Many brave hearts are asleep in the deep, so beware, well, little high, I guess.
Yes, Mother, do you want something?
I just wanted to tell you that it's nearly 12 o'clock. We're all going to bed around here.
I was just about to take my reluctant leave, little mother.
Well, I don't want to hurry you.
Not at all, not at all. In fact, the recent outburst was in the nature of a farewell concert. The little old song at twilight, you know, Mother Fisher, to soothe the savage beast. Yeah.
Come on, Aubrey. I'll walk to the gate with you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's a beautiful night, all right.
Oh, isn't it?
Look at that moon up there, Amy. Is that a moon or is that a moon? I say it's a moon.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah. You know, it's times like this when a man gets to thinking, Amy.
Does he, Aubrey?
Yes, sir. That old moon up there makes you think a lot of things. A man's got to be pretty careful.
Oh.
But when a man's knocked around the world like I have, a man gets pretty wise. When a man meets the right girl, a man knows he's met the right girl. Do you follow me?
I think so, Aubrey.
Amy, you think a married couple can be happy on $100 a week?
Oh, Aubrey, yes, I do.
Be nice if they had it, too.
Aubrey, is that how much you...
Well, more or less. Right now, it's a little less. But I'm thinking of putting over a deal, Amy, just between us two, you know.
I don't think it makes any difference how much a man makes. I think when a girl cares for a man, loves a man, that's all that counts. The only important thing in the world, or should be, even if he doesn't have a dime, don't you?
Well, I got 2 nickels.
No. I mean, don't you think about love?
Oh, sure. Ever since I was 14, Amy. Yes, sir. It's a little old Cupid dart that counts.
And after all, you can't buy happiness, can you?
Definitely not. So they say. Well?
Well?
Amy, what do you think, huh?
You mean about...
Yeah, what do you say? Is it a go? Say yes, Amy. Say you'll pool your coffee ration with me.
Aubrey, you mean will I marry you?
That's the general thought I'm trying to convey.
Oh, Aubrey, yes, I will, Aubrey, any time you say.
Amy. Amy Piper.
I'm not going to let you do it. I won't stand for it.
Oh, Mama, stop it. I'm going to marry him, and that's all there is to it.
But you don't even know him. You don't know what he does or how much he makes or anything about him.
I don't have to. I know I like him, and that's enough.
All right. But remember this, Amy. Be sure that he keeps you, and you keep him. And don't be coming around here for your pop to keep you.
Mama, don't make me laugh. Aubrey's got a wonderful position. He makes plenty of money.
Who says so?
I just know from the way he talks. He makes at least $100 a week.
Who ever heard of a clerk making $100 a week?
A clerk? Where did you hear that?
From Frank Highland.
What does Frank Highland know about it?
He knows Aubrey Piper, and Frank says he's a clerk down there just like 5 million others.
Oh, that just shows how much he knows about it. Aubrey told me he makes $100 a week, and what's more, he's going to swing a great big deal pretty soon.
The only thing he'll ever swing is that cane he carries. Amy, dear, I'm warning you once and for all.
Oh, Mama, why don't you let me make my own life? You took who you wanted, didn't you? And Clara took the man she wanted. Well, I'm going to take what I want, and I want Aubrey Piper.
So you'd like a raise, eh, Piper?
Well, that's the general idea I was trying to convey, Mr. Williams.
What for?
Well, the way I figured is this. A man's going to get married. Well, when a man gets married, he's got to have enough to support a wife, right?
Right.
And I figure about $100 a week, maybe a little more.
How much do you make now, Piper?
35. Not very much, Mr. Williams.
No, it isn't. But this investment business isn't what it used to be either.
Yes, sir, but...
35 is all you're worth, Piper.
But, Mr. Williams...
From what I've seen of your ability, it's more than you're worth.
Yes, sir.
Now, would you like 35 or nothing at all?
No, sir.
What makes you think you're entitled to a raise?
Well,
You don't have to get married, do you?
No, sir.
Then put it off for a while.
Yes, sir, but
That's all, Piper. That's all. Goodbye.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, Piper.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Huh?
Look, how did it go? Where did you get the raise?
Oh, the raise. Oh, yes. We talked it over, the boss and I. He's going to sleep on it. I hope he has nightmares.
Oh, gee, pretty lucky, Piper.
Well, there's nothing to it if you got the right approach, Fred. I got in a good word for you, too.
Yeah? Oh, gee, thanks.
Well, I'll go to lunch now. Got to feed the old furnace, you know. See you around, Fred.
Yeah. Hi, Aubrey. What'll it be?
Hi, Sam. I'll have a ham on rye and a chocolate frosting. And don't spare the ice cream, Sam.
2 scoops?
Oh, 2 scoops, sure. What do I care?
That's a nickel extra, Aubrey.
Slap it in there, Sam. You know Piper, the old sport himself.
Sure.
1 ham on, 1 frosted, scuba double.
Aubrey.
Amy, what are you doing way down here?
Aubrey, I have to speak to you.
Say, I'm glad you came, Amy. You know that deal I was talking about? Well, it didn't go through, honey. I mean...
Aubrey, listen.
So I was just thinking maybe if we could postpone getting that...
Aubrey, I've got to tell you, darling, it's awfully important. I've done it, Aubrey.
Done what?
I've done it. I've left home.
You left... Oh...
Oh, I just had to. I couldn't stand it anymore, and I just told Mama. I said, I'm leaving, Mama, and that's that.
You told Mama, huh? Oh. Well, I was just going to tell you, Amy. That deal, I mean, where are you going to live?
I don't know. I haven't even thought about it. I've burned my bridges, Aubrey.
You burned mine, too. Oh, well, I guess we better get married pretty soon then, huh?
Oh, Aubrey, do you suppose we could?
Oh, sure. You just leave everything to me.
Oh, Aubrey, that'd be wonderful. And it doesn't really make any difference, does it? I mean, we were going to be married anyway, and, well, you make so much money and all, and... Oh, Aubrey, tell me it's all right.
Oh, it's fine, Amy. It's fine. Just a minute. Hey, Samuel. Samuel.
Yeah?
Cancel that extra scoop, will you?
Act 2 of The Show-Off, starring the great Gildersleeve as Aubrey Piper, Beulah Bondi as Mrs. Fisher, and Una Merkel as Amy. Six months have passed, and the romance of Amy and Aubrey has blossomed into marriage. Amy is too proud to admit it to her family, but she has discovered, as wives sometimes do, that her mate is more talk than action. He's not the head of his department, nor does he earn the expected $100 per week. And now, in the Piper kitchenette, the financial question has again reared its ugly head.
Bills. Aubrey, what are we going to do?
How's the coffee coming along, Amy? Boy can't be late to work, you know.
Aubrey, listen to me.
Sure, what's on your mind?
Aubrey, we've just got to get some money. We can't go on like this any longer.
Why not? We've been getting along fine.
Have we? Look at this. We owe $30 to the butcher, $23 to the grocer, $8.10 to the milkman, and the janitor was here about the rent again.
I'll speak to him on the way out.
On your way out is right. He's going to throw us out Friday.
You mean he's threatened us? Why, he can't get away with that. I'll break the lease. That's what I'll do. How about a piece of toast, honey?
Aubrey, he can get away with it. We've got to pay up or get out.
All right, we'll get out. I never liked this place anyway. The bathtub gurgles. Have you got any peanut butter?
Aubrey, how can I make you understand?
Listen, honey, do me a favor, will you? Forget about it. Everything's going to be fine.
Is it? How?
You just keep your eye on the boy from West Philly, that's all. Now, I didn't want to mention this, but I'm working on a deal right now that'll put us right up there on top. Where's the jelly?
What kind of a deal, Aubrey?
Never mind, you'll see.
But I want to know.
Well, it's a little idea I've had in the back of my head for a long time.
What idea?
It's pretty technical, Amy.
Aubrey, tell me, what is it?
Well, it's a rust preventative. A combination of magnesium and vanadium added.
Oh, Aubrey, that's Joe's idea. That's the thing he's been working on for years.
Oh, beat me to it, eh? Well, the more power to him.
Oh, Aubrey.
Good evening to you one and all. Hello, Mother Fisher.
Oh, hello. It's you, is it?
What's the good word, Mother? Been siphoning out any gas tanks lately? Where's Amy? Is she here?
No, ain't she home?
No, I just came by there.
Well, she ain't been here today.
Yeah, she was saying this morning she thought she'd go out and look for a house today. I suppose she hasn't got back yet. I wanted to take her to the movies. I got the loan of Harry Albright's car.
Did you say she was out looking for a house?
Yeah, we got to get out of that place we're in. The Acme Machine people have bought the whole block. They're going to put up a new factory there.
How soon do you have to get out?
Friday. I mean, as soon as we can find another place.
Well, I'm afraid you won't find it so easy to get a place as reasonable as that again in a hurry.
I don't want a place as reasonable as that. I want a real home, Mamma Mia. Something with ground around it. Where I can do a bit of tennis in the evening.
Well, if you do, you'll pay for it.
That's exactly what I expect to do, Mother Fisher. Not giving you a short answer, of course. That's exactly what I expect to do. And no more of the old first-of-the-month business for this growing boy. He's all washed up, signed on the dotted line. I'm going to buy, Mother.
Buy? Buy what?
A house, Mother Fisher. A real little home. You ought to go out along the boulevard some Sunday. Some fine little buys out there.
Well, there's no danger of your going out along the boulevard except for a walk.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people out that way, Mother. And a man's got to live someplace.
Well, if he's wise, he'll live where he's able to pay for it. Besides, you haven't got any furniture for a house, unless you don't mind sitting on the floor.
The matter of furniture nowadays, little Mother, is a very inconsequential item.
It still costs money, don't it?
Money. That's something that never worries me.
I know, but it worries me.
Yeah.
How are you going to buy furniture when you haven't got any money to even buy a house?
Don't fret, Mater. There's things in the wind. Things in the wind.
Well, there ought to be. There's plenty of it.
Plenty of what, Mother?
Plenty of wind.
Yeah. Well, right there with the old sense of humor, eh? Well, I guess I'll mooch along.
Yes, mooch.
Oh, say. If Amy calls, tell her I got the loan of Harry Albright's car. Fred Myers and I will meet her in front of the Rivoli at 8 bells.
I suppose you mean 8 o'clock, don't you?
Give the lady a cigar, Professor. Well, cheerio, Mrs. Whistler.
Who?
Mrs. Whistler. Man's dream of an ideal mother.
Oh, shut up, you fool. Go on, mooch.
Yeah. Cheerio, gal. Many brave hearts are asleep in the deep.
Hello, Aubrey.
Well, Jojo the dog-faced boy. How's the lad?
Oh, I'm okay, fine.
What's the matter, Joe? You look excited.
Well, I am, in a way. Look, Aubrey, can you keep your mouth shut about something?
You can trust me, Jose. Sphinx Piper, my friends call me.
What?
Sphinx.
Oh.
Well, Joe, what's the big secret?
Well, I sold it.
Sold it? Sold what?
My invention, the rust preventative.
No.
Yeah, I was down at the Miller Grant office all day. I went over the whole thing with him, and we're going to tie it all up Monday morning.
Nice work, Mr. Joseph. I hope you got yourself a good slice of the old moolah.
I think it's all right. They're going to give me $50,000 for it.
50,000. Well, not bad. First offer, I suppose.
First and last. I'm grabbing it.
Don't be a sucker, Joe. Give them the old hard-to-get treatment. They'll come through with twice that.
Oh, no. This is too good to fool around with. Anyway, I'm satisfied. You know, we can do a lot with that money.
We certainly can.
I was talking about the family.
Oh, the family. Yes, of course. That's what I meant. But I still think you could get more, Joe. What you need is somebody to go in there and talk to those guys. Somebody to...
cut it out, will you? I'm satisfied. I'm sorry I mentioned it to you at all.
Hey, Aubrey, what do you say?
Right there, Fred. Well, best of luck, Joe, my boy.
Don't forget now. Don't say anything about it.
Mum's the word, Joe. Mum's the word.
Hey, Aubrey, I thought you said you knew how to drive.
What's the matter, Fred? We're getting there, aren't we?
Yeah, but I hate to think what Harry's car's going to be like.
Don't you worry about the car, Fred. Everything's under control.
Yeah, so I hear.
It's got a slipping clutch, that's what it is.
Hey, that's a red light. You better stop.
Huh?
Oh, boy, Aubrey. You're about the world's worst. I think I better get out and walk.
Oh, we'll be there any minute. Just let that little old light give me the go-ahead, Fred, and we'll be zipping on our way. Here we go.
Hey, watch it.
What's the matter?
Look out for that car. Look out. Look out.
Did you see that guy? He cut right in front of me.
Listen, Aubrey, that was a police car.
A what?
A police car. You slammed right into a police car.
All right, keep moving there. Move along. Hey, you.
Good evening, officer. Had a little brush here. And nothing serious, I hope, eh?
Oh, no, you just knocked 3 of our wheels off, that's all.
I'd like to take a sock at that dope. Where is he?
Now, take it easy, Mike. You go along and have that arm fixed. I'll take care of this fella. Go along now.
All right, but you better report about the car.
Don't worry, Mike.
Did that other gendarme get hurt?
Oh, no, I think it's just a little matter of a broken arm. Nothing serious, as you say.
Broken arm? Well, how did that happen?
I'm not sure, but I think he was waving to a friend. He threw it out a joint.
Very good.
All right, let's see your license.
License? License. Oh, you mean my driver's license.
You know what I mean.
Oh, sure. Let me see now. That's not it. That's not it. Oh, my draft card. 4PH.
PH?
Positively hopeless.
They ain't kidding either.
Yeah. You got me that time. Now, let's see.
Come on. Give me your license.
Well, officer, I'll tell you the truth. You beat me to it by 3 days.
What are you talking about?
Well, I've been meaning to get a license for some time. As a matter of fact, I was going down there for one next Tuesday.
Just a minute. Am I hearing things? Are you trying to tell me that you don't have a license?
You got me again, officer.
I've got you all right. Get out of that car.
Now, wait.
I can't understand it. I waited at the movies for over an hour. If he wasn't going to come, he would have called here, wouldn't he?
Don't ask me what he'd do.
I'm beginning to get worried.
He says you've got to get out of that place you're in.
Yes, that's what I was doing today, looking around for something.
Did you see anything?
Oh, I saw a couple of places that were fair, but they want too much money.
You're not really looking for a house, are you, Amy?
Yes, if I can find one. Aubrey says he will not live in rooms any longer, and he doesn't want to pay rent. He wants to buy.
Amy, I thought you had a little sense, but you're nearly as bad as him.
You talk awfully silly, Mother. You'd think everybody that was married was living out in the street.
Well, that's where a good many of them would be living, Amy, only that somebody belonging to them is giving them a hand. You're everlasting borrowing as it is.
Well, I always pay it back, don't I?
You do when you get it, but that's not the point, Amy. It's that what you get one week don't last you till the next.
Oh, Mother, let me alone. If you're trying to make me say I'm sorry I married Aubrey, well, I'm not. I'm glad I married him, and I wouldn't change him for anyone else I ever met in my life. So there.
All right, Amy, but someday that man's going to bring trouble on us. I can feel it in my bones.
He won't bring trouble. And if he does, it'll be between him and me. You don't have to worry.
All right, Amy. Is that you, Joe?
It's me, Mom.
Oh, hello, Clara. What you doing here?
Well, I don't know. Isn't Frank here?
You're Frank?
He called up the house and said I better get right over here. It was something about Aubrey.
What about Aubrey?
Well, I don't know. I couldn't understand what he was saying. Oh, I hear you moving, Amy.
Yes, we are. We want a house.
A house? Oh, Amy, if you can't pay your rent where you are, how do you expect to pay more?
How do you know I'm not able to pay my rent where I am?
Now, don't you start a fight, Amy.
Oh, but I'd just like to know what business it is of hers, whether I can pay my rent or not. Nobody's asking her to pay it.
Oh, no? Well, your husband's been to Frank Highland twice already to pay it.
What? That's a lie.
It is not. He's asked him twice and got it, too. Till I put a stop to it.
Mama, make her take that back.
I won't. It's true.
Now, you hush up, both of you. I guess if Clara says it's true, Amy, she must know. And it just goes to prove what I said.
Oh, let me alone.
I told her that man would start trouble. Well, now, who should arrive?
Oh, buenas noches, little mother. Is Amy here?
For land's sake, what's happened to you? What's that bandage on your head?
Bandage? Oh, yes. Nothing to get upset about. Beginning to rain outside, Mother.
Never mind the rain. The rain didn't do that to you. I guess you ran into somebody, didn't you?
Don't get excited, Mama. Just a little misunderstanding on the part of the traffic officer.
You don't mean to tell me that you ran into a traffic officer?
Control now, little Mother. I assure you there's no occasion for undue solicitation. Good evening, Clara.
What happened to your head?
The veriest trifle, Mrs. Highland. Just a little spray from the windshield.
Where's that car you borrowed? Smashed, I guess, ain't it?
The car I borrowed, Mother Fisher, is now in the hands of the bandits of the law. The judicial gentlemen who collect fines from motorists by ordering them to go one way and then swearing they told them to go another.
Never mind your fancy talk. I want to know who you killed, and where's the automobile that someone was fool enough to lend you?
The automobile, little Mother, is perfectly safe, parked and pasturing in the courtyard of the police station.
So you got arrested?
Well, I accompanied the officer as far as the station house, yes. And while I was there, I told them a few things about the condition of traffic in this city.
I guess they told you a few things, too, didn't they?
Repeat the question, please.
Oh, shut up.
Yes.
What did they do? Fine you?
Well, they were all set to find me. But when I got through with them, they didn't have a leg to stand on. So they trumped up a charge of driving an automobile without a license.
Did they take the automobile away from you?
Nothing of the sort. They simply complied with the usual procedure in a case of this kind, which is to release the defendant on bond pending the extent of the victim's injuries.
So there was somebody injured?
The traffic cop that ran into me.
For heaven's sake, couldn't you find anybody but a traffic cop to run into?
I didn't run into him, Mother. You don't understand the circumstances of the case.
Well, I understand this much. They can give you 10 years for a thing like that, and it'd just serve you right if they did, too. Borrowing people's automobiles and knowing no more about running them than I do.
No time like the present to learn, Mother.
Well, you'll have plenty of time from now on if that officer's seriously injured.
He was faking a broken arm around there when I left.
Oh.
It's a wonder to me the poor goof wasn't signed on the dotted line. He ran head-on right into me.
Did they take the cop to the hospital?
I believe they did.
Oh, Aubrey, what happened to you?
Well, the little woman herself. Hi, Amy.
What is it, Aubrey?
Nothing in the world, baby. I had a little mix-up on Broad and Erie Avenue.
You didn't get hurt, did you?
Nothing but a scratch on the medulla oblongata. Just a little shake-up.
He nearly killed a traffic officer. That's how much of a shake-up it was.
You didn't, Aubrey, did you?
Certainly not, Amy. Your mother's raving.
The man's in the hospital. I don't know what more you want.
Is he, Aubrey?
You think I'd be here if he was?
You wouldn't be here only that someone was fool enough to bail you out instead of letting you stay there where you couldn't be killing people.
Are you out on bail, Aubrey?
They always bail a man in a case like this, Amy. They got my car on their hands. I just got to call around for it Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock.
I guess you just got to go down there to a hearing Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock and pay your fine. I guess that's the automobile you've got to call for.
How much did they fine you, Aubrey?
They didn't fine me at all.
They'll do that Tuesday.
Yeah, time will tell that, Mother Fisher.
How much bail did they put you under, Aubrey?
1,000 berries, Amy.
$1,000?
What?
That's regulation. Little chicken feed for the stool pigeons.
Did you say $1,000?
That's what I said, Mother Fisher. 1,000 trifles. I wouldn't kid you.
You wouldn't kid anybody that'd listen to you for 5 minutes. And who did you get to go $1,000 bail for you?
Don't be alarmed, little mother. I saw that the affair was kept strictly within the family.
What do you mean?
Your other son-in-law was kind enough to come forward.
Do you mean my husband?
That's the gentleman, Clara, Mr. Francis X. Highland.
Oh,
Ladies.
Aubrey, don't you think you'd better go to bed?
In a minute. I'm thinking, Amy.
Is your head hurting you?
I'm not thinking that hard. Besides, it's just a couple of little scratches.
Aubrey, what do you think they'll do to you down there Tuesday?
Now, don't worry about that, sweetie.
Oh, but they're getting awfully strict. What if that traffic cop is hurt bad?
Oh, it'll only be a fine for reckless driving, even if they could prove it was reckless driving. And I can prove it was the officer's fault. So they'll be very likely apologizing to me around there Tuesday morning instead of fining me.
Oh, I wouldn't care if they only fined you, Aubrey, because I could go back to work until it was paid.
You'll never go back to work, kid, while I'm on the boat.
I wouldn't mind it, Aubrey.
Not while you're my wife, Amy. I'm the provider around here.
You don't think they might do anything else to you, do you, Aubrey?
Oh, they might try to take away my license.
You haven't got a license, have you?
That's where I fooled them.
Aubrey, what is it they send them to prison for?
Look, Amy, everything's okay. I've got the whole thing worked out in my mind right now. All I've got to do is pay that little old fine, and I'm as free as the air. Why, it's a cinch.
How much will the fine be?
Well, I can't tell. Maybe that 1,000 berries.
$1,000? Where'll you get $1,000?
Now, stop it, honey. Look, I'll have that $1,000 Monday. It's a breeze.
$1,000 Monday?
Sure.
How?
Look, if a fellow was going to sell something for $10, see?
Yes.
And I knew it was worth at least $20, see? Well, if I went to the men who were going to buy it for $10 and I convinced them they ought to pay $20, well, I'd be entitled to a commission now, wouldn't I? At least 2%. 2% of the difference, sign on the dotted line, and I got my $1,000.
But, Aubrey, that would mean that you'd have to sell something for $100,000.
That's the ticket, Amy.
You mean that somebody's selling something for $50,000 and that you can get $100,000 for it?
Amy, it's a cinch. Well, what do you say, little lady? Mr. Miller ready to see me yet?
Let's see now. You're Mr. Piper, aren't you?
That's the name, little lady. Just tell him I'm here about Mr. Fisher's invention.
Oh, I told him that already, Mr. Piper.
Oh, thank you, little lady. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Oh, you go on.
No, you go on.
Miss Gray?
Yes, Mr. Miller?
I'll see Mr. Piper now.
Yes, sir. That door over there, Mr. Piper.
Oh, thank you. Many brave hearts are asleep in the deep, so be... good morning, Mr. Miller.
Morning, come in.
Piper's the name, Aubrey Piper.
How do you do? Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I've come to see you about the rust preventative.
So I hear. Well, where's Mr. Fisher? He was going to be here at 11 to sign the papers.
So I came at 10. The signing of the papers can wait, I think.
Oh? Are you an interested party in this deal, Mr. Piper?
Well, slightly, yes. I'm Mr. Fisher's business advisor.
Oh, I see. Well, he's a fortunate young man.
Oh, very fortunate. And that's what I like to see, Mr. Miller. A young man getting someplace, pulling himself up by the seat of his pants. Yes, Mr. Miller. It's the American inventive genius that's put this country where it is today. And I'm here to state that every right-thinking citizen has the duty, no, sir, the privilege, of doing everything in their power to help the growing boy along. Am I right or wrong? Shake it up, brother. Shake it up.
Just a moment, please.
Yes. Now, let's not beat around the bush. I'm a man of a few words, Mr. Miller, and I can see that you are, too. Now, what I like to do is come straight to the point, sign on the dotted line, wrap it up, and take it away. Now, you know what this boy has done. Just one little idea, you say. One simple operation. That's true, Mr. Miller, but we can't pass it off like that. Oh, no. Now, you're a businessman, Mr. Miller. Your time is valuable, and so is mine. So let's settle right down now here.
Just what are you talking about?
Mr. Fisher's invention. What else?
Well, you're a little late. We went all over this with Mr. Fisher last week. We're giving him $50,000 for it this morning.
Now you've hit it, Mr. Miller. Right on the old button. $50,000. A paltry, measly, contemptible... Shame on you, Mr. Miller.
What's that?
Think of it. Put yourself in this boy's place.
$50,000 is a very fair price.
Not for genius, Mr. Miller. Genius is priceless. And I'm here to state...
Wait, please. Am I to understand that you'd like to call this deal off?
Now, Mr. Miller, don't you jump to conclusions. We want you to have this invention, but at a fair price.
All right, Mr. Piper, let's have your proposition.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. In the first place, we want $100,000 on the line as an advance.
Oh, really?
A check will do, but cash won't hurt. Number 2, the Miller Grant Company will have to sell it at their own expense.
I see.
And number 3, we want 1/2 the net on every gallon sold as a royalty. There you are, Mr. Miller. That's our proposition, and a fairer one you couldn't find. Am I right or wrong? Shake it up, brother. Shake it up.
Mr. Piper, I'm afraid you're wrong.
Yeah. Huh?
I said you're wrong.
Now listen here.
I'll do the talking now. Who do you think you are walking in here trying to bulldoze me out of $50,000? We made a fair price, and we were ready to stand by it. But I don't like the way you do business, Mr. Piper. And you can go back and tell Mr. Fisher that he can thank you for this deal falling through.
Now, what was that?
The deal is off. We won't give you a lead nickel.
Now, wait.
I'm sorry, Mr. Piper. Good morning.
But you can't do this.
Oh, yes, I can. There were no papers signed, and there won't be any papers signed. Now, get out.
Mr. Miller, you're making a terrible mistake.
Will you please get out?
Now, let's be reasonable, huh? We'll come down a little bit. Make it $75,000.
I told you I wouldn't...
Make it $60,000.
No.
$55,000.
No.
$53,000.
No.
$52,000.
No.
$51,000.
No.
You're a hard man, Mr. Miller. And just for that, we won't sell it to you at all. We'll take our product elsewhere. And you'll regret this to the end of your days. Just remember, whenever you hear the Fisher-Piper process, that you could have been in on the ground floor and you missed your chance. Good morning, sir. Oh, this is one of my bad days.
Now the curtain rises on the third act of the show-off, starring the great Gildersleeve, Una Merkel, and Beulah Bondi. It's the morning of Aubrey's trial. In the corridor, just off the courtroom, the luckless show-off stands cracking his knuckles with nervousness. For the first time in his life, Aubrey is scared. With him is his benefactor, a sad-faced, sad-eyed man, his brother-in-law, Frank Highland.
And take it easy, Aubrey. Don't try to tell the judge his business. If he finds you, just keep your mouth shut. I'll take care of whatever it costs.
Gee, Frank, certainly is swell of you to stick by me like this.
Oh, it's all right.
If I can ever do anything for you, just tip me off.
Yeah. Things certainly been going awful lately. Did you hear about Joe?
Joe? No. What's the matter with Joe?
He had a deal all set for $50,000 for his invention. Went down there yesterday and they wouldn't even see him.
Well, what do you know? No explanation or anything.
No.
Well, just goes to show you. You can't trust those fellas as far as you can throw them.
Yeah. Wish I knew what gummed it up.
So do I.
Aubrey.
Oh, hello, Amy. Glad you got here, kid.
Hello, Frank.
Hello. Well, I'll see you later. I got to get some coffee.
No refills, Frank. See you in court. Well, honey.
Aubrey, are you nervous?
Nervous? Who, me? Yeah.
Oh, Aubrey, don't worry. It'll come out all right.
It's not only the trial, Amy. That isn't so much. I got something else on my mind, Amy. I've just discovered I'm a terrible heel.
Aubrey!
That's right. It's an awful blow to me after all these years.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Amy, listen. Remember that deal I was going to swing? That $100,000 thing?
Yes?
It didn't go through.
Oh, that's all right.
I hope Joe feels like that.
Joe.
Yeah, it was his deal, the invention. I crabbed it for him.
Oh, Aubrey.
All right, go ahead. Give it to me. I deserve anything I can get.
But how did it happen? How? It was all settled.
Well, yes, but I went there to talk for Joe.
Oh.
I thought I could bluff him into it, Amy, and instead of that, they bluffed me out. I was only trying to do a good turn, that's all.
I guess you can't help it, Aubrey. I guess it's just the way you're built or something.
Oh, honey, from now on, it's going to be different. I'm going to be a brand new man. You wait and see.
Well, what are you going to tell Joe?
Joe. Oh, you think I ought to tell him, huh?
Well, you've got to tell him. You've got to take your medicine, Aubrey.
All right. I'll face him. I'll face him like a man. Joe, I'll say. Joe, my boy. I'd rather face my draft board.
Well, when the trial's over, we'll go up to the house, both of us.
Okay, Amy.
Of course, that's just assuming that they'll let you out after the trial.
Aubrey Piper.
Yes, here I am. Who wants me, mister?
The state of Pennsylvania. Get in here.
Oh, brother.
Here it is. Look, Clara, it's in the papers already.
About Aubrey?
You'd know it was about Aubrey if they didn't even mention his name.
Oh, what's it say?
Mad motorist fined $1,000.
That's him, all right. I suppose Frank had to pay it, too.
Aubrey Piper of 903 Lehigh Avenue was arraigned today before Magistrate Lister to answer to the charges of reckless driving, injuring a traffic officer, and operating an automobile without a license. Magistrate Lister heard a plea of leniency and fined the defendant $1,000. Look, there's his picture.
Aubrey's picture?
Oh, carnation and all. I'd like to get my hands on that fool. I'd tell him a thing or two. Disgracing the whole family.
Well, here's your chance.
Oh, hi, Clarabelle.
Come on in. Hello, Amy.
Hello.
Well, it's all over. The said and done. Sign on the dotted line. Greetings, Mother Fisher. You're looking very beautiful this afternoon. Pretty as a gangster's moll. Yes, sir.
Shut up.
What's the matter, Mother?
What'd they do to him, Amy?
Oh, nothing much.
I'll tell you what they tried to do.
You keep quiet. Nobody wants to hear what you've got to say about it at all.
Well, I told them down there what I had to say about it, whether they wanted to hear it or not. I told them plenty.
And then they fined you, didn't they?
A little.
Yes, they fined you $1,000. It's all right here in the paper. Mad motorist fined $1,000.
Is that what they called me? Why, I'll sue them. Let me see that. Not a bad picture, is it?
Oh, give me that paper. What do you want to do? Put it in your scrapbook?
Oh, Mama, let's not fight about it. We're in trouble enough right now. Let's forget it.
Oh, sure. Forget it.
Is Joe here, Mama?
No, he ain't.
Well, Aubrey wants to see him about something when he comes. Then we're going home. I'll go make a cup of tea.
Nothing for me, Amy. I couldn't eat a thing.
Who asked you to?
All right, Mother, all right.
That you, Paul?
It's me, Mom.
Oh, come in. You've got company.
Who is it? Oh, hello, Aubrey.
Oh, hi, Joe.
How'd you make out today, Aubrey?
Well, I'll tell you.
They fined him. He's lucky he isn't in the Hooskow right now.
Oh, that's too bad.
Joe, listen, I got to speak to you about something.
Not now, Aubrey. I'm pretty busy.
Yeah, but it's very important, Joe.
What could you have to say that's important? You know who he is, don't you, Joe? He's the mad motorist.
You cut it out, Mother.
What is it, Mom?
Right here in the paper, look. Oh, I never thought I'd live to see a thing like this happen.
You know, there's something else in tonight's paper, Mom.
What?
Just cast your eyes on this right here.
Well, what is it?
Philadelphia youth makes important chemical discovery. Mr. Joseph Fisher of North Philadelphia perfects rust preventative solution. How do you like that?
Joe, did they buy that thing from you?
$100,000, Mother. They signed for it this afternoon in the lawyer's office.
What?
Joe?
Oh, Joe, that's wonderful. Oh, I'll go tell Amy.
Wait a minute. What is all this?
Here, read it.
Joe, I can't believe it.
Let me see that thing.
They sent for me to come over there this afternoon about 2 o'clock, and they had their contracts all drawn up and everything.
What did you say about $100,000, Joe?
Well, that's what they paid for it this afternoon on account. Then they're to market it for me from their laboratories and give me half the net.
Net? What's the net?
Whatever's left after all expenses are paid.
But did they give you any of the money, Joe?
$100,000, sure.
Not in money, though.
Oh, not in dollar bills. No, they gave me a check for it. Well, Aubrey, what do you say?
Not bad, not bad. I guess we put it over, eh, Jose?
What do you mean, we?
Yes, what do you mean, we? Who cut you in on this?
Now, Mother, you never know.
Oh, shut up.
You know, it was a funny thing, Mom. When I first talked to the Miller Grant people, I was only to get $50,000 advance. Then they called it all off. But today they sent for me and said, okay, you win $100,000.
And they're getting away with manslaughter at that.
Keep still, you. You don't know anything about this at all.
I made them think I knew something about it.
You made who think?
The Miller Grant people.
What are you talking about, Aubrey? Do you know?
Certainly I know what I'm talking about. I went to see those people yesterday.
And what did you do up there?
Well, I told them they'd have to double the advance if they wanted to do business with us.
And what business was it of yours?
Well, I'm Joe's relative, ain't I?
Who told you were?
Well, he's got to have somebody tend to his business, doesn't he, Mother? He's only a lad.
He doesn't need you to tend to his business for him. He tended to his business long before he ever saw you.
He never landed $100,000, though, Mother, till he saw me, did he?
Well, what did you say to them, Aubrey?
Well, Joe, I simply told him I was acting in the capacity of business advisor to you. And that if this discovery of yours was as important as you'd led me to believe it was, they were simply taking advantage of your youth by offering you $50,000 for it. And that I refused to allow you to negotiate further unless they doubled the advance, sold it at their expense, and gave us 1/2 the net sign on the dotted line.
Holy smokes.
I don't believe it.
Well, I certainly have to give you credit, Aubrey. That's the way the contract reads.
I told it to him all right from the shoulder. Yes, sir.
Well, I'll have to give you a little present of some kind out of this, Aubrey.
You'll not give me any present, Jose. Give it to your family. They'll need it more than I will.
Joe, is it true what Clara said?
Sure it is. Here's the paper.
Oh, Joe.
But Aubrey gets half the credit. He swung the deal for double the money.
Aubrey, it's wonderful, darling. You're wonderful. Everything's wonderful.
Nothing at all, Amy. Nothing at all.
Do you want some tea, Aubrey?
Tea? Yes, I might, Clara.
And a sandwich. I'll fix you something, Aubrey.
Sure, anything he wants. Eh, Aubrey?
Well, thanks, folks. Can I help, Amy?
No. You just sit down there, Aubrey, and rest.
Rest? Oh, thank you. Oh, Amy, that newspaper there. Just hand me the financial page, will you?
Heaven help me from now on.
Ladies and gentlemen, next Sunday is the beginning of Boy Scout Week. This year marks the 33rd birthday of scouting in this nation, a third of a century of service. Every Boy Scout is working for his country now, helping to win the war. And tonight we join millions of other Americans in saluting their great work. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Edward G. Robinson, Gail Patrick, and Laird Krieger in The Maltese Falcon. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The Great Gildersleeve appeared tonight through the courtesy of the Kraft Cheese Company. Beulah Bondi will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Watch on the Rhine, starring Betty Davis. Heard in tonight's play were Paula Winslow as Clara, Jeff Corey as Joe, and Eddie Marr, Norman Field, Leo Cleary, Charles Kane, Arthur Q. Bryan, Ken Christie, Sharon Douglas, and Fred Mackay. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Edward G. Robinson, Gail Patrick, and Laird Krieger in The Maltese Falcon.
Presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theatre brings you Bob Burns in Alias the Deacon with Helen Wood. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Even in the 20th century, there's no telling where you'll run into Robin Hood, or under what name. Tonight he's a long way from Sherwood Forest. He wears not a suit of Lincoln green, but one of modest black. He doesn't carry a longbow, but a deck of cards. And his name, known to every sheriff in the Middle West, is the Deacon. But don't be alarmed. Of all the gentry who deal cards with scientific knowledge instead of blind hope, the hero in our play, Alias the Deacon, is the most charming and the gentlest. His coat may conceal a pair of aces, but beneath it beats a heart of gold.
It's a part for Bob Burns if ever there was one. And so we followed the inspired lead of Universal Pictures by casting him in this radio adaptation of the screen success. It took a little persuasion, though, to get him here. Bob said he'd promised some fellow to go fishing with him. We got him to postpone his trip only by revealing a very special rendezvous for trout. I'd been reserving that spot for a holiday of my own after finishing the picture Northwest Mounted Police. But I think Bob Burns in Alias the Deacon will be worth the sacrifice. Wherever the Deacon alights from his private car, any passing truck, injustice is on its way to defeat, and romance runs its proper course, and certain petty tyrants are apt to start running too. Any play with Bob Burns in it is a friendly play. But another kind of friendliness that we're very proud of is your loyalty to our product, Lux Flakes. You've never let us down yet, and I know Lux Flakes will never let you down. Now I'm sure you're anxious to meet the Deacon, so we'll raise the curtain on the first act of Alias the Deacon, starring Bob Burns in the title role and Helen Wood as Phyllis. The Truxton County Fair, somewhere in the Middle West. It's Saturday afternoon, and a holiday crowd jams the midway, gazing in awe at the world's greatest collection of freaks, gasping as the high diver plummets into the tank, meanwhile clutching tightly to their breasts their hard-earned baby dolls and canes. In a secluded corner of the grounds, another attraction holds forth, a quieter and more intimate form of entertainment. For here is where Deke Caswell, alias the Deacon, has set up his temporary stand. To collect his crowd, the Deacon plays a mournful tune on a mournful-looking instrument. And as the curious gather around, knowing farmers hold on to their pocketbooks. They've seen men like the Deacon before.
All right, dear, we're going. We're going, darling.
Wait a minute, lady. You don't have to leave. That baby ain't disturbing me.
Oh, he ain't he? Well, you're disturbing him. Don't cry.
Well, I guess everybody ain't got the same taste for music, folks, but there's one sound that's music to everybody's ears. That's the music of jingling coins. Of course, you have to have the coins to jingle. Well, that's where I come in. Gentlemen, I'm going to give each and every one of you a chance to win some of these coins right now. I have here in my hand 3 ordinary everyday playing cards, the ace, the deuce, and tray of diamonds. I'm going to shuffle these cards a little and lay them face down here on the stand. Now, all you got to do, gentlemen, is watch where I put the ace. Why, it's so simple, honestly, sometimes I'm right ashamed of myself. Here we go now. Watch it closely. 1, 2, 3. Which one is the ace? Anybody like to try it?
I bet $50.
All right, brother. No amount's too big or too small.
That's the ace. That one there.
Let's see now. Well, brother, I guess you wasn't watching very close that time. You picked the tray.
That's funny.
Who'll be the next red-blooded gentleman? Watch it closely now. As many can play as want to. Just put your money on the card and be sure it's the right one. I saw it. Right here.
You too. There's my money.
Only one way to find out, gentlemen. Turn up the cards you bet on. Well, what do you know about that? I win again. All right, now, who'll be the next?
Just a minute, you. You're switching those cards around. You're crooked.
I resent that.
Do you deny it?
No, I just resent it. All right, gentlemen, now who'll take a chance? It's a simple, honest little game. Come on, folks, come on. Don't let me stand here talking to myself. I've heard all this before. How about you, brother? Like to try it once more?
Hope you cleaned me.
Oh, that's too bad. How much did I clean you for?
60 cents.
Well, brother, you wasn't very dirty, was you?
I'll try it, mister.
Thank you, brother. Step aside here, folks. Let a gentleman in with courage and vision. Step right up, sir. Now, all you got to do is pick the right card.
Sure, I know.
All right, now watch it. 1, 2, 3, and away we go. Opportunity's knocking, folks. A little risk and a big profit.
I'll bet $1.
$1. The gentleman bets $1. And which card is the ace, brother?
That one. Right there.
Oh, I'm sorry, brother, but you guessed wrong. My, I sure thought you had me that time. Want to try it again? You're a real sport, brother.
No, I ain't. I'm the chief of police.
That's what I was... Huh?
The chief of police.
Uh-huh. Well, brother, I guess that's one time I guessed wrong.
All right, mister. You see that sign over there?
Where? Oh. You are now leaving Truxton. That's the sign you mean?
Yeah, and the sign means you. Now go on, beat it.
Thanks, Chief.
Don't thank me. If the roof of our jail didn't leak, you wouldn't be getting off so easy. There's the bus depot right over there. Now come on. The bus leaves in 5 minutes. Get on and stay on.
Where does this bus go if it's any of my business?
Next town is Shelton, the county seat.
Well, does your jurisdiction extend that far?
No, it don't.
Well, then you wouldn't mind if I stop over there long enough to give one of my educational lectures?
Why, no. I'll even wire my friend the sheriff to reserve a nice room with a southern exposure. Why, Phyllis,
Oh. Hello, Chief Davis.
what are you doing here?
Waiting for the bus. I'm leaving Truxton.
A fine night you picked for traveling. What's the idea?
My job folded up. There's no reason for my staying here any longer.
I guess not. Well, I hope things break better for you wherever you're going.
Hey, you folks, you waiting for the bus?
Yeah, why?
Well, I'm sorry, folks, but the road's washed out at the pike. The bus will be about 6 hours late.
You mean I have to spend 6 more hours in this broken-down hillbilly town? Why? Why, it'll be a pleasure, Chief. But maybe it's a pleasure I can skip. Where does that delivery truck go? Anybody know?
Why, that's Johnny Sloan. They're going into Shelton, probably.
Shelton, huh? Well, maybe I ought to have a talk with Mr. Sloan. Evening, young fella.
Hello.
Kind of bad night all around.
I'll say it is. I've been driving through floods for 2.5 hours. Got water in my motor and my gas tank. I got it in the carburetor and ignition, but not a drop in my radiator.
Say, I don't suppose I might ride along.
No.
No, I suppose not.
Hey, Johnny, you'd like to give someone a lift?
I just told him no passengers. Company rule.
Oh, I don't mean him. There's a young lady here that...
Sorry.
I guess the age of chivalry is dead.
It is with the Crane Trucking Company.
Oh, come on, son. You can take a chance just this once. Why...
Please don't trouble. I can wait.
I'm sorry, lady, but I... Oh, are you the person who wants a lift?
Yes, but don't put yourself out for me.
Why, no trouble at all. No trouble at all. You married?
Me? No.
Sweetheart?
No.
Family?
A father, Mr. District Attorney.
And he's...
He and I are very little of your business.
All right, if you want to be the mystery lady. But aren't you afraid riding through the night this way with me? A guy you never met before?
No.
Oh, you're not, huh?
No.
What did you do if I stopped the truck on this lonely road?
You wouldn't do that.
Wouldn't I, though?
No.
Uh-huh, we'll see about that. Well?
Well?
You haven't any protection now.
That's right.
Oh, why don't you scream?
I'm hoarse from last night.
Okay, you win. But it's a good thing I have to be in Shelton by morning.
Me too, son. Let's go.
What in the... How did you get back there?
Oh, I just figured since you changed your mind about taking the little lady, you might change it about me, too. Of course, I ain't as pretty as she is.
All right. Keep quiet about it.
Thanks, son.
Well, this is Shelton.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Sloan.
It's all right.
Tell me, you married?
Me? No.
Sweetheart?
No, No, I haven't. And I won't have until in my kick reposes another $250. The same being the rest of the purchase price for the best little business opportunity in all Shelton.
I see.
Yes'm. In front of you, you see a guy who isn't going to be a truck jockey all his life. Shelton needs a first-class garage. And I got my eye on a place that with a little fixing will make the ones here now hang their grease racks in shame.
I'm sure it'll be a success. Well, goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you going to do?
Look for a job?
Oh, will I see you again?
Probably.
Well, that's good. You see, there's a lot of things we ought to talk about.
Are there?
Sure. A lot of questions I'd like to ask you.
Questions? Like what?
Oh, like,
Say, where's the nearest barber shop?
Oh, for the love of... Are you still here?
Uh-huh.
Well, what do you want?
Just the nearest barber shop, that's all.
Across the street.
Thanks, son. And thanks a lot for the ride.
How about it, Sheriff? You want a little tonic on the hair, Sheriff?
Nope, just water.
Sure, you're the boss, Sheriff. You're the boss.
Make it fast, Henry. I'm a mighty busy man since oil was discovered in this town.
Morning.
Good morning. You're next.
Thanks.
Yes, Sheriff, it'd be nice if we could have an oil boom like this every year.
I don't know. There's been an awful lot of riffraff drifting into town.
Yeah, I bet you're keeping your good eye on all suspicious characters, Sheriff?
I'm keeping a special lookout for a card sharp they run out of Truxton. Heading this way.
Is that so?
Yes, sir. I got a wire this morning. No tin-horn gambler better show himself around here.
Hey, mister, where are you going?
I'll be back a little later.
But I'm ready for you now.
Just a minute, mister. Don't believe I've seen you around here before. I'm Yates, Sheriff Yates.
Well, how do you do, Sheriff? I'm Caswell, Deacon Caswell.
Well, how do you do? Deacon, eh?
Oh, yes.
I heard there was a lot of strange goings-on in this town. I figured I could do some good around here.
As a matter of fact, Deacon, I think you could. Now, for instance, I happen to know there's a lot of gambling going on.
Gambling? Tell me, Sheriff, where's the game?
Well, I ain't sure yet, but I kind of got my eye on the Clark Hotel.
You have, huh?
Yeah, Elsie Clark's place, just down the street. If my information is correct, there's a bridge game goes on there pretty near every day.
Ain't it awful the way some folks get into?
The rest of the picks are ours. You're down 3, Elsie.
My goodness, but you do get the cards, Mrs. Gregory.
I play the ones I get, Elsie.
You certainly do, Mother.
Yes, and us along with them.
Well, ladies, I don't like to break up the game, but I'm expecting Mr. Cunningham. How much do I owe this time?
A little less than $35, Mrs. Clark.
$35? Oh, well, I'll get it out of the hotel safe. We'll go on with the game as soon as I've seen Mr. Cunningham.
Dear me. Elsie's been having awfully bad luck, hasn't she? Of course, I can afford it, but Elsie, well, I don't know. She can afford it, too, with a hotel like this. Well, as a matter of fact, I think trying to hold it is the reason she plays. She mortgaged the place to Mr. Cunningham before the boom came, and he's one of those men who likes to be paid. Yes, I've heard that about Mr. Cunningham.
Well, I guess I'll have to step across to the bank for a minute. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Don't be too long, dear.
I won't.
Mother, listen. Shh, now be quiet.
I won't. How much longer do we have to keep these bridge games up? I'm getting sick of these women.
We're going to play until Mr. Cunningham gets this hotel.
I don't see what Mr. Cunningham has to do with it.
Well, I do. He happens to hold our mortgage, too. He told me that anything I could do to help him get this place, well, he said he wouldn't forget it.
You mean he doesn't want Mrs. Clark to meet her note?
Mildred, be careful what you say, dear. It might be misinterpreted.
Over there, Deacon. That's our hardware store. Jim Cunningham owns that.
Cunningham, huh? That the same Cunningham that runs the real estate office?
Same feller. Cunningham's a pretty important man in this town, Deacon.
Mm-hmm. You know, this is mighty friendly of you to show me around like this, Sheriff. Seems to be a right promising little town.
Well, we've had so many undesirables drifting in lately, it's nice to meet up with a better class of newcomer.
And that's nice of you to say, Sheriff. It is indeed.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. This is the Clark Hotel right here, Deacon. I'll see if we can get you a room. Go ahead, Deacon.
Thank you, brother.
Willie, customer here.
Hello, Sheriff.
Oh, where's your ma, Willie?
She's in the office, borrowing some more money from that old weasel Jim Cunningham.
Now, Willie, Mr. Cunningham's been a good friend to your ma.
Sure. He was a good friend of Whitey Hoyt's ma, too. Now he owns her property.
That's so, Sheriff?
Oh, you can't believe everything you hear.
Believe me, he wouldn't be coming around here with his promises to pay if my pop was still alive. Well, what kind of room do you want, Deacon? The $2 kind or the $3 kind?
Well, what's the difference?
Well, there's no difference. We've only got one room left.
Well, I kind of wanted the $3 kind.
Gee, that's swell.
Hey, kid, give me the key to me room, will you?
Here it is.
Ah, thanks, pal. Oh, hiya, Sheriff.
Hello, Bull.
Hey, you gonna be down to fight Saturday? I'll kill that guy.
Sure, I'll be there.
Oh, swell, Sheriff.
All right, Bull, all right. Let's get going.
Huh? Going where?
We got some road work to do before lunch.
Oh, I was just gonna take a little nap.
Come on. The guy that's promoting this match wants to see some action. Get going.
Road work all the time, road work. I'm getting sick of it.
I didn't know you went in for prize fights in this town, Sheriff.
Well, we don't usually, Deacon, but Mr. Cunningham is opening a new auditorium, and, well, you know.
I see.
And this new note covers all I owe you, Mr. Cunningham.
That's right, Mrs. Clark. You can tear the others up.
Morning, Elsie.
Oh, hello, Sheriff.
Hello, Tom.
Hi, Mr. Cunningham. Folks, this is Deacon Caswell, Mrs. Clark, and Mr. Cunningham.
How do you do, Deacon?
Pleased to meet you, ma'am.
The Deacon's come to help clean up the town.
Oh, is that so?
Well, I think I can clean up a little anyway.
That's fine, Deacon. Anything I can do for you, just let me know.
Now, that's very kind, Mr. Cunningham.
Good morning, folks. Morning, Deacon.
Good morning, Mr. Cunningham.
Ma, the deacon wants a room. The $3 kind.
Oh, certainly. Will you just come this way, Deacon? I've got a nice room on the first floor. While you're in town, Deacon, I'd like to have you meet our Ladies' Community League. I'm sure you have a lot of things to tell us.
Why, Mrs. Clark, you're a positive mind reader.
Elsie? Oh, here you are. We thought you were lost, Mrs. Clark.
Deacon, this is Mrs. Gregory and her daughter Mildred, Deacon Caswell.
It's a pleasure, ladies.
How do you do? Well, are we ready to play?
Oh, I'm sorry, girls, but Mrs. Hawley isn't here, and...
Play?
Just a little bridge.
Oh, Nora, the deacon will think we've been gambling.
Oh, not at all, not at all.
Perhaps you'd like to take Mrs. Hawley's place, Deacon.
Oh, but I'm sure he wouldn't.
Well, now, I must confess, I have kind of puttered around with cards on several occasions, just to make up a foursome, of course.
Then you will join us.
Me? You mean for money?
Oh, well, now, it needn't be. We can play for nothing.
Well, I don't...
Oh, I guess I wouldn't mind playing for some trifling stakes, just to be sociable.
Oh, that's so nice of you, Deacon.
Well, it is indeed. We'll only be about an hour.
An hour? Well, I'd say that should be just about long enough.
That's our trick, Deacon.
Is it, Mrs. Clark? Now, ain't that lucky?
Play your card, please, Deacon.
Oh, certainly. You know, I guess we Caswells are all lucky. All except my Uncle Canfield Caswell, that is. Whenever I had him for partner, I used to feel I was living beyond my means.
If you don't mind, Deacon, this one is our trick.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought that was my ace. I did have one that kind of resembled it.
10 of diamonds.
Your play, Deacon. Mildred played the 10.
A red one, huh? Mrs. Clark, I'm awfully afraid I've messed this hand all up. I don't seem to have any more red ones left. See?
Why, you've got nothing but trump.
Is that good?
Fair, Deacon. Just fair.
Oh, don't you see, Deacon? All the rest are ours.
They are?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess I'll just never get to understand this game.
Well, how much do we owe?
Exactly $86.
$86? Why, we've been gambling.
Not with your luck, Deacon. Come on, Mildred. Let's go. Goodbye. And thank you so much for helping us out, Deacon.
That's all right,
Well,
ladies. I'm happy to have met you.
Well, here's your share of the winnings, Deacon.
Why, Mrs. Clark, I couldn't touch that money.
Oh, but you must.
Oh, no, I couldn't.
Well, it's hardly fair, but if you say so.
Well, now, maybe I could. That is, if I donate it to some charity or, say, the Deacon Caswell Fund.
The Deacon Caswell Fund. How marvelous. Your own fund.
Yes, ma'am. My very own.
Oh, my purse.
Oh, I'll pick it up, ma'am.
Oh, it's all right.
Notes. Paying up your debts, Mrs. Clark?
Well, not exactly. I gave Mr. Cunningham one note to cover the whole amount. $3,000.
Oh. I guess he's the same Mr. Cunningham who's going to promote the prize fight, huh?
Yes.
Quite a busy man in this town, isn't he?
Yes, why?
Oh, nothing. Only my Uncle Phineas once said, if you try to pick all the flowers, you're bound to get some poison ivy.
You have just heard Act One of Alias the Deacon with Bob Burns and Helen Wood. While we're waiting for Mr. DeMille to present Act Two, let's talk about vacations. What are you going to do for your vacation, Sally?
Why, I'm thinking of flying to New York, Mr. Ruick.
How exciting. I suppose you're thinking a lot about clothes, aren't you?
Oh, I've got everything planned.
What are you taking?
Why, a half a pound of underthings, an ounce of stockings, 3 pounds of dresses.
Hey, have you lost your mind? What do you mean, half a pound of underthings, 3 pounds of dresses?
That's the way you pack for air travel, by the pound.
You know, I can't help thinking...
Thinking what?
How easy it would be to tuck a box of new Quick Lux Flakes into your bag. It's mighty handy to have when you want to freshen up your things.
Why, Mr. Ruick, I always travel with new Quick Lux. It's so easy to give my underthings or blouses or dresses a quick dip in the suds.
And it means you don't have to take along so many things, doesn't it?
That's right. I take a few and freshen them often with new Quick Lux. It's a grand way to stay fresh and dainty.
You know, that's a good tip for all our listeners who are planning vacations. Travel light and take along a box of Lux Flakes as your daintiness insurance. Lux removes every trace of perspiration from your washables and protects you against offending.
Undies should be Lux after every wearing. Blouses, dresses, and accessories often, especially during warm weather.
New Quick Lux is so easy to use, so fast. In water as cool as your hand, they dissolve 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. And New Quick Lux is thrifty to use, too. Ounce for ounce, it gives you more suds than the other soaps tested, even in hard water. Fast, thrifty, and safe for everything safe in water alone. That means stockings, underthings, and all your washable dresses. Ask for New Quick Lux tomorrow in the generous large box. It comes in the same familiar package and costs no more. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of Alias the Deacon, starring Bob Burns as the Deacon, with Helen Wood as Phyllis. The quiet little town of Shelton
is proving a gold mine for the amiable Deacon. For a gentleman so unfamiliar with bridge, his luck is astounding. And slowly but surely, his partner, Mrs. Clark, is winning back all she lost. Through the Deacon's influence, Phyllis is now employed as a waitress in the Clark Hotel. From breakfast to dinner, she's on her feet. But she's never too tired at night to go walking with Johnny Sloan. On this evening, their walk has taken them to the outskirts of the town. At last, in the bright moonlight, Johnny comes to a halt, right at the edge of a junkyard.
Well, there it is, Phyllis.
There's what?
The junkyard. How do you like it?
Well, it's very pretty.
I admit it doesn't look like much, but I can buy it cheap.
Buy it? Oh, Johnny, maybe we better sit down and rest. You've been working too hard.
The idea is quicker than the eye, lady. You see all those auto wrecks? I can salvage all the junk parts and start a little supply shop. Strictly second-hand.
Oh, I see.
They'll sell it for $250. All I'm short is $240.
I wish I could help you.
You can.
I?
Sure. Planning things out is fun, but, well, it's more fun if you do it with someone. You feel that way, too?
Yes, I do.
Well, if I get the business started and things look better,
Yes, Johnny?
Oh, maybe you don't want to hear any more of this.
But I do, a whole lot more.
Then get hold of yourself, because I got an awful lot to tell you about us. Hey.
What's the matter?
I just happened to think. You know, I don't even know your last name.
This morning, Deacon. Fix you up all spruce.
Nope, just finish with the shave, Andre, and don't make it too close.
Oh, don't worry about me. I haven't cut a customer in over a week.
You know, the barber down home used to deduct a penny every time he cut somebody. You know, it was nothing to see a customer leave his shop a dime winner. Say, how's the sheriff getting along with his gambling crusade?
Oh, fine. No more gambling in this town.
Well, that's almost too bad in a way.
Huh? What do you mean?
I understand some people find a lot of pleasure in a friendly game of cards.
Deacon, you ain't one of those people.
Oh, no. I always remember what my Uncle Confucius Caswell used to say. Cards have either a bee or a bicycle on their backs. That means if you play with them, you either get stung or taken for a ride.
That's all right.
Well, good morning, Mr. Cunningham.
I've been looking for you, Deacon. What's the idea of your steaming up the Ladies' League against holding the fight? I don't like it.
Well, to tell you the truth, Brother Cunningham, I didn't think you would.
What's that?
I'm just on my way to the Clark Hotel to address a special meeting of the Ladies' League now. You're not going my way, are you?
I certainly am not. Now, listen, Deacon, if you don't stop shooting off your mouth about things that don't concern you,
But, Brother Cunningham, you do concern me. I remember what my Uncle Confucius used to say. It's wise to remember that the teeth that smile also bite.
Hang your Uncle Confucius. I've got an uncle, too. And he says a closed mouth catches no flies.
That kind of makes good sense. Look, Brother Cunningham, now, if you was to make this fight of yours sort of a part for charity...
What?
I think that'd kind of lift the entire proceedings into something finer, more aesthetic. Now, there's one little charity that's kind of in debt, about $3,000. You know anything about it?
You're not getting a quarter out of me, or any information either. Remember what my uncle said.
All right, Brother Cunningham. And if you see your uncle, you might tell him what my uncle said. He said that smart people always do in the beginning what darn fools finally do in the end. Now, if you'll excuse me, the ladies are waiting. Good morning, Brother Cunningham.
And now, ladies, I am proud to present our esteemed guest and speaker, the good Deacon Caswell.
Thank you, ladies. My, what a wonderful gathering. I declare I don't believe I've ever seen so many bright and intelligent faces. But as intelligent as I'm sure you are, I think I should take a few minutes to explain the subject of this meeting, just in case there might be one sister among you that doesn't quite understand it. I'm reminded of one such case that happened in my hometown. It seems the ladies' auxiliary discovered they had a surplus of $140 in the church treasury, and they called a meeting of the congregation to vote on whether or not they would spend $67 for a new chandelier for the church. They put it to a vote, and everyone agreed except one man. That was my own Grandpa Snazzy. Everybody surrounded him, and they said, "Snazzy, we ought to make this unanimous. What are your objections to buying this chandelier for the church?" Grandpa Snazzy says, "It's the silliest thing I ever heard of, just like throwing $67 in the fire." He says, "After you bought the chandelier, there ain't a soul in town can play one of the darn things." But ladies, We're here today to discuss bringing something to this town that's far more important than that. And that, ladies, is reform. Thank you, ladies. That's why I've chosen to speak to you today on the evils of prize fighting. It isn't prize fighting alone that's objectionable. It's the element it brings to your fair city. After all, a man is known for the company he keeps.
Johnny.
Come outside quick. It's important.
All right away. What's the matter, Johnny? Has something happened?
Hello.
What?
I said hello.
Johnny, is that all you wanted?
Sure. Why?
I thought it was something important.
Well, I'm important, ain't I?
Yes, but... Well, I thought you had some news about the garage.
I have.
What?
I made $3 this morning fixing a fellow's car. Now all I need is $237.
Oh, Johnny, you're crazy.
Hot dog, yippee!
Willie, what's the matter with you?
Boy, am I happy. Trouble's come home to roost on old Cunningham and his pals.
Friendly little cuss, aren't you?
Now, with those guys, I ain't. Seeing their prize fight blow up tickles me clear down to my heels.
You mean the fight's off?
It will be unless they can get a substitute for Knockout Blake. He's in the clinker.
You mean in jail?
Well, what did I just say? I heard him inside. They're trying to dig up a substitute.
Will they pay him?
Sure, if they can find one.
Willie, I think they've got one right now. Come here. I got a great idea. Go into that room and tell them you know a fellow.
I tell you, this fight has got to go on. I put a lot of money into this thing.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Cunningham, but is it our fault if Blake gets pinched?
Hey, you know what I think?
What?
I think we ought to get a substitute.
Oh. I ought to hire somebody to listen to you.
Oh, Champ! Oh, excuse me. I was looking for the Champ.
The who?
The Champ, Johnny Sloan.
Johnny Sloan. Is he a fighter?
Is he? Say, Ole over at the gas station told me Johnny once knocked out a guy bigger than the bull here.
Huh?
There he is outside. Hey, Champ!
Hello, Willie. Did you call me?
Oh, come here, kid. So you're a battler, huh?
Sure, sometimes.
Battler nothing. He's a killer.
Well, how'd you like to kill the bull?
Maybe. How much?
Yeah, how much?
$100.
$100. Hey, Champ, he thinks you're still an amateur.
Sure, sounds like it. Well, that's an insult.
No, take it easy. Take it easy.
$250.
$250 or nothing.
Oh, come now, be reasonable.
Yeah,
after all.
be reasonable. You know, money ain't everything in life.
Quiet.
Well, that's what you're always telling me.
I'll make it $150, and an extra $100 if you stay the full 10 rounds.
All right, you got a deal.
And a fighter.
Well, that takes quite a load off my mind.
Yeah? Well, if I was you, I wouldn't get too happy with that deacon inside there stirring up the clubwomen against our little waltz.
The deacon? Oh, I can handle him.
Yeah? How?
Excuse me. I'll be right back.
Ladies, prize fighting is the appeal to man's baser instincts. It encourages gambling. It sets men a-feuding with each other. It brings a class of people...
Caswell! Call for Deacon Caswell!
I'll take it, son, if you'll excuse me, ladies.
Right over here, Deacon.
What is it, son?
Listen, Deacon, you've got to cut out this anti-fight stuff.
Oh, I'm afraid I can't, son. I can't explain just now, but...
But Johnny's going to fight. He's going to get $250 for it. He needs the money badly, Deacon. You see, without it, him and Phyllis can't get married.
Oh, well, that's too bad, but I just can't get out of this right now. I just can't do it.
No? All right, Deacon. Remember the day I took your bag upstairs for you?
Yes?
Well, it fell open. There was 6 packs of cards in it.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Well, now maybe I can do something after all.
Sure you can, Deacon. Attaboy.
Yes, my dear ladies, I believe I've discussed one side of this question pretty thoroughly. But like all subjects, there are 2 sides to it. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. I was discussing the evils of prize fighting. Prize fighting is horrible, but prize fighting is also a form of athletics. And athletics is what builds our children into strong, healthy citizens. We don't want our boys to be strong and healthy, do we? Well, we want them to be strong and healthy, don't we? Why, of course we do. And the manly art of self-defense will help them to be. And that's why, ladies, I'm telling you now, anyone who opposes prize fighting in this community is a traitor to her country.
Johnny, is it almost time?
Almost. That's the last preliminary up there now.
Johnny, I just can't stay and watch the fight. I'm going back to the hotel.
Okay, I'll be there in an hour. We'll spend the rest of the night just counting that dough.
Hello, youngster.
What do you want?
Now, is that friendly? I just stopped in to see how you're feeling.
I'd feel better if you'd keep away from me. You're a jinx.
Oh, you've got me wrong, brother. I hope you knock that bull so cold they'll have to carry him out with a pair of ice tongs.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Sounds like you're feeling pretty fit, all right.
Doesn't he look it?
Well, I like to know these things because while the race is not always to the swift nor the battle to the strong, it's not a bad way to bet. Good luck, Johnny.
Thanks.
Okay, Flo, we're on. Let's get going.
All set. So long, darling.
So long. Be careful.
Sure. See you at the hotel.
You a little worried?
Worried? A polar bear'd have to wear mittens to shake hands with me. Oh, I hope it works out, Deacon. So much depends on it.
Just remember that dark cloud has got a $250 silver lining. Now, you run along now. Don't worry about it.
Longest hanging on for all he's worth. I don't see how he stuck it out for 10 rounds, but he has 10 rounds of terrible punishment. And he's still taking it. The bull shoots another hard right to his jaw. And another one. The kid's knees are buckling. He's going down. No, he won't go down. Sloan just won't.
Come on, Johnny. Just a few more seconds. 10 seconds more, Johnny. Hang on. 8 more seconds. 7 seconds. 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He did it! He did it!
No use arguing about it, Sloan. 150 is all you get. Take it or leave it.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Cunningham. You said an extra 100 if I stuck the full 10 rounds. Well, I stuck, didn't I?
Yes, you stuck. You were out on your feet. Telling me you were a fighter. Why, you couldn't punch your way out of a paper bag.
All right. Then this shouldn't hurt you. Oh!
Come on, Sheriff. We'll probably find him in the hotel.
Right with you, Mr. Cunningham.
Just a minute, Mr. Cunningham. Why, I've known Johnny for years. He wouldn't do a thing like that.
Sure, but he did it. There he is. Sheriff, do your duty.
What's the matter here?
Is there anything wrong?
Sloan, you're under arrest.
Why? He had a right to hit Mr. Cunningham.
Maybe so, but he didn't have a right to steal his wallet.
What?
I didn't take any wallet.
You knocked me unconscious in the dressing room. When I came to, my wallet was gone. You stole it.
That's a lie.
A lie? I suppose you didn't hit me.
Oh, sure, he hit you, but that's only half the truth. And when a man tells only half the truth, Brother Cunningham, it's just the same as a lie.
We'll let the law decide that.
A good sheriff ain't interested in law. He's interested in justice.
That may be right, Deacon, but it looks like I'll have to take the boy along.
All right. Do you mind if I... Can I speak to Phyllis a minute?
Sure. I'll be waiting outside. Come on, Deacon. Come on, Mr. Cunningham. I'll need you to swear out the warrant.
It'll be a pleasure.
Phyllis.
You shouldn't have done it, Johnny. Even though he promised you the money, you had no right to take it.
But I didn't take it. You don't really believe I'd do a thing like that?
Well, you said you'd go with the sheriff.
What else can I do? I've told you exactly what happened. I hit him, walked out, bumped into the deacon, and came right over to see you.
Bumped into the deacon?
Yeah, right outside the dressing room door.
The deacon.
Better come along now, Johnny.
Okay. Don't worry, Phyllis. It'll come out all right. So long.
Oh, Johnny.
Phyllis, I'm awfully sorry about the boy, Phyllis, but I did the best I could for him.
Yes, I'm sure you did.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean. You were right outside the dressing room when Johnny hit him and knocked him out. Then Johnny left, and you went in.
Oh, I see. You think I did it?
I know all about you. I had a letter from Truxton. You were run out of there. You may be fooling Mrs. Clark and a lot of other innocents around here, but I know you. And the whole town will know you if that wallet isn't returned by tomorrow morning. Do you understand? Tomorrow morning.
I guess you got a right to think that way you're thinking now, Phyllis. I've been on the wrong side of society for a long time, but I've always liked to believe that I ain't ever been mean. Not as mean as you're making me out to be. I guess it wouldn't do much good for me to tell you you're wrong.
No, it wouldn't.
I see. All right, Miss Phyllis. I'll still be around in the morning. Good night.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille brings you Act 3 of Alias the Deacon with Bob Burns and Helen Wood. During this short intermission, we bring you our friends, the Browning family, again. Mother Browning is returning tonight from a trip, and Dot and Midge have planned a little surprise for her.
I've got dinner all ready, Midgie. You about done with the table?
Mm-hmm. As soon as I lay the spoons all around. There. Doesn't that look nice?
Oh, divine. My goodness, I bet Mother will be surprised. Here she comes now.
Dot, Midge, where are you? I'm home.
Hi, Mother.
Greetings, Mummy, darling. Have fun?
Grand. How nice everything looks.
We've got dinner all ready. All you have to do is eat.
You darlings. The table looks lovely. Why, what's this?
Surprise! Surprise!
Look, these lovely spoons. Where did you get them?
They're our coming home present for you.
How sweet.
Just think, we got 6 of them. 6 beautiful teaspoons for only 50 cents. And the top from a large box of new Lux, Quick Lux. It's a new offer the makers of Lux Flakes are taking right now.
And look, Mums, it's the allure pattern, just like the silver we got before.
And it's original Rogers silver plate.
Doesn't it look lovely with our other silver?
It looks beautiful, dear. That pattern's so simple, it would go well with any silver.
And, Mother, a whole list of the other pieces we can get in the allure pattern came with the spoon.
Dot and I want to send for the perfectly ducky beyond knives and forks.
Oh, they're sublime. The cutest short blades and prongs and long handles and...
Yes, hundreds of thousands of women have been enthusiastic about the beautiful allure pattern. And so many have asked for matching pieces of this handsome original Rogers silver plate that the makers of Lux Flakes, in cooperation with the International Silver Company, the world's largest silversmith, are offering this amazing bargain once again, so you can get new matching pieces or start a new set. This new offer brings you 6 beautiful teaspoons in the famous allure pattern, guaranteed original Rogers silver plate for only 50 cents and the top from a large box of new Quick Lux. Send the large box top with 50 cents in coin, no stamps, please, and your name and address to Lux, Meriden, that's Meriden, Meriden, Connecticut. I'll repeat that address. It's Lux, Meriden, 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 Connecticut. This offer is good only in the United States. I'll tell you more about it after our play. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Curtain rises on the 3rd act of Alias the Deacon. It's early the following morning. On the 2nd floor of the Clark Hotel, Phyllis moves swiftly along the quiet corridor. With a nervous glance over her shoulder, she starts down the stairs. But suddenly a figure steps from the shadows, and Mr. Sullivan stands in her way.
Good morning, Phyllis.
Oh, hello. You're up early, Mr. Sullivan.
Yeah, so are you. Where you been?
In my room?
Yeah, you weren't a minute ago. You were in Sloane's room. I saw you.
Well, you're crazy.
No, I'm not. Maybe you better hand it over, Phyllis.
Hand what over?
That wallet you found.
But I
Come
didn't...
on, I saw you. It was under the mattress. You better let me have it.
No. And you won't say anything, please.
Not me, but what about you? If they ever put you on the stand, your boyfriend sunk. Well, you couldn't lie even...
I know. He did it. Well, there's only one thing to do.
You mean get out of town?
Yes.
Look, beautiful, I'd like to help you. There's a bus leaving at 4 o'clock. We could be on it.
We could be on it?
Sure, you and me.
Thanks, just the same. But I always like to travel alone.
Deacon, is that you?
It's me, Mrs. Clark. I just came from the courthouse. Johnny will be released just as soon as the papers are filed.
You're a very persuasive man, Deacon. I never thought I'd be putting up bail for a criminal.
That boy is no criminal. Besides, helping young love is kind of good for you.
Yes, even if it isn't good for itself. Phyllis just left town. Didn't even want to say goodbye to him.
Left town? Mm. The older I get, the less luck I have figuring out any kind of woman.
Oh, you must be worn out, Deacon. Shall I send a cup of tea to your room?
Well, I'd sure like a cup of tea, but being a bachelor gets kind of lonesome. Maybe we could have it together.
Why, I think that would be pleasant as could be.
We should have held him. They had no right to let him go.
Now, take it easy, Mr. Cunningham.
Something the matter, Mr. Cunningham?
Plenty's the matter. That crook has skipped town.
What?
Johnny Sloan. Somebody put up bail for him, and he skipped town.
Oh, dear.
Oh, he wouldn't do that. He must have gone after Phyllis. Somebody must have told him.
Nevertheless, he's gone.
Oh, this is terrible. Mr. Cunningham, I put up the hotel as bail.
You did what?
The hotel. I put it up.
But I counted on this place as security for those loans. Why, I'm putting up bail for the man that assaulted me. Elsie, how could you do a thing like that to me?
I asked her to.
You asked her to. Elsie, whenever you needed money, you turned to me. But when it came to using that money, my money, you had to turn to a stranger, a meddlesome, two-faced hypocrite. Very well, Elsie. As soon as that young crook is caught, I'm starting suit on my note.
But I have 6 months to pay.
You had 6 months? Maybe you didn't notice that the new note is on demand.
Demand? But
Perhaps your financial advisor can straighten this out, too.
Oh, Deacon, what am I going to do?
I'm sorry, Miss Clark. I never thought this would happen.
But it's everything I own. Oh.
I don't think Mrs. Clark is feeling very well.
That's surprising, when she has you around here to help her. Oh, Mrs. Gregory was telling me about those little card games, Deacon. Very interesting.
Oh, yes. Well, I guess I shouldn't have played with those ladies, Brother Cunningham. I succumbed to a weakness. But to tell you the truth, if it wasn't that I didn't know one card from another, I'd be tempted to do it again. And that'd be dangerous because I've got my parish's money in my pocket. $2,500 of it.
What's that?
Yes, Mr. Sullivan. I got to be careful.
Well, I should say. You see, bridge is a very scientific game. But I'd be perfectly willing to give you a chance to even up at, let's say, a little draw poker.
Draw poker? What's that?
You don't know? Why, we can teach you, can't we, Mr. Cunningham?
Well, I'm kind of angry at the Deacon, but, maybe I was a bit too excitable.
Well, now, that's mighty swell of you, Brother Cunningham.
Just step into the dining room, Deacon. We'll teach you in no time at all. No time at
all. Now, let's see, gentlemen. You say a royal flush beats everything?
That's right.
You're catching on fast, Deacon.
Come on, let's begin. I'll deal.
Wait, don't you think I ought to cut the cards?
Huh?
Oh, not that I don't trust you, Mr. Sullivan. Well, I always say if you suspect a man, don't play with him. And if you play with him, don't suspect him. Still, I think it'd be a little more friendly if I cut him.
Sure, we'll even cut for deal. Take a card, Deacon.
Well, now, that's downright brotherly.
I have a 7.
10 here.
I got a king. Who wins?
Why, you do, Deacon.
Already?
Naturally. Beginner's luck.
Beginner's luck. How true, brother, how true. Now, let's see. I think you said 5 cards to each player, didn't you?
5 cards, Deacon. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll open for 10.
10, eh? All right, I'll stay.
Let's see now. That's a lot of money, 10 cents.
What do you mean 10 cents? $10.
$10?
Just a sociable game, Deacon.
Oh, well, I'll play along just to see what happens.
Add up, boy. 3 cards here.
And 2 for me.
3, 2. I'll just take 1.
Huh? I pass.
Me too.
Do we lay our hands down now, gentlemen?
That's right. Pair of kings.
I have 3 twos.
Let's see now. Aces count as 1s, don't they?
Well, yes, they do, but...
But then I guess you win, because that's all I have, 3 little bitty 1s.
Oh. Oh, well, now, that's too bad, Deacon. Better luck next time.
Well, that's the way I feel, brother. You deal, Mr. Sullivan. Is it my turn? I'll open also. I guess I can afford it.
I'll say you can. 9 straight pots. You sure picked the game up fast.
Thanks to your wonderful tutoring, Brother Sullivan.
I'll bet $50.
I'm in.
Well, now, to give you a chance to get even, that 50 and 50 more.
No, trying to scare me, huh? Well, I pass.
So do I. That guy does more raising than a roller blind.
There's my hand, a flush, brothers, all the same color.
Hey, wait a minute. They're all the same color, but one of them's a diamond.
Yes, one of them's a diamond.
Oh, yes. But now, you gentlemen threw your cards away, and when you throw your cards away, you lose. You told me that yourself, Brother Sullivan, remember?
Take the dough. Take it.
I'm awfully sorry, brothers. In fact, I'm tempted to return your money on this one.
Yeah?
But one must never yield to temptation.
It's my deal. Give me the cards.
Wonderful game, Brother Cunningham. I don't know when I've had so much fun.
Yeah.
The last pot I won, they'll save at least 100 heathens.
If you save any more heathens, they'll have to chip in to save me.
All right. Who opens?
Opens? Oh, yes. I'll bet $20.
I'm in. I'll stay, too. How many cards, Deacon?
Well, now, I'll take 4.
4? That's fine.
2 here.
2? And 2 for the dealer.
Brother Cunningham, is it correct to deal from the bottom of the deck?
I didn't deal from the bottom of the deck.
I didn't say you did. I just asked if it was correct.
Oh.
Play the game.
I'll bet $100.
Okay, I'm in.
100, eh? All right. And I'll raise that 200.
I'll raise that another 200.
I'm out.
I'll see that and throw in another 200.
My goodness, how much money is in that pot, brother? Over $1,000, ain't it?
1,360.
Have you got that much cash?
Well, I got Mrs. Clark's note. Is that good enough?
But lay it down, brother. What would you do with this hand, Brother Sullivan?
Listen, if I knew as little about cards as you, I'd write a book on it.
Oh, well, I'll see it, Brother Cunningham.
Right. 3 kings. I win.
Oh, just a minute, Brother Cunningham. I've got a full house.
What? Deacon, you're cheating.
Brother Cunningham, how could you say that?
Because I know what cards I dealt you.
Why, Brother Cunningham?
I mean, it's all a mistake. You see,
All right. Caught you in the act.
What is this, Sheriff?
I just got word that there's a card sharp in this room.
There certainly is, and there's your man, Jim Cunningham.
What?
Sure, he just admitted he was cheating.
Oh, please give him another chance, Sheriff.
Why, what's going on here?
Oh, Mrs. Clark, Mr. Cunningham has just donated this note of yours to the Caswell Fund.
You mean he's not going to sue?
I'm afraid not. Are you, brother?
No, certainly not.
Oh, Deacon, how can I thank you? Oh, I could just kiss you.
Well, that's a pretty good way. But there's one thing more. Mr. Cunningham, just what were the denominations of the bills stolen from your wallet?
4 $100 bills, brand new.
That's strange. They tally exactly with the bills Mr. Sullivan donated.
So what are you trying to do, pin it on me? Why, Phyllis even found the wallet in his room.
I guess she did, all right, after you put it there last night.
You're crazy.
Maybe so, but I ain't blind. If you didn't put it there, then how did you get those bills?
Well, I can explain that.
You'll explain it down at the jail. Come on.
Now, wait a minute.
Shut up. Oh, Deacon, it just occurred to me. Remember that other card sharp I was telling you about?
Oh, yes.
Well, I think I know who he is. I guess he'll be gone, though, by the time I tend to these birds.
Oh, I'm sure he will. Good morning, Sheriff.
Deacon. Hey, Deacon.
Hello, Willie.
Where you going with that grip at this time of night?
I'm leaving town, Willie.
What for?
Well, it's kind of a long story. Something to do with those 6 decks of cards you found, remember?
Yeah, but do you have to go?
I guess I do. Good luck, son.
Well, so long. Good luck.
Hello, Deacon.
Well, if it ain't Johnny Sloan and Phyllis.
We've been waiting here to see you.
I knew you didn't run away, Johnny.
I just went after Phyllis. When I got back, I found this in my room. It's a deed to that property I wanted.
Is that so?
And I know who put it there and who paid for it. Thanks, Deacon.
Oh, forget it. Or else go thank Brother Cunningham. It was really his money.
Deacon, I just found out why Mr. Cunningham wanted this hotel.
You don't say. I bet he thinks there's oil on this property or something.
Why, yes, he does. And there is, too. I've just been speaking to a man from one of the big companies.
Oil? Oh, why, Mrs. Clark, that's wonderful.
Deacon, you did all this.
Oh, listen, I didn't
You
do
certainly
anything.
did. And I'm ashamed of the wrong way I had you pegged, Deacon.
Well, I'm glad you changed your mind about me anyway, Johnny. You see, my Uncle Sankey always used to say that the only people that ever changes their mind are them that has 'em. Well, I'll be getting on.
Deacon, you aren't leaving. Oh, you can't leave now.
Oh, I'm afraid I got to, Elsie, but it ain't a permanent parting. I got a few things to take care of and a little thinking to do. When that's all over, I'll be coming back because I sure like this town and the people in it. Well, so long, folks. Good luck.
So long, guys. Come back
We bring to a close our performance of Alias the Deacon. In a moment, Mr. DeMille returns with Bob Burns.
But first, I want to tell you more about our spectacular new offer. Right now, for a limited time, you can get 6 beautiful teaspoons in the same handsome allure pattern we've offered before. And you can get all 6 spoons for only 50 cents and the top from a large-sized box of New Quick Lux Flakes. Why, that's less than 9 cents a spoon. It's a great value, a marvelous bargain. Every single piece is original Rogers silver plate, made by the International Silver Company, the world's largest silversmiths. That name stands for guaranteed quality. As a matter of fact, a written guarantee comes with the silver and says in part,
every piece of silverware bearing the name William Rogers Manufacturing Company is guaranteed to give satisfaction in family use and will be replaced without charge at any time it does not conform to this guarantee.
That's it, a guaranteed quality. And beautiful workmanship besides. The allure pattern is a delicate wheat motif, which is truly stunning, rich, graceful, and so simple it will harmonize with other silver patterns you already have.
How do I get these 6 teaspoons, Mr. Ruick?
It's very easy. First, buy the thrifty large-size box of Lux. When you buy it, ask your dealer for the handy order blank, or just send your name and address and the top from your large box of New Quick Lux with 50 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux, Meriden, that's Meriden, Meriden, Connecticut, and you'll receive your 6 teaspoons promptly.
Can I get as many sets as I like, Mr. Ruick?
You certainly can. But for each extra set, be sure to send another 50 cents and another large box top. With the spoons, you'll get a full list of all the other pieces available in the allure pattern, including the smart new Viand knife and fork. Now remember, you can't buy this allure pattern in any store. It's exclusive with the makers of Lux Flakes. So send for your 6 teaspoons right away. Mail the top from a large box of Lux with 50 cents in coin and your name and address to Lux, Meriden, that's Meriden, Meriden, Connecticut. This offer is good only in the United States. Here's Mr. DeMille with our star.
The Deacon is looking for new fields to conquer. But the man who made him real tonight is right here at our microphone, Bob Burns.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I want to tell you I enjoy coming to the Lux Radio Theatre. You always say such nice things about my acting.
Well, Bob, I hope it was acting.
But now, Mr. DeMille, I don't want people to think if they come over to my house to play old maid, I'm going to deal from the bottom of the deck. You know, when we was rehearsing the other day, I got to thinking about my Uncle Fudd.
That's exactly what we've been waiting for, Bob. For something to remind you of your Uncle Fudd.
Well, now, you may not know this, Mr. DeMille, but he's my poker-playing uncle. You know, he just wants to play poker all the time, but he never wins. The last time I was down in Van Buren, Uncle Fudd asked me to go along with him to a poker game. Well, I didn't get into the game, but I watched. And I want to tell you, Mr. DeMille, it was awful the things they was doing to Uncle Fudd. Why, they dealt from every part of the deck but the top. Well, I finally took Uncle Fudd out there after he'd lost 35 or 40 cents, and I said to him, I says, Uncle Fudd, this game is crooked. They've been cheating you. He said, yes, Robin, I know it. Says, they've been cheating me right along. I says, well, what do you keep going back for? And he says, well, Robin, there ain't nothing I can do about it. It's the only poker game in town.
Uncle Fudd's philosophy is certainly refreshing. I hope your relatives don't start that game on Monday nights until our play is over.
Oh, what's your show going to be next Monday night, Mr. DeMille?
We're going to have one of the great actresses of our time, or any other time, in the Lux Radio Theatre next Monday night. Miss Helen Hayes. Our play is the delightful comedy by Mark Connolly and George S. Kaufman, To the Ladies. With Helen Hayes, we'll have Otto Kruger, and they'll both be heard in the same parts they played in the Broadway production. And I serve fair warning that after hearing To the Ladies, you can never doubt that the hand that wields the skillet is the hand that rules the world.
Well, sir, I'm going fishing, but I'll take a radio along so I can hear that. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Bob. Come back with some fresh fish stories. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Helen Hayes and Otto Kruger in To the Ladies. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
I remind you, ladies and gentlemen, the American Red Cross is appealing to all Americans for contributions to help the thousands of suffering women, children, and aged in war-ridden Europe. More help is needed, and now. Show your sympathy by sending a contribution to your local Red Cross chapter. Heard in tonight's play were Fred Mackay as Johnny, Dwayne Thompson as Mrs. Clark, Lou Merrill as Cunningham, Arthur Q. Bryan as Sullivan, Griff Barnett as Sheriff, Bobby Winkler as Willie, Ralph Sedan as Andre, Wally Mayer as Bull, Martha Wentworth as Mrs. Gregory, Celeste Rush as Mrs. Howley, Maxine March as Mildred Gregory, Edward Marr as Station Master, and Warren Ash as Police Chief. Bob Burns will soon be seen on the screen in the Paramount picture Coming Around the Mountain. He appeared tonight through the courtesy of the Kraft Music Hall. Bob has asked us to let you know that KMH will go on the air 1 hour earlier this Thursday. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theatre brings you Norma Shearer, Walter Pidgeon, and Adolphe Menjou in The Last of Mrs Cheyney. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to tell you that tonight's Lux Radio broadcast, as well as those in weeks to come, will be heard by American armed forces throughout the world, by shortwave and other special facilities. I'm not a superstitious man, but I haven't been walking under any ladders lately either. In fact, I've got my fingers crossed right now, because every time Norma Shearer has been scheduled to appear at this microphone for the last 6 years, something has happened to cancel the date. But all things come to him who waits, if he waits long enough. So this week, we borrowed Norma from the cast of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, Her Cardboard Lover, along with Walter Pidgeon from the same studio's Mrs. Miniver. And if nothing happens between now and curtain time, you'll hear them starring with Adolphe Menjou in The Last of Mrs. Cheyney. Our play packed in the customers for a solid season on Broadway, and Hollywood, on 2 different occasions, found material for a hit in this brilliant comedy. Norma Shearer starred in one of the picture versions herself. Tonight, as Mrs. Cheyney, she has a part made to order for an actress of beauty, wit, and charm. And that, of course, is Norma Shearer. For this hour each week, we like to think that we're helping a whole nation forget the problems of the moment and relax in another world, the world of the theater, to laugh a little, to thrill to fine drama, and tomorrow to return to the task at hand with new determination. That's the job of this Lux Radio Theatre, which Lux Toilet Soap brings you each Monday night. We're all hurrying along these days because we all have something important to do. If Americans had less native stamina, we might see smiles disappearing, but not here. We thrive on hard work. The men are more cheerful, and the ladies, unless my eyes deceive me, look lovelier than ever. And as most of you know, Lux Toilet Soap helps to put that smiling complexion on the situation. Here's the curtain going up now for Act 1 of The Last of Mrs. Cheyney, starring Norma Shearer as Mrs. Cheyney, Walter Pidgeon as Lord Arthur Dilling, and Adolphe Menjou as Charles.
All ashore, the Johnny Shore! All ashore, the Johnny Shore!
A few short years ago, when the oceans of the world were calm and untroubled, a luxury liner left its berth in New York Harbor and turned its mighty prow to the open sea. As usual, on the first day out, there was great speculation among the passengers about the identity of their shipmates. As usual, there was one person who stole the lion's share of the comment. She was young, lovely, beautiful, and so far as the rest of the ship was concerned, nameless.
Did you ring for me, sir?
Yes, come in, Stewart. I'd like some information about a passenger.
Yes, sir. What is the passenger's name, sir?
That's what I want you to tell me.
Will you describe the passenger, sir?
Well, now, let me see. She's rather beautiful, I'd say, and she's sort of...
Oh, you don't mean the lady with that look, sir. And she has a way of, it's
That's
rather...
the woman. Who is she?
Her name is Cheyney. Mrs. Fay Cheyney.
Mrs.?
Sorry, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, too. Go on, Stewart.
What else do you wish to know, sir?
Oh, just break down, Stewart. Here. Will a pound note help you to remember?
Oh, thank you, sir. She's American, a widow, traveling alone. Has 7 or 8 trunks, no pets. She has a deluxe suite, comes from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and you're the 5th gentleman who's asked about her in the last 2 hours.
You've quite a fund of information. And what do you know about me?
You, sir, are Lord Arthur Dilling, first son of the Earl, traveling to England with a party of friends.
Good.
You were recently sued for breach of promise by a young lady you met on the 5th Avenue bus. When she
That's enough. I don't want to know too much about myself. Good morning. Mrs. Cheyney, I believe. Mrs. Fay Cheyney?
Yes. Why do you ask?
Well, I just wanted to be sure. It seems to me...
No, we haven't.
Haven't what?
We've never met. I've never seen you before in my life. And if you don't leave me alone, Lord Dilling, I'll have to call the steward.
At least you know my name. May I call you Fay?
Please don't.
Oh. Lovely morning, though, isn't it? Huh?
I'm trying to enjoy it. Steward?
Yes, madam.
Will you please...
Ah, Stewart. Will you be good enough to get us a couple of deck chairs?
Right away, sir.
Fine.
Do you behave like this with every woman you meet? Or do you only reserve it for those you try to pick up?
I'm glad you asked me that question. You know, I was afraid you were going to snub me.
I believe I have met you after all. You're that well-known type of man who thinks he can foist his company on any woman who happens to attract him.
I'm sorry. I suppose I owe you an apology. You see, I merely did it to win a bet. Do you know Willie Winton? Oh, no, of course you don't. But Willie bet me 30 pounds you wouldn't dine at our table tonight.
That, of course, is a lie.
Of course. But will you?
No, thanks. I've been warned about you, Lord Dilling.
Have my friends been talking again?
No, the newspapers.
Oh.
Oh, well, there you are, Arthur. Lovely morning.
Oh, hello.
I beg your pardon, but you know this young man?
Why, yes, of course.
Then will you be good enough to tell him to leave me alone?
Oh, I say, Arthur, again.
Again, old man. Sorry.
May I see you to your stateroom, madam?
Well, I'm not that crushed, but I would like a walk around the deck.
Oh, of course.
Bye.
I do hope Arthur wasn't annoying you.
Oh, but he was.
Oh, I'm frightfully sorry. You see, he's a sort of vague relation of mine, and I feel rather responsible.
Oh, I shouldn't.
You mustn't judge all of us by Arthur. We're rather nice, really.
I'm sure you are.
Perhaps you dine at our table tonight and discover us for yourself.
Thank you. I'd be delighted, but won't your friends think it's rather sudden?
Oh, no. I'll simply introduce you as
Mrs. Cheyney.
Mrs. Cheyney, whom I met in...
Minnesota.
Minnesota? Oh, precisely. Why not?
I think you're very kind, Mr.
Francis Kelton.
Oh, Lord Francis Kelton?
Why, yes. How nice that you should know. Mrs. Cheyney, my dear, whom I met in Minnesota. Mrs. Cheyney, Lady Winton.
How do you do? I hope I'm not intruding, Lady Winton.
My dear Mrs. Cheyney, you're a perfect godsend. Here am I, a lone woman with 3 dreadful men. Are you going to London, Mrs. Cheyney?
Yes, I am.
Planning to stay long?
Yes, I'm taking a house there.
How nice.
Hello, Kitty. Am I late for dinner again?
Yes, Willie, you are. This is my husband, Mrs. Cheyney, an old friend of Francis's.
How do you do, Mrs. Cheyney? This is a pleasant surprise.
Sit down, Willie. Where's Arthur?
Oh, he's coming. Here he is.
Evening, Kitty. Sorry I'm late. Oh, good evening.
Mrs. Cheyney, may I present Lord Arthur Dilling?
How do you do?
Oh, we've met. Don't you remember? I'm the fellow who lies.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Oh, Willie.
Yes, old man?
You owe me 30 pounds.
So I do. Dulce Cheyney requests the pleasure of your company at a charity concert to be held at her home on the afternoon of April the 6th. RSVP.
Oh, Charles.
Yes, my lord.
How long is that going to go on out there? Any idea?
Well, I believe it's the last selection, my lord.
Good. Whiskey and soda, please.
Yes, my lord.
By the way, Charles.
My lord.
I can't help thinking I've seen you somewhere before.
Indeed, sir.
Where have we met?
We have never met, my lord.
I assure you we have. I was educated, I was at Oxford and...
I once passed through Oxford on a train, my lord.
Your manner suggests to me you might have got out and stayed there for some years.
Well, I had no idea Oxford had a school for butlers, my lord.
Mrs. Cheyney seems to have a high regard for you, Charles.
Well, I've served the family a long time, my lord.
And naturally, you know Mrs. Cheyney's likes and dislikes, her whims.
A good servant, my lord, always tries to sense the mood of his employer.
Then, what is her private opinion of all this?
This, my lord?
Yes, London, all her new friends, myself, for instance.
Well, I couldn't say, my lord. Mrs. Cheyney would never think of discussing her private affairs with servants.
I accept the rebuke.
There was none meant, my lord.
Nevertheless, Charles, I still think we've met before.
Perhaps it only seems so, my lord.
Perhaps.
Darling, beautiful. Thank you. Goodbye, Maria. Chilton, are you driving me?
Yes, of course. Goodbye, Mrs. Cheyney. It's been delightful.
Lord Kelton, I ought to scold you. You really shouldn't have bid so much for that doll.
Oh, it wasn't for the doll, exactly. It was more for you, Mrs. Cheyney.
Oh, bidding for me?
Oh, no. I mean, well, I shouldn't.
I know. And thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, my dear.
Hey, will you dine with me Saturday?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I promised the weekend to the Duchess of Ebley.
The Duchess? Oh, you lucky beast. Well, do get her to show you the Ebley pearls, my dear. They're fantastic.
The Ebley pearls?
But don't ask her how she got them. That's rather fantastic, too. Bye, dear.
Goodbye. Oh, George.
Yes, madam?
Will you clear away the garden furniture, please, and have William bring the car around? I'll be out for dinner.
Yes, madam.
Oh, where is Charles?
I believe he's in the drawing room, madam. Shall I tell him?
No, I'll find him. Charles, I'd like to see you a moment.
Yes, madam.
Hello. Join me in a whiskey and soda?
Arthur, I thought you'd gone.
Why?
Well, all the others have.
I'm waiting for my man with the car.
Your man has been waiting for some time, my lord.
Has he? Well, it's a lovely afternoon, Charles. Tell him to wait a little longer.
Yes, my lord.
Hello.
Hello.
I rang you up 5 times this week, and each time I was told you were out.
What a shame.
Were you out?
No. Each time I was in.
Yeah, I thought so.
Twice I answered it myself and told you I was out.
Now, may I ask why?
Certainly. I don't care to be alone with you, even on a telephone.
Why not?
It's my only way of paying tribute to your reputation.
Oh, don't tell me it frightens you.
You have the great distinction, Arthur, dear, of being one of the few men in the world I'm not frightened of. And I feel I ought to be.
Really? Why?
Well, you're not bad-looking, exquisitely indifferent, even rude to people. A great sense of humor, brilliant, and...
What else?
That's the trouble. Nothing else.
Tell me, did you learn the art of rebuking people so charmingly from your butler, or did he learn it from you?
I wonder.
I like that fellow.
You mean my butler?
Yes, I like his insolence.
Oh, was Charles rude to you?
Oh, no, the reverse. I have often been told to go to blazes, but never so pleasantly as he told me a few minutes ago.
How stupid of Charles. He should know you'd already gone.
Now, who told you that?
Oh, some of the women who went part of the way with you.
You appear to have rather a low opinion of me.
Shall we say I haven't a very high one?
Really?
Have you of yourself?
Not at the moment.
Then there's hope.
I want you to like me. You've got to like me. Now, what can I do about it?
Heaps.
For instance?
Live up to the reputation you have for possessing a sense of humor.
Go on.
Stop living on the glory of your ancestors.
Anything else?
And tell me exactly why you remained here today after the others had gone.
I wanted to be alone with you.
Yes?
And tell you you're the most attractive woman I ever knew.
Oh, and then?
If that went well, I proposed to suggest a little dinner at my flat.
I see. And if that went well?
Then I'd be experienced enough not to say another word till after the dessert. In the future, I shall never dream of asking you to dine with me without a couple of bishops.
But why, Why, Arthur?
You've depressed me. I don't feel half the fellow I thought I was, and, well, it's a bore.
You're no end of a fellow, if you only knew it.
Nonetheless, I feel now that I have been talking to an entirely good woman. You are, aren't you?
Why do you want to know?
Because I should feel such a fool if you weren't.
I am.
But still willing to throw yourself at a man like Kelton?
Throw myself?
Well, that's what I'd call it.
I wouldn't.
And why shouldn't you? He's rich, he's solid, he's reliable, and, something of a fool.
Arthur, dear, ring the bell, will you?
Certainly. What for?
Charles knows where your hat is.
Oh. Do you mind if I finish my drink?
You don't drink with your meals, do you?
Certainly. Why?
Because you drink so much between them.
May I offer you one?
Thank you. You know I don't drink.
Cigarette, then.
And you know I don't smoke.
I suppose you'll despise me if I finish this?
No. I should like you all the more if you didn't, that's all.
Very well. For today, I'm a teetotaler. Goodbye, Faye.
Angry, Arthur?
No, just defeated.
New experience for you, isn't it?
Look, you didn't mean all those things you said to me just now, did you?
I meant every one. I like you so much.
You know, I've never kissed a woman's hand before. That's a new experience, too.
What does it mean, Arthur?
My complete and absolute respect. Goodbye.
Your hat, my lord.
Oh, thank you, Charles.
Stand by the window, Charles. Let me know when he's gone.
Yes, darling. Debussy, isn't it, darling?
Yes.
Very lovely. He's getting into his car now.
Ask George and William to come in, Charles.
They'll be here, darling. Don't worry. Come in, George.
Oh, my blasted feet are murdering me.
Sit down, George.
You're jolly well right, I'll sit down. Oh.
Did you ring, madam?
It's quite all right, William. Everyone's gone.
Oh. This blasted collar's been choking me all day. Here, how much longer do we keep up this servant act, Charles? I'm clean wore out.
You have to play that stuff, eh? Give us something lively, will you?
What a pretty lot of pets you look.
Oh, thank you, darling.
Well, I've got the invitation.
Where?
The Duchess of Ebley. I'm asked to stay as an honored guest.
Good girl.
Wonderful face.
Yes, not too bad for the 5 and 10 cent store girl from Minnesota.
The Duchess' pearls are worth at least 20,000 pounds.
20,000. This time next week, I'll be taking my ease on the deck of a boat pointed for Canada.
England suits me. Follow the races and live like a lord. That's my motto.
20,000 quid cut 4 ways. When do you blow, Fay?
Blow where?
To the Duchess's.
The invitation is for Friday weekend. But it doesn't mean I have to accept it. I haven't decided yet.
What? What do you mean, Fay?
Yes, darling. What do you mean?
I said I haven't decided, Charles.
Look here, my girl. We pitched in every quid we got to rent this house, to buy you clothes, an ocean trip, while we even...
Control yourself, William. Now, Faye, suppose you explain.
You see, Charles, the idea of persuading perfectly charming people into inviting you into their house for the purpose of robbing them isn't pleasing me at all.
You never talked like this before.
I'd never met them before.
If you're going to try any tricks, my girl, you won't find it very healthy.
Quiet, please. I see her point of view.
Oh, you do?
I'll tell you what it is. She's got her eye on Kelton. The old cove's always hanging around.
Oh.
Well, suppose you fellows clear out. I'd like to have a quiet little chat with Faye alone.
If it's a showdown, we'll be in on it.
Leave her to Charles. He can handle her.
Well, no half measures, mind.
Yeah, tell her ladyship where she gets off.
Well, Faye, if you want to chuck it, you can.
Don't be absurd. I only wanted to make them mad, to see them exactly as they are. You know I'm going to see it through. You don't think I'd let you down, Charles?
You've never let anyone down. That's the point.
Very well, then.
Faye, at times you make me think. Without my influence, you never would have chosen this noble profession, and it's a precarious one, with the end usually at the beginning. Could it be I'm getting a conscience, Faye?
What do you mean, Charles?
What I say. You don't have to tell me you like these new friends of yours. I can see that for myself.
You're as bad as George. You think I'm chasing the elderly noble lord.
I wasn't thinking of the elderly noble lord. I was thinking of a rather young one.
You needn't. And you needn't worry about your pearls either. I'll get them for you, Charles. Friday weekend.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Norma Shearer, Walter Pidgeon, and Adolphe Marjou, will return in Act 2 of The Last of Mrs Cheyney. You know, sometimes when the doorbell rings, it has a very exciting sound. And if you're a pretty young lady, you hurry to answer.
Special delivery, miss.
Thank you. Oh, it's from Bill. Dear Mary, I've got leave for the weekend, and I'm not taking any chances on finding you dated Saturday. How's for some dancing and such?
Bill's got the right idea. He knows it's smart to date Mary up ahead of time. He knows girls with complexions that are fresh and smooth as a new-cut rose are pretty sure to be popular. Yes, there's something about soft, lovely skin that just seems to say romance. You want the kind of skin that wins, a smooth, romance complexion. So why not let Hollywood's famous beauty care, Lux Toilet Soap, help you have it? Screen stars depend on their daily active lather facials with this gentle soap. They say the lather's so rich and creamy it feels as though they were smoothing beauty in. Yet Lux Toilet Soap's active lather is thorough, too. It removes stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt from the skin. Here's all you do to take a Lux Soap Beauty Facial. Pat the fine, rich lather lightly in. Rinse with warm water, then with cool. Then pat your face with a soft towel to dry. Now touch your skin. It feels exquisitely fresh. And it is. Just try this simple facial every day for 30 days. Discover for yourself what a wonderful beauty aid this Hollywood care can be. How soft and smooth Lux Toilet Soap helps you keep your skin. Get 3 cakes of this luxurious soap tomorrow. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Last of Mrs Cheyney, starring Norma Shearer as Mrs. Cheyney, Walter Pidgeon as Lord Arthur Dilling, and Adolphe Monjou as Charles. It's Sunday evening of the weekend party at the Duchess of Ebbley's, and Fay has still not stolen the pearls. The party has now reached the parlor game stage, in which the guests squirm uncomfortably on the edge of their chairs, for the game is truth. Willie Winton has the floor, cross-examining his wife's cousin.
But you must answer John and the truth, remember?
Go on, John.
Go on.
What was the question, Willie?
When I asked you where you got those onyx cufflinks you're wearing.
Why, I really don't remember.
There's only one solution, of course.
What's that, Maria?
Why, your wife must have given them to him.
Kitty, did you?
Yes, Willie, for Christmas. I knew you wouldn't mind.
Oh, no, of course not.
Is the game over?
Oh, no, Fay, we're just beginning.
I believe it's our hostess' turn to make us all squirm now. Oh, do try and be bright, Elizabeth.
Very well, my dears. I'll start with Willie. Willie, what is your private opinion of me as a hostess?
Oh, I say.
I consider the question answered. Kitty, dear.
Yes?
Kitty, how many cousins have you?
Oh, heaps and heaps.
I asked how many.
I'm not good at figures. Quite a few, I imagine.
Enough to keep Willie out of cufflinks?
Maria, I'm asking the question.
Oh, of course, dear.
Where's Kelton? Oh, there.
Oh, I'm really not playing the game. I'm a sort of spectator, as it were.
Kelton, answer me.
Oh, well, all right.
Kelton, are you really fool enough to think of marrying at your age?
Why, say, look here.
Yes or no?
Well, now, that's really much too personal.
The 4th Earl of Kelton is about to pay a forfeit.
Well, I prefer to pay it rather than answer such a question in public.
I shall think of something quite drastic. And now, Maria, I've always wanted to know your real age. What is it?
26, dear. What forfeit would you like me to pay?
Go up to your mirror and sit in front of it for half an hour.
Oh, Ken.
And now, just one more. Arthur, dear.
Ready, Aunt Elizabeth.
Arthur, is it true, as I've heard, that you're in love, really in love?
Hopelessly, desperately, and finally.
With whom?
Like Kelton, I refuse to make an answer which is already obvious to everybody.
I think you'd all better pay a forfeit. I suggest for a change we retire early and stop boring each other. Good night, dear. Good night, Kitty.
Well, it looks as if I get off scot-free.
Not quite, Fay. When Arthur proposes to you, will you accept him?
But he hasn't proposed. And I really haven't thought about it.
Nonsense. You like him, don't you?
Everybody does.
Oh, Arthur has his good points, you know.
He's charming.
I can't stand sentiment, but I really like you. And it isn't every woman I'd urge to enter the family.
That's the sweetest thing one woman could ever say to another. Thank you. I really should go in, Lord Kelton. We were all supposed to retire early, you know.
Oh, do you find me dull?
Oh, not at all, Lord Kelton.
Francis, please.
Francis.
Faye, I must speak to you.
Yes?
Faye, I've got a townhouse in London, a country seat in Kent, a shooting box in Scotland, 50,000 acres. Am I getting too intimate?
Not too intimate.
Well, what I mean is, it's awfully difficult for me to go on, you know.
Maybe you'd better not try any more tonight.
Well, I feel like a coward. You see, the thing I'm trying to say to you should be so simple. I've written it on paper a dozen times, tore it up naturally.
Naturally.
Mrs. Cheyney, ma'am, is that you?
Yes?
You're wanted on the phone, ma'am. London is calling.
London? Excuse me, Francis.
You can take it in your room if you wish.
Thank you.
Don't hurry. It's a fake.
What?
Your call from London. A fake. I wanted to talk to you.
You mean no one wants me?
No one. Except me, Faye.
Oh.
And I want you terribly.
Really, Arthur, I'm in no mood
No,
for...
don't misunderstand me. I love you, Faye. Will you marry me?
Please, Arthur, I'm going to my room.
You didn't accept Kelton, did you?
What makes you think he asked me?
Did you refuse him?
No.
You will.
Can't we discuss this some other time? I'm rather tired, Arthur.
You're going to marry me, Faye. The Bishop of Broadminster is an old friend of mine, less than a couple of miles from here. I've already telephoned him to expect us the first thing in the morning.
You're terribly sure of yourself.
On the contrary, I'm frightened to death.
I don't believe it.
It's true. Feel my hand.
Why, you're trembling.
You won't disappoint the Bishop, will you?
You're very sweet.
I love you, Faye.
You do, don't you?
When I'm not with you, I walk around around in a little private fog of my own. I cut my friends and greet my enemies. I hear music in the streets and see flowers growing in the gutter. I'm responsive to beggars and comb my hair continually. In fact, let's face it, I've got it worse than any of heaven's creatures ever had it before.
Good night, Arthur.
Good night, Faye.
Don't bother to switch on the lights, darling.
Charles, is that you?
Surprised, dear?
Are you mad coming here? How did you get in my room?
I climbed the ivy. I'm very athletic.
Charles, this isn't safe.
Certainly not. That's why I'm enjoying it. Why didn't you wire me?
I had nothing to say.
She got the pearls here in the house?
Yes.
You're sure?
Yes, I tell you.
You know where they're located?
They're in her room. A wall safe.
What about the combination? Well, I'd hate to have to blow it. It's crude.
You won't have to blow it. I know the combination.
What have you been waiting for? Hey, what's the trouble? You're not going through, is that it?
I'm a welcher. An awful welcher,
Oh,
Charles.
no, you're not. You won't back out. Not now. It's too late.
I won't do it. I won't.
Now, one moment, Faye. A few days ago, I gave you your chance. The cage was wide open. I could have handled the others then. We can't fool them now. We're both in up to our necks, and it's too risky not to go through with it.
Are the plans still the same?
The same. I'll be waiting in the garden. At 2 o'clock, you're to get the pearls from the safe and bring them here. When you turn your light on and off twice, you drop the pearls beneath the window.
Yes.
At 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Hello up there. I say, Faye.
Who is it?
Arthur, come down into the garden.
Oh, don't be a fool, Arthur. It's 1 o'clock.
I know it. Would you like me to sing to you?
Anything but that.
You may not know it, but I have a rather pleasing baritone voice.
I'm sure you have, but I'm just going to bed.
Oh, how absurd. It's beautiful out here. Why don't you come on down?
Do you suggest I jump?
No, climb down the ivy. Apparently somebody tried to climb up. Look, it's all torn away from the wall.
Really?
Who do you suppose it was? Kelton?
Perhaps. You'd better leave before someone thinks it's you. Good night.
I say, Faye, wait. Ah, there. What the...
Oh, I'm sorry, my lord.
Well, Charles.
Yes, my lord. Good evening, Lord Dilling.
Good evening. Aren't you a long way from home, Charles?
Yes, my lord.
What brings you to Ebbly so late?
A cablegram, my lord. For Mrs. Cheyney. It arrived at 8 o'clock. There was a train at 9:15, and thinking it might be important, I took the liberty of...
I see. Your devotion to duty and Mrs. Cheyney is really quite touching.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Most butlers would have telephoned.
Well, that occurred to me, my lord, but would have necessitated my opening the cablegram and reading it to Mrs. Cheyney. Of course, that would be unthinkable.
You delivered it in person?
Mrs. Cheyney had retired. I gave it to the housekeeper. Good night, my lord.
Just a moment. We can put you up here for the night. You can catch a train in the morning.
Well, you're very kind, sir, but there's a local leaving at 1:55, and I have many things to attend to in the morning.
Then at least we can do is have you driven to the station.
Well, your lordship's thoughtfulness is most considerate, but I shall enjoy the exercise.
It's 6 miles to the station, Charles.
Is it really? Well, it seemed less when I walked here. Good night, my lord, and thank you.
It's very funny, Charles, but every time I see you, I have a definite feeling we've met somewhere before. You even look more familiar with a hat on.
Oh, I beg your pardon, my lord. How careless of me. I should have taken it off immediately. Good night, my lord.
Good night.
Right. 4 left. 33 right.
Hello. Shall I turn on the light for you? That's better, isn't it? Go ahead. Don't let me disturb you.
I won't need the light, thank you.
Oh, yes. You already have the pearls, haven't you? May I see them? Thank you. Beautiful, aren't they? You're surprised to see me? I persuaded the Duchess to change rooms with me for the night.
Did you tell her why?
No, she'll probably ask me in the morning.
Oh, what will you say?
I'm not sure. I suppose Charles was going to pick the pearls up?
That's it?
And all this business, Kelton and me, all part of the game?
Certainly.
I see. The job in hand, then, was merely the pearls.
Exactly.
For Charles and you.
For Charles and me.
Cigarette?
Thank you.
Oh, I just remembered. I thought you didn't smoke.
You also thought I was honest.
Very true.
By the way, what made you suspicious?
I suddenly recognize your Yes, what is Charles to you, by the way?
My butler.
I mean in his spare time.
A friend. How did you recognize him?
I wasn't sure until I saw him with his hat on. Then I remembered 3 years ago I was in Biarritz when he was nearly caught. I gave him a sporting chance. Sent them running in the wrong direction. You see, I really saved him for you.
You couldn't see your way to making a habit of it.
I've always had a horror of doing the same thing twice.
What terribly nice cigarettes.
Oh, I'll send you some.
That's sweet of you. I'll give you my address tomorrow when I know it.
Are you thinking of changing your present one?
I have an idea you'll make it difficult for me to keep it.
You've really made such fools of all of us, it seems a pity not to allow you to complete it.
It has been quite amusing.
Splendid, and we'll keep it that way. Amusing. Suppose we sit down comfortably and discuss, shall we say, my price.
What are you doing?
Locking the door.
I see. So we revert to type.
We do indeed.
If I agree to stay here, you say nothing?
Nothing.
And if I don't?
Oh, come. Now, why be squeamish? Let's play the little farce to the end.
As crooks go, do you know the difference between you and Charles?
No.
Well, Charles robs with a charm of manner, and you rob with violence.
Very neat.
If I refuse to stay here, what would you do?
You can't refuse me.
I wonder if it would interest you to know that as a woman who has done nearly everything there is to do in this world, this is one of the things that I have never done. Why do you smile?
I thought we had done with posing.
You don't believe me?
What a fool you'd think me if I did.
But it happens to be true. I wonder how I can prove it to you.
You couldn't. It's too difficult.
I can quite understand you're not believing me. And I'm sorry, because you happen to be the one person in the world I would like to have believe me. But as you don't, I will do the next best thing.
And what does that mean?
That means if you don't believe that I have never done this before, you will at all events know that I am not going to do it now.
Just as you like.
Ring that night bell, and when they come, tell the Duchess who I am, or unlock that door and let me go.
You're hardly in a position to dictate terms. That night bell is really an alarm, you know, a police alarm.
You can't keep me here against my will.
I intend to.
Do you? Well, I prefer that they should know what is true about me. Then you should believe what isn't. Open that door, or I'll ring the bell myself.
Are you trying to persuade me that you'd really do it?
Unless you open the door.
Why the bluff, Fay, dear? It's meaningless. Now, you're much too sensible to take the risk of doing 5 years in Holloway.
5 years in jail wouldn't be nearly as long as the next 5 hours with you.
Get away from that bell. Get... Do you realize what you've done?
Perfectly.
They'll come rushing into this room, the whole crowd of them.
I know it.
Then why did you do it?
To give you an opportunity to tell them the truth about me.
Little fool.
I say, what's wrong in there?
Willie, what is it?
You'd better let them in.
What's the matter?
Open the door! Open the door!
Well, Arthur?
I say, Arthur!
I'm coming. Just a moment.
Arthur!
Is anything the matter?
Well, look here. It's Mrs. Cheyney.
Hey, my dear, just what is all this?
Lord Dilling has something to tell you.
Well, Arthur?
What is it?
Perhaps you'd prefer that I tell them.
Speak up, Arthur. What is all this about?
Well, I persuaded Mrs. Cheyney to come into this room by false pretenses. In the presence of you all, I humbly tell Mrs. Cheyney I've behaved like a cad.
A cad? You're the lowest thing I've ever known.
I don't know what to say to you, Arthur. I suppose because she had sense enough to reject you, you decided she wasn't a lady.
I believe that sums it up.
Dilling, I for one will, and I hope every decent person in this world will cut you.
Everybody should, except the insurance company. They should love him.
What do you mean?
Lord Dilling, will you give the Duchess her pearls, please?
My pearls? What is the meaning of this?
It means I came here to, well, I like them as much as you do.
What?
Oh, but you mean you were going to...
Yes, I tried to steal them.
Yes, but there must be some mistake.
None.
Well, I'm not feeling very well. I think I'll retire.
I believe I will, too. I give you my word, Your Grace, that I won't try to escape.
I invited you into my home. I thought you were... Oh, it's hard to believe. I've never been wrong about a person before.
Console yourself. You weren't so wrong. You thought I was a respectable woman with the soul of an adventuress, whereas I'm really an adventuress with the soul of a respectable woman.
Wait, please. Just for the record, you didn't fool me for a moment. There's no such place as Minnesota, is there?
No. I made it up. Good night.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Norma Shearer, Walter Pidgeon, and Adolphe Marjou in Act 3 of The Last of Mrs Cheyney. And now, quiet, please. A conspiracy is going on in a little house on Vine Street.
Hurry up, kids. Light the candles before she gets downstairs. She's coming. All together now.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday, Mom! Surprise! Surprise!
And now, darling, here's to the most wonderful wife in the world. And the prettiest.
Well, there's a compliment to make any woman happy. A compliment deserved by all those busy wives and mothers who try always to look their best for those who love them, who try to keep the charm of fresh, youthful skin, the kind of skin that makes people say, no matter what a woman's age, lovely, isn't she? Now, here's what a famous screen star, Irene Dunn, says.
There's always romance in soft, smooth skin. I never neglect my daily care with Lux toilet soap. Here in Hollywood, we've used this gentle soap for years.
Yes, Lux toilet soap is as fine, as luxurious a soap as you can buy. When you unwrap a cake, notice how satin smooth it is to the touch. Then discover what wonderful rich lather it gives. Lather that's thorough, but very gentle, too. No wonder this exquisite white soap is the choice of 9 out of 10 famous screen stars, of lovely women everywhere. Use Lux toilet soap regularly. Let it help you win new loveliness. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the third act of The Last of Mrs Cheyney, starring Norma Shearer, Walter Pidgeon, and Adolphe Marjou. The house has quieted down for a few hours of restless slumber, but Fay, alone in her room, walks the floor nervously. Suddenly, the door is opened, and Arthur slips in silently.
Have you been set to guard me? If so, you can take up your position outside the door.
We've got to act quickly. I've a car at the gate, and the back door is clear. Are you ready?
For what?
I intend to get you out of this.
And what will the price be this time?
Now, you're not going to be a fool again.
Not in the least. Nor have I the remotest intention of running away. Least of all with you.
There's someone at that window.
Charles, I imagine. Come in, Charles.
What's the matter? I've been waiting since I can't...
Charles, we have company.
Oh, good evening, my lord.
Evening, Charles.
It's no good, Charles. Lord Dilling knows. I've bungled the whole job.
I see.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's all in the luck of the game.
And his lordship?
He caught me, quite cleverly. They've put in a call for Scotland Yard. Inspector Witherspoon will be here in the morning.
Witherspoon.
Know him, Charles?
Slightly. Lord Dilling, I presume you've gathered my position in this matter.
Quite.
But I'm afraid I don't quite follow yours.
All I want is for Mrs. Cheyney to get out of here right away.
Very generous, if I may say so. But if you feel like that, why capture the lady?
Charles, have you never heard of anglers who catch little fish and then fling them back again?
Fay, dear, you're being unsociable. If his lordship wishes you to escape, then
Charles,
perhaps...
You've got to get out of here as soon as you can. I intend to remain for reasons of my own.
What reasons?
Well, that's my business.
Then I'll remain, too.
Don't you understand? Where could I go? It would only be a question of hours or days at the most. I'm not going through life always hunted.
Well, it's really not bad when you get used to it.
Not for me, thank you.
So be it, then. We remain.
That's only what she deserves. Pass the toast, Willie.
Is she still in her room?
Ames reports she'll be down for breakfast at 9. The cheek of her.
How many years will she get, Willa?
Oh, I think that'll depend on the age of the judge.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning, Kelton.
Good morning.
I heard what you said. You're not really going to arrest her, are you?
Certainly we are. The inspector's on his way now. Have some breakfast?
When I think of her, the most modest, the most simple. No, I can't believe it. Where are the eggs?
Kelton, are you persisting in your doddering fancy for this adventuress?
Well, I thought we could send her away, perhaps to America.
You didn't really propose to her, did you? Of course he did. She's just the type that cautious rich men wait 50 years for.
Look here. We've got to stop it.
Quite right, Kelton. But I think you'd better tell why. Good morning, everybody.
What do you mean, Arthur?
Well, it seems Kelton has proposed to Mrs. Cheyney.
I knew it.
Oh, but that's not all. He did it in writing.
What? Sweet mother.
He didn't. Oh, Kelton, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Oh!
The moving picture rights to it alone are worth £10,000. Just coffee, please.
Kelton, when did you write this letter?
Last night. We'd been walking in the garden and, well, oh, dear, well, later on I slipped it under her door.
Oh, Kelton, you poor fool.
Arthur, did she show you the letter?
Oh, yes.
That's worse than being a thief.
Well, I must defend her. She omitted the emotional passages.
Arthur, go back there at once and get that letter.
It's her own property. The fact that she has tried to appropriate ours does not permit us to retaliate.
Don't be silly. The police know how to do these things.
Quite. In that case, the letter would be read in court.
No.
I'm afraid you have to buy the letter, Kelton.
Cost you plenty too, old man.
Oh, you think it's funny, do you? Well, you'll change your minds when you know what's in that letter. I kept a copy of it, my first draft. And every one of you is in it.
Every one of us? What do you mean?
I mean, you're all in it.
You mean you dared to mention our names in a letter that might become public?
What have you said about us?
In that letter, I wrote my private opinion of you all. It seemed to me the proper thing to do.
The rattle of skeletons falling out of closets will be deafening.
Yes. I conceived it to be a duty to my future wife to define the people she should or should not know, as the case might be.
Was I a not?
Definitely.
Am I?
All of you.
Including you, my dear aunt. For instance, it may not be true that Willie got kicked out of the Grenadier Guards.
What?
I won't hear a word of it.
Sit down, Kitty. I think we'd all better know the worst.
What have you said about my wife?
Well, I said that it was evident to me that she prefers always to be with one of her many cousins rather than her husband. And though I could understand it, I could not condone it. That's all I said.
That's all you said. That's all he said.
Pass the letter to Maria. Top paragraph on third page. Interesting, Maria, and probably very true, eh?
Good heavens.
Oh, no. Don't upset yourself.
myself, you beast. You can't.
But I only
don't
said...
repeat it. Oh, you...
Gently, Maria, gently. It's not kind to me either. Auntie dear, suppose you look it over. Right there, I believe. The history of all your mistakes in a nutshell.
So, Kelton, you've raked that up, have you? Seemed such fun at the time, but I must say it looks awful in black and white.
I tried to whitewash you quite a bit.
In other words, ladies and gentlemen, if this letter is placed as evidence at the Old Bailey, Mrs. Cheyney and Charles will be condemned as criminals, but the rest of us will envy them the comparative purity of their reputation.
Oh, what are we going to do with this woman?
Let us be accurate. What is this woman going to do with us?
Well, my view is this. We should not for a moment let her think the letter is important. We should offer her her passage back to America, and in consideration of her returning the letter, the matter is at an end. Otherwise, she goes to jail.
I think it's right. No, Arthur, you handle this affair. That ass has made mess enough of things already. Good morning.
Ah, Mrs. Cheyney.
Good morning.
Won't you take a chair?
Thank you. And as Charles was born a gentleman, mayn't he sit too?
Certainly. Charles.
No, thanks. I prefer to stand.
Very well. Mrs. Cheyney, you have acknowledged frankly that in accepting the Duchess of Ebley's invitation to stay here, it was for the purpose of taking her pearls.
Yes. We planned it for months.
That is very frank. The penalty for such things is considerable.
Very considerable.
Yes. Charles and I think that with the charm of manner, we may get off for 3 years.
Exactly. Now, we have no wish that this should happen to you. Lord Kelton feels very strongly that if you had once asked a woman to be your wife, it would be ungenerous to treat her so drastically.
Thank you, Lord Kelton.
Not at all.
So, Lord Kelton has a proposition to make to you.
Oh, yes?
Go on, Kelton.
Then, if you will accept your ticket and a small sum, say £100, in return for the letter I sent you, we are prepared to consider the matter closed.
Oh, is it my turn now?
If you will be so kind, Mrs. Cheyney.
I'm very sorry that I cannot accept Lord Kelton's kind offer. But Charles and I have decided we must go to jail. Is that right, Charles?
Quite right.
No, but I don't understand.
Mrs. Cheyney.
What are you talking about?
Look here, this is nonsense, Mrs. Cheyney. You never succeeded in getting the pearls.
Precisely. We failed. And that is why we should go to jail. If we had got them, we should have succeeded. A crime for which no one ever goes to jail.
You put it charmingly, Fay, dear.
My dear young woman, you don't understand us. We don't want you to go to jail.
Then equally, Duchess, you don't understand us. We do.
But good heavens, woman, you can't be serious.
Isn't it sad, Charles? They don't understand us.
Tragic. It makes me blush for them.
Charles and I, in our humble way, have tried to live up to the highest tradition of our profession. And that tradition is never to be found out. But if you are, I say if you are, be prepared to pay the price.
I beg your pardon, Your Grace.
Yes?
The police inspector is here.
Tell him to wait.
Yes, madam.
You see, Mrs. Cheyney, we are terribly serious.
It is your duty to be, my dear Duchess.
You're very stupid not to accept a good offer instead of being taken away by that horrid policeman.
Not at all. He may be charming. Are you ready, Charles?
Almost eager.
As I shall never see any of you again, I want you to know how much I've enjoyed knowing you all, and how sorry I am to lose such nice friends. Goodbye, Lord Kelton. It was sweet of you to ask me to be your wife. Ready, Charles?
Mrs. Cheyney, now, wait.
Yes?
Well, we are...
I think that Lord Kelton, with his customary munificence, desires to make you a further offer.
Yes, I am prepared to pay £500 for the return of that letter.
Which I call very generous.
I prize the letter so much that I don't think I would part with it for any money you could offer me.
What about 1,000?
But this is amazing.
Oh, come, young woman. What is your usual charge for the return of letters?
There never have been any letters. But if there had been, my charge would have depended entirely on the position and the manners of the people mentioned in them. And as I don't propose to sit here and be insulted, I will, with your permission, say goodbye.
You are perfectly right, Fay, darling. And if I had known they were the type of people they are, I would never have allowed you to come and stop with them. Come along, dear.
No, please, I agree. Maria was very, very hasty, and I'm sorry. Now, please sit down.
When she has apologized, I will.
Maria, say at once that you are sorry.
Heaven give me strength. I'm sorry.
Granted.
Sit down, Mrs. Cheyney. Now, where were we?
Well, we had reached the point where £1,000 was bid for the letter.
Which was refused.
Mrs. Cheyney, what will you take for it?
What do you think, Charles?
Well, I offer $5,000.
You be quiet.
I'll be nothing of the sort. My money is as good as yours.
Mrs. Cheyney, will you please answer my question?
If I sell the letter, I will do so not in the sense of blackmail, but more in the spirit of breach of promise for £10,000.
Good heavens, Fay. It's giving it away. That's what it is.
10,000? No, I refuse.
I'm so glad, because I'd so much rather keep the letter.
Kelton, you have no alternative but to pay. And I have no sympathy for you.
But Mrs. Cheyney, surely that...
£10,000, Lord Kelton.
It's terrible, terrible.
Oh, terrible be blowed. I'll give you 11 for it.
No. I'll pay. I'll write you out a check.
Thank you, Lord Kelton.
10,000.
What do you charge for a course of 12 lessons, Charles?
Well, I never charge, milady. I'm a man who just loves his work.
Would you like me to write that check for you, Kelton?
Thank you. I'm quite capable. £10,000. Here you are. And now, the letter, please, Mrs. Cheyney.
Oh, yes, the letter. Here it is, Lord Kelton. I hope you will find all the pieces.
What?
She's torn it up.
I don't understand.
Mrs. Cheyney, do you mean to say that you destroyed the letter?
Yes, I tore it up. Just like I'll tear your check, Lord Kelton.
Hey, don't. Hey! £10,000 gone down the drain. And I've tried so hard to make her a crook.
Mrs. Cheyney, why did you tear that check?
I don't know. Even a thief may have a sense of decency.
You're a grand woman, Fay. A grand woman.
Mrs. Cheyney, there is one question I would like to ask. Why are you a thief?
Well, I wanted to improve my social position. You see, I was a shop girl.
In a 10-cent store.
Where Charles found me. I wanted to share the beautiful things in life. And I'm not a modern woman. Well, if one is not a modern woman and one has no money, there are only two ways of getting it. Marry it or steal it. I'm afraid I preferred stealing it.
The best pupil I ever had.
By Gad, I sympathize with her. Mrs. Cheyney, do you know what I'll do? I'll set you up in a little moody shop all your own in appreciation.
Sort of a memorial, eh, Kelton?
Lord Kelton, you're very kind.
It's divine of him. I'll be one of your customers.
I, too.
Well, I must go. Oh, Charles, if you ever need a pupil, you'll find me in the telephone book.
Well, I shall never want a pupil, milady, but I'm glad to know I'll find you in the telephone book.
If you'll call me in town, Mrs. Cheyney, we'll make all the necessary arrangements for your little business.
Mrs. Cheyney has changed her mind, Kelton. She doesn't need any bribe for doing something that came quite spontaneously.
Lord Dilling is right, but thank you all the same.
Oh, well, just as you say, but I shall be very glad to help you in any way I can. Charles, I wonder if an introduction to the president of a bank would be of service.
Well, thank you, Lord Kelton.
We'll see. Goodbye.
I'll see you off, Kelton.
Bye, all.
We're coming, too. Goodbye, Mrs. Cheyney.
Goodbye. Nice people, aren't they, Charles?
Most of us are, Fay.
What made you take up this job, Charles? With your brains, it seems a pity you haven't used them to better purposes.
One of His Majesty's judges may use those exact words one of these days. I found out at an early age what most men find out in an old one. Life is very dull, my lord.
I agree.
So I decided to take it into my two hands. I began it as a blackmailer, but that was too easy. I went for higher and greater things. Oh, will you take this, Lord Dilling?
What is it?
I hate parting with it, because being the first I ever took, I treasure it. This is your gold watch I stole from you on Derby Day 5 years ago.
My dear Charles, I've always wanted to meet the man who took it. And I hope you will do me a favor. Keep it.
May I?
I'd like you to.
That is very nice of you. I will. So long, Dilling.
So long, Charles.
Goodbye, Fay.
What do you mean, goodbye?
What it means is, I have decided to take a little trip round the world.
You're not going to leave me, do you understand?
I am, and now.
But I don't want you to.
I must.
Why?
Whenever you come into a person's life, come into it instantaneously. When you go out of it even quicker.
Charles, I'm going to cry.
Don't do that, my sweet. But I would be terribly sorry if you didn't want to.
Are you going around the world for pleasure, Charles?
Mixed with business, my lord.
Fay, I'm going to ask you a question, but you needn't answer it if you don't want to.
I'll answer it with pleasure. If you hadn't come into my room last night, I would have taken the pearl.
You mean that?
Yes. But no one in the world could have been so glad to see you in that bedroom as I was last night.
It's an extraordinary thing. But the most difficult question in the world to ask a woman is a nice one.
What sort of a question were you going to ask me?
You remember my mentioning a certain bishop who lives close by?
Very distinctly, Arthur.
While you were changing your clothes this morning, I jumped into the car and had a bite of breakfast with him.
How surprised he must have been to see you at that hour.
Oh, he's a delightful old soul, so sympathetic. I told him of a little trouble I was in. He said, "Bring her here at 11 and I'll fix it up for you."
What was he to fix?
That I could have breakfast with you every morning.
But I never eat any.
I told him there was a possibility of that.
Did you tell him anything else?
Mm-hmm. That I love you.
Did you tell him anything about me?
Everything. He said, "Get her. You'll never get another like her.
He sounds like a darling. I'd like to meet him.
He asks us to be punctual.
So he thinks I'll come.
He's more certain of it than I am. He says you love me.
I wonder what makes him think that.
Well, he has sort of an idea you'd never have rung that bell last night if you didn't.
I'm sure I shall like him. Do you think he'll like me?
He'll adore you.
Do you?
Terribly. What is more important? Do you?
Much more terribly. I only wish I hadn't.
You can't talk and kiss me at the same time. There. That will do it.
What's that?
That's the Last of Mrs Cheyney. And this?
What's that?
The beginning of Lady Dilling.
That's the Last of Mrs Cheyney. But your applause for tonight's performance calls our stars back to the footlights. And here are Norma Shearer, Walter Pidgeon, and Adolphe Mongeau.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It's a great pleasure to be here for the first time. You really made me feel so much at home.
Now that we've finally broken the ice, Norma, I hope you'll make it a habit.
Well, that's a very nice habit to get, Norma. CB is an excellent host.
Although I came very close to losing my welcome here once, Adolphe.
Yeah, well, Walter can't forget that.
What happened?
Well, I'd been talking to CP before rehearsal one day, and I thought he'd walked away, so I turned to somebody else and said, "The old boy certainly looks great, doesn't he?" But the old boy was standing right behind me.
I thought it was a great compliment. I hadn't been called a boy in 40 years.
Well, you see, that's one way to his heart, Norma.
I'll bet I can think of another, Adolphe. In 2 words, Lux soap. You know, I'm rather a stranger in this theater, Mr. DeMille, but not to Lux soap. I've used it for years, so I know what a fine complexion care it really is.
For further comment on Lux Soap, I refer our audience to a close-up of Norma Shearer on the screen or off.
What about next week, CB? Have you picked a play yet?
Yes, Adolphe. A play with the true spirit of America in it. The RKO motion picture drama, A Man to Remember. And our stars will be Lionel Barrymore, Anita Louise, and Glenn Ford. A Man to Remember is the story of a country doctor, a story of heroism and courage to inspire the nation in these or any other times. So next Monday night is a night to remember. Lionel Barrymore, Anita Louise, and Glenn Ford in A Man to Remember.
I know we'll all enjoy that, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Good night, CB.
Good night. Good night. Players like you make good plays better. Ladies and gentlemen, some very pleasant news has come to us from the editors of Movie Radio Guide. For the 7th consecutive year, the Lux Radio Theatre has been selected as radio's leading dramatic program by the readers of Movie Radio Guide in its annual Star of Stars poll. This is a high honor. We're grateful to all who participated and to you, our audience, who helped us win it. To those of our Canadian audience who are tonight gathered at the Canadian premiere of Reap the Wild Wind in Alberta, Canada, in Calgary, my sincere greetings, and I'm sorry I can't be there. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Lionel Barrymore, Anita Louise, and Glenn Ford in A Man to Remember. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Adolphe Mongeau is currently starring in the 20th Century Fox picture Roxy Hart. Heard in tonight's play were Frederick Warlock as Lord Kelton, Keith Hitchcock as Willie, Winifred Harris as the Duchess, Jill Esmond as Kitty, Claire Videra as Maria, and John Abbott, Eric Snowden, Pax Walker, Charles Seal, and Ann James. Tune in next Monday night to hear Lionel Barrymore, Anita Louise, and Glenn Ford in A Man to Remember. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, June 1st, 1936.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have grand news for you tonight. For the Lux Radio Theatre has moved to Hollywood. And here we are in a theater of our very own. The Lux Radio Theatre, Hollywood Boulevard, in the motion picture capital of the world. The curtain rises. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap bring you Marlene Dietrich, Clark Gable, Cecil B. DeMille, Jesse Lasky, and other great personalities. Miss Dietrich, Mr. Gable, and an all-star cast will present the romantic melodrama, The Legionnaire and the Lady. Our music is under the leadership of Mr. Louis Silvers, who is Director of Music for the great 20th Century Fox Studios, and winner of the Motion Picture Academy Award for Music. Mr. Silvers. And more good news. We give you, as our Hollywood producer, a man who will not only bring you the greatest plays and players, but the very spirit of Hollywood itself. That outstanding figure of the motion picture world, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. There are two theaters in this town, almost as famous as Hollywood itself. They are Grauman's Chinese and the Carthy Circle. Perhaps it's a coincidence that a production of mine opened both of these theaters. The King of Kings raised the curtain at the Chinese. The Vulgar Boatman was the first theater ever shown at the Carthy Circle, first picture. And tonight, it is my privilege to open the new Hollywood Theater, whose audience is greater than any four walls could encompass. The largest theater in the world, Lux Radio Theatre. The stars of our production tonight are Marlene Dietrich and Clark Gable, and the play, The Legionnaire and the Lady. It's possible that the manufacturers of Lux Soap asked me to produce this series of programs because of all the deluxe bathtubs that have been seen in my pictures. They should have a soft spot in their hearts for me. But I think the real reason goes back far beyond the recollection of any of us. When William the Conqueror whipped the Saxons at the Battle of Hastings in 1066, the Blunt DeMille family crest was born. The motto on that crest is Thy Light, My Life, which is, of course, in Latin, and reads, Lux Tua Vita Mea. So you see, Lux has been a household word in the DeMille family for 870 years. But producing a program like this is a privilege and an adventure. But truthfully, I'm a little awed at the responsibility. Sitting before me in the Lux Radio Theatre is the most distinguished and perhaps the most critical audience ever assembled in Hollywood. I see a lot of familiar faces. There's Joan Blondell, Gary Cooper. He stars in my next picture, The Plainsman. Stuart Irwin and his lovely wife, June Collier. Al Jolson. Ruby Keeler. There's Francho Tone. And there's our mayor, Frank L. Shaw of Los Angeles. And I think I see Freddie March. I fed him to the lions the last time I directed him. And now, we ring up the curtain on the play of the evening, The Legionnaire and the Lady, starring Marlene Dietrich and Clark Gable. Algiers, the land of sun and sand, and yellow dunes that slope down to the sea. In the harbor of Port Nahar, a French steamship rides at anchor. Near the rail, gazing at the sunlit minarets of the tiny town, stands Amie Jolie, an entertainer from the shabby music halls of Europe. Suddenly she turns from the rail and speaks to the ship's steward.
Oh, Stuart,
Oui, mademoiselle?
are we going to land soon?
In a moment, mademoiselle. There's no pier in Algiers. The passengers must take a motor launch to the shore.
Oh, thank you, Stuart.
May I take care of your suitcase, mademoiselle?
No, I'll carry it myself.
Stuart, may I see you for a moment?
Oh, Monsieur Labertière, of course. What can I do for you, monsieur?
My valet is in the station with my luggage. You go in, please, and make arrangements to have it sent to the hotel?
Of course, monsieur. I will see to it at once.
Oh,
Mademoiselle, your suitcase.
it is very stupid of me. That is the second time I've dropped it.
Here, let me help you pick up your things.
Oh, please don't bother.
Well, it's no bother at all. There you are.
Merci, monsieur. You're very kind.
Why not? Is this your first visit to Algiers?
Yes?
I make the trip quite often. Perhaps I can be of some service.
I think not, monsieur.
I'd be happy to help you.
I won't need any help.
Well, if you do, you can always reach me at the Hotel Dupré. I am Monsieur Labertière.
Merci, monsieur. But now, will you excuse me?
Of course, mademoiselle.
Monsieur Labertière, I have...
Oh, Stuart, come here.
Si.
That woman who was standing here, do you know who she is?
Why, I know, monsieur. A vaudeville actress, probably.
A vaudeville actress? Well, just how do you know her?
We carry them every trip, monsieur. They come to sing and dance in the cafes here. We call them suicide passengers. One-way tickets. They never return.
So what launch is she booked for?
I believe the third, monsieur. And you?
Naturally, the third.
All ashore.
May I assist you, mademoiselle?
Thank you.
Well, be careful. That board they call a gangplank isn't very stable. Ah, there we are.
There seems to be quite a crowd to greet us.
It's the usual thing. The natives here meet every boat. Sell you anything from a fez to a bottle of Arabic perfume.
Fragrance in the air now. That is not perfume.
No, that's just the waterfront of Algiers. Oh, shall we get away from here, mademoiselle?
If you please.
The center of the town is this way. If you would like to take a carriage with me, I should...
No, I'll walk. I haven't far to go.
But your suitcase...
It is very light, monsieur. No trouble at all.
Perhaps I'd better walk with you. The streets aren't very safe down here near the waterfront.
I'll be quite safe, monsieur. And look, there are soldiers to protect me. A whole regiment.
Yes, the Foreign Legion. Mostly criminals themselves, so I've heard. Won't you please ride with me?
Thank you, monsieur. But I prefer to walk by myself.
As you wish, mademoiselle.
Now listen here, fatheads. We're back home again. And just because you did a little fighting, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, well, here comes us, the Foreign Legion. Each man a hero. The whole town's ours, and we're going to rip it wide open. Well, forget it. This time you're going to behave like gentlemen, even if it kills you. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Legionnaire Brown. Legionnaire Tom Brown.
Yes, sir.
Step forward here.
Yes, sir.
Well, did you hear what I just said?
Yes, sir.
What?
You
You weren't listening, were you?
No, sir.
Why not?
Yes, sir. I mean...
Shut up.
Yes, sir.
I want to warn you, Brown. We're not back in the States now. This is Algiers, the Foreign Legion. If you go starting up any trouble among the girls here the way you did the last time, you're going to find yourself in the jug. You get that? Now go on. Get back there in line.
Yes, sir.
And remember what I said, you guys. Take it easy and act like gentlemen. Company dismissed.
Hey, Tom.
Oh, hello, Blimey.
Oh, say, what's eating the sergeant? Blimey if I didn't think he was going to bite your head off.
Oh, he doesn't worry me. He got away from driving a hack. Say, where are you going tonight?
I don't know. After what the sergeant said about behaving like gentlemen, I don't know where to go.
Ah, forget it. I know a little Spanish girl in this burg who can cook a steak to a turn. What do you say?
Suits me, if we can find a steak. In this here blasted heat, steaks get cooked right on the cow.
Come on, I'll find one. Say, I know this joint from top to bottom, and I'm sure in... Hey, Blimey. Wait a minute. Blimey, will you look at that?
Eh? What? Where?
That girl, carrying the suitcase.
Oh, Blimey, she sure is a looker.
Yeah, she sure is. I wonder what she's doing in this town.
Oh, dance hall girl, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, maybe I better find out.
Yeah, wait. I thought he was going for a meal someplace.
Yeah, a little later, Blamey. This is pretty important.
Wait, listen, Tom.
So long, Blamey.
All right, go ahead and desert me, lady killer.
Hello, sister.
Hello, soldier.
You going my way?
It depends. Which way are you going?
Anywhere you are. Here, let me carry your suitcase for you.
Don't bother. I'll carry it myself.
Oh, kind of independent, huh? You mind if I walk along with you?
If you want.
Well, that's friendly enough. How about stopping off for a drink? I know a little place.
I'm sorry, monsieur. I have no time now.
Oh, I get it. Okay, sister. If there isn't anything I can do for you.
There is. You can tell me where's the Café Marrakech.
The Café Marrakech? Oh, sure. It's just across the street. Come on, I'll show you.
Thank you, monsieur.
You work there?
I'm a singer. If you are doing nothing tonight, you might come and hear me.
Yeah. Okay. I'll remember that. Well, there you are. It's that door there. Anything else?
Nothing.
Okay. I'll see you tonight.
Entre.
Is this the Café Marrakech?
It is. I am Lotinto, the proprietor.
And I'm Ami Jolie.
Ami Jolie? Oh, yes, I have your letter here somewhere. You are ready to work tonight?
Of course.
Good. Your dressing room is at the end of the hall. Go there and wait for me. I want to have a talk with you before you go on.
Very well, monsieur. Come in.
Mademoiselle, how she is back. This is a great night for you. If you make a hit, you can stay here as long as you like.
You're very kind, Monsieur Latinto.
And now, mademoiselle, one word of advice. Pick yourself a protector. It will give you prestige. And always choose an officer in the Legion. The private, he is nobody. Pick the officers. They have the money. You understand?
Perfectly.
Good. Are you ready to sing now? I will go out and make the announcement.
In a moment.
Good. Come as soon as you can.
Tommy, but this is a good table. Right up in front among the beds.
Shut up. We're not supposed to be here.
Why not?
Not with an adjutant in the house. Old man Cesar sitting over there. See him?
Blimey if he ain't the old goat.
If he's seen me here, he's probably complained to Latinto.
Well, don't he like you, the adjutant?
Like me? He'd stick a bayonet in my back and laugh doing it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Café Marrakech is honored tonight by the presence of the distinguished painter, Monsieur Le Bessière, and my old friend, Adjutant César of the Foreign Legion. Tonight, we open the program with Mademoiselle Ami Jolie, a newcomer whom I hope you will receive with your usual discriminating kind.
We treat her very kind. Maybe she comes sit on my lap.
Who's the wise guy?
Gabon, come and see.
Ladies and gentlemen, I take a pleasure in presenting Mademoiselle Ami Jolie.
He's in for a sock. Now he's going to get it.
Hey, wait, Tom, come back here.
Looking for Gabon, but I insist. Look, mademoiselle, I'll show you how we make love in the Legion. You will like it.
Stop it, I say. Stop it.
Oh, but mademoiselle, you are enchanting.
All right, Gabon. Take your hands off that girl.
What is that?
You heard me. Leave her alone.
I take no orders from you. Gabon do what he likes.
So do I. How do you like that? There's more where that came from, Gabon. Get up and I'll put you away for keeps.
Nice work, Tom. Please, gentlemen, no fighting here. Everyone back to their tables. Francois, throw that Gabon out and keep him out. Everyone, please, back to your tables. Mademoiselle Ami Jolie will sing later. Ami, go to your dressing room. Orchestra, play.
Hey, go ahead, sister. You never can tell what'll happen now.
May I say thank you, monsieur?
Oh, that's all right. I had a good time myself.
He had it coming to me all right, he did.
Come along.
Excuse me, monsieur. Here, take this.
Hey, Tom, she threw you a flower.
I know it. You think I'm blind?
Say, she's a little bit of all right. I like her.
Your taste is improving.
Well, monsieur, Monsieur Lutinto. My first appearance was not a success.
That is nothing. A common occurrence here in Algiers. But I have a news. Adjutant César has already asked for the honor of your company.
Adjutant César? Who is he?
Oh, a very important man, high in the Foreign Legion. And one of my best customers.
Tell the adjutant I'll try to oblige him.
Good.
When I find the time.
Oh, and now, mademoiselle, you must go out there again. Not sing this time. This time you sell apples. That is the most important thing. You go around the hall from table to table and sell all you can. 10% is yours and 90% is mine. Oh, you will make a fortune.
Give me the basket, monsieur.
Good. Here, go now.
An apple, sir? Who will buy an apple? An apple, sir?
Mademoiselle.
Oh, Monsieur Labassière. We meet once more, monsieur.
So soon. Can I also have an apple?
I have no change for that.
I hardly expected you would have.
You are again very kind.
Mademoiselle, may I have the honor of your company after the performance?
I'm sorry. I have disposed of the balance of the evening.
Some other time, perhaps.
Of course. You will excuse me now, please? Apple? An apple, sir?
Here, mademoiselle.
Do you wish to buy, sir?
Later, perhaps. I am Adjutant Caesar.
Oh, yes?
I have already spoken to Lotinto concerning you. Sit down.
I'm sorry, Adjutant.
You mean you refuse to sit with me?
I'm very busy now. Some other time, monsieur.
But some other time won't do, mademoiselle. I would like your company here and now.
Would you? It is a shame, I dance, but I must disappoint you. Who will buy an apple? An apple, sir? An apple?
She comes from an apple.
Good evening, soldier.
Good evening, mademoiselle. Thanks for the flower.
Can I offer you an apple, too?
Yeah, sure. Lend me 20 francs, Blamey.
That makes 60, you owe me. Here you are.
Take it, mademoiselle.
Thank you.
2 weeks' pay is a lot of money for an apple.
You can have it for nothing, if you like.
Oh, no, nothing doing. I always pay for what I get. I'd sit down if I were you. Come on.
You needn't pull me down, soldier.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you.
You're very brave, aren't you?
Oh, I don't know. Why? Do you like brave men?
Perhaps.
Hey, wait. Where are you going?
I'm busy now, but later. I'll be out there, on the balcony.
Okay. I'll see you later. You can smell the desert tonight. Hot, isn't it?
Cooler than inside.
Expect to stay in Algiers very long?
Who knows? They say when a singer comes here to work, she stays forever.
I've seen it work out that way.
I beg your pardon.
Adjutant?
Good evening, mademoiselle.
Good evening, Adjutant César.
I saw you come out this way, and I gathered that you were no longer very busy.
But I am. You see, I invited this gentleman to come out here and sit with me.
Oh, I see. Mademoiselle, you are new in Algiers. Perhaps you do not realize that this gentleman, as you call him, is a Legionnaire, a private.
I choose my company by their looks, not by their medals.
Am I to take it, then, that you prefer his company to mine?
Take it as you like, monsieur.
Thank you. But I'm still the adjutant here. Legionnaire Brown, you will please leave here at once.
I'm off duty, sir.
I asked you to leave. Did you hear me?
Yes, sir. But the lady has asked me to stay.
May I remind you that I'm your superior officer?
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm going to stay.
Very well. Legionnaire Brown, you will report to headquarters in the morning. Report to me, personally.
Very good, sir.
Good night, mademoiselle.
You shouldn't have done that.
I know it.
You think being here with me is worth the risk?
Sure, if you think so. Go on. Play some more.
I think you'd better go now, soldier.
All right, lady. You won't have any trouble getting rid of me.
Nothing like independence, is there?
Well, here I am independent. With women.
Evidently don't think much of women.
Well, I'll tell you, lady, it's their fault, not mine.
Been in the Legion very long?
Almost 3 years. 3 years. It seems like 300.
You sound tired of life.
Well, I don't know whether I am or not. I was when I joined this outfit. Well, how about you, mademoiselle? Been on the stage very long?
Long enough.
Tired of it?
No.
Well, what in the name of 10,000 corporals did you come to a country like this for, anyway?
I understand that men are never asked why they enter the Foreign Legion.
That's right. They never asked me. If they had, I wouldn't have told. When I crashed the Legion, I ditched the past.
There's a foreign legion of women, too. But we have no uniforms, no flags, and no medals when we are brave. No wound stripes when we are hurt.
Look here. Is there anything I can do to help you?
No. I've heard that before. Or do you think you can restore my faith in men?
Oh, no, not me. You got the wrong man for that. Anybody who has faith in me is a sucker.
You'd better go now. I'm beginning to like you.
You know, I've told women about everything a man can say. But I'm going to tell you something I've never told a woman before. I wish I'd met you 10 years ago. Good night.
Good night, and thank you.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Marlena Dietrich and Clark Gable in the Lux Radio Theatre's presentation of The Legionnaire and the Lady continue in just a moment. Meanwhile, we'll give you a glimpse behind the scenes in Hollywood as we take you on a quick tour of the screen capital.
First stop in Hollywood, the main casting office of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer studio, a seething mass of men and women seeking jobs. We enter as two hopeful young extra girls are talking in a corner.
I heard they're casting 25 girls for Joan Crawford's new picture, The Gorgeous Hussy. Think we stand a chance? You bet I do. What makes you so sure? Because in this scene, it's your face and shoulders that count. They're casting complexions today.
That's okay for you, but look at me. I wish my complexion looked as nice as yours. Maybe there is something in the way you take care of it. That business of removing cosmetics thoroughly with Lux toilet soap. I guess I'm just one of those cosmetic skin girls they talk about.
Oh, well, don't worry.
Hey, Joan.
Oh, wait a minute. They're calling to me. What is it?
Okay for you today.
Oh, he'll use me in the scene at the Dutch Embassy. Hey, mister, what about my friend?
Can't use it.
Gee, Alice, I'm sorry.
And now, a table for two at the fashionable Trocadero, the supper club that is the rendezvous of the stars.
You look lovely tonight, darling. Perfectly adorable.
Oh, darling, you're just saying that.
No, honest. You've got everything that any of those movie stars dancing there have. And especially that knockout of a complexion.
Well, darling, maybe you should thank those stars for that. Because I take care of my complexion the same way they do.
Well, I don't know about thanking those stars for what you do. But I sure thank my stars for what you are.
Every girl needs a lovely complexion. And the movie stars here in Hollywood have shown you how to keep skin lovely. Don't allow dust and dirt, stale rouge and powder to fog the pores. Before you put on fresh makeup during the day, always before you go to bed at night, use Lux toilet soap.
Marlena Dietrich as Amy Jolie and Clark Gable as Legionnaire Tom Brown continue with our play, The Legionnaire and the Lady. It has been several hours since Tom told Amy that he wished he had met her 10 years sooner. At Foreign Legion headquarters, his head reeling from the heat of the tiny office in which he sits, Adjutant Caesar is working at his desk. An orderly enters.
Adjutant.
Yes, what is it?
Legionnaire Brown's here.
Oh, is he? Tell him to come in.
Wait, mister. Entree.
Thanks. Good morning, Adjutant. You asked me to report to you this morning.
I have not forgotten. Stand over there. Legionnaire Brown, I think it is hardly necessary to remind you that insubordination is a serious offense.
Insubordination? But I was off duty.
Off duty or on duty, the word of a superior officer is law. You refuse to obey. You are therefore guilty of a breach of conduct and subject to court-martial. Report to the sergeant and place yourself under arrest.
Yes, sir. Of course, there's nothing personal in this. I mean, you're not just sore about last night or anything.
Oh, you forget yourself.
No, I don't. You have no reason to court-martial me except that you wanted that girl to yourself. And I took her out from under your nose.
Silence.
Silence your foot. You don't scare me worth a nickel.
A year in prison, mate.
You ought to know.
What's that?
A year in prison. That's short compared to what you were going to serve before you escaped.
Are you quite sure you know what you're talking about?
I'm talking about a little matter of homicide, murder, in Berlin. The murderer's name was Cesar. He got 30 years, but he escaped. It's a funny thing. He looked just like you, Adjutant, without the mustache.
Legionnaire Brown, you... You're a fool.
Sure. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be in the Foreign Legion, sweating blood for a rat like you.
Entrez.
That woman here, Adjutant, the one you sent for.
Send her in.
This way, mademoiselle.
Good morning.
Good morning. You wish to see me?
If you don't mind. Hello.
Oh. Are you here, too?
Yeah, sure. You never can tell where you'll run into me.
For the next few days, we'll know exactly where to run into you. Orderly.
Yes, Adjutant?
Take this man to the guardhouse.
The guardhouse? What for?
That's the Legion's business, mademoiselle. And mine. Take him.
Alive.
Sure. I'm sorry I couldn't stay, mademoiselle. Good morning, Adjutant.
What are you going to do with him?
That is not the question at the moment, mademoiselle. The question is, what are we going to do with you?
I don't understand you, monsieur.
No. It is the policy of the Legion, mademoiselle, not to interfere in the private affairs of any resident. But when the private affairs of the resident intrude upon the performance of a soldier's duty, we find it necessary to take steps.
What steps?
Such as asking the person to leave Algiers. In the future, mademoiselle, will you please act accordingly? That's all.
One moment. Last night was my fault. More than the Legionnaire's. I ask you to be lenient with him.
You were not very lenient with me, mademoiselle.
Please.
There is nothing I can do. Good morning.
Good morning. There's the story, Monsieur Labassiere. You said I should come to you if I needed help. I need it now.
I think the Legionnaire is the one who needs help.
Monsieur Labassiere, what will they do to him?
I don't know. Personally, I shouldn't care to have Adjutant Caesar as an enemy.
I seem to have the unhappy faculty of causing trouble wherever I go.
Oh, nonsense. You know, I carry some weight with Caesar. Possibly I can help you.
Every time a man has helped me, there has been a price. What's yours?
My price?
I can pay that, monsieur.
Where is the Legionnaire now?
In the guardhouse. I saw him this afternoon. I bribed the guard.
Did you tell him you will come to me?
No. He says not to worry, that he'll be out before morning.
Well, perhaps he will.
He's in the third cell, Sergeant.
Legionnaire Brown.
Oh, hello, Sergeant. Nice of you to call. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
No wisecracks, Hughes. No wisecracks. Here's your pass.
Hey, you mean getting out of this joint?
Yeah, the door's wide open. You can do as you like. Until 7 o'clock in the morning.
What's the idea of this?
You're leaving for a mountain pass tomorrow.
Oh, no, not me. You know, I'm beginning to like this town. Tell Cesar I'm not going.
Tell him yourself. He's going along this time.
Who's going along?
You heard what I said. Jesus going.
Oh. Yeah?
Yeah. Now go on. Get out of here.
Yeah, sure. So long, Sergeant.
And see if you can stay out of here for once in a while.
Well, I'll do my best. Tom. Hey, Tom. Blimey, come here.
Yeah, I'll be waiting for you outside here.
Yeah? Well, don't talk now. Let's get away from here.
Aye?
Come on. Keep walking.
Oh, what's up? You're out, ain't you?
Yeah, until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Truth. He ain't going to give you a court-martial.
Oh, no, not to Cesar. He got a better idea than that. I think I'm on to it. He's going to get me out on the desert, face me in the right direction, and put a bullet in my back.
Put a bullet in... Oh, the eat's got you.
You think so?
Well, what does Caesar want to plug you for anyway?
My old feeling, blimey. I talked right in his beard and told him what was what. You see, I know something about that bird, and now he knows I know it.
Truth.
He's not going to use me for target practice. I'm through with the Army, blimey, washed up. I've been looking for the right kind of woman all my life, and I think I found her.
Now, listen here. If you're talking about the mademoiselle of the cafe...
That's who, blimey?
Well, you're crazy. She ain't nothing but a cheap little gold.
Oh, no, she isn't, blimey. She's all right. And I'm quitting the Army and taking her out of here tonight.
You don't say. You ever hear what the penalty is for desertion?
Say, there's 100 ways of dying, brother, and I'm picking my own.
come in?
Good evening, mademoiselle.
Monsieur Belabatière, come in.
And how are you this evening?
I'm well, thank you. The flowers you sent are wonderful.
Not half so wonderful as I should wish.
Any news of him?
Some. He's not to be court-martialed, but they are going to transfer him.
Oh. Oh, that means he will have to leave town.
Of course.
I see.
Do you love him?
I don't know. I hope not.
Look, I've brought you something.
Brought me something?
A bracelet. May I put it on you?
I can't accept this, monsieur. It's worth a fortune.
Anything of less value would be unworthy of you.
I'm sorry, monsieur. I cannot take it.
Well, let me leave it here on the dressing table. If you've changed your mind.
I won't.
Has anyone ever told you that I'm a very wealthy man?
I've heard so.
Does it mean so little to you?
In what way, monsieur?
I'd like to take you away from here.
Would you? Exactly what do you offer now?
The conventional thing. My offer is highly respectable. Marriage.
You're a strange man.
You find it so strange that I should be fond of you?
Must I answer you now?
I'd sleep better tonight if you did. Well?
I don't think I care to take advantage of the tempting offer.
Then you're in love.
No. I don't think I am.
Supposing you'd never met a certain private in the Foreign Legion, what would your answer have been?
It might have been the same. I don't know. Come in.
Hello.
You.
Yes, I'm sorry I bust in like this, but I'm leaving for the Sahara in the morning, and I just came to say goodbye.
Tomorrow? That is short notice, isn't it?
I think you two will want to be alone. I understand you're leaving on a rather strenuous journey. I wish you good luck.
Thanks.
A bientôt, mademoiselle.
A bientôt. Will you be gone long? When will I see you again?
Well, maybe never.
Never?
Yeah. You see, something tells me I'm not coming back this time.
Then you must not go.
You know, that's funny, but that's just what I was thinking. I could desert and board a freighter for Europe tonight.
Why don't you?
I would in a minute, if you'd go with me.
You really want me to?
I really want you to. You know, you've done something to me. I don't know what, but I've been thinking about you every minute since I saw you. Will you come with me?
Yes. I'll go with you. Who is it?
Cigar, Lo siento. It's time for you to set apples. Why are you not on time?
In a moment. Wait here for me. I'll be back.
Oh, excuse me. I thought perhaps that you gone.
No, not yet. I'm waiting here for Mademoiselle Ami to come back.
Oh, of course. A wonderful girl, isn't she?
Oh, you've noticed that, too.
Everyone has. But I believe I've fallen a little farther than the rest.
Oh, yes?
Not that it's done me any good.
What do you mean?
She's refused me.
Refused you? You offered to marry her?
Yes, about 10 minutes ago. Here in this room.
Oh, I see. She never mentioned that.
Why should she?
Hey, you're a rich guy, aren't you? Plenty of dough.
So my lawyers tell me. Didn't make much difference with Mademoiselle Ami. She wouldn't even accept a gift from me. That bracelet there on the dressing table. I left it in the hope that she might change her mind, but I'm sure she won't. I'm afraid I'm fighting a lost cause.
You know, that's a laugh, isn't it?
That I should want to marry her?
Oh, no. I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking of myself. Legionnaire Tom Brown, $20 a month and keep. Trying to pull the kind uncle act with a girl who could marry a millionaire. You know, I might have known it was too good to be true.
Suppose she's in love with you.
And suppose she's not. What difference does it make? Do you think I'm going to step all over the biggest chance of her life? Oh, no, not me, mister. I may be only a buck private in a tin sword army, but I know when to take a walk. And I'm taking one now.
Are you sure you're doing the best for her?
Well, it's best for her. Hey, do me a favor, will you? She'll be coming back here in a minute. When she does, let me talk to her alone.
Of course. What are you going to tell her?
Well, I don't know yet. But I'll think of something. I'll pick a fight with her. I'll make her sore at me. When I make my exit, she'll probably be glad to see me go.
Well, do as you think best. Good luck.
Was I long?
Yes, a little. I was just leaving.
Leaving? But I'm not ready yet.
I wasn't thinking of you. I'm going alone.
Has anything happened?
Yeah, lots happened. I've changed my mind, sister.
Why?
I'm no sucker lady. Maybe you thought I was, but I'm not.
Tom, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. I've been on the level with you, and I thought you were with me. But you shouldn't have left me here alone. I saw too much.
What did you see?
That pretty little diamond bracelet over there on the dressing table.
Well?
A new acquisition, isn't it? Or are you going to tell me you borrowed it from a girlfriend?
It was given to me tonight. I haven't accepted it yet.
Oh, that's a better one. Go ahead, sister. It sounds swell.
You think that
I don't have to think. Girls like you don't wear diamonds. And when they do, well, that doesn't go with me. I'm hard-boiled, but not enough for that stuff. A one-man woman is what I want, or nothing at all. This time is nothing at all. So long, sister.
There goes your soldier, mademoiselle.
Yes, he didn't desert after all.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How straight they march when they go out.
Yes, until the heat gets them. It's a bad section they're going to.
I wonder how many of them will come back.
Are you worried about all of them, or just one?
What good is it to worry about anything? Those women, much behind the men. Who are they?
The women? I would call them the rear guard.
How can they keep pace with the men?
Well, sometimes they catch up with them, and sometimes they don't. Very often when they do, they find their men dead.
Those women must be mad.
Oh, I don't know. You see, they love their men.
Oh, they're even madder than I thought.
All right, but I don't see what good it does. We only have to get up again. Anyhow, those walking bed sheets can't shoot straight. Oh, no? Well, you'll think different when you get a bullet in your chest. Whew, this heat's enough to melt a guy. Oh, shut up. If you don't like to swallow, why don't you quit? I was going to, Simon, but you see, I've turned decent. What? I said I've turned decent. I'm in love. You? That's a riot, that is.
Hello, Tom.
Hey, blimey, what the devil are you doing here?
Just come up with a relief. Nearly had me into a bet, Don.
It's that blasted machine gun up there on the hill.
Sergeant!
Yes, sir. Here comes the adjutant, boy, man. I'm in for something.
Have you spotted that machine gun?
It's up there someplace, sir.
We'll send out a scout. Legionnaire Brown.
I know it.
Legionnaire Brown.
Yes, sir.
Take a man with you and spot that machine gun. If you get close enough, use your hand grenade. It must be destroyed.
Yes, sir.
I'll go with him.
Blimey, are you crazy?
Quiet. You can go with him if you want.
Thank you, sir. It'll be a real pleasure.
Report to me when you get back.
Yeah. When and if we get back. Well, I had the right hunch, didn't I?
That's too bad, Brown.
Yeah. Well?
Hey, wait a minute, you. How about those 10 francs you owe me?
Oh, shut up. Come on, Blimey.
Right behind you, Tom.
So long, fellas. Go on, you mug. Okay, Blimey. We'll crawl along this trough and slip over the ridge down there.
Right. Down there, but they're making it tough for us. Hey, look.
What?
Over there, the adjutant. He's laying in beyond that sand dune.
This is it, Blimey. Here's where I get that bullet in my back.
No, you don't. If he makes a move for his gun, I'll let him have it right between the eyes.
Don't be a fool.
There he goes.
Put the gun down. Put it down.
Let me alone.
Look out.
Somebody's got it.
Holy.
Fine, what is it?
The adjutant. He's been hit.
Good. Blimey, I hope he croaks. It'll save me the trouble.
Hey, he's got it bad, Blimey.
I hope so.
Hey, come on, let's get going.
Keep low, Tom. They're blasting us hot and heavy.
Hey, they must have us spotted. Get over there behind that hill, Blimey. I'll go up this way.
Right into their faces, you man.
Oh, go ahead. I'll be right back.
Come back here, Tom. Come back here. Come back here. Tom. Oh, he's been hit. Tom, where are you?
Here, Blimey. Over here.
Oh, did you get it, Tom?
Yeah, I guess I did, Blimey.
Where is it, my boy? Where is it?
In here. It's got me all tied up in knots.
Tommy, boy.
It's all right, Blimey. Look, you better get back.
And leave you here?
I don't think you can help me much. It's funny, isn't it? You were glad Cesar got it. Save you the trouble. Looks like I did the same thing for him.
Tommy. Tom. Lord blimey.
just a moment, you will hear more of the story of the Legionnaire and the Lady, co-starring Marlene Dietrich and Clark Gable. You know what a casting director is. If you want to get into the movies, he's the man you see, or try to see. He knows the names, faces, abilities, and salaries of thousands of players. It is a pleasure to present my friend and associate, who has been casting director at the Paramount Studio for many years, Mr. Fred Datig.
Yes, Mr. DeMille. A casting director has a hard job. Directors are always asking for things like 6 sets of girls who look like triplets, or a cross-eyed man who can keep his eyes crossed in the same way all through the picture. Last year, a director asked me to get 2 Tahitian girls who could sing, dance, and play musical instruments. I had to send all the way to Tahiti for them, and when they finally got here, the picture had been called off, but the girls stayed here. Later on, the same director started to make a picture in Tahiti, and we had to send those girls to Tahiti for him. But those are the unusual things. Every day I'm looking for actors and actresses who not only have talent, but who screen well, who have lovely figures, good features, and fine complexions. And, Mr. DeMille, I think it's fitting on your Lux Radio Theatre to emphasize complexions. Your Lux toilet soap means a lot to both the stars and the extras. They must have good complexions. And that's why Lux toilet soap is the official soap over on the Paramount lot, and in fact in every other great studio in Hollywood.
We return to the Legionnaire and the Lady with Marlene Dietrich as Ame Jolie and Clark Gable as Legionnaire Tom Brown. Several weeks have gone by, and Ame has received no word from the Legionnaire. Convinced that she will never see him again, she has accepted Lebessier's offer of marriage. It is the night of their engagement dinner in a room at the Hotel Dupré. Ame Jolie sits by the window, staring into the street. Lebessier, receiving no answer to his knock, enters.
Ame, where are you?
Here.
Sitting in the dark. Let me turn the light. That's it, huh? We've all been waiting for you downstairs, Ame.
You? I'm sorry. I didn't know.
What have you been doing, darling?
Sitting here by the window, thinking.
About anything in particular, Ame?
No, nothing in particular.
You're not at all excited. This is the night of our engagement dinner, or have you forgotten?
How could I forget?
Everybody's here. They're dying to meet you.
I didn't think they would come.
On the contrary, they're delighted to witness the unconditional surrender of the most exacting bachelor in the world. Are you happy, my dear?
Of course. Shall we go down now?
Oh, wait. I want to speak to you.
Anything wrong?
Yes, I have news of your Legionnaire.
What news?
His company returns tonight. That is, what's left of it.
You mean?
I mean that he's not returning with it. He's been wounded. He's in the hospital at the mouth of Paz.
Is he badly hurt?
Oh, I don't know. They would tell me that.
Then he may be dying. He may be dead by now.
Perhaps.
I've got to go to him.
Ame, are you in love with him?
I've got to see him. Please.
Very well.
You don't mind?
No. You see, I love you, Ame. I'll do anything to make you happy. We'll go together.
Thank you.
Now, wait here, and I'll order the car. There it is, I believe.
The hospital?
Yes. Want me to go in with you?
No. It would be best if I went alone.
Very well, my dear.
Good morning, mademoiselle. Something I can do for you?
I'm looking for Legionnaire Tom Brown.
Brown? Hospital case?
Yes.
Let me see. I'm sorry. There's no one by that name on our books.
Are you sure?
Well, he might be under some other name. Have a look.
Thank you.
Hey, Descoli, I want to see about that guy that... Well. The break the mademoiselle from America's Cafe. Hey, don't you remember me? I'm Top Sergeant from the 5th Regiment. Say, what are you doing down here anyway?
I'm looking for Legionnaire Tom Brown.
Oh, Brown? Oh, you won't find him here.
He isn't dead.
Dead? Nah, you can't kill that bird. They thought he was going when they brought him in, and a couple of days later he was tearing up the bedclothes because they wouldn't give him a drink. They let him out ago.
Is he still in town?
Sure he is. He's around the corner at Christine's. But say, are you going to see him?
Yes.
Well, then tell him not to forget the 10 francs he owes me.
This Christine's, what kind of a place is it?
It's a cafe. Just poke your head in and look around. When you see a gal with her arms around a guy's shoulder, 10 to 1, that guy will be Brown.
Come, Senor Soldier. Wake up. Pay a little attention to me.
Oh, go away, will you? Can't you see I'm busy?
Busy. Ah. Carving in the top of the table a name. A-M-Y. J-O-L-L-Y. Amy Jolly. That's the girl's name, eh?
Yep.
Who is she?
Oh, it wouldn't do you any good if I told you.
You love her very much?
Yep.
Poor boy. She's your sweetheart, no?
Oh, shut up, will you? Go on, beat it.
Hey, all right. You don't have to get mad at me.
Hello, soldier.
Tommy.
Mind if I sit down?
No, of course not.
Thank you.
You gave me a surprise. What are you doing in this part of the world?
I heard you were wounded.
Yeah? Well, I heal fast. Never felt better in my life. Are you married yet?
No.
I heard you were going to marry that rich friend of yours, that La Bessiere fellow.
I am.
Are you sure?
I don't change my mind.
I guess. Well, I wish you all the luck in the world, mademoiselle.
Is that all you have to say?
Yeah, that's all. Well, that's me. I guess we're pushing off again.
Where to?
I can't tell, but wherever it is, it'll be Thirsty March. I better go and get myself a drink.
You're not going to say goodbye.
We leave at dawn. Come and see us off, will you?
Maybe.
Well, do what you think is best. So long, mademoiselle.
So long, soldier.
Your man, he is gone, senorita?
Yes.
You look sad. Why you don't go with him?
He doesn't want me.
No. He wants no girl. Only one, whose name he carved here on the table. See? A-M-Y J-O-L-L-Y. Amy Jolie.
Amy Jolie? He carved that?
He thinks of her all the time.
Well, did you see him?
Yes, he's well again. They're moving him on to fight.
Well, shall we go back?
Not yet. He's leaving at dawn. I'll wait till then.
You want to sit in the car here, Amy, or shall we go back and look for him?
I see him now. His company's not marching yet.
You want me to call him over?
Please. He sees us. He's coming this way.
What are you going to say to him?
Just goodbye.
Hello. Out early this morning, mademoiselle.
Yes, we came to see you off.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
I'm sorry I can't stay long. My company's ready to march.
You're going to be out long?
Can't tell.
Hey, lady killer.
Off, what do you want?
There's a war going on out there. Oh, you're telling all, ain't you?
All right. Shut up. Well, here we go. Goodbye, mademoiselle.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
Good luck, Legionnaire Brown.
Thanks.
Well, there he goes.
Out into the sun.
You're going to miss him, aren't you?
I love him.
I knew you did.
He loves me, too.
How do you know?
I always knew.
Army.
The women, the rear guard, they're beginning to follow the men. It hurts me to look at them.
Why?
Because I want to be one of them. I want to follow, too.
You love him that much?
I love him that much. They're almost out in the desert now. I'm going after him.
You're mad. I won't let you go.
Please, you have been so kind to me, but I can't help it. Try to forgive me. Try to understand. I've got to go to him.
Army!
I must go to him.
Darling, I understand.
Tom.
Army, what are you doing out here?
I followed you.
I will stay with you forever.
Don't be a fool. Go back. Go back before it's too late.
No, I'm going to stay.
Well, you know what it's like out here. It's torture. Nothing but heat and sand and sun. A burning sun that'll blister your body until you scream.
I don't care. I'm one of the rear guard now. One of the women who love their men.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the story of the Legionnaire and the Lady, as played by Marlene Dietrich and Clark Gable. Before I present our two stars for a curtain call, I'm going to ask an old friend, a pioneer in the motion picture industry, to step up on the stage. We were once partners and made our first film, The Squaw Man, together. It's comfortable to have him at my side tonight as I enter the field of radio. Jesse Lasky of Pickford Lasky Productions.
Well, Cecil, this great new theater on Hollywood Boulevard is quite different from the stable where we started the Squaw Man 23 years ago.
In the middle of an orange grove. In those days, Jesse, there were trees on Hollywood Boulevard instead of neon signs.
A lot of water has gone under the bridge since then.
Yeah, speaking of water, you remember Jacob Stern? You remember we rented the barn from him. Rather, we rented only half the barn we worked in. Jacob kept his horse in the other half. And every time he washed the buggy, the water ran into our office.
Yes, and we had to put our feet in the wastebasket to keep them from getting wet.
Yes, I put my last dime into that picture of ours.
Yes, and you put my last dime in, too. But it's always stimulating to me, Cecil, to see that in spite of the many changes in Hollywood, the men who started in the picture business with us are now at the top of the heap. You know who I'm thinking of. Adolf Zucker and Samuel Goldwyn, the men who with us founded what is now the great Paramount Company.
Yes, there's one good thing, Jesse, about working on the radio. Somebody else puts up the money. And tonight, in case you haven't heard, it's the manufacturers of Lux soap. You know, it's mighty good soap.
That's one thing that even I will yes you on. Now, Cecil, I want to wish you Godspeed on this series of programs. It's a pleasure to have been here tonight, and I'm glad this excellent radio show will be broadcast from Hollywood from now on.
And now a word about a certain young actor before he steps out on the stage. I want to tell you a little story of him. When I was casting Madame Satan 6 or 7 years ago, I was looking for a villain. Somebody had given my script girl a screen test of a young man, and she kept dinging the life out of me to see it. I asked her if he was a villain, and she said she thought he could do anything. So I looked at it and decided he was not a villain, but that he had definite possibilities. So I showed it to the other executives of the studio. When I asked them about the young man a day or so later, they said he never could succeed in pictures. I asked why not. They said his ears are too big. But evidently those ears were no obstacle to the triumph of Clark Gable. As you stepped out on this stage, Clark, I could hear feminine hearts thumping from coast to coast.
Well, C.B., I'm letting that go in one ear and out the other.
If your studio will loan you to my studio, Clark, I'd like to direct you in a picture.
Well, I hear from everybody who has ever worked for you that it's a great experience, if you live through it.
Now, my ears are burning.
No, really, though. It was a great show and a lot of fun working for you. I want to express gratitude to Miss Dietrich and myself to our all-star supporting cast tonight. Crawford Kent as La Bessiere. Frank Riker as Adjutant Cesar. Walter Kingsford as Bimey. Wally Mayer as Sergeant. Lou Merrill as Lo Tinto. And Inez Seabury as the Spanish girl. And thanks also to our fine audience. I want to congratulate Lux on their new theater and on the way they're planning their next week. Two great stars, Mr. William Powell and Miss Myrna Loy, and their famous success, The Thin Man. Good night, Mr. DeMille, and so long, everybody.
And here she comes as desirable as she was in her picture Desire. As beautiful and glamorous as only Marlene Dietrich can be.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
We received many requests, Marlena, that you sing your famous song from the Blue Angel, Falling in Love Again. Will you please?
I'd be very glad to. Mr. Frederick Hollander, the composer of the song, will accompany me.
Falling in love again, never wanted to. What am I to do? I can't help it. Love's always been my game, play it how I may. I was made that way, I can't help it. Men cluster to me like moths around the flame. And if their wings burn, I know I'm not to blame. Falling in love again, never wanted to. What am I to do? I can't help it. Falling in love again, never wanted to. What am I to do? I can't help it. Love's always been my game, play it how I may. I was made that way, I can't help it. Men cluster to me like moths around a flame. And if their wings burn, I know I'm not to blame. Falling in love again, never wanted to. What am I to do? I can't help it.
Thank you, Miss Dietrich. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Before Mr. DeMille tells you more about our play for next week, on behalf of our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, I want to express appreciation and gratitude to Mr. DeMille and to the great Hollywood studios who cooperated in making this occasion such a splendid success. From Paramount, Miss Dietrich, who will next be seen on the screen in the David O. Selznick Technicolor production of The Garden of Allah, based on the famous novel by Robert Hitchens. Mr. Clark Gable, the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer star, came direct to this broadcast from the set of the Warner Cosmopolitan production of Cain and Mabel. He will soon be seen with Jeanette MacDonald in MGM's production San Francisco. Mr. Louis Silvers represents the 20th Century Fox. And to Paramount, our thanks for the loan of our producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille, whom I know you are eager to hear. Mr. DeMille.
Next Monday at the same time, we will present that amusing and exciting play, The Thin Man. I am proud to be able to announce that the two great MGM stars who made such a hit on the screen in this remarkable drama, William Powell and Myrna Loy, will play the same roles in the first radio version of it. Next Monday evening, I regret to say, I will not be in Hollywood to produce the Lux Radio Theatre play, as I am attending the Paramount Convention in Chicago. In my place, one of Hollywood's distinguished directors, Mr. W.S. Van Dyke, who directed The Thin Man for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, will be guest producer on this hour. But I'll be back the following Monday, and every Monday, to produce this series of programs for the Lux Radio Theatre. On behalf of all who contributed to this evening's performance, our cast, Mr. Louis Silvers and his orchestra, our technical staff, and our sponsors, I thank you, and invite you to be guests of the Lux Radio Theatre again next Monday night, when this program will be presented from the same station. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Casting System. Casting System. Casting System. Casting System. Casting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, June 8th.
The Lux Radio Theatre, presented from its new home on Hollywood Boulevard, Hollywood, California.
presents Hollywood. Such great personalities as William Powell, Myrna Loy, W.S. Van Dyke, Theda Bara, James Seymour, Minna Gamble, Porter Hall, and many others will take part in this presentation sent to you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty soap of the stars. Appearing before a distinguished Hollywood audience, Mr. Powell, Miss Loy, and a cast of 18 great players present the play that has broken box office records from coast to coast, The Thin Man. And as producer tonight, we present the director who did The Thin Man on the screen, together with such triumphs as Naughty Marietta, Trader Horn, Rose Marie, I Live My Life, and countless other smash hit pictures, Mr. W.S. Van Dyke. Mr. Van Dyke.
Hello, everybody. Well, it's a great scene at the Lux Radio Theatre tonight. In our audience, we have Betty Davis, Jimmy and Lucille Gleason, Bob Armstrong, Ole Olson of Olson and Johnson, Stu Irwin, Jimmy Starr, famous communist, Evelyn Venable, Mr. and Mrs. Leon Schlesinger. Maybe it would interest you a little inside information on the show we're doing tonight, The Thin Man, and about William Powell and Myrna Loy, who are going to do it for you. As you know, The Thin Man was a best-selling novel by Dashiell Hammett. Hunt Stromberg, down at the studio, MGM, got a hold of it and brought it to me. Woody said, if you'll make this picture, I'll buy the story. Well, I read it, and while it was a good enough mystery story, there was something else about the book that struck me. Here was something new and fresh and very charming. A romance between a man and his wife. It's a story of a couple of kids that understood each other and had a blessed confidence in each other. Beneath all the casualness and all the wisecracking, there's a lovely, wholesome relationship. Something really deep and sweet and inspiring. Well, we decided to make the picture. Albert Hackett and Francis Goodrich wrote a swell script. William Powell and Myrna Loy played the parts. And how? They played them beautifully, because Powell was just Powell and Loy was just Loy. Both of them wisecracking all the time and clowning right through the picture. I suppose you know that plenty of motion pictures take from 2 months to a year to shoot. We did The Thin Man in 16 days, retakes and all. Of course, it wasn't a pretentious picture. We didn't make it as one. I hate epics. But it is evident that people liked it. It has been very interesting to study out how they could tell this story on the radio. Bill and Myrna have had a lot of fun getting it ready for you, just as they did making the picture. And from the original story, from the original motion picture cast, we have, and are fortunate in having, Minna Gamble, Porter Hall, William Henry, and Thomas Jackson here tonight. So here we go, with William Powell and Nick Charles, and Myrna Loy as Nora in The Thin Man. Here they come, Bill Powell and Myrna Loy. We're in a fashionable cafe, Montmartre, New York City. It's Christmas Eve, and the well-appointed dining room is filling rapidly. From the bar comes a good-looking young fellow of about 35, tall, casual, and worldly wise. He's Nick Charles, the well-known private detective, played by William Powell. And he's waiting for his charming wife, Nora, played by Myrna Loy. As he takes his place at the table, a young girl on the other side of the room recognizes him and hurries over.
Aren't you Mr. Nick Charles, the detective?
Yes, I'm Nick Charles.
I thought I recognized you. My name is Dorothy Winans.
Oh, yes? How do you do?
Do you mind if I sit down for a moment?
No, but I'm expecting my wife in a few minutes. You don't mind explaining your presence to her?
Oh, of course. That's my fiancé over there at the other table.
Oh, well, that makes everything all right, doesn't it? Sit down.
Thank you.
Your name is,
Dorothy Winans. I'm Clyde Winans' daughter.
Clyde Winans, Oh, yes, of course. Your father was having some trouble about one of his inventions a few years ago. I handled the case for him.
I know. That's why I want to speak to you now.
Oh. Well, I'm not practicing anymore, Miss Winans. You see, I've retired.
Please, Mr. Charles, I need you.
Oh. What seems to be the trouble?
It's Dad. He went away about 3 months ago, and I haven't heard from him. Not a word. I'm worried sick.
Oh, I wouldn't if I were you. After all, he's an inventor. He gets an idea he wants to work on. It's only natural that he should hide away somewhere. He's done it before.
Yes, but never for 3 months.
Did you see him before he left?
No. Mr. Macaulay was the only one he spoke to. Well, Macaulay and Julia Wolfe. She's Dad's secretary.
Julia Wolfe. Oh, yes, I believe I met her. Macaulay is your father's lawyer, isn't he?
Yes.
His lawyer and his secretary both speak to him before he leaves, but no one knows where he went.
He wouldn't tell them.
What about your mother? He wouldn't tell her either?
No. Mother and Dad aren't... They haven't seen each other for some time.
Oh, I see. Well, I don't know just what I can do for you. Why don't you speak to Macaulay? Maybe he's heard from your father and forgotten to let you know.
Oh, well, I'll call him now.
That's a girl. Let me know how it turns out, will you?
Of course. I'll be back in a few minutes.
I'll be here.
Madam, you can't bring that dog in here. Dogs aren't allowed. I'm sorry, madam.
I'll be here. Aster. Aster, come here, boy. Here. Down, boy.
But, madam,
down.
it isn't only your dog. We allowed everyone.
Oh, here you are.
Aster. Quiet, Aster. Quiet. Slow, Nora. I hear you brought the dog.
I didn't bring him. He brought me. I think the doorman's mad, Nick.
Madam, I'm afraid you'll have to take the dog outside.
It's all right, Joe. It's my dog and my wife.
You might have mentioned me first.
But, Mr. Charles, are you sure that...
Of course I'm sure. He's well trained. He'll behave himself.
Nobody might bite someone.
No. Only me, Joe. He only bites me.
Yes, he's fussy about what he eats.
Go ahead, Joe. I'll be responsible for him.
Very well, sir. If you say so, sir.
There you are, my dear. See what an influential husband you've got?
You do stand in with doormen. Mr. Charles.
Oh, yes, Dorothy?
May I introduce my fiancé, Andy Reed, Mr. Charles?
How do you do?
How do you do, sir?
Any luck, Dorothy?
Yes, he's just around the corner.
Your father?
No, Mr. Macaulay.
We're going to see him now.
Oh, fine.
Miss?
Yes, my dear? Oh, I beg your pardon. Miss Wynant, Mr. Reed, my wife.
How do you do? I'm sorry we have to rush, but you'll excuse us, Mr. Charles. Of course.
We're to Normandy for a couple of weeks. Why don't you drop around?
Thanks, we will. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, Mrs. Charles.
Goodbye. Pretty girl.
You like blondes?
You got types?
Only you, darling. Lanky brunettes with wicked jaws.
Who is she?
Dorothy Wynant, daughter of Clyde Wynant. I worked on a case for her father. Some nut wanted to kill him.
Charming. What's the matter now?
Wynant disappeared. I was afraid something happened to him.
Has anything happened to him?
My darling wife. How do I know? Funny, though. That secretary of his ought to know something.
Secretaries usually do. Who is she?
Julia Wolfe. Smart girl, Julia. I always suspected she had some kind of hold on Wynant, and that's why he kept her on.
Maybe you ought to give her a ring.
What for?
Oh, just to say hello.
Maybe.
Want a nickel?
No, I've got one. I'll be right back. Hello? I want Skylar, 40962. No, Skylar. That's right, 40962.
Hello? Yes, Julie Wolfe speaking. Who? Oh, hello, Mr. Charles. Yes? What was it you wanted to... Oh, no, I don't. He didn't tell me. Not a word. I'm sorry. Well, that's all right. Goodbye.
Morelli.
Coming.
Well, who was that?
Nick Charles.
The detective?
He wanted to know where Wynant was.
Oh, yeah? Why?
He didn't say.
Did anyone see Wynant come here that night? The night you and him had the scrap?
I don't know.
Oh, no? Well, I guess I'll scram.
Wait a minute, Morelli. Where are you going?
Oh, taking a little stroll, that's all. If Nick Charles is going to pop up around here, I want to be far away when he does.
Ah, don't be a fool, Morelli.
Fool, huh? Say, listen, sister, I got a record 9-inch to come face to face with no dick.
Sit down, Morelli. You need money, don't you?
Yeah. What about it? You got some?
Plenty. I'm Wynant's secretary.
Oh, yeah? What do you mean by that?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Your friend Pierre serves good dinners, Nick.
All right.
You still didn't tell me what Julia Wolfe had to say.
Nothing. She didn't know where he was, that's all. Finished?
Finished.
Let's get out. We'll grab a cab and get back to the hotel.
Ready and willing. Where's my purse? Come on, Esther.
Joe, call me a cab.
Hello? Hello? Asta, be quiet. Stop it. Hello? Yes? Who is it? Oh, he is. I see. Thank you. Oh, Nick.
Yeah?
It's Mr. McCauley. He's on his way up.
Callie, I wonder what he wants.
Isn't he Winant's lawyer?
Yeah?
Maybe he's got some news.
Well, he ought... Say, you're worrying an awful lot about this business. Forget it.
I'll open it.
I beg your pardon.
I'm Mrs. Charles. Come in, Mr. McCauley.
Hello, McCauley.
Oh, hello, Charles. Well, how are you?
Fine. Sit down.
Thanks. Dorothy told me you were here. I took the liberty of coming to see you.
Of course.
Charles, what's Mimi up to?
Mimi? Oh, Dorothy's mother. Does she have to be up to something?
She usually is, trying one way or another to get money out of Wynant. I wanted to find out if you were, sleuthing for her.
I haven't been a detective 4 years.
Oh, you don't say.
Oh, my wife's father died and left her a lumber mill, a narrow gauge railroad, and, a couple of other things. I'm looking after them.
I see.
What's all the fuss about? Is Wynant in hiding?
Well, you know as much about it as I do. I haven't seen him in 3 months. He sends word through Julia Wolf when he wants money. I give it to her, and she gives it to him.
Mine? Hello? Oh, just a moment, please. It's for you, Mr. McCauley. Your office.
Oh, thank you. Hello? What? He is? Oh, where is he? Oh, very well. Well, he's back in town.
Mr. Wynant?
Yes, thank heaven. He's waiting for me now. Well, I've got to rush. I'll tell you, it's no joke working for a man like that. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Charles. Goodbye, Charles.
Hello?
Merry Christmas.
Same to you. $11:30. Almost Christmas, darling.
If that's a hint, you can drop it. You get your present at breakfast, not a minute before.
Beast. You know, Nick, I've been thinking. It's funny the way Wynant popped up all of a sudden.
Yes. Wasn't it?
You think there's anything behind it?
Why should there be?
I don't know. It just strikes me as being funny, that's all. You're nearer than I am, darling.
Hello? Speaking. Oh, hello, Dorothy. What? What? When? Oh, I see. Well, yes, of course I'll be here.
What is it, darling? Darling, what is it?
Julia Wolf has just been murdered.
You are listening to William Powell and Myrna Loy in the story of The Thin Man from the stage of the Lux Radio Theatre in Hollywood Boulevard. Before we go on with the story of Nick and Nora, we want to take you on a quick tour of Hollywood.
Lobby of the Hotel Roosevelt, where stars and newcomers gather. A young actress just breaking into pictures is telling her friend of her success.
Well, there's one thing. I've got one of the best managers in Hollywood, and that means a lot. Oh, but the rules he's laid down for me. Gee, what do you mean, rules? Well, you'd think I was going into training for the Olympics. I've got to lose 5 pounds. I've got to take lessons in singing and diction, and of course my complexion's got to be perfect. I've got to be more careful than ever not to get little blemishes or enlarged pores and what they call cosmetic skin. Thank goodness I know enough to use Lux toilet soap regularly, the way everybody around here does.
9 out of 10 beautiful Hollywood screen stars use Lux toilet soap, and have for years. Here's what the famous Claudette Colbert has to say. When I tell people how simple my complexion care is, they always seem surprised. I use cosmetics, of course, but I always use Lux toilet soap to guard against cosmetic skin. It's easy to keep skin lovely, my way.
And now, on with the show of The Thin Man. An hour has gone by since Nick heard about the murder of Julia Wolf. In the living room of their suite at the hotel, Nick and Nora are listening to the radio. A news reporter is broadcasting the latest developments of the case.
And here's the latest news of the Julia Wolf murder. The police have found out that the beautiful blonde secretary was a gangster's girl and is spreading the dragnet for one Joe Morelli, said to be hiding out somewhere in the city. In Paris today, the Chamber of Deputies...
Never mind the Chamber of Deputies. Joe Morelli, that's what I wanted to know about. Well, did you get any more information out of headquarters?
As much as they had. Julia Wolf was shot and killed about 9 or 9:30. Body discovered on the floor of her living room a little after 11.
Who discovered it?
That'll surprise you. Mimi Wynant.
Dorothy's mother?
Right.
What was she doing there?
I don't know.
Where's Clyde Wynant?
Still missing.
Missing? But Macaulay was going to see him. They had an appointment.
Well, I spoke to Macaulay. Wynant never showed up. Nobody knows where he is.
It's going to be pretty tough on Dorothy, isn't it?
Meaning what?
Meaning that it looks as if Clyde Wynant skipped one appointment in order to keep another with Julia Wolf.
You think he killed her?
Oh, it's just a guess. You're the detective around here, darling.
Oh, that's Dorothy. She said she wanted to see me. There, come in, Dorothy.
Thank you. Is anyone here?
That's Nora. Have a seat.
Oh. Hello, Dorothy. I'm sorry for breaking in on you like this. Oh, that's all right. We're used to it.
Anything wrong?
Julia Wolf is dead.
Yes, we know that.
Here's the gun she was shot with.
What are you trying to tell me? That you did it?
Yes. I hated her. She kept me from seeing my father. I went down there to ask her where he was. She wouldn't tell me. I shot her.
Where did you hit her?
Why, in the heart.
Pretty good shot you are. What did she do?
She fell down.
Did she make any sound? Didn't scream?
I don't know.
Which way did she fall?
She fell over backwards.
Oh, yes? People fall toward a shot, you know, not back from it. I knew you were lying.
Oh.
All right, come on, now, brace up. Where did you get this gun?
I bought it in a pawn shop.
I thought so. Why did you say you did it? Whom are you trying to shield?
Oh, please, don't ask me.
You got to tell me.
Nick, let me handle this, will you? Dorothy, look at me. Nick is trying to help you. Why don't you help him? You were trying to shield your mother, weren't you?
No.
Your father, then. Dorothy.
Yes. My father.
Why do you think he did it?
Mother was the first one to find Julia Wolf. She saw something in Julia's hand, and she took it.
What was it?
A watch chain. It belonged to my father.
So you think your father did it?
I don't know.
Did your mother turn the chain over to the police?
No, she kept it. She didn't tell them anything about it.
But she showed it to you?
Yes.
Why did your mother go to Julia Wolf's apartment in the first place?
She went to ask for money.
Oh, money again, huh? Yes? Oh, have them come up, please.
Who is it?
Dorothy, I wonder if you'd mind waiting in the bedroom.
Of course.
It'll be only a minute.
Well, Nick?
It's Mimi Wynant.
Alone?
She's never alone. Dorothy's brother is with her. Screwy college kid. And some guy by the name of Chris Jorgensen.
Jorgensen? Who's he?
Macaulay told me about him. A hanger-on type. I think he's out for Mimi's dough.
But she hasn't any.
Maybe that's why she wanted to get some from Julia. I'll take it. Hello.
Nick, how are you?
Fine. Come in, Mimi.
Thank you, Nick. This is my son, Gilbert.
How are you? Very well, thank you.
And Mr. Chris Jorgensen. He's an old friend of mine.
How do you do? How do you do? Sit down. Sit down. My wife.
How do you do?
Mrs. Wynant, Gilbert Wynant, and Mr. Jorgensen.
How do you do?
Well, Mimi?
Nick, I've never been in such a state in my life. You know, of course, that I was the one who found Julia Wolf.
So we've heard.
Oh, my dear, it was terrible. I walked in and there she was, lying dead on the floor.
I meant to ask you, Mother, was there much blood?
Gilbert, don't be so morbid.
But I'm interested in murders. You know, Mr. Charles, I've formed a theory about this one already.
That's so?
In my opinion, the man who did it...
Gilbert, be quiet. You don't know anything about it.
Oh, but I do.
Be quiet.
You were saying, Mrs. Warren,
about finding Julia Wolf. I was simply petrified, and such a mystery. Clyde Wynant's crazy, absolutely crazy to stay away at a time like this. No wonder the police think he had something to do with it.
What do you think?
Oh, I know he didn't, but I wish I could find him. I have something very important to tell him. And Macaulay won't help at all. He thinks I just want money.
Well, don't you?
Oh, Nick, you're always teasing.
Mrs. Wyman, were you alone when you found Julia Wolf?
Why, of course I was.
Wasn't Mr. Jorgensen with you?
I? Certainly not. I don't know anything about it. The first word I had that Julia Wolf was dead was when Mrs. Wyman called me at my club.
Oh, she called you.
Yes.
Why?
I beg your pardon.
Oh, let's not even talk about it. The thing to do is to find Clyde. And that's what I've come to you for, Nick. You will help me find him, won't you?
I'm afraid I can't, Mimi.
Oh, Nick, please.
Now, Mimi, there are 1,000 detectives in New York. Hire one of them.
But Clyde knows you. All you have to do is to get in touch with him and tell him that Mimi says everything is all right, but that I've got to see him.
I tell you again, I don't want any part of it.
Is that final?
Final?
Well, if that's the way you feel.
You turn up. You just help all you can. Give the police every possible assistance.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing in particular.
Oh. Well, we'll say good night.
Good night. I'm sorry I can't help you, Mimi.
Hello. Is this the Normandy Hotel? I want to speak to Mr. Charles. Yeah, Nick Charles. Hello, Mr. Charles. Say, I'm sorry I woke you up. But, Mr. Charles, I'd like to lay a proposition before you. It's about the murder of Julia Wolfe. Well, what's the difference who I am? Oh, wait a minute. All right. Wait a minute. Don't hang up. I'll tell you who I am. But you got to keep it under your hat. I'm Al Nunheim. Yeah, Nunheim. Now listen. I know who murdered Julia Wolfe, see? Sure I do. And I'll spill it to you for $5,000. I'll tell you how I know. Because I was outside of her apartment when she was shot. And I saw the one who did it. And I'll spill it to you when I get... Hey, wait a minute. Hey, I can't talk now. I'll call you again.
Hello? Hello? Hello, are you still there? Hello? Well, for the...
Now what, darling?
I don't know. Some crank, I guess. He hung up. And you better get back to bed and get some sleep.
Nick, are you asleep?
Yes.
Good. I want to talk to you.
That's jolly.
Don't you think you'd like to go back to detecting once in a while just for the fun of it?
Can't you get to sleep?
No. Everybody says you were a grand detective.
They were kidding you.
I'd like to see you work.
Tomorrow I'll buy you a whole lot of detective stories.
Oh, that poor girl's in an awful spot.
There's nothing I can do to help her.
She thinks you can. It wouldn't hurt you to find out if you could, would it?
Darling, my guess is that Wynant killed Julia, and Dorothy knows it. And the police will catch him without my help. Now, please put out the light. I'm tired.
Oh, all right. But I'm mad at you.
Mm-hmm.
Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear a knock?
Mm-hmm.
Shut up, Asta. You want to answer it, Nick?
Oh, good Lord.
All right, stay in bed. I'll do it myself. Well?
Mr. Charles here.
Yes?
I got to talk to him right away.
What about?
What's going on? What's going on?
There's someone to see you, Nick.
That's great. I was afraid I'd have to go to sleep. Come in.
Yeah.
How about a chair, Mr.
Stay where you are, both of you. I got you covered, so don't move.
A stick-up.
No, it ain't a stick-up. But I got to talk to you, Mr. Charles. I want you to tell me something, and I want you to give it to me straight. You get me?
Do you mind putting that gun down? My wife doesn't care, but I'm a very nervous person. Thank you. All right, shoot. What's on your mind?
You don't need to tell me you're tough. I heard about you. I'm Joe Morelli.
I've never heard about you.
I didn't bump off Julia.
All right, you didn't.
I haven't seen her in 3 months. We were all washed up.
Why tell me?
Well, I wouldn't have any reason to hurt her. She was always on the up and up with me. But that dirty little rat Nunheim, well, he got sore because she liked me and hated him. So he put the finger on me.
That's all very swell, brother, only you're peddling your fish in the wrong market. I've had nothing to do with it.
Now, listen. The boys used to say that you were okay, a square guy. Now, that's why I'm here. What's the law doing to me? Do they think I did it? Or is it just something else to pin on me?
I'd tell you if I knew, but I'm not in on this. Ask the police.
Yeah, that'd be very smart. The boys would love to have me come in and ask questions. They'd like it right down to the end of their blackjacks. Now, I came to you on the level. The boys say you're on the level. Be on the level.
I'm on the level. If I knew anything, I'd be...
Who's that?
I don't know. This is your party.
Open up. This is the police. The police? You dirty two-timer.
Look out, Nora.
Oh!
Give me that gun.
You rat, I'll show you.
Drop that gun. Drop it.
You'll double-cross me, will you?
Come on, drop it. Give it to me. Give me the gun.
Grab it. Let me go. Let me go, I said.
I'll take that gun. Thanks, officer. You almost had me.
Get some water, Joe.
Nora. Are you all right, Nora?
I'm Inspector Guild of the Homicide Squad.
You're in a good place, Inspector.
Who's that woman on the floor?
My wife.
This guy shoot her?
No, he tried to shoot me. I socked her on the jaw to get her out of the line of fire. I guess I hit her too hard. Nora.
Oh.
Look at me, Nora. Are you all right, darling?
Oh. You darn fool. You didn't have to knock me out. I knew you'd take him, but I wanted to see you do it.
She's all right.
Okay, Slattering. Take Morelli downstairs.
Come on, don't push. I said don't push.
How'd you people have to pop in, Inspector?
We hear this is getting to be a sort of a meeting place for the Winans family. So we figured we'd stick around in case the old man himself shows up. Then we seen Morelli sneak in, and we decided to come up. And it was pretty lucky for you, too.
Yeah.
Morelli a friend of yours?
I never saw him before.
What's he want of you?
Wanted to tell me he didn't kill Julia Wolfe.
What's that to you?
Nothing.
What did he think it was to you?
Ask him. I don't know.
I'm asking you.
Keep on asking.
Oh, so you're going to keep mum, huh? All right, Mr. Charles. I won't bother you tonight, but I'll be in tomorrow morning, and I'll have plenty of things to ask. Good night.
Thank you, Inspector Guild. Next time you come, try to stay longer. Nick, wake up. It's Christmas.
Oh, yeah?
Look, here's a telegram for you. It just came.
Open it, will you? Probably a touch from somebody. Well?
Nick.
What is it?
It's from Clyde Winans. Listen. Will you take charge of investigation on Julia Wolfe murder? Communicate with Herbert McCauley. Clyde Winans.
Where's it from?
Philadelphia. Then he didn't do it, did he, Nick?
I don't know. Communicate with McCauley, huh? All right, we'll ask him up here this morning. There you are, McCauley. What do you think?
He wants you to handle the case.
Yeah.
Huh? Well, what are the chances of you doing it?
Slim.
Oh, please, Nick.
Quiet, dear.
I wish you would, Mr. Charles. Would it help any if I could persuade him to meet you?
You might.
I had word from Wynant myself last night. He gave me a code message to insert in the newspapers in case I wanted to get in touch with him.
It wouldn't do any harm to put it in.
I'm sure you could clear this up. Oh, if Wynant will only come back. It doesn't look well he's staying away at a time like this.
Yes? Oh, just a minute. For you, Mr. McCauley, police department.
Police department? Hello? Where? In Allentown. Yes. Well, when's the next train? Right. I'll get that. Well? Wynant's tried to commit suicide. They want me to go down and identify him. Well, I guess this changes the whole story, doesn't it? That looks like an admission of guilt. I had such hopes. I thought if you got on this case... well. Well, it's no use thinking about it now. Well, I'm sorry to have wasted so much of your time. You'll excuse me, won't you?
Of course.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Well, that's that.
What's the matter with you?
Oh, the mystery's all gone. And I wanted you to find out who did it.
Maybe I will.
But Winans.
I don't believe he did it.
Why don't you?
No reason. That's hunch. But I'm going to find out. Come on, Dr. Watson. We're going places. I want to speak to Inspector Guild.
Man to man, Mr. Charles. Are you working on this case?
Man to man, Inspector Guild, I'm not.
But he's interested.
I don't mind telling you, I'd rather have you in on the right side.
You mean not on Winant's side?
I'd rather have you working with us than against us.
So would I.
It's a bargain, then. Do you know about the case?
I read the papers. Now, what about the suicide?
Oh, that's a phony. The men didn't even have to go down.
Yeah, I thought it might be. From now on, they're going to think that every thin man over 6 feet with white hair is Winant.
Do you think that Wynant did it?
It looks like he planned something. He shut up his apartment and his shop. But there's nothing yet to clinch it.
50 will get you 100 that Winan didn't do it.
Who's your candidate?
I haven't got that far yet. I don't think that everything points to Winan. What about the alibis?
They're all okay. Mrs. Wynant, the boy, Dorothy, Macaulay, even Morelli.
What about Jorgensen?
Oh, I'll check on that. Well, I'm afraid this is kind of dull for you, Mrs. Charles.
Dull? I'm sitting on the edge of my chair.
Frankly, I'm stumped. I don't know what to do next. What about you, Charles?
Me? No, but I've got a hunch.
What is it?
I got a call last night. I thought it was from a crank, but I've changed my mind. Whoever it was knew something, and I've got a feeling I'll hear from him again. What time is it?
Almost 10. Still waiting to hear from the crank?
And how? Here, give me that quick. Hello? Yes? Yes? This is Nick Charles? Who? Can't hear you. I said I can't hear you. Have to speak louder.
I can't speak any louder. Say, this is Al Nunheim again. You know, I called you last night. Hey, listen. Are you still interested in that proposition? Yeah, huh? All right, then. Now, here's the dope. And get this straight. The man who killed Julia Wolf...
What's this, Gil? You think Wynant killed Julia Wolf and Nunheim?
Right.
Why?
2 reasons. First off, Mimi Wynant came across with a watch chain. She plucked off Julia's body.
Oh, she did, huh?
It belonged to Clyde Wynant.
Yeah. What's the second reason?
A pip. The bullet that killed Nunheim came from the same gun.
That's all right, Inspector.
All right, it's perfect. Clyde Wynant is guilty of both those murders.
Maybe.
What?
50 will still get you 100. I say Wynant's innocent.
You can say what you want, but I'm spreading a dragnet for that guy over every town in these United States. And I'll get him, too.
Calling all cars, cover all roads leaving city. Pick up Clyde Wynant, tall, thin man, last seen wearing dark blue suit. Clyde Wynant.
You think they'll find him, Nick? He must be in New York.
Probably is.
Oh, it's getting me down. I saw Dorothy today.
Yeah? What?
She's broken off her engagement.
What for?
Oh, don't ask me. She was a little hysterical. Something about not wanting to ruin her fiancé's life. Daughter of a murderer and all that.
Oh, poor kid. Well, see you later, darling.
Where do you think you're going?
I'm going to take us for a walk.
He's just been for a walk.
We're going sightseeing, aren't we, Esther?
Nick, what are you up to?
I've got a hunch. I'm going down to look at Wynant's shop. I want to find out why it's closed.
Well, why shouldn't he close it? He went away.
He went away lots of times when I knew him, but he never closed his shop. I've got a hunch something's up.
You mean he might be hiding there?
I don't know, but this thing's got my goat. I've got to find out.
Nick, I won't have you going down there at this hour of the night. He's a crazy man. He might kill you.
It'll be all right. I've got Asta to protect me.
All right. Go on. Go on. See if I care. But it's a dirty trick bringing me all the way to New York just to make me a widow.
You wouldn't be a widow long.
You bet I wouldn't.
Not with all your money.
You dog.
Goodbye, darling.
Nicky, take care of yourself, won't you?
Sure I will.
Don't say it that way. Say it as if you meant it.
Why, I believe the little woman cares.
I don't care. I'm just used to you, that's all.
Sure. So long, darling. Come on, Asta. Come on, come on.
Goodbye. Call me, darling, please. I'll be waiting to hear from you. Asta, if you let anything happen to him, you'll never wag that tail again.
You're listening to the Lux Radio Theatre's production of The Thin Man, starring William Powell and Myrna Loy, with the music under the direction of Louis Silvers. This is W.S. Van Dyke speaking. We have here tonight the man who wrote the great picture, Lawyer Man, for Bill Powell here. He's a producer, too. but just on the writing end. He's done many great pictures. 42nd Street, The Gold Diggers, King of Burlesque, and lots of others, including an original musical, Ladies in London, which you'll be seeing soon. And here he is, the man whose name you'll see on the screen before the picture starts. One of Hollywood's greatest picture writers, James Seymour. Come here, Jim.
Thanks, Woody. I've been a movie writer for 10 years. That's the first kind word anybody has said to me.
Listen, Jim, the average person thinks a movie writer is a fellow that sits by himself at a typewriter, hammers out a lot of dialogue, and hands it in. Would you like to correct that impression?
I certainly would. Nobody works alone and by himself to make a picture. It's a matter of constant cooperation between producer, director, technician, actors, and the writers. Some of the best story ideas come out of the conferences.
Jim, how many writers would you say there are on an average picture?
Plenty. Believe it or not, I've seen pictures where there were more writers than actors. If all the people who contributed to the story got screen credit, it would look like a page from the telephone directory.
You've written on both the stage and screen, Jim. Tell the folks how they're different.
Well, pictures have less talk, but they tell more in less time. Like concentrated foods, all the good and none of the waste. In the theater, everything must be brought to the audience. On the screen, you take your audience wherever the camera can go. And here's another important point that comes right back to your Lux Radio Theatre. On the stage, the star just enters. But on the screen, she's introduced with a big close-up. A picture of the star's face many times larger than life-size. Every time a movie star's complexion is mentioned in this Lux Radio Theatre, I think of those close-ups. Those stars just have to be beautiful. And they found that Lux toilet soap helps them look their best. Producers know it, too. And that's why it's the official soap in all the great studios in Hollywood. Right, Woody?
Right on the nose, Jim. Thanks for coming over.
Thanks for asking me. Good night.
Good night, Jim.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Thin Man. Nick is on his way to Clyde Winans' deserted laboratory. In a dark and desolate section of the city, his cab veers sharply around the corner and pulls up in front of a gloomy, old, rickety building.
Say, mister, are you sure this is the place you wanted?
Looks like it. Come on, Asta, jump. How much do I owe you?
$1.20. Or do you want me to wait?
No, never mind.
Oh, that's good. You know, this ain't no neighborhood to be in at 2 o'clock in the morning. I want to get out of here.
There you are.
Thanks. So long.
Come on, Asta. Come on, what's up with you?
Hello.
Nora, what are you doing here?
I beat you down. I want to go with you, Nick.
Now, listen.
No. You're not going in that place alone, and that settles it. Now get out that skeleton key of yours and open that door. I'm here to stay.
All right, come on. Test.
Darling. Nice neighborhood Winans picked out for his laboratory. I can almost hear the chains rattling. Do you believe in ghosts, Nicky?
There we are. Come in. Be quiet.
Nick, it's dark in here.
Yeah, I've got a flashlight. We'd like to close the door. Shh. Asta, shut up. Go on, Nora.
Which way?
Straight ahead. Till we get the layout of the place.
Looks awfully big to me. You can't even see into the corners.
And don't let the shadows frighten you.
Who's frightened?
Now, hold it.
What's the matter?
This looks like Winans' work table.
More like a slab in a morgue. Look, Nick. There's a cement floor all around.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of weight goes on that table. Come on.
Where to now?
There's an old desk over there by the wall. I want to take a look at it.
What do you expect to find?
Darling, if I knew what I'd find, I wouldn't be...
Nick. What was it, Nick?
Just a loose board, I guess.
It sounds like somebody was walking over that way.
Oh, just your imagination. There's no one in here but us.
No. What about Winans? This is his workshop. Why couldn't he be hiding out here? What's that?
It's Asta. Asta, come here. He's scratching on the cement around the work table. Asta, stop it. Stop it. Did you hear what I said, Asta?
Nick, look at him. He's after something. I've seen him scratch the ground like that when he was looking for...
Asta. Asta. Nora, look. Look at this. New cement. Listen.
Nick.
It's hollow. I wonder if I could find something to dig it up.
There's an iron bar on the table. I just saw it. Here it is.
Ah, good. Now, if I just knock a hole in that cement, we'll find out what's under there.
Oh, Nick, I'm scared.
Asta, quiet. Keep away, Nora.
Asta, come here.
Once more. There she goes. I'm through the cement.
Nick.
Asta, get away from there. Get away.
Nick, what is it? What's he after?
We must get Inspector Gill here.
What's under there?
A body. Must have been there for weeks.
Oh, Nick.
Wait now, you reporters. You'll get your story as soon as I can give it to you. Until then, you gotta leave this alone. Come on now, get out. Those reporters are enough to drive a guy nuts. Well, you were right, Nick. It was a body. A skeleton, rather, buried in lime. I wonder what Winan had against this one.
Did you find any clothes?
Yeah, but no identification on them. Just a silver belt buckle with the initials DWR.
DWR? Who was that?
I got a good idea. That case you worked on, the guy who threatened to kill Winan. What was his name?
Oh, Rosewater.
Yeah, Rosewater. He said Winan tried to steal an invention, didn't he?
Yes, but we figured it was just blackmail.
Just the same, Winan wouldn't mind having him out of the way, would he? And according to the doc, the body's been there at least a couple of months.
That's just about the time Winan closed the shop.
Right.
Did you put the skeleton under the fluoroscope yet?
Half an hour ago. We found the bullet he was killed with and something in the leg bone. An old piece of shrapnel.
Shrapnel?
Yeah. Why?
Shrapnel in the leg bone. He probably limped.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. Well, so long, Inspector. I'm going to pick up my wife, take her home. It's been a long night.
So long. Give her my best, will you?
Right.
Where are we going, Nick?
Back to the hotel, my sweet. Pack our bags and take a nice trip somewhere.
A trip? Oh, no.
My soul, woman, I gave you 3 murders and you aren't satisfied.
I want you to stay and find Winan.
I did find him.
What do you mean?
He was down in the shop.
Nick.
It was his body that was buried there.
Winan's body?
Yeah.
But they all said it was Rosewater.
Oh, that's what they think.
What makes you so sure it's Winan's body?
Several things. The clothes, for instance. They were carefully preserved. And the body was just as carefully destroyed. The person who killed him counted on one thing, that all skeletons look alike.
Well, don't they?
Sure. But I remembered that Wynant had some shrapnel in his shin. They found it under the fluoroscope.
How long has he been dead?
A couple of months, anyway.
Then he couldn't have committed those other murders.
Smart gal.
Wynant dead. Does Dorothy know?
No, nobody but you. I didn't even tell Gil.
Why not?
I want to lie low till I get the whole dope. I don't want to go off half-cocked.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to get the real murderer. I've got an idea. Want to see me take him?
Yes.
You got a nice evening dress?
Oh, I've got a Lulu. Why?
I'm going to give a party, a dinner party. Everything from Russian caviar to camembert cheese, an orchestra behind the palms, subdued lighting.
What is this?
And I'm going to invite all of the suspects.
The suspects? They won't come.
Oh, they'll come. I'll have Gil issue the invitations.
Nick, who's going to be there?
Everybody. You, me, Dorothy, Eric's fiancé,
His name's Andy.
Right. Macaulay, Mimi, Gilbert, Jorgensen, and Morelli.
Oh, darling, what a lovely party.
Good evening, everybody.
Mr. Charles, what is the meaning of this?
The meaning of what, Mimi?
Why were we all rounded up like common criminals and brought to the sitter?
Yes, to eat, Mimi, and talk. Will everyone please be seated? Dorothy, here.
Thank you.
Andy, next to her, please.
Oh, but Mr. Charles,
Please.
Very well.
Mimi on the other side of Andy. Mr. Jorgensen over there, please.
Very kind, Mr. Charles.
Not at all. Mr. Macaulay next.
Of course.
Morelli?
What?
Right where you are.
Now, say, listen.
Sit down. And Gilbert, you can sit just opposite Mama.
Mr. Charles, I have a theory.
We'll listen to it later. Inspector Gill, you and your men will stand by the door, please.
Sure.
Fine. Now, Nora, if you'll sit here by me.
Delighted, Mr. Charles.
Pleasure, Mrs. Charles. Now, we're all ready to begin.
Will you please pass the celery, Mrs. Weiner?
No, I will not. I demand to know why we are here.
Before dinner? All right. I've got some important news. I've seen Winan.
You mean that level?
Certainly I mean it.
That's nothing. I saw him myself
Yes, Mimi? When?
last night. He came to see me in my apartment.
Oh, did he? What did he say?
He didn't say very much. You want to know how I was and how the children were.
I'm afraid you're lying, Mimi. You see, I really did see Winan last night.
Are you kidding?
No.
Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you hold him?
Because I found out for certain that he didn't commit the murders.
You know that's ridiculous.
Wait a minute. Let him have his say.
Thank you. Morelli, you knew Julia. Was she jipping Winan? Taking dough on the sly?
Well, she don't say she is, but I figure she is, yeah.
Thank you. Now I'll tell you why I know Wynant didn't commit those murders. 3 months ago, Wynant found out that Julia was cheating him and was splitting with some man. He went to find the man, and he did. That man was desperate. He knew that he was caught dead to rights. And at prison, staring him in the face, he took the only way out. He killed Wynant.
Oh,
It's terrible to tell you this way, Dorothy, but your father's dead.
dead,
He's been dead for 3 months.
dead. Oh.
Oh, darling, don't cry, please.
Oh.
Oh, I know it's terrible, but isn't it really better this way?
Oh, Andy. Andy.
You'd better take her home, Andy.
Yes, of course. Come on, darling.
Let them out, Inspector.
Oh, open up.
Oh, don't cry, darling, please. It'll be all right now.
Oh, take your feet, Daddy.
Oh, this is absurd. How can Clyde be dead? You said yourself you saw him last night.
So I did. I saw him lying buried in his shop.
You mean that body?
Was Wynant.
Perfectly absurd.
And the murderer is right here in this room tonight. He's sitting at this table. What?
Who is it?
I don't know. But I thought if we all had a little get-together, we might be able to find out. I'll tell you as much as I know. This murderer is a very clever man. He planned the whole thing beautifully. After he killed Wynant, he wired Macaulay, using Wynant's name, and told him to shut up the shop. Then he took Wynant's body and buried it in the shop with another man's clothes to throw us off the tracks. He even put a belt buckle with an R on it, hoping that we'd think it was Rosewater, an old enemy of Wynant's who dropped out of sight years ago. Morelli.
Yeah?
Would you mind holding your knife the other way? You're worrying Gilbert.
Oh, all right, excuse me.
Nick, if that knife is missing, I'll look for it in your back.
I'll help you look. Well, after our hero had killed Wynant, he got a brilliant idea. He realized that he and Julia could still collect money. Wynant was supposed to be on a trip. No one knew where. So our dinner guest wrote letters to Macaulay, signing Wynant's name, so that Macaulay would continue to send the money to Julia. He even telephoned Macaulay. Do you remember Macaulay? The first day that you came to see me. He telephoned that he was in town.
Well, it must have been Wynant. I should have known if it weren't his voice.
Oh, he was clever about that. He called when you were out. Now, that same afternoon, Julia telephoned him. She said that you were coming, Mimi, to ask about Wynant. He got terrified. He was afraid that Julia would break down and tell. So he went to Julia and killed her. And left Wynant's watch chain in her hand.
Maybe, what did you tell me about that morning? If I ever get... I don't know. The guy that did that to Julia...
It makes sense.
I hope you're well.
Quiet, please. His plan was still working beautifully. The only hitch was a man named Nunheim who had found out something. So our hero bumped him off, too. But our hero overlooked just one item. The telegrams, wires, and telephones were all very well, but no one had seen Wynant. So the murderer picked on poor Mimi here to strengthen his case. Mimi is the only one at this table who can tell us who the real murderer is. Mimi? Who was it told you to say you'd seen Wynant?
Nobody told me. I did see him.
What did he pay you, Mimi, to stick to that story?
It isn't a story. It's true. I did see Wynant. He's not dead.
You're lying, Mimi. But then you'd do anything for money. You're getting a good price for saying you saw Wynant.
I'm not going to stay here and be insulted.
Sit down. You're getting a good price, Mimi. But don't forget this. 2 other people were in with him on this deal. Julia and Nunheim. When he thought they might spill something, he bumped them off. You ought to know darn well that he's not going to take any chances on you. What do you want to do, be next on his list?
No.
Then who is he? Who paid you that money?
Macaulay.
Macaulay, you dirty little... I think that will hold him.
Oh, boy, what a wallet. Hey, nice work, Mr. Charles.
There's your man, Inspector. Mr. Macaulay.
I can't believe it.
What do you want me to do, wrap him up in cellophane? Pick him up and get him out of here.
Come on, boys.
Grab him.
Let me get a hand.
Nick, you took him. I knew you would.
Yeah, another case like this, and I'll develop into a prize fighter.
Oh, Nicky, you're grand. You're glorious.
I'll bet you say that to all the boys.
Well, that's that. The story of the Thin Man with William Powell and Myrna Loy. I'm going to get them back out here in a minute to talk to you. As you know, these broadcasts from the Lux Radio Theatre are quite an event in Hollywood. And among our many friends here tonight, as well as the greatest stars of the silent pictures, I admired her from afar when she was doing such magnificent spectacles as Cleopatra, and I was just an extra. Today, she is the wife of one of our leading film directors. I've known her for many years as a most charming and gracious lady, and I want you to meet her now, Miss Theda Bara.
Thank you, Woody. Our Hollywood entertainment has certainly developed amazingly since I was making pictures.
Yes, everything's different now.
As you and I know, before pictures grew up and started to talk, we had to translate all emotion into pantomime. Oh, you may think you have trouble today, but do you remember the difficulties we had working with a split screen? We had to express jealousy, hate, love, or devotion, all in pantomime, and at the same time keep pace as the director guided us with a 1, 2, 3, 4, just as a metronome guides a pianist.
Pantomime has always been one of the greatest of arts. And may I say, Miss Bara, I have always thought that you were one of the greatest masters of that art.
Oh, you're very kind, Woody. We worked awfully hard making those pictures. For instance, in making Cleopatra, we had no research department at the studio. I worked myself for months with the curator of Egyptology at the Metropolitan Museum in New York. It was great fun, though.
I understand, Miss Bara, you're going to make some radio appearances.
Yes, I am. And I'm also going to do some motion picture work.
No, that's good news.
I'm considering an offer now, running through scripts and ideas. Oh, I just hope everyone will be as happy about another Theda Bara picture as I am. The public has been very good to me in the past.
And I know they'll be awfully glad to see you again. I'm sure it'll be a great thrill not only seeing you, but hearing your voice. Thanks, Miss Bara, for joining us tonight.
I'm glad I could. Good night.
Hearing Theda Bara talk of her plans brings to my mind some other plans I've heard discussed in Hollywood this week. Picture people are talking about Charlie Chaplin's recent statement that he will start work on a new picture very shortly. Miss Paulette Goddard will be starred. Chaplin will write and direct, but will not act in it. A disappointment to many of us. Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Taylor are starting a new picture today, and I'm tickled to death that I got the job directing. It's called His Brother's Wife. Speaking of Bob Taylor, there's a lad who is going places. He's got a great future. And sometime in that future, he's going to do Armand to Greta Garbo's Camille. Bill Powell and Myrna Loy here, interested in the making of MGM's picture, The Good Earth. Louise Rayner, who was with them in The Great Ziegfeld, and Paul Muni are the stars. And now Bill Powell and Myrna Loy are coming out on the stage. Arise, Bill, Myrna. Kids, you did a great show. You're really marvelous.
What, no retakes?
No property man.
Yeah, Bill. I'll bet you're glad my property man isn't here. Remember how he used to swat you with a broomstick when you weren't hurrying on the set fast enough?
Yes, that Harry Alvarez is a great fellow. He's the most independent cuss in the whole picture business.
Listen, Bill, that fellow was with me in the Arctic when we made Eskimo. He was with me in African jungle when we made Trader Horn. And after a man has handled crocodiles, sharks, pythons, and polar bears, you can't expect him to be afraid of a mere actor.
Yeah, there's only one thing I can never understand about that picture, Eskimo, Woody. How did they tell you from the polar bears?
He wore rubbers.
I wore a hat.
It must be pretty tough, Woody, when you have to plow through swamps, jungles, tropics, and the Arctic. I suppose when you call up and say you're going on location, your wife says, oh, yes, location. Do you want the snowshoes or the snakebite medicine?
Unfortunately, she doesn't say that. When I say I'm going on location, she just says, you are not. Incidentally, I thought all about that traveling, I thought all about it when the Lux soap people asked me to do this broadcast. Isn't it funny? In the Arctic, soap is something they like to eat. In the tropics, they use soap for money. And here in Hollywood, soap is something that keeps the stars beautiful.
Now, I can see that it keeps Myrna beautiful, Woody, but
When are you going to start using that
Nice
juice
talk,
soap?
nice talk. But I do use it, that. And that's no kidding. Anyway, thanks for coming up, kid.
Goodbye, Woody.
Goodbye. Bye-bye. Before I tell you about next week's show, I'm going to ask our announcer, Mr. Rick, to tell you more about the cast and about Hollywood studios who are cooperating with us.
Our cast of characters tonight: Nick, William Powell; Nora, Myrna Loy; Mimi, Minna Gondo; Macaulay, Porter Hall; Dorothy, Barbara Luddy; Gilbert, William Henry; Chris Jorgensen, Brett Morrison; Julia Wolfe, Margaret Brayton; Inspector Guild, Thomas Jackson; Morelli, Wally Mayer; Nunheim, Ernie Adams. Our director, W.S. Van Dyke, and our stars, William Powell and Myrna Loy, appeared through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, as did Mr. William Henry, and Porter Hall through the courtesy of Paramount. The musical director of this program, Mr. Louis Silvers, appears through the kindness of 20th Century Fox. And now, here is your producer, Mr. W.S. Van Dyke.
Thanks to all of you in the cast. You did a swell job. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, the Lux Radio Theatre is going to have a great show for you, and believe me, Al Jolson and Ruby Keeler are going to be here to appear in Burlesque. It was a smash hit on Broadway and then a great moving picture. And now it's going to make a marvelous radio vehicle for Al Jolson and Ruby Keeler. I think you'll like it. B. DeMille will return to the Lux Radio Theatre in time to produce Burlesque. And you know he'll give you a great show. I've enjoyed being with you all, and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, June 15th.
Radio Theatre, from its new home on Hollywood Boulevard, Hollywood, California, brings you Al Jolson and Ruby Keeler in Burlesque. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight you will meet such great personalities as Al Jolson, Ruby Keeler, Cecil B. DeMille, Daniel Frohman, George Barnes, and many others. Among the many distinguished guests in our brilliant audience tonight, I see from here one of Paramount's directors, Mr. Chester Franklin, and his wife. Mr. Franklin is the director of Sequoia, the picture now in production. And also Catherine DeMille, Lloyd Pantages, Francis Langford, Eileen Pringle, and Gloria Swanson. Welcome, all of you. This entertainment is presented by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty soap used by 9 out of 10 screen stars and by attractive women everywhere. As producer of the Lux Radio Theatre tonight, and each Monday from now on, we welcome back Hollywood's famous pioneer director, a man who has made 62 of America's great motion pictures and has started more great stars on their careers than any other producer in Hollywood. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Less than a decade ago, the movies were voiceless. Stars as celebrated as Wallace Reed, Rudolph Valentino, Theda Bara, Lillian Gish, and Francis X. Bushman had millions of admirers who knew them only as silent shadows. We spoke of our business as the silver screen, but its silence was golden for many an actor and director. Then a man came along who had been billed on Broadway as the greatest entertainer in the world. With his first film, The Jazz Singer, he not only made pictures talk, he made them sing. And he made me make museum pieces of my faithful old silent cameras that had ground out so many successful feature films. Then he made another picture called The Singing Fool. And then he fell in love. She was a charming little Irish girl. In 3 months, they were married. Their marriage is one of which Hollywood is most proud. They have each scored separately in the theater, on the screen, and over radio. But we present them tonight for their first appearance together on the air. In lights above the entrance of the Lux Radio Theatre is a glittering legend. And excited crowds along Hollywood Boulevard tonight read the words, Al Jolson and Ruby Keeler in Burlesque. And now, for the first act of Burlesque, in which you'll hear Al Jolson as Skid Brown and Ruby Keeler as Bonnie Smith. We're backstage at a burlesque show, playing a small town in the Middle West. It's a few minutes after the opening, and Lefty Moore, the stage manager, is standing in the wings, hurrying the chorus girls onto the stage.
All right, come on stage. Come on. The overture's almost over. Get a move on you, will you? No, Ray wasn't praised. Now go on, set up before I can accompany it.
You don't worry me none. The nerve of that guy. I think he owns the show.
All right, Joe, kill the house lights. Okay, flash the orchestra.
Here goes number one. Big baby, are you? Whose big baby are you? Come on, pussy, why? Where to get so high?
Oh, Lefty.
Oh, yeah, what do you want, Bonnie?
Has Skid come in yet?
No, not a sign-up. I've been in all of his hangouts, but I can't find him.
Did you try the pool room?
I just sent Jimmy. A nice spot Skid's put me in. The show started and my cheap comic ain't here. I ought to kill that bird.
He'll turn up, Lefty. I've been working with Skid for almost 4 years now, and I never knew him to miss a cue.
Yeah, I know, but it's coming so close to missing him, they're spinning my hair gray. You know, you want to do something about that guy, Bonnie?
What?
Well, it ain't none of my business, but why don't you marry him and have it over with? What are you stalling him for? He'd settle down if he was married to you.
You think so?
Why, sure. Skid's nuts about you. He'd do anything you tell him.
Oh, I don't know. We're supposed to be engaged, but he don't listen to me much now. How do I know he'll be any different later?
Hiya, folks. Well, if it ain't the wondering boy himself.
Hiya, Lefty. Hiya, Bunny.
So, you decided to come, huh?
Sure, never keep the public waiting. That's my motto.
Well, now, that's nice of you. Go on, get in your clothes, will you? You're on in 5 minutes.
Okay, Lefty. Well, Bunny, how's the kid?
All right, I guess. Nice time to be showing up.
What's the matter? You ain't sore at me, are you?
Would it do any good?
Atta baby.
Come on, you'll be late. You got to change your clothes.
Well, you know me, Skid the fireman's child. I can dress sliding down a pole.
Where have you been?
Who, me? I've been playing pool.
I suppose you couldn't make a shot thinking of me eating all alone.
I told you after the matinee I wasn't hungry, didn't I?
Just thirsty, huh?
No, and I wasn't thirsty neither. I just went out to get a little air.
Oh, some nice pool room air.
Ah, cut it out, will you, Bunny?
Did you have anything to eat?
Yeah, I had a couple of hot dogs.
Well, that's fine, that is. How do you expect to be funny on hot dogs? I'm going to send Jimmy out at Intermission for some soup.
But I don't want no soup.
You'll eat it and like it.
All right, I'll eat it and like it.
Kid, will you get into your makeup?
Come in, Lester. See you later, Bunny.
Okay.
Come to me, my melancholy babe. Cuddle up and don't be blue.
Hi, Maisie.
I want to see the boyfriend got in all right.
Yeah.
That dame Marco was looking for him just before she went on.
Again?
Yeah. Why don't you take a poke at her?
She's not worth it. What'd she want to see Skid about?
To say goodbye, I guess.
Goodbye? Is she going someplace?
Hey, don't tell me you ain't heard.
Heard what?
Marco's leaving the show tonight, going with the Manhattan Follies.
Oh, Broadway, huh? Well, that's a nice break.
Yeah, I could kill her.
Well, there's one consolation for me. She won't be around Skid anymore.
All right, girls, all right. Now make your change. Now hurry up.
Oh, yeah,
Come on.
Hey, where's my coat from me? I'm kind of walking out on me like
Look at her coming off the stage, putting the dog already.
Hello, Maisie.
Hello, Miss Marco.
Did you hear my number?
No, I was spared that.
Oh, you're not jealous, are you, Maisie?
Why, you slink-eyed pony, I was slam you up against the wall.
Cut it out, Maisie. No fighting, do you hear?
I wouldn't hit her. I just want to hear a yelp.
Hey, what's going on here?
Nothing, Bozo.
Maisie starting to scrap again?
Of course not, Bozo. It's just a friendly argument.
Sounded like the Battle of the Marne. Where's Skid, Bonnie? Did he get in yet?
Uh-huh. He's downstairs putting on the putty nose.
Yeah, that's a break. I was afraid I was going to have to play his part, too. Say, Bonnie, your Cattle King is out front again.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's a boy, he is. This is the 6th time he's been in to see the show. He fell hard for you, Bonnie.
I'll have to see him sometime. He's the only following I ever had.
When Marco here was singing, he... Hey, where did she go?
Who?
Marco. She was standing here a second ago.
Yeah, until she heard where Skid was. She's probably downstairs by now, gurgling her fond farewell.
You decent, Skid? Come in, Marco. I'm just putting on my makeup.
Go right ahead.
How's the house, Marco?
Oh, a little cool.
Oh, they'll warm up. Wait till I get up there and take a few falls from him. I don't know why it is, but the audience always like to see a guy fall flat on his pants. Funny, ain't it?
Yeah. Oh, Skid.
What?
You coming to see me off tonight?
Say, that's right. You're leaving, ain't you?
Well?
Gosh, I don't know, Marco. I'd like to go down and see you off, but I got a date with Bonnie after the show.
Oh, Bonnie. Skid, why don't you get wise to yourself?
What do you mean?
That kid's no good for you. Well, you've been teamed up with her for 4 years, and where's it got you? No place. Well, she's holding you back, and you don't know it.
Holding me back? Oh, say, don't you believe it, Marco. Bonnie's okay. Why, anything I am, I owe to her. And listen, when she says words, we're going to get hitched.
Oh, yes? Well, it's your funeral, Skid.
No, you're all wrong, Marco. Bonnie's the best thing that ever happened to me. Holy mackerel, there's me cue. So long, Marco. Try to see you after the show. Hurry up, Skid. Come on, hurry up, will you? You're on. Okay, baby, I'm panicking. Watch the photo I take on the entrance. Holy cats, that guy will kill himself taking those falls.
Come in, Maisie.
Finished your train?
Yeah, what's on your mind?
Telegram just came for Skid.
Telegram?
Yeah, I thought maybe you'd want to take care of it.
Hand it over, Maisie. I'll get it to him later. Wonder who's broke now.
Maybe somebody's cashed in or an accident.
No, nothing's wrong. Telegrams for Skid are only touches.
But that one's heavy. It feels important.
They're always important to the guy that sends them. Oh, gee, how Skid takes those falls. I'm glad that was his last one. He'll be coming down in a minute.
A couple more like that and he'll come down through the ceiling. Oh, say, did you hear about Marco?
Something else?
Yeah, she ain't singing her last number tonight. Getting the earlier train.
Why?
Don't ask me. Say, I better scram. I'm due for the baby number. Oh, hi, Skid.
Hiya, Maisie.
Excuse me, will you? I'm on a minute.
Sure.
Skid, come in here a second.
Well, honey, did you hear me panic 'em? Did you hear us laugh?
Yeah, and I heard the falls, too. Listen, now tell it. What are you limping for?
Who, me? I ain't limping.
You hurt yourself, didn't you?
No.
You did. Oh, Skid, when are you going to cut it out?
Cut what out?
Taking those falls.
They're in my routine, ain't they?
That doesn't mean you have to break your back, does it?
Bonnie, you got to make up your mind to one thing. I'm a whole comic. Don't waste no time trying to clean me up, because I'd be a flop. Say, when I was a baby, the first thing I reached for was a custard pie.
What's the use of kidding all your life? Ain't you never going to be serious? Don't you want to get ahead in this game?
What do you mean, get ahead? We're working all the time, ain't we? I ain't hanging around Broadway making touches, am I? What do you mean, get ahead?
I'm talking about you getting where you belong. Broadway. Boy, if I had your talent. Why, there ain't nothing could stop you if you decided to step out.
Say, how do you know I'd be so good? I could be a big flop, too, in a real show.
There's the tip-off. You're scared. You're yellow.
Say, how many times you want to pull that one on
How
me?
many times you gonna make me? Come in.
Howdy, folks.
Come on, Lefty. This fight ain't private.
Gee, I'm glad to hear it. What's the fuss?
Bonnie's riding me because I ain't got no ambition.
Yeah, and I'll leave it to you, Lefty. Ain't he a sap for sticking in burlesque? Shouldn't he be framing new stuff that'll get him somewhere?
Yeah. Shouldn't I be George White and have my own show and sit in a box office? I can't get steamed up over this Broadway stuff. You're a hit on Broadway, so what? What does it get you?
It gets you a lot of jack to begin with. But Bonnie's right, kid. It's time you were stepping out.
For instance?
Well, for instance, Earl Carroll had a scout out to St. Paul to see you last week.
Earl Carroll?
Well, yeah, sure. He came back after the show and asked me all about you, Skid. Hey, didn't you hear from him?
Nah, I ain't heard a tumble.
Well, I guess you ain't. Or you'd have told me. But you'll hear from him. And when you do, grab it, kid.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
The telegram.
What telegram?
It came for you. Here, open it.
All right, take it easy. It's probably just another touch that'll set me back about $50. I remember one time...
Well, what is it?
Holy mackerel, listen.
What?
Have a chance to place you when Manhattan Follies opening next week. Stop. Is there any way you can get out of your present engagement? Stop. Can get you $500 a week or maybe more. Stop. Leave salary to me. Stop. Great chance. No comedy and show at present. You'll have to be here by Sunday for rehearsal. Wire Max Levy.
Max Levy, the big agent? Well, I'll be... Well, there you are, Skid.
Somebody's kidding me, I guess.
Somebody's kidding me, you mean?
That's right. Say they didn't mention Bunny, Lefty. What's the idea?
I guess I can answer that. I know all the answers.
What's the matter, honey?
Don't you dare call me honey.
Say, what are you bawling me out for?
Get out, will you, Lefty?
Huh?
I want to speak to this guy alone.
Okay.
Say, what's the idea of all this temperamental stuff, Bon? If the telegram ain't a fake, it's a chance you've been raving about, ain't it?
It's your chance, all right. Your chance to be in the same show with that little hypocrite you went nuts about when I was in the hospital in Des Moines.
Who?
You know darn well who.
Oh, you mean Marco?
Yes, Marco. That's who I mean.
Why, you're crazy. Why, what's this telegram got to do with Marco?
As though you didn't know. What show is Marco joining?
Why, Gee, that's right. It's the same show, ain't it? That's a coincidence.
Yeah, it's more than that. It's a conspiracy.
What do you mean by that crack?
I mean the whole thing's a frame-up between you and Marco. The two of you beating it together, and neither one of you had the nerve to come clean.
Oh, this telegram was a surprise to me. You're crazy to think that.
Yeah, pleasant surprise.
Holy mackerel, will you take a tumble to yourself? It's a joke for you to be so jealous of that kid.
Jealous? How, of what? A bum comedian who ain't gonna laugh above his hips? Say, if you was to fall for a girl that meant anything, I'd wish you luck. But that empty-headed little brat, I ain't jealous, I'm insulted.
Well, you can stop blowing up steam and cool off, because why? Because I ain't going.
Who said you wasn't going?
I said it, and that settles it.
Oh, it does. Since when does what you say settle things?
Well, it settles this one. Oh, come on, Bonnie, let's forget it, will you? We'll stick together, kid, and as soon as you say the word, we'll take a walk over to the License Bureau. What do you say? That's us, I guess. Especially, Bonnie.
I know.
Well?
Skid, I'm sorry for what I said. I didn't mean it.
Sure.
Kiss me, Skid.
Oh, honey, gee whiz,
Hold me tight. Tight, Skid. It'll be a long time before we see each other
But
again.
I ain't going, Bonnie.
Oh, yes, you are. This is your big chance, Skid. You're not going to pass it up for me or anyone else.
But, Bonnie...
Will you two lovebirds get up here?
Come on, Skid.
Okay.
Well, it's about time. Come on. Will you get out there and do your stuff?
Okay, Lefty, all set, Bonnie.
I'll be seeing you out there.
Watch the last I get on the entrance.
Lefty?
Yeah?
Get some of the Pop Skid's bags. He's leaving right after the show.
Okay, I'll take care of it. Go on, get out there, Bonnie.
All right, thanks.
Well, look who's here. Little Lucy Twinkletoes. How are you, Miss Twinkletoes?
I beg your pardon.
What for? What did you do?
Oh, you think you're smart, don't you?
Smart. When I was a little boy in school, I took the first prize.
You did?
Yeah, the teacher saw me take it, and she made me put it back. Oh, boy, that's digging up the old one.
Oh, did you ever hear about the man who liked oxtail soup?
Oxtail? That's going too far back.
I hear you're going to a party tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to a party tonight. Would you like to come along? There'll be a million laughs.
Will we have a good time?
I will. We're going to play kissing games.
I don't like kissing.
Why?
It breeds germs.
Come on, lady. Let's get fit.
Have you played kissing games before?
Sure. The last part I was through, we played a game called Play or Pay.
How do you play it?
Well, they blindfold the boy and he reaches out for the girls. The first one he catches either has to give him a kiss or her handkerchief.
How did you make it?
Oh, this will kill you. I came home with a tablecloth. Professor, pass the gravy. Yesterday I heard a lover sigh. Goodbye, oh me oh my. 7 times he got aboard his train. And 7 times he hurried back to kiss his love again and whisper, toot-toot-tootsie, goodbye. Toot-toot-tootsie, don't cry. The little choo-choo train that takes me away from you. No words can tell how sad it makes me. Kiss me, tootsie, and then do it over again. Watch for the mail, I'll never fail. And if you don't get a letter, then you'll know I'm in jail. Don't cry, Tootsie, don't cry. Goodbye, Tootsie, goodbye. Swing it, baby. Should have been out front tonight. Gee, Bonnie, you are swell.
Never mind that now. Well, Lefty?
It's all fixed. Skid, you're fired.
Huh?
Can.
What for?
You're going to New York. I got 2 guys packing your bags, and I just phoned for a reservation.
But wait a minute. I told Bonnie that I
Now,
wasn't...
forget what you told me. I'm running this partnership. You're leaving for New York, and you're leaving tonight. So long, darling. You're right, won't you?
Sure. Every day, Bunny.
I'll be awful lonesome without you.
Gee, I'll be an awful sap without you, kid. We ain't never been apart before.
As soon as the season's over, dear, I'll come right on.
Maybe I'll be a flop and I can come back soon.
You can't come back. You're fired.
Oh, I didn't think of that. That ain't so good.
Forget it. It's sink or swim now.
I don't like the way you said sink.
Well, how do you like the way I say swim?
Well, I guess that's me. Gee, I don't know how to say goodbye, baby. I ain't never said goodbye to you.
Just kiss me, Skid.
Oh, gosh, honey.
Oh, I'll miss you, Skid. I love you, Skid. Oh, gosh, I'll miss you.
I'm lost already without you, Bunny. So long, darling. I'll wire and I'll write.
Every day, Skid.
Every day. Goodbye, Bunny.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Skid. Goodbye.
As we pause in the Lux Radio Theatre's presentation of Burlesque, starring Al Jolson and Ruby Keeler, I'm going to ask you to listen to a very interesting conversation.
In this brief interval, we want you to meet one of Hollywood's youngest and most charming stars, Cora Sue Collins. Here she is now, Miss Cora Sue Collins in person. Cora Sue, just how long have you been in Hollywood?
I came here when I was 3. I'm 8 now.
I see. I don't believe I know any movie people who are 8. What do you do with your time?
Well, I've got my dog, Bedelia. I have to take care of her. Then there's Rusty. He's my dog. He's an Irish setter. And I train parakeets. Then I go horseback riding every day. But I do all that only when I'm not making a picture.
Yes, I suppose you're too busy then. You think you'll keep on making pictures?
Oh, yes. I want to be a grown-up star someday.
Well, I think when you are, you're going to be a very pretty one.
Thank you. I hope so. I'm taking care of my skin just like grown-up stars do with Lux toilet soap. I've used it ever since I came to Hollywood, just like my friends Joan Crawford and Joan Blondell. That's the only kind of soap we have at our house. Mother likes it, and so does Sister. Sis won't even take a bath without it, and neither will Bedelia.
That's very nice, Chorus Hugh. Thank you. And you're right in saying that Hollywood stars must have lovely complexions. They can't risk dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarging pores. In other words, cosmetic skin. These Hollywood stars, like most girls, use rouge and powder. But they avoid dangerous pore choking by using Lux toilet soap. The soap whose active lather goes deep into the pores, removes every trace of dust, dirt, stale cosmetics. Before you put on fresh makeup during the day, and always before you go to bed at night, use Lux toilet soap. Buy several cakes tomorrow.
We return now to Burlesque, the story of Skid Brown, played by Al Jolson, and Bonnie Smith, played by Ruby Keeler. Several months have passed since Skid left to join the Manhattan Follies. Bonnie is still on tour with the Burlesque Company. In her room in a small-town hotel, she lies huddled on the bed, reading the morning paper. Her friend Maisie enters.
Morning, dearie. Up kind of early, ain't you?
Yeah, a little.
What's the idea?
I couldn't sleep.
Oh. Any word from Skid yet?
Not a line.
Gee, I'd like to brain that guy. How long is it now since he wrote to you?
Oh, I don't know. About 6 weeks, I guess.
Just a big Broadway man. Boy, success must have hit him right between the eyes.
No, Maisie, Skid ain't the kind who gets a swelled head. It's something else this time. The thing I was afraid of.
Marco?
Yeah. I've been kind of following him in the Broadway gossip columns. Here, get a load of this.
Let's see. Oh, yeah. Skid Brown, who wows them each night at the Manhattan Follies, is a wow to Sylvia Marco of the same show. They may be seen together every p.m. doing the hot spots along the main stem. Well, that's that.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about it?
Nothing.
Nothing? What do you mean? You're still in love with the guy, ain't you?
Sure. I guess I'll always be in love with him. But if Skid don't want me, well, I ain't the clinging vine type.
Oh, but listen, Bonnie.
Excuse me, will you?
Uh-huh.
Hello? Oh, hello, Harvey. Pretty good. When? Well, all right, Harvey. Pick me up about 11:30. Bye.
Who was that?
Remember the fellow we used to kid about? The one we called the Cattling King?
Yeah, sure. He used to sit in the front row every night.
Well, that was him. Harvey Howell. He's a swell guy, Maisie, and a real guy. He wants to marry me.
Has he got any dough?
I guess so. He owns a couple of ranches.
A couple of ranches?
Sure. He's taking me out after the show tonight. I promised him I'd give him my answer then.
You want to dance, Money?
Thanks, Harvey, but do you mind if I don't? I'm a little tired tonight.
That's all right. Pretty near time to be leaving anyway.
Yeah.
Bonnie, did you think over what I asked you about getting married?
I've been thinking about it, sure.
Well?
Harvey, I don't know how to say this, but do you mind waiting a little longer?
Why, take all the time you want, Bonnie. I'm not in any rush.
It ain't that I'm trying to stall or anything, but the show's moving back east, Harvey, and I want to see Skid. Just once more.
Okay, Bonnie.
You understand, don't you?
Sure, I understand.
Well, thanks, Harvey. You're a grand guy.
Hello, box office, Manhattan Follies. I'm sorry, we're all sold out for tonight. 8 weeks in advance. Okay.
Hello there, Mr. Kent.
Oh, hello, Skid.
What are you doing, counting up the shekels?
Yeah,
They tell me you want to see me, Mr. Kent.
I do. Sit down, won't you, Skid?
What's on your mind?
You, Skid. Skid, I'm going to tell you something straight from the shoulder.
Yeah?
I've been managing Broadway shows for a long time, so you can take it from me. I know what I'm talking about. Skid, you got to cut out your drinking.
Oh, me?
Don't give me that. You went on that stage last night so lit up you couldn't even see. Those falls you were taking were on the level.
They got laughs, didn't they?
Sure they did, but that isn't the point. Skid, you've got this whole business right in your lap. You can sing, you can dance, you can make them laugh. You're a big hit. But take it from an old-timer, Skid. Drinking and show business don't mix. That's all.
But, Mr. Kent...
That's all, Skid.
Oh, Skid. Skid.
Hello, Marco.
Been in to see Kent?
Yeah.
What'd he say?
Nothing much.
So you won't talk, huh? All right. What are you doing after the show tonight?
I don't know. I kind of figured I'd get a little sleep for a change.
Oh, come on with us. We're getting up a party to go to the hot spot.
Oh, count me out, Marco. I want to stay home and write a couple of letters.
Oh, I see. Who to?
Well, Bonnie, for one. I ain't written to her, for such a long time. Honestly, I wouldn't blame her if she was sore as a boil at me.
Listen, are you still thinking of that kid?
Sure, why not?
I thought that was over long ago.
Oh, no.
Well, it ought to be. What are you going to do after she's married? Still write mash notes to her?
After she... What are you talking about?
She's going to be married to some rancher guy.
Who said so?
I got it from one of the girls in the troupe. She wrote me all about it.
Married? Oh, there must be some mistake or something.
There's no mistake. It's all set.
Holy gee. Why didn't she tell me? Why didn't she let me know?
Oh, brace up, Skid. The world hasn't come to an end. Why, you're Skid Brown, a big guy on Broadway. Why worry over a cheap little burlesque?
Shut up, Marco.
What?
I said shut up.
Well, that's the way the wind blows,
Yeah, that's
mister.
the way the wind blows. Now, get out of here and let me alone. I want to think.
Hello, Hotel Carlton. One moment, please. Hello, Hotel Carlton. Go ahead. Hotel Carlton. See if he's in. Hotel Carlton. Hello, operator. This is room 707. Did you get that number? Oh, thank you. Hello? Hello, Winter Garden? I'd like to speak to Skid Brown, please. Yes, I'll hold the wire.
Is he there, Bonnie?
They're going to look.
I hope they don't find him. I can't understand why you...
Hello? Skid? This is Bonnie. Yeah, Bonnie. Where am I? Oh, why, New York, of course. Got in yesterday. Yes? I caught the show last night, Skid. You were all right. I'm at the Carlton. You want to come over after the show tonight? All right. I'll see you then. Bye.
He's coming, huh?
Yeah.
What's Harvey going to say?
Bobby knows about it. He's coming, too.
It's going to be a nice party. I can see that.
Hiya, Bonnie.
Hello, Skid.
Step right in, boys, and meet Bonnie Smith, the greatest little trooper in the business. Hello, Bonnie.
Lefty, I didn't expect to see you.
I've been traveling around with this guy, and he's got me all tired out.
Oh, getting old, Lefty, getting old.
Hello, Skid.
Amazing, a living breed. Geez, like old times. Wait a minute, where's Jerry?
There I am.
Girls, I want you to meet the greatest little songwriter in the world, Jerry Evans.
Hiya,
What
girl.
do you think?
Get over there at that Janet, Jerry, and show him what's what.
Always ready to oblige, friend. Where's a nice, comfortable chair? I want to go to sleep.
Try this one, Lefty.
Go to sleep. Say, that's no way to start a party.
No, you let me alone.
Softy, huh? Well, Bonnie, let's take a look at you. Gosh, you're looking grand.
I'm all right.
Swell, that's swell. I hear you're getting married, Bonnie.
Yeah. Who told you?
Oh, those things get around. I just want to tell you how glad I am. It's great, simply great. Why, What's the matter?
Nothing.
What do you look at me so funny for? I ain't said nothing wrong, have I?
No, of course not.
Well, what's the long jaw about? Ain't the new guy treating you right?
Sure, he's great. But what business is it of yours?
What business is it of mine? Say, I suppose what happened to you is none of my business. I suppose I'm going to forget you're the only girl in the world I ever gave a hoot about.
You have me and how many others? I got tired of being a mob scene. Are you still with that Marco dame, or is she cold turkey?
Lay off, Bonnie. I came here when you asked me to. I'm tickled to see you. I try to tell you you're the works, and what do? You start riding me.
I suppose you couldn't come alone. What was you afraid I'd do to you?
Well, you wouldn't have me shake these guys, would you? They've been with me ever since last night.
Yeah. I suppose you're the king of the nightclubs now.
Yeah, that's me. I'm giving all the little girlies a great big hand.
You better go home early and get some sleep. You look rotten.
Forget it, Bonnie. We only live once. Say, listen, Bonnie. When are you going to marry this millionaire of yours? You didn't tell me.
Sometime in the fall, I guess.
Well, what are you going to do till then?
Going out to live on the ranch with him and his sister.
You mean you're chucking show business?
Yep.
Then the old partnership's broken up, huh? Going to leave me to struggle on alone.
At the rate you're going, dear, you won't have to struggle alone.
The nightlife will land you right out in the alley with the rest of the has-beens.
Is that so?
Yeah, that's so.
Well, if I do get the gate, there are other shows. They always need comics, dearie, and as long as I can make them laugh, I'll be all right. Say, Bonnie, you ain't told me whether I'm good or rotten in the show.
The jury was in long before I got here, Skid.
Gosh, this is funny. You're telling me for years what a riot I'd be if I got a chance. You pushed me into my chance, and I click. And all the time I'm wishing that you were here to see me get away with it. You finally get here and see me, and we don't even talk about it. I don't know. I'm wondering if planning for things so long don't take all the kick out of them. I suppose nothing can be as good as you think it's going to be.
No, I suppose not. Jerry, play something lively.
Oh, sure. Hot dog, come on, Bonnie, let's dance. You and me, huh?
Come in. Oh, hello, Harvey. Come on in.
Thanks. Oh, I didn't know you were having a party, Bonnie.
Come on and join us. This is Jerry Evans.
How do you do?
How are you?
And Lefty Moore, you remember him.
Well, sure. How are you, Mr. Howell?
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure glad to see you again.
And I know you've heard of Skid Brown.
Oh, yes. Yeah, how are you? I certainly enjoyed your show last night. I don't know when I laughed so much.
Thanks. But I wasn't so good last night.
Well, that's what Bonnie said, but you seem good to me.
It's awful hard to please Bonnie. You know that gag about my severest critic.
Yeah, I've heard that one. Say, I hope I didn't stop your music. Won't you go on, Mr. Evans?
Well, sure. What would you like?
Well, I don't know any of the new songs. My favorites are all old, like In the Gloom. And Bonnie sang that for me once.
Yeah, come on, sing it, Bonnie.
Yeah, Bonnie, sing it, sure. It's so nice and gay. Say, what do we celebrate anyway, a wedding or a funeral? Shouldn't we be toasting the bride and singing gay ditties with the groom?
Skid!
Hey, mister, I wouldn't have spoken about that if you hadn't. In a way of speaking, I'm your successor, but I don't want to dwell on my good fortune except to assure you that it'll be my aim to make life happy for Bonnie. And I'm sure you'll be glad to know that.
Sure, I'm glad to know it. Why wouldn't I be glad to know that Bonnie's going to get along all right without me? Well, what I'm saying is, why can't we be gay about it? Why can't we have the wedding march played with Pep and Ginger? And why can't I be giving the bride away?
Stop it, Skid!
Why'd I stop it? Who's got a better right to be giving the bride away? It shows there's no hard feelings. Why do people get sore and crabbed when they lose out? Why don't they join the festivities? Come on, Jerry. Play the wedding march and play it fast. It's a dancing wedding, folks. Watch my smoke. Watch my smoke. Here comes the bride. Here comes the bride. Da 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 da. Come on, everybody. Whoop it up. Whoop it up. Here comes the bride.
Stop it!
You better go. I'll go, mister. I'm leaving right now. Goodbye, Bonnie, and lots of luck. Here comes the bride.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Cecil B. DeMille speaking to you from Hollywood. Al Jolson as Skid and Ruby Keeler as Bonnie return in just a moment for the conclusion of the Lux Radio Theatre production, Burlesque. In the meantime, I'm going to have you meet one of Hollywood's most famous cameramen. Most people think of a cameraman as a fellow who puts his cap on backwards and grinds away at the crank of a camera. As a matter of fact, the first cameraman never touches the camera. He's an artist who paints with lights and shadows, giving the screen depth and third dimension. The only cranks on the set today are the directors. The cameraman who will speak to you is Mr. George Barnes of Warner Brothers Studio. He has photographed both of tonight's stars many times. Mr. Barnes.
That's very gracious of you, CB. But, folks, we don't really think directors cranks. We think of them as fellow sufferers. You see, a cameraman and his director are practically the only people who have to work every day while a picture is shooting. No actor appears in every scene. Mechanical crews can be changed, but the poor old cameraman, he just goes on and on until he drops, or the director does. As Mr. DeMille says, a cameraman's first job is lighting. In more ways than one, he has to show the stars in the best possible light. And right along that line, is a point that comes right home here to the Lux Radio Theatre. A cameraman has to make a girl look absolutely perfect. He has to take care of shadows, unusual contours, and other things that can't be helped. So believe me, we have no time for faults that can be helped, like a bad complexion. That's something the girls must take care of for themselves. And the way 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars do that is by using your Lux toilet soap. It's the official soap at Mr. Deluxe Studio, Paramount, and in other great studios in Hollywood. And if you want to see how it works at Warner's, Mr. DeMille, well, just take a look at Ruby Keeler.
Okay, George, that's a fine fade out.
The lights go up for the third act of Burlesque, starring Al Jolson as Skid and Ruby Keeler as Bonnie. 3 weeks have passed, and we're in the office of Mr. Kent, the manager of the Manhattan Follies. Skid, showing the signs of dissipation and looking very tired, is coming in the door.
Hello, Mr. Kent.
Oh, hello. Hello, Skid. Sit down.
What is this, Mr. Kent? Another temperance lecture?
No, not this time, boy. I gave you your last lecture about 3 weeks ago.
Well, what do you want to see me for?
I'm writing you a check, Skid.
A check? I ain't supposed to be paid today.
I know. You're getting a check anyway. Your last one with this outfit.
What?
You heard me, Skid.
You mean I'm canned?
That's right. I warned you, boy. I told you what was coming, and you wouldn't listen to me. I'm sorry. Well, there's your check.
Can't, huh? All right, so what? I can get another job like that.
I wouldn't be so sure, Skid. And I'll tell you this. You'll never find one hanging around in the hot spots.
Lay off, will you? I know what I'm doing.
You didn't the other night when we picked you up singing the wedding march at the top of your lungs.
Cut it out, you hear?
Okay, Skid. It's none of my business. Just thought I might hand you a little advice, that's all.
All right. I'm sorry, Mr. Kent. I guess I ain't myself these days. I don't know what's the matter with me lately. I'm just little shot pieces, I guess. But I'll catch on again, though. And when I do, I'll be back to see you, Mr. Kent.
So long, Skid, and lots of luck.
Come on, girls. Come on. Swing it, will you? Swing it. This is a rehearsal, not a funeral. Give, will you give? Come on.
Hey, Lefty, listen, will you?
Oh, what do you want? What do you want, Bozo? Don't you see I'm rehearsing a number?
I know, but this is important. Skid is here. He wants to see you.
Skid? Where is he?
Out at the stage door. Gee, he looks terrible, Lefty. Like he ain't had nothing in a week.
I guess I better see him. All right, girls. That'll be all for a while. I'll be back in a couple of moments, Skid.
Okay.
Skid.
Oh, Lefty. Gee, Lefty. How are you?
What's happened to you, Skid? Where you been?
Oh, just knocking around. After I got canned, I kind of hit the chute.
Oh, boy, you sure look it. Any prospects of a job?
No, I've been looking around for a month, but I guess they don't want me, Lefty. Then I heard you was putting on a new show, and, well, I come around to see you about it.
You want a job with me?
Yeah, that's right.
In Burlesque?
Sure. What do you say, Lefty? You got a spot for me?
Oh, gee. I don't know, Skid.
Oh, please, Lefty, give us a break, will you? I need it bad, honestly, awful bad.
What about the liquor?
Liquor, say, that's all over with, Lefty. That's finished.
Yeah, well, it seems to me I've heard that before.
It's on the level this time.
Well, okay, Skid. I'll give you a chance.
Thanks, Lefty.
Now, listen. We open in a week. Do you think you can get on your feet on that time?
Sure.
All right, then. All right. Now, listen to me. Remember it. You got to be here for every rehearsal, and you got to be here on time.
Don't worry, Lefty. I'll be a new guy. Wait, you'll see.
Bozo, did you find him?
Yeah, I got him.
Where was he?
The usual spot.
Holy smokes. How is he?
Oh, bad.
3 days before we open, and he pulls this one on me.
No, it's going to be tough, Lefty.
There's only one way out, and I got to take it. What's the dope? Now, look, I'll tell you what you do. Run out and shoot a wire to Bonnie. Tell her I need her. Tell her Skid needs her, but tell her she's got to get here right away.
Okay, Lefty.
Telegram, lady.
Telegram, lady. Telegram, lady. Telegram, lady. Telegram, lady. Telegram, lady.
Sit down, Bonnie, sit down. Did I say it was great to see you?
Yeah.
Well, it's more than that.
What's it all about?
Skid.
course, I knew it was Skid. What happened?
Haven't you heard anything about him since you was here last?
Nothing. I read that he was out of the Follies, but that didn't surprise me. He was heading for that when I saw him.
Yeah. That afternoon, he danced out of your room. He danced himself right out of show business. He went on a grand bust, and he ain't played since. Oh, I gave him a job, but he's been handing me an awful ride. Here I am. I'm opening tomorrow night, and up to now, he ain't rehearsed half of this stuff. Honest, Bonnie, I don't know which way to turn.
I know what's in your mind, Lefty, and what you want me to do. So I'm going to save you the trouble of asking me.
Huh?
I'll do what I can.
Oh, gee, you're an ace. How long will you stay?
Till you get your show right and Skid gets straightened out.
Oh, thanks, Bonnie. Thanks a lot. Say, I don't know what I'd do without you.
There he is now.
Huh?
Oh, gosh, look at him.
Hello, Lefty.
Skid.
Where's the rehearsal, Lefty? Am I early?
Yeah, for tomorrow you are.
I was only...
Skid.
Huh? Who is that? Am I seeing things? Do you see her, Lefty?
Sure I see her.
Don't kid me. I've been seeing things lately.
How are you, Skid?
It's really you. Oh, gee,
Oh,
Bonnie.
don't, Skid.
I'm all right. How are you, kid? Let me have a look at you. You're looking great. But you've been crying.
No, I haven't.
Oh, you can't fool me. I've seen you cry too often. But what are you doing in this dump? Oh, I'm on. Why is Mr. Lefty, Mr. Lefty the fox, to get his rotten soul meat caught out of the grave?
It wasn't exactly the grave,
Well,
Skid.
don't waste a minute around here, honey. I'll open all right. Nobody's got to worry about me. You know me, Skid, the fireman's child. I'm always there.
Sure you are. But you got to take care of yourself, Skid. You got to start tapering off now.
Okay, Bunny. You're the only one I ever knew that had any sense. Oh, you're not ashamed of me, Bunny, are you?
No, Skid.
I've been an awful sap, but don't ride me, will you? Bunny, don't ride me.
I won't ride you, Skid.
That's right, kid. I've listened to so many lectures, honestly. I carry my own slides.
Don't you think you better get some sleep, Skid?
Nah, sleep. I ain't no bother about sleep. Oh, gee, Bunny, it's great to see you. I told you I'd be an awful sap without you.
You never was a sap, Skid. You got more brains than all the comics put together. You make mistakes, but who don't? But after all, Skid, fun's fun. Lefty's opening his first show tomorrow night, and without you, he'll be sunk. He's been too good a friend of ours for you to throw him.
Gee, Bunny, I don't think I could ever make it.
Sure you can make it.
I'm all shot, honey.
Oh, honey, you can come out of it.
You think I can?
I know it.
You wouldn't kid me, would you, lady?
I would if I could, mister. I would if I could.
Say, where's your cattle rustler? You remember he got sore at me that day, didn't he?
I don't know.
Sure he did. For singing, Here Comes the Bride, remember? Here comes the bride, here comes...
Oh, he's fainted.
Bonnie, gee, loosen his tie.
I'll take care of him.
Do you think, Bonnie, I'd better postpone the opening?
Let's try not to, Lefty. I hate to see him off your first opening, and it wouldn't look so good for Skid either. Poor Skid.
Oh, no, that's all right, Bonnie. There, that's all right.
I'm all right, Lefty. Give me some water, will you?
Look, don't you think we'd better get him over to the hotel?
No, let him stay here a while.
Okay, I'll be back in a second.
All right. Skid, look at me. You'll be all right, honey. Nothing can stop you. You'll be all right. You'll knock him dead. You ain't started yet. You'll be all right. You gotta be all right. You just gotta be all right.
How is he, Bonnie?
All right. He's on his way up from the dressing room.
Well, he's on next. Do you think he can do it?
I hope so.
Well, he almost fainted in his last routine.
Hiya, Lefty.
Oh, hiya, kid. You all set, baby?
Sure. What's this going to be, my song?
Yeah. Cut the opening routine, Skid. No falls tonight. Go right into your number.
Cut the falls, huh? Okay, Bonnie. You're the boss.
You all right, Skid?
I say, folks, thanks. For a minute, I thought I was back in Manhattan Follies.
Lefty's swaying out there. He's going to fall.
No. He's okay, Bonnie. But seriously, folks, I'm glad to be here. And right now, I'm going to sing a little number for you. One I like a lot. Little music there, Professor.
Take it easy, kid.
I'll make it. People brag, people boast, and consistently drink a toast to a place that a lot of them place at the top of the list. Are they wrong? Are they right? Is there a reason for their delight? I must live in doubt till the day that I find out. Is it true what they say about disease? Does the sun really shine all the time? Till the sweet magnolias blossom and everybody's gone? Do folks keep eating possum till they can't eat no more? Is it true what they say about Swanee? Is a dream by that stream so sublime? Do they laugh? Do they laugh like they say in every song? If it's true, that's where I belong. Is it true what they say about Swanee? Is a dream by that stream so sublime? Do they laugh? Do they laugh like they say in every song? If it's true, that's where I belong. How'd I do, honey?
Oh, Skid, you were swell. I knew you'd be. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm all right.
Do you think you can go on being all right?
I can, Bonnie, if you stick by me.
Sure, Skid. I'll stick.
For good?
For good.
Oh, gee, Bonnie. But what about your cattle rancher?
Oh, it's all right. I explained it to him, Skid. You see, when I left, I had an idea I was coming here to stay.
Oh, Bonnie, I'm crazy about you. I can't get along without you, sweetheart.
You won't even have to try. From now on, it's you and me together. For better or for worse.
Yeah, better for me and worse for you.
Ah, there you go. Always clowning.
Al and Ruby will be back in just a moment. We are honored tonight by the presence of Daniel Frohman. D.F., as we call him, produced the first play that my father, Henry C. DeMille, and David Belasco ever wrote. It was called The Wife. When the play opened, it was a failure. Nobody came. Naturally, Mr. Frohman decided to close it. My father and Belasco had spent a year writing this play. All their savings were gone. They were desperate. So they went up to Mr. Frohman's office. One took him by the throat. The other took a heavy octagonal ruler from his desk and shook it in his face, saying they'd kill him if he took the play off. So Mr. Frohman kept the play running. He says they changed it to suit him. But in any case, it ran 5 years. Everyone in the theatrical world knows and respects this pioneer of the theater. We revere him as an artist, philanthropist, and gentleman. The 85-year-old dean of the American stage, Daniel Frohman.
Cecil, you're very kind.
No, I'm saying what I've felt ever since I was 5 years old.
Oh, that was when I used to chase you out of the box office for annoying the treasurer. Even now, it hardly seems possible that you're old enough to have a radio program of your own.
No, I am just starting in radio, D.F. Do you remember when I was just starting as a young actor at one of your companies?
Yes, I remember paying you the fabulous salary of $40 a week.
That included my wife's salary, too. But I was willing to work for any salary. For the man who started the Barrymores, Ethel, as I remember it, was the first to join you. Then Lionel, wasn't it?
Yes. And then the two of them edged in their little brother, Jack Barrymore, to design our bill posters.
Well, why don't you get him to design one for that big show you're producing on July 1st, the Actors Fund benefit? D.F., it's been a privilege to have you here tonight.
It's nice to be here, Cecil, and be part of your great enterprise for no theater in history has reached so many people as your Lux Radio Theatre. From your father and mother, who have inherited the highest traditions of the stage, and I know you are true to this trust.
Thank you, dear. Grand old gentleman. I have just written an article for a national magazine on the 10 greatest fools in history. Perhaps I should have made it 11 and included the singing fool, the character that Al Jolson made the most famous fool of all. For that picture, the singing fool, broke every box office record of its day. And here they come, the singing fool and his dancing wife. Ladies and gentlemen, the Jolsons. Al and Ruby, you have enjoyed wealth, fame, and success. All the things most people dream about.
But that's nothing, Mr. DeMille, compared to the thrill I got when little Al Jr. spoke his first word. And what do you think was the first word he ever said? He said, Daddy.
No, Al. He said, Mama.
Did he?
Well, didn't he?
If you say so, I guess he did. But, that kid. Good, solid arms and back. Isn't he a husky? What a baby. Honestly, Mr. DeMille, I don't like to exaggerate, but you've never seen 10 such wiggly little toes.
Takes after his mother, doesn't he? Those twinkling toes of Ruby's.
Well, but one way he takes after his daddy, great big strong knees, a born mammy singer.
His toes from his mother and his knees from his father. His good looks, I suppose, from Lux.
Yes, sir, just like his mama. She's a Lux lady, aren't you, Ruby?
Of course I am.
As a matter of fact, Lux soap is what makes all us Jolson so handsome.
We've had countless requests for two things: a song by Al and a dance by Ruby. Unfortunately, we haven't time for both. So which shall it be?
Oh, that's very easy, Mr. DeMille. I'll decide that. We're going to have a dance by Ruby.
Just a minute, Al. I've decided. You're going to sing.
Well, how are we going to compromise?
Al will sing.
Well, that's how it is. I guess you can see now, folks, why they call me Al Keeler. A pretty girl is like a melody that haunts you night and a day, just like the strain of a haunting refrain. She'll start a marathon and run around your brain. You can't escape. He's in your memory by morning, night, and noon. She will leave you and then come back again. A pretty girl is just like a pretty tune. A pretty girl is like a melody that haunts you night and day, just like the strain of a haunting refrain. She'll start a marathon and run around your brain. You can't escape. She's in your memory by morning, night, and noon. She will leave you and then come back again. A pretty girl is just like a pretty tune.
Mr. Jolson. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Rue. Mr. DeMille returns in a moment to tell you about next week's play. The makers of Lux Toilet Soap wish to express their appreciation to our capable cast and to the great studios who have cooperated with us in presenting this broadcast. Our cast tonight included Wally Mayer, Victor Rodman, Eddie Kane, Rita Leroy, Inez Seabury, Frank Nelson, and Lou Merrill. Al Jolson and Ruby Keeler appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, as did George Barnes. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille, comes to us from Paramount. Louis Silvers, our musical director, represents 20th Century Fox. And Mr. Daniel Frohman is in Hollywood as producer of the Actors Fund Benefit. And now, here is your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Next week, our play is The Dark Angel. A vital romance played against a background of war. A dramatic triumph on the Broadway stage and twice successful on the screen. This unforgettable drama will be presented on the air by the same stars who thrilled us in its most recent movie version, Merle Oberon and Herbert Marshall. Our sponsors, as well as Miss Oberon, Mr. Marshall, and I, cordially invite you to be our guests in the Lux Radio Theatre next Monday night. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, June 22nd. The Lux Radio Theatre presents Merle Oberon and Herbert Marshall in The Dark Angel. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, you will meet Merle Oberon, Herbert Marshall, Rod LaRock, Cecil B. DeMille, Leroy Prinz, James Montgomery Flagg, and many others. And gathered here to witness this event is a tremendous audience of Hollywood notables. Seated across the footlights, I see Lois Wilson, Brian Ahern, May McAvoy, Matt Moore, Alan Baxter, Leo Carrillo. Welcome, all of you, to the Lux Radio Theatre. This entertainment is brought to you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care used by 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars. The pure white soap that can mean a lovelier complexion for you. As producer of the Lux Radio Theatre, we present one of the world's foremost motion picture producers, a man so closely identified with Hollywood that the history of the motion picture industry might well be the story of his own life. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The lights of 1,000 cities are the footlights of our stage tonight. The play of the evening will be heard from Beverly Hills to Boston, from Miami to Montreal. By shortwave, we are even linked with Tasmania, that island in the South Pacific that gave us the lovely star of tonight's production. Her name is Estelle Merle O'Brien Thompson, but she is known to us all as Merle Oberon. We have listeners also in Hawaii, where once before I directed the man who stars in tonight's production, Herbert Marshall. We were making a picture on the slopes of Mauna Kea in the Koa Forest. I had to stage a fight between Mr. Marshall, Bart as we call him, and William Gargan. Bart was supposed to win, and Gargan was prepared to take a blow and be knocked down. We filmed the scene several times. Each time, Bart played the scene magnificently, up to the final blow. Then something went wrong. I finally asked him why he wasn't giving me what I wanted. And that delightful gentleman, who served with the London Scottish Regiment during the war, who saw action on many fronts and figured gallantly in the Battle of Arras, said very simply, Mr. DeMille, I just can't bring myself to hit a man full in the face. And now it is curtain time. The Lux Radio Theatre brings you The Dark Angel with Merle Oberon and Herbert Marshall. The Dark Angel is the story of Kitty Vane, played by Merle Oberon, and Alan Trent, a young English officer with whom she is in love, played by Herbert Marshall. August 1915, the first year of the World War, and all Europe is trembling under the impact of the loud guns. Excitement is the keynote of the day. And in a little cottage in the country, Kitty Vane, a charming young English girl, is hurrying off to meet two old friends who are coming home on leave. We hear her running down the stairs.
Good morning, Granny.
Good morning, darling. You're early.
A little.
Going to have breakfast?
I don't think so, Granny. I'll have something at the Shannons with Alan and Gerald.
Very well, dear. You're excited, aren't you?
Terribly.
It's a big day.
The biggest ever, Granny.
Alan Trent and Gerald Shannon. It seems like yesterday they were just babies. And here they are coming back to us after a whole year of war.
Yes. You know, Granny, at first seeing them as soldiers was fun. And I suppose I never really thought they'd be going away. But when they did... Oh, Granny, I'm so glad they're coming home again.
I'm afraid it won't be for very long.
No, I suppose not. But even a few days are better than nothing. And Alan promised me they'd stay just as long as they possibly could.
In these days, we have to make the best of everything. It's been a long year for you, hasn't it, darling?
It wouldn't have been so bad if... Oh, Granny, if only I knew. If I were only sure.
Of Alan?
Yes.
Aren't you sure?
How can I be? When one loves so hard and for so long, one can never really be sure. And it used to be so easy, Granny. When we were children, I'd just ask him to marry me. But now, it's growing up, Granny. That's what it is. Things aren't so simple anymore. I can't just say, Alan, please marry me, quick.
Why not? That's the best way to do it. Saves a lot of time.
I bet that's just what you do.
Of course. Kitty, come here. I want to talk to you.
Yes, Granny.
Kitty, you may not be sure of Alan. I don't know how he feels about you, but I do know how Gerald feels about you.
Gerald?
He's in love with you, Kitty.
Granny.
Yes, my dear. I've seen it, and I know it.
But it's silly. You shouldn't say things like that, Granny.
I'm an old woman, my dear. I can say what I please.
But, Gerald, I've never thought about Gerald except as Alan's cousin. Why, I've known Gerald ever since we were babies.
And Alan, too, my dear.
Yes, but, well, that's different. Somehow. I can't explain it, but it is different.
Is it?
Of course it is. Heavens, look at the time. I must fly. I've got to meet Mrs. Shannon at the station. Goodbye, Granny, dear.
Goodbye, child. Don't drive too fast.
I won't.
And give my love to Alan and Gerald.
I will, Granny. Goodbye.
Bye.
Troop train coming in on platform number 3, 20 minutes late. Troop train, 20 minutes late, coming in on...
I'll be here soon. Tommy will be here soon.
Oh, he's first leaving over here.
When the train comes in,
I hope he's well. I hope he's well.
Well, Kitty, I just spoke to the station master. Their train's 20 minutes late. 20 entire minutes.
After 11 months of waiting, that really isn't so long. And just think they'll be home with us for 10 whole days.
Oh, I'm almost afraid to meet them. Do you think they'll be the same, look the same?
Oh, I think we'll recognize them.
Oh, look the train is coming. Oh, why doesn't it stop? Aunt Sheila, what if it doesn't stop
You
here?
silly child, it's stopping now.
Where are they? Should we stand here, do you think?
Oh, they'll find us. Kitty, be patient, darling.
Oh, look there they are. Alan, Gerald, Alan.
Kitty, darling.
Oh, Alan.
How are you,
Gerald.
Aunt Sheila?
Oh, my
Oh, Mother.
Hello,
Aunt Sheila.
So good to see you. Hello. You're really back.
Yes, really back. Oh, look at Kitty Gerald. She's getting prettier every day. Yes, our Kitty. Standing right before us. I think Aunt Sheila's getting prettier, too.
Stop, Alan. Come along. We've got the car. It's this way.
Hope you got something to eat, Aunt Sheila. I'm as hungry as a bear.
Luncheon's waiting for you.
Good. For dessert, we can have dinner and top that off with a bit of supper. Wonderful idea, Alice.
Are you two going to spend the whole 10 days eating?
We decided that months ago. Eating, sleeping, bathing. Eating, sleeping, bathing. I said, Gerald, maybe we can think of some way to eat while we're sleeping. You know, we haven't given this thing enough thought.
Oh, very dull. Oh, very dull indeed.
Hey, Kitty, where are you going?
Alan, don't you know it's very bad manners to shout out of second-story windows?
Well, it's just as bad to shout back. Want a piece of cake?
No, I'm tired of seeing you eat. I'm going home.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll come with you. Maybe there's something new to eat at your house.
There isn't. Goodbye.
No, wait. Look, Kitty, if you don't wait, I'll jump down.
Get back in that window, idiot.
Will you wait?
No.
All right, here I come.
Alan, don't. Alan, why did you do that? Alan, darling, get up. You're not hurt, are you? Alan, why don't you speak?
Aunt Sheila always taught me not to speak with my mouth full. You like some cake? Here.
Stupid clown. Now I will go.
No, don't go, Kitty. See, I did scratch my hand. No, slow up there. Scratches like this cause lockjaw or something.
Serves you right.
Kitty, you're changed. You're positively bloodthirsty.
And you haven't changed. You're still a child. You don't feel...
Huh? What don't I feel?
You don't feel anything.
Don't I? How do you know what I feel? Do you know about the months I've been away? The agony I've been in because of you? Do you know how frightened I was of coming home and finding that you'd changed? That you didn't feel the things I wanted you to feel? Oh, look here. I can't say it all. Maybe I can't see any part of it. I'm scared. Kitty. I have so much love for you. It's like something you saved up for a lifetime and didn't know about. And then it all comes at once. I love you so, Kitty.
Oh, Alan. I wanted to hear you say that so much.
Darling, surely you knew.
I wasn't sure. You see, I've always been around.
I know. When I first looked through the bars of my crib, there you were, telling me what to do.
I was not.
When I saw my first tree, you were in it, peering down. My first bird, my first squirrel, my first bath, you were always there.
That's what makes me afraid. You may be just used to me. You may meet some other girl.
Oh, no, shh, you sweet idiot. Don't ever say that. There'll be no one else ever. If you ever weren't there, I'd stop living. I'd stop breathing. I'd stop wanting to breathe.
Alan.
Don't ever go away, Kitty.
Never, Alan. Oh, my darling.
Come on. We'll tell Aunt Sheila.
And Gerald, too.
Now, wait. What are we going to tell them?
But we're going to be married.
But when? Day after tomorrow?
No, tomorrow.
Why, you shameless hussy. Come on, we'll run.
Wait, Alan.
Now, come on.
You're going too fast.
Up the steps, quick.
Who's going to tell them?
Both of us. Aunt Sheila, where are you?
Hello. What's all the excitement?
Oh, Gerald.
Big news.
Can you guess, Gerald?
I think I can. So it's fully happened after all these years. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you, Gerald.
All my love, Kitty, for you both. This is the way it should be. I'm happy about it.
Did you call me, Alan?
Come here, Mother.
Is anything wrong?
Oh, no, it's right. These two have got themselves engaged.
Getting married tomorrow.
Married? Oh, that's splendid, Kitty, dear. I'm very happy. I know you'll be happy.
Both of you. We'll all of us be together. Always now. Do you mind if I run? I can't wait to tell Granny. I think you should come with me, Alan.
I fully intend to. We'll be back. Come on, Kitty.
Gerald, you love her too, don't you?
Yes, Mother.
Oh, darling.
It's all right, Mother. This is the way it should be.
Gerald, I almost forgot. This message came for you a while ago from the War Office. I do hope...
War Office? Let me see it, dear.
What is it, Gerald? Gerald!
We've got to go back. We're leaving England tomorrow morning.
Oh, Gerald, no.
Must be a big drive on. All leaves are canceled.
Oh, those poor children. They were to be married tomorrow.
Yes. I'll have to tell them. You mean you can't marry us, Father Charles?
I'm afraid I can't, Alan.
But you've known us ever since we were children. There must be some way.
The notices for all weddings must be posted first, Kitty. Oh, you know that, my dear. 2 hours ago it might have been possible. It's too late now.
Oh, Father.
I'm sorry, Kitty. I know how you feel. But try to see that Alan will be back soon, and you'll be married here. We'll arrange it all beforehand. It won't be long.
Who knows how long it'll be?
Oh, my boy.
I'm sorry, Father. Thank you, anyhow. You've been very patient with us.
God bless you, and bring you back to this church for the marriage you want. Goodbye, my children.
Well, Kitty, nobody will marry us. And after all these years, we're 2 hours too late. 2 hours, Kitty, that would have changed our lives.
No, Alan. They're not going to change our lives.
Kitty.
I marry you, Alan Trent, in front of a church.
And I marry you, Kitty Vane, for always. Until the day I die. Kitty, you're not eating.
I can't.
You shouldn't have come down here, Danny. We should have said goodbye at the church.
I wanted to be with you, Alan. Right to the last.
Is there anything I can do for you, sir?
No, thank you.
Well, I hope the dinner was good.
Quite good.
That's right. I always like to see a soldier eat before he's off. I suppose you're one of them as is leaving on the boat tonight, sir.
Yes.
Well, over the top with the best of luck, say I.
What's that?
Oh, the guns. You can hear them when the wind's this way. I always tell my husband that those guns make it like living right in the war, so to speak. I always say...
Yes, I know, yes, of course. I wonder, would you mind bringing some more coffee?
Coffee? Not at all, sir. Fetch it right away, I will.
Kitty, darling.
Oh, Alan, those guns. They frighten me, Alan. And the men we passed coming down. Thousands and thousands and thousands of them. And in a little while you'll be gone with the rest of them. You'll...
No, listen to me. They're going. I'm going. There's nothing to be done about that. There isn't much time left. And we must face the truth. And the truth is that in the few hours we have left, we must live a whole life together. We must play a game. And we must know it's a game. And if it's a silly game, it's the best we can do. The game is this. We must pretend that there is nothing tense and desperate about these few hours. And that the only time I'll have to leave you, for the rest of our lives, is to buy us both a loaf of bread and a bottle of milk.
No, Alan.
Do you think you could pretend that, darling?
I'll try. What time do you really have to leave, Alan?
Very soon, dear, 5:30. But until then, remember, we are together for the rest of our lives. time now, darling.
So soon?
Yes, I've got to leave.
Very well, Alan.
Look at me, Kitty. You'll do something for me?
Whatever you wish.
Then sit here. Just where you are. Close your eyes, darling. Now, don't open them till I've gone. I love you. I'll always love you. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, my love. Goodbye.
Phew. Pretty bad going out there tonight.
Sounds like it. How's that trench coming along?
Oh, slow but sure. Say, I meant to ask you, Gerald. Do you mind signing this card for me? It's an application for leave.
Leave? At this time? Afraid I can't do it, Alan.
Now, look here, Gerald. You said that last week. I want to go home. I want to see Kitty.
I know you do, but I need you here, old man.
You could get along without me for 5 or 6 days, couldn't you? Wouldn't lose the war?
No, wouldn't win it either. I'd like to let you go, Alan.
Well, you could if you wanted to.
Alan!
Sorry. I'm sorry, it's nerves. Forget it, will you?
Captain Shannon.
Yes, sir, in here.
Good evening.
Evening, sir.
How are you, Trent?
Oh, all right, sir.
Keep your seat.
Thanks.
Shannon, we've reports of enemy activity on the northern sector. We've got to find out what it's all about.
Yes, sir.
Tonight's a good night. There's no moon.
A raid?
Yes. I want a dozen men. Can you take a party out?
I can find 6 or 8, sir. We're rather depleted.
I know. How about Trent here?
Trent? Well, I don't know, sir. I'll need him for some other...
I want volunteers only.
I'll go, sir. Glad to.
That's the spirit, Trent. Now then, take a look at this map. Here's the sector. I should warn you that they'll be expecting you. And they'll make it as hot for you as they possibly can. Now, I would suggest...
Ready, Alan?
Ready. How much time?
30 seconds. Sorry I got you into this, old man.
That's all right.
Look out!
Oh, Colonel said they were expecting us, didn't he? Oh, it won't take long. Over and back in 3 minutes if all goes well. What is it now?
10 seconds. Good luck, Alan.
Good luck, Gerald.
All set?
Anytime you are.
4, 3, 2, 1...
Over we go! Come on! Stay down! Down, everyone! Stay down!
Granny! Are you asleep, Granny?
Kitty, what's the matter?
Granny, did you hear something?
Only the wind, darling. Why?
I thought I heard a scream. A long scream. Oh, Granny.
You've been dreaming, child.
Yes. I thought I saw Alan. Alan with a black cloud hanging low over him. Like a dark angel come down to... Oh.
There. Go back to bed, my darling. You'll be all right in the morning.
Well, Captain Shannon, everything went off all right, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
Did you bring back a prisoner?
Yes, sir.
Good. What about the men? Lose any? Shannon, I asked you if you lost any men.
Yes, sir. We lost 4 men.
4?
One of them was Alan Trent.
You are hearing Merle Oberon and Herbert Marshall in the Lux Radio Theatre presentation of The Dark Angel, coming to you direct from Hollywood. We continue with the play in just a few moments. But now let's take a side glance at the screen capital.
It's lunchtime in the Brown Derby, and as usual, this famous restaurant is being patronized by lots and lots of stars, and lots of visitors hoping to see them. Let's listen to a chat between Elsie, a girl who lives in Hollywood, and a visitor from out of town.
Oh, look, Elsie. That must be... Oh, it is Norma Shearer. Do you see her here often?
Oh, yes. Lovely, isn't she?
Oh, she's a real beauty. Lovelier than I thought she'd be, even. Boy, but she knows how to dress. And what skin.
Nice skin is something a movie star just has to have, Alice. Oh, there's Joan Blondell over there, the girl in brown.
Oh, yes. Well, her skin is certainly knockout, too.
It just has to be. No one here can afford to have cosmetic skin. Why, if they had enlarged pores or little blemishes, it would just be too bad.
I've read about how they use Lux toilet soap to remove cosmetics.
Yes, and I know that's what they do. Remember Jane Bangs?
Yes.
Well, her family's here now, and her brother works in one of the big studios. And he says Lux toilet soap is always in the stars' dressing rooms.
Wise women all over the country are protecting their skin the way Hollywood's lovely stars do. Before they put on fresh makeup during the day, always before they go to bed at night, they use Lux toilet soap. This simple, regular care protects the skin, keeps it clear, smooth, good to look at. And once again, Cecil B. DeMille.
The Dark Angel with Merle Oberon as Kitty Vane and Herbert Marshall as Alan Trent continues. Many months have passed since the night Alan disappeared into the darkness of the battlefield. Gerald, on leave again, has gone directly to Kitty. We find them sitting under a tree in Kitty's garden.
It's wonderful to see you again, Gerald. It seems ages since you were home.
It's been ages.
You're looking well.
Oh, I'm fit enough. What about you, Kitty?
I?
You look tired.
Oh, no. No. I'm very well. Oh, Gerald.
Kitty, darling, don't cry, please.
I'm so sorry. What a bad homecoming for you. I wanted it to be different, happier for you.
No, it couldn't have been without Alan.
Gerald, when Alan died, it was the night of the 17th, wasn't it?
Yes.
What time was it?
I don't know, dear. There was an explosion, and I never saw him again. I think it must have been shortly after...
Shortly after 11 o'clock. I know. He had wired me he was expecting leave, and then...
He wanted leave, Kitty. He wanted to come home to you.
And he couldn't get leave?
I wouldn't give it to him.
What?
I wouldn't give it to him. I could have, but I didn't. I refused, Kitty. I killed Alan.
Gerald, what are you saying?
It's my fault. If I'd done what he wanted me to, he'd be alive today. It's my fault, Kitty. I killed Alan.
No, Gerald. It was because I loved him so. Because he loved me so. It was too beautiful to last, Gerald. That's why Alan died. Our love was too beautiful. Too happy.
Yes, Doctor?
Bring Roger Crane in, please.
Yes, sir. Roger Crane?
Yes?
Dr. Barton would like to see you.
Of course.
Give me your hand. I'll lead you in.
Thank you.
There you are. Roger Crane, Dr. Barton.
Well, come in, Crane.
Thanks.
This way, Crane.
There's a chair right in front of you. Here, let me help you.
Oh, it's all right. I can find it, Doctor. I'm learning to feel my way around quite well now.
Fine, fine.
Nature takes care of a man, doesn't she, Doctor? If she takes away his eyes, she gives him a good sense of direction.
Compensation, we call it. You notice the difference between night and day yet?
No, not yet.
Well, that'll come.
Is that all I can ever hope for, Doctor? To notice the difference between night and day? Will I never see anything again?
No, Crane. I'm sorry.
Oh, well.
Oh, Crane, I want to talk with you, not as the head of a rehabilitation hospital, but as man to man. Today, you leave us. I'm assigning an orderly to you, Mills, a pleasant fellow. He'll take you home.
I'm not going home, Doctor. I have no home.
And your real name is not Roger Crane, is it?
It's as good a name as any other?
Yes, I suppose so. Well, Crane, I have a few things here that belong to you. Some money, a very disreputable-looking pipe.
Thank you.
And a photograph.
Photograph?
Yes. So I've kept these things for a reason. Now, look here, my boy. You came to us from a German prison hospital. Your card read that all means of identifying you had been destroyed. I could have gone into that further, but I didn't.
I know that. I'm grateful.
Now, this picture. I see there are 3 people in it. One of them is you. And there's an inscription. To Alan and Gerald. Take care of each other. Kitty. Now, Crane, those 3 people are not strangers to one another. Who are the other 2? Why aren't you going home?
Fear of being pitied, I suppose? Being a nuisance? I know what it means. I once saw blind men in a hospital. Stumbling, helpless. Now I'm one of them.
Is that your only reason?
Reason enough, Dr. Barton.
Well. What are you going to do?
I don't know. Take a cottage. Somewhere in the country where I can be alone. I've always wanted to write. I think now might be a good time to, don't you?
And that's going to be your life. Away from your home, your friends. Away from everything that made life sweet.
Yes.
It's a lonesome existence you've picked for yourself, Crane.
I know it. But that's the way it's got to be. I can't go back.
What are you reading, Granny?
The book reviews. There's an article about young children's stories. They say he's blind.
Blind?
He has to dictate all his books.
Poor fellow. I dare say he's happy, though.
What does it? Courage, Kitty.
It's too bad we're not all like him.
We could if
I've tried, Granny.
Yes, my child. Hard enough. You're death, Kitty. A deep, dark shadow. You to the sun.
Oh, Granny. I'll never forget Alan. Never.
I don't ask to forget, Kitty. Ask you to remember. But make your memories pleasant. Happy memories, not...
I'll try, Granny. Yes, Martha.
Mr. Gerald's at the door, Miss Kitty. He asked if he might see you.
Well, dear?
Ask him to wait, Martha. I'll be right there.
Yes, Kitty.
I'm glad you're going to see him. He's been very unhappy about you lately.
Has he?
He's still in love with you, darling.
Excuse me, Granny.
Of course, dear. Run along.
Hello, Gerald.
Kitty, how are you?
All right. It's been a long time since you were here, Gerald.
I know. I didn't want to come.
Why not?
You've been keeping to yourself so much lately. I thought perhaps you'd like to be alone as much as possible.
Thank you, Gerald. Shall we sit down out here? How is your mother?
Oh, she's very well. She's been worried about you, though.
Tell her I'm coming to see her soon, will you?
I wish you would, Kitty. The house hasn't been the same without you, really.
I was there a lot, wasn't I?
We want you there again. I know what it's been for you these last 2 years. It's been agony for me just thinking about you. I'd like to try to make you happy again. Will you let me try, Kitty?
Oh, Gerald, you're very sweet to me.
Mills?
Yes, Mr. Crane?
Read that last paragraph back to me, will you?
Certainly, sir. The boys, tired of fishing, were splashing about in the sea, having left Jennifer on board to watch the lines. They'd swum a little distance away from the side when a puff of wind stirred the sails. The boat gave a quiver, and Jennifer jumped to her feet. Suddenly she realized to her horror that the boat was a-moving. In terror, she ran to the side and shouted, "Peter, Peter, we're drifting out to sea."
Mm-hmm.
Huh. That's pretty exciting, sir. Excuse me asking, sir, but what's going to happen to her?
I'm not sure yet. We'll call that the end of chapter 6, Mills.
Very good, sir. End of chapter
That'll be all
6.
for this afternoon. By the way, Mills, any word from Dr. Barton?
Oh, yes, he's coming down the 8 o'clock train, sir.
Oh, well. Have some hot tea ready, Mills, and a good fire if you can stir one up.
Yes, I'll have a fine fire, sir. There'll be great guns by the time he gets here.
Another cup of tea, Dr. Barton?
No, thanks. It's a nice place you have here, Crane.
I like it.
Very comfortable. How's the new along?
We've made a start.
It's fun.
It's been amazingly easy. I stretch out all day here in the study or back to Mills. Sometimes I laugh at myself. Imagine me stories for boys.
I read about you a few weeks ago in the section of the Times. They wondered why you print your photograph.
I don't think my picture...
No? Crane, during the war, you were in the artist rifles, weren't you?
Yes?
You ever come across a chap called Shannon? Gerald Shannon?
Company.
Oh, that's so. Well, Crane, do you remember a photograph of yours I gave at the hospital? A photograph of 3...
I remember.
I think I saw 2 of those people again. Oh, their pictures, I mean.
Where?
In the Sunday Times. I brought it along with me. The caption says they're Gerald Shannon and Kitty Vane. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. What? What's it say about them?
It says they're going to be married.
Married? Are they? I'm very glad. We used to be quite good friends. They've been very close to each other all their lives. I was hoping this would happen. When is the wedding?
June 3rd. They're giving an engagement dance tonight at his home.
Oh, that's fine, isn't it? I'm glad.
Kitty, where are you?
Here, Gerald.
Darling, what are you doing out here all by yourself?
Just thinking.
Happy, darling?
Don't you know I am?
What were you thinking about?
Oh, everything. You and me, our marriage, and...
And Alan?
Gerald.
It's all right, darling. I understand.
I couldn't help but think of him tonight. But they weren't sad thoughts, Gerald. I was just thinking that if Alan could see us, if in some way he knew that I was going to marry you, I think he'd be happy too.
My darling.
I say, Crane. Crane.
What? Oh, yes, Doctor?
You've been sitting there for over an hour without saying a word. Anything wrong on that?
No, nothing's wrong.
Wasn't that talk about the picture, was it? I thought so. I'm sorry. I guess I've gone off the deep end again.
No, that's all right, Doctor. Right. Oh, it's my own fault. It's been my own fault right from the beginning. I ought to put 1,000 miles between her and me, but I didn't. I stayed here where I might be near her. Hear a word of her. I had it coming to me, and now I've got it. I've lied to myself, Doctor. I pretended that I've made a life, that I was happy. Now I've found myself out. The work of all these years thrown away.
It's tough luck, old man.
Sorry I let go. I ought to be darn well ashamed of myself. I think I'll take a stroll in the garden, cool off.
Can I take you out?
No, I can find my way. I'm used to it now. Doctor, that picture in the paper, is she just as pretty as she always was?
Yes. She's very pretty.
I'm glad it's a good picture. I wish I could see it.
Hello, operator. I want to speak to Mr. Gerald Shannon. No, I don't know his number, but it's near Southwell. Yes, Shannon. Gerald Shannon. Yes, thank you.
Gerald, where have you been?
I had a telephone call from a Dr. Barton.
Barton? I don't remember. Gerald, what's the matter? You look as if you'd seen a ghost. Is anything wrong?
I don't know.
What do you mean? Gerald, that telephone call, what was it about? Can't you tell me, Gerald?
I've got to tell you. It was about Alan.
Alan?
Alan's alive.
Alive? Gerald. Gerald, what are you saying? He can't be alive.
He is. I'm going to take you to him now.
Oh, Gerald. Gerald. I'm afraid.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Cecil B. DeMille speaking to you from Hollywood. Our play continues in just a moment. Standing beside me is a man who has been dancing in and out of trouble all his life. Soldier of fortune, war ace, member of the French Foreign Legion, political prisoner in Cuba, ammunition smuggler in Mexico. His adventures would provide material for 100 Hollywood thrillers. Yet today, of all things, he is a dance director at Paramount Studio. But his courage never deserts him. He flew to Yuma yesterday and was married. The man who fears nothing, Leroy Prince.
You're wrong, C.B. There are two things I am scared of. One is this microphone, and the other is DeMille.
I don't know why. I've trusted you with some of my oddest odd jobs, including me help make fox hunting scenes.
I sure remember that. Every time you got through shooting a scene of the dogs chasing a fox, you made me chase the dogs back home. I'm a dance director, not a dog catcher. And I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to chase any Indians for you in your next picture. The Plainsman. Let Gary Cooper do that. I'm doing bigger things now.
Bigger than a DeMille production? You must be starting another revolution. Are you?
Well, I might be. I'm picking the 100 most beautiful girls in Hollywood for Paramount's new picture, the big broadcast of 1937.
Dancing into trouble again, huh?
You said it. Because Hollywood's just jammed full of girls with trim figures and nice complexions. I mention nice complexions not only because this happens to be the Lux Radio Theatre, but because good complexions are really important. And, of course, Lux toilet soap is what almost all of these girls with nice complexions use. As a matter of fact, I use it myself. But I guess that's beside the point. But I can tell you why the girls use it. There are so many good dancers that if you want to get anywhere, you've got to stand out from the crowd. And nothing does that for a girl better than a really beautiful skin. And that's why more and more of these kids are using Lux toilet soap. Because the nice-looking girls are the ones that get the breaks.
They use their heads as well as luck. Huh? Like your brother Eddie.
Yes, and he still has a headache from it. You see, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. DeMille wanted a novelty act for his picture, Madam Satan. I knew my brother could provide it. Eddie's stunt consisted of leaping over a piano, landing gracefully on his head, and rolling up to his feet. We set the scene. Eddie ran, sailed through the air, cleared the piano, and made a perfect landing on his head. Just as we guaranteed. How do you like it, I asked Mr. DeMille. It's all right, said Mr. DeMille, looking steadily at Eddie. Why doesn't he get up?
He certainly used his head to get into pictures.
So long, Maestro.
So long, soldier. We come to the last act of The Dark Angel, starring Merle Oberon as Kitty Vane and Herbert Marshall as Alan Trent. It is 1 hour later. Dr. Barton and Alan stand facing each other across a table in Alan's cottage. The doctor has just told Alan of his telephone call to Gerald.
Why did you do it, Barton? Why?
I had to, old man. I knew it was right and that it had to be done. Shannon ought to be here soon. I expect you'll want to speak to him alone.
Yes, of course.
Well, I'll clear out.
Did you tell him that I was blind?
No. Only that you were here.
Is he coming alone?
He didn't say. I don't know what this will do to your feeling for me. I hope not too much. Good night, old man.
Gerald coming here. Mills.
Yes, sir?
Come here, Mills. Tell me something. Is this room just as it usually is?
Why, yes, Mr. Crane.
I must be absolutely certain. Have a good look. Is anything out of its usual place? Any furniture changed about?
No, sir. Nothing at all, sir.
Good. My pipe's here in the tray. Yes, that's right. Matches. Cigarettes on the table?
Yes, sir.
And flowers in the bowl, right?
Sir. Right.
What kind? What color?
Yellow, sir. Tea roses.
Tea roses. I must remember that.
Anything else, Mr. Crane?
No, thanks, no. Oh, wait. There was a copy of the Times that Dr. Barton left.
It's here, sir. By the lamp, sir.
Thanks. Bring in some drinks soon, will you? I'm expecting a visitor.
Very good, sir.
Let me know as soon as he comes. But remember this. Say nothing about my eyes. Do you understand? Nothing. I don't want him to know that I'm blind. That's why I want everything in its place, so he won't notice it.
Yes, sir. I won't mention a thing, sir. Not a thing.
That's all, Mills. How's it, Mills?
They're here, sir.
They?
Yes, sir. Lady and a gentleman, sir.
A lady? Young?
Yes. Small, dark, and very pretty, sir.
Very pretty.
Shall I show him in, sir?
Yes.
Very well, sir. Mr. Crane's in the sitting room, ma'am.
Thank you.
Alan.
Kitty, how are you?
Oh, Alan.
Alan, old man. Gerald, it's so good to see you. And Kitty.
It's really you. I always knew sometime, somewhere.
That we should meet again? Yes, I think I always knew it, too. The three of us. I'm so happy to see you both. Sit down, Kitty. Gentle old man, sit down. You'll have a drink, won't you?
Alan, what?
There's a cigarette right there on the table, Gerald.
Alan, what's the matter?
All right. What do you mean?
You act so queerly. You treat us like strangers.
Oh, Kitty.
But you must have so much to tell us.
Yes, Alan. Well, it's a long story. But I want to hear about you. How's Aunt Sheila? How's everything? I'll keep you here for days telling me. Give Kitty a cigarette, Gerald. Matches? Here you are. Thanks. I have some.
Where have you been, Alan? Where?
Well, I've been here. I've become a writer. Remember when we were kids? I was going to be a Shakespeare. Well, I'm not a Shakespeare. I write books for children. I like doing it. I guess I've done fairly well. I use the name Roger Crane.
But, Alan, why didn't you let us know?
Do you mind if I have a pipe? I'll show you around the garden later. I'm terribly proud of my roses. Just look at these yellow ones in the bowl. Pretty, aren't they? Tea roses.
Alan, what's happened to us?
Yes, why are you holding us off, Alan? I saw the notice of your engagement in the newspaper. Nice picture, too. My love to you both. I hope you'll be very, very happy.
So, that's it. That's why you sit there torturing us, torturing Kitty. For years you've let us believe you're dead, and well, now we come here after all this time, and you talk of roses. Good Lord, man, you've only to look at Kitty's face to know what you're doing to her.
Gerald. Go outside, Gerald. I want to speak with Alan alone.
Very well.
No,
Kitty.
wait, Gerald. I see no
I'll be out
reason.
in the garden.
Alan, tell me now.
There's very little to tell, really.
You suffer, darling. Something's hurt you. Won't you tell me? Why didn't you come home, Alan?
It's hard to tell you, Kitty. But I've got to. The war did something to me. I've changed.
Changed?
Yes, after all, the war doesn't leave you quite where it found you, does it? I spent months in a German hospital, months in a prison camp. When I came out, I wanted to be alone for a little while. To build a new life away from old friends and old memories. So I came here. I always meant to come back someday. But I like it here, and well, I just didn't come back.
You stopped loving me. Is that it, Alan?
I love you, Kitty. I loved you then. But in a different way, I suppose. I didn't have the courage to tell you.
I see. I understand. Forgive me. I've been tormenting you. This means we won't see each other again.
It would be better if we didn't, Kitty.
Very well. But before that happens, I want to tell you that I loved you then. I love you now. I love you with all my heart. I've never loved anyone else. I never will again. Goodbye, Alan.
Goodbye, Kitty.
Oh, Gerald.
Did he tell you anything?
No. Just that he's changed. Gerald, what's happened to him? What's happened to him?
Don't, Kitty. Don't, please.
Take me home. Take me home.
No. You've got to stay here.
No.
Yes, dear. You see, I just spoke to the doctor. The one who called me.
Well?
Go back to Alan, Kitty. He needs you. You love him, don't you? Go back inside and stand in front of him. Don't tell him you're there. Don't make a sound. Just watch him.
Watch him?
Go now, darling.
But Gerald...
Go now, darling.
Yes, Gerald.
Who's that, Mills? Mills, come here. I was just about to call you. I've been thinking lately of going away. Leaving the country. I have reasons, unfortunately. And I'll have to let you go. I'm sorry, Mills, but... Mills,
Are you there? Who is it? Who's standing there?
Alan. Oh, Alan, my darling. My darling, my darling. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me you couldn't see me?
Kitty, don't.
I'm here now, darling. Right here in front of you. Put your arms around me. Hold me. Hold me tight.
Stop. Think what it means.
It means life again. I've been dead. Oh, dearest, it was cruel of you. How could you know me so little?
Kitty, will you listen to me?
No, I won't. I won't. You told me once never to go away. I never shall. You may as well face it. You'll never be alone again, darling. Wherever you are, I'll be with you. Always. Always.
Oh, Kitty. I never could escape from you, could I?
Never.
You were always popping up?
Always.
Thank God you popped up this time.
So ends the story of the Dark Angel. And in just a moment you will hear further from our artists, Merle Oberon and Herbert Marshall. Speaking of artists in a more specific sense, I doubt if there is any painter in the United States better known than our guest tonight. With Charles Dana Gibson and Howard Chandler Christie, he made the beauty of the American girl famous the world over. He's also a motion picture pioneer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. James Montgomery Flagg.
Yes, you may not have noticed it, Mr. DeMille, but I was making two-reelers when you were making your first great spectacle films. I produced and supervised 26 satirical comedies. They were billed as comedies because they claimed no one would know what a satire was. They thought it was a gent with goat's legs and horns. I even acted in some of them.
I hope your acting was better than my painting.
Well, D.W. Griffiths offered me $30 a week to play villains. He's never withdrawn the offer. I made one called Perfectly Fiendish Flanagan. The takeoff on my pal William S. Hart. I played Mr. Fiendish Flanagan, the scourge of the prairies. But this time I came out here from the United States to make a series of 12 portrait drawings of leading stars for photoplay covers. I've already drawn your star tonight, Miss Merle Oberon. I'd seen her in several pictures, but never had the slightest desire to make a portrait of her. Seemed to be a false glamour about her features. But as soon as I met her, I found Miss Oberon beautiful. The same charming, unaffected, real person she portrayed tonight in The Dark Angel. In regard to my drawing these stars, they were invariably charming and gracious, and I fully realized the terrific claims made on their time, their unreal life under the glare of the world's bloodshot eye. My astonishment was great that they could still be unaffected and simple in their manner. My hat, if I wore one, is off to them and to your Lux Theatre. Good night.
Before Mr. DeMille comes back with Miss Oberon and Mr. Marshall, I'd like to mention the names of some of those beautiful stars Mr. Flagg came here to draw. You know them all. Ginger Rogers, Carol Lombard, Joan Crawford, Jean Arthur, Betty Davis, Claudette Colbert, Jean Harlow. It's a list of the screen's most famous beauties. We're proud to say that every one of those stars I mentioned uses Lux toilet soap. That goes for tonight's lovely star, too. Next time you see Merle Oberon on the screen, notice her flawless complexion. Remember, it's Lux toilet soap that keeps it smooth. And here's Mr. DeMille.
And now we present Merle Oberon and Herbert Marshall as themselves. As Mr. Flagg has said, Miss Oberon is the same sincere, delightful person that she portrayed in The Dark Angel. And Herbert Marshall, who played the soldier, did in real life serve with distinction in the war. In fact, the very name, Herbert, means bright warrior. Merle Oberon, Herbert Marshall.
Now, just a minute, Mr. DeMille. You have me a little mixed up. Before the play, I was a man who hated to fight. During the play, I did, and now you say my name proves I love it, and I don't.
Well, names are deceiving. Cecil means dim-sighted. Yet out of 3,000 people at a Roman banquet, I can detect the one extra girl on the back of the set who's chewing gum.
And Merle means nightingale, but I never sing in my pictures.
I'm told you sing and speak in many languages. French, Spanish, Russian, even Hindustani.
That's from living years in India, Mr. DeMille. It was there that I first saw the picture of the Dark Angel. It was a silent version with Ronald Colman and Vilma Banky. And I longed to be an actress and do it myself.
Well, you realized your dream magnificently, both on the screen and tonight in the Lux Radio Theatre. It's your best performance so far. What's your next?
It's called, for the time being at least, In Love and War.
What's yours, Bart? All's fair?
Now, next week I start in Portrait of a Rebel with Catherine Hepburn.
Who's the rebel, you or Catherine?
It's Catherine. But I was a rebel once. My family wanted me to be an accountant. I wanted to be an actor.
Well, that's one rebellion I approve of.
Oh, thank you, C.B. Good night.
Good night, Bart. Good night, Miss Oberon.
Thank you, Miss Oberon and Mr. Marshall. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Before Mr. DeMille returns to tell you of next week's play, may I say that our cast tonight included Rod LaRock as Gerald, Edward Cooper, Lillian Kemble Cooper, Crawford Kent, Juana Lidbell, Gwen Mannering, Lionel Pate, Edward Reimers, Charles Romano, and Zeffie Tilbury. Miss Merle Oberon appeared through the courtesy of Mr. Samuel Golden. Herbert Marshall comes to us from RKO. Louis Silver's our musical director from 20th Century Fox. And from Paramount, our director, Cecil B. DeMille. And here is Mr. DeMille to speak to you.
Next week, the Lux Radio Theatre stars Jeanette MacDonald, lovely MGM star in Irene. A large and colorful cast will join Miss MacDonald in singing the exquisite music of Irene. And the girl in the Alice blue gown will live again, this time on the air. On behalf of our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, I invite you to join us next Monday night in welcoming Jeanette MacDonald to the Lux Radio Theatre. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard on tonight's program was A Pretty Girl is Like a Melody from the Music Box Review. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, June 29th.
The Lux Radio Theatre presents Jeanette MacDonald in Irene, a play with music. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, we bring you Jeanette MacDonald, Regis Toomey, Cecil B. DeMille, D.W. Griffith, Cora Lobb, and many others. These behind the footlights. In front, seated in our audience, a host of Hollywood's most noted notables. The Lux Radio Theatre welcomes you all. This entertainment is presented by the makers of Lux Flakes. These marvelously sheer flakes are used in Mr. DeMille's own studio, Paramount, and in other great Hollywood studios because they keep fabrics and colors new-looking longer. And now our director. It has been truly said, this man has put the star in starting more famous screen performers than any other film executive. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Men make their greatest mistakes in picking women and horses. I once predicted that there would never be a horseless carriage after my roommate at college injured his hand trying to invent one. manufacturers have made 63 million motor cars since then. And horses are found mostly on merry-go-rounds. I also misjudged Jeanette MacDonald early in her career. You would never suspect now that she was once just a Philadelphian with a purpose. There is nothing more grim than a little girl with red pigtails, ambition, and determination. And Jeanette had all four of them. When I first heard her, she'd been singing in Broadway revues. She sent me a telegram asking for the leading role in Madame Satan. I didn't know much about her, but was convinced she was not the one I wanted for the part. She sent me more and more telegrams, telling me the best thing I could do was to put her on the screen. I still refused, but others were smarter than I, and she has risen steadily, justifying their faith and my stupidity. Every man is entitled to 3 mistakes in his life, and that was one of mine. But I didn't lose her, for along comes Lux, and boy gets girl. Tonight, in the Lux Radio Theatre, Jeanette plays a role she had understudied on the Broadway stage, but never had a chance to play until now. So there is a special thrill in announcing Irene, starring Jeanette MacDonald. And now, for the first act of Irene, starring Jeanette MacDonald as Irene O'Dare, red-haired, blue-eyed, and Irish, who earns her livelihood behind the upholstery counter of a large New York department store. We're in the store now. On the main floor, cash goes singing by overhead, and bargain hunters are pushing through the doors, surging toward the crowded elevators.
I find the manager, please?
Cash, please, Miss Wilkes. Cash, please.
On the second floor, madam.
Is the porch furniture on this floor?
No, sir. On the 6th floor, west wing.
6th floor.
Going up, please. This way, please. No crowding. Going up. Stand back to the door, please.
Mr. Sweeney, are you ready to see Miss O'Dare?
Miss O'Dare? Oh, that girl from the upholstery department, the one we had the complaint about?
Yes, sir.
Well, where is she?
In the outer office, sir.
Send her in.
Yes, sir. Will you come in, please? Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Sweeney.
Your name's O'Dare?
Yes, sir. Irene O'Dare.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Miss O'Dare, I wonder if you realize just why I wanted to see you this morning?
No, sir, but I hope it's about a raise.
What?
I mean, no, sir. I don't know what you wanted to see me about.
Then I'll tell you. Miss O'Dare, one of our customers this morning turned over a pillow at your counter. And what do you suppose she found under it?
Another pillow?
She did not. She found this.
Oh.
A magazine, Stars of the Stage and Screen. Opened at an article entitled, What Are They Wearing? Well, what was it doing there?
Why, I put it there, sir.
I know that, but why?
Well, I was reading it.
And are you in the habit of reading magazines like this, Miss O'Dare?
Oh, yes, sir.
No, you are.
Yes, I like to look at the pictures. All those beautiful girls with such beautiful clothes.
Miss O'Dare, do you realize that it's magazines like this that turn young girls' heads, makes them irresponsible, flighty?
Well, do you really think that's true, Mr. Sweeney?
Why, of course it is.
Well, then why do we sell those magazines in the store?
Well, that's beside the point.
Oh, I don't think so, sir. You see, Mr. Sweeney, there's lots of girls like me. We don't have any pretty clothes or anything. We don't even hope to have. But there's no reason why we can't look at girls who are a little luckier than we are. It's the only real fun we get out of life, Mr. Sweeney. Wishing for things.
Well, wishing for things doesn't make them come true.
I know that, sir. Gee, there's times I wish so hard for things that it hurt, but I didn't get them. Like that raise, for instance.
We'll forget about the raise, Miss O'Dare.
Yes, sir.
And if I were you, I'd concentrate a little harder on holding my job. If I get any more complaints about you, I'll have to let you go. You understand?
Yes, sir. But you won't get any more complaints, Mr. Sweeney. I need the job too much.
Well, you may go now.
Thank you, sir.
Irene, come here a minute.
Oh, hello, Jane. What are you doing at the linen counter?
Transferred this morning. Say, did you see the notice on the bulletin board downstairs? There's going to be another show this year.
Sales Girls Review?
Uh-huh. You going to try it again?
I'd like to see anyone keep me away.
Oh, gee, you were swell last year, Irene. Honest, if I had a voice like yours, I'd chuck this store job and get on the radio or something.
Yes? And while I was looking around for a chance my mother could take in washing, I suppose.
Geez, there's old Lady Hector.
So long, Jane. See you at lunch.
Bye.
Did you call me, Miss Hector?
You know very well I did. Did you sell some veranda cushions to Mrs. Henry Marshall?
Well, yes, I think so, for her Long Island house.
Well, she has a complaint. They're too small.
Why don't you send them back?
She can't. She has a big weekend party starting tomorrow, and she's giving a garden party this afternoon. She wants to explain what's wrong to somebody in the department. You'll have to go, Miss O'Dare.
Me? Oh, boy, I'd love to.
But remember this. Mrs. Marshall is one of our best and wealthiest customers. Please act accordingly.
Oh, I will, Miss Hector. I'll be a real lady.
Oh, Clarkson.
Yes, Mrs. Marshall?
Has the girl from the store come yet?
No, Mrs. Marshall.
Well, when she does, ask her to wait. I want to speak to her.
Yes, Mrs. Marshall.
Hello, Mother.
Oh, Donald, dear, you're so terribly late.
Sorry, Mother. I was delayed at the office.
The party's almost over. Eleanor's been asking for you every 10 minutes.
Eleanor, is she here?
Of course, Donald. You'd better go and speak to her.
No, I'll keep out of the way if you don't mind. I have some work to do this afternoon.
Oh, Donald, what is the matter with you? Eleanor's a charming girl.
Yes, I know, but there are all kinds of charm, Mother, and hers just doesn't appeal to me.
Oh, Donald.
By the way, Mother, not to change the subject, but where do you buy your clothes?
What?
I said, where do you buy your clothes?
Why?
Well, I met Bob Harrison in town. You never met him, but we roomed together in college.
Yes?
It seems Bob went and sunk a lot of money in a place called Madame Lucy's, a dress shop, and I'm trying to drum up a little trade for him.
He's running a dress shop.
Well, no, not running it. He just put up the money.
Well, I don't know, Donald. I wouldn't like to change my dressmaker, unless I were sure of what I was going to get.
All right, Mother, forget it. It was just an idea.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, hello, Eleanor.
What do you mean by hiding out on us? We're all waiting for you.
I'm sorry, Eleanor, but I was busy.
Well, you aren't busy now. Come on and join the party.
I'm afraid I can't. I've still got a lot of work to do.
Oh, work. That's all you ever think about. Mrs. Marshall, what are we going to do with him?
I'm sure I don't know.
Well, I do. Come on, Mr. Tired Businessman. You're going to finish this dance with me.
Yes, miss?
My name is Miss O'Dare. I'm from Barron Brothers.
Oh, yes. You're here about the seat cushions. Come in, please.
Thank you.
If you'll wait for a moment, I'll see if I can find Mrs. Marshall.
Of course.
Thank you. Well, hello.
Hello.
What are you doing down here? You remember me, don't you?
Yes, I remember you.
Well, I remember you very well. You see what an impression you made on me that night in Philadelphia? How long ago was that?
2 years.
2 years. And I recognized you right away. Where in the world did you go? And I looked for you the next day and you'd completely disappeared.
I had a good reason.
What?
Oh, never mind.
What was your name?
Same as it is now.
What is it?
Must have made a terrible hit with you.
Well, you did. I just can't think of your name right now.
Well, I don't remember yours either, so we're square.
You're just the same little girl, though. So tell me, what are you doing here in this place?
I'm in the decorating business. I decorate everything but myself. I work in the store that made these cushions.
Oh, that's right. You worked in a store in Philadelphia, too, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, now you know you really shouldn't. You're much too pretty to be working at anything.
Thanks. But I have to eat once in a while.
So you don't even remember my name, eh?
Nope.
Well, I'll tell you. It's Larry. Larry Bradley.
Oh, is it?
Now, what's yours?
I haven't got any.
Come on, sit down here.
Hey, let go. What do you take me for?
Don't be unreasonable. Sit down.
No, let me alone.
Oh, don't be afraid.
Well, I'm not afraid. I just want you to let go of me, that's all.
Not even a little kiss?
Hey, did you hear what I said? Let go of me now, or I'll stop.
Come on,
stop
Larry,
it now.
Oh. Hello, Donald.
What's the matter here?
Nothing much.
Oh, yes, there is. I came here from the store to see about the cushions, and this fellow tried to get fresh with me. It's lucky for him he didn't get something he wouldn't forget.
As you see, Donald, she's a regular little spitfire.
If I were you, Larry, I'd clear out.
Oh, yes? All right. Good afternoon, Miss Spitfire.
Fresh guy.
I'm sorry this happened. He's one of my guests. Will you allow me to apologize for him?
A lot of good that does. I came here all prepared to act like a perfect lady, and the first thing I run into is him. Swell society. I'll tell people what swell society's like, all right, all right.
Oh, but you mustn't judge all of us by one man. Come on now, you're all unstrung. Sit down a while until you feel better.
Oh, I can't. I gotta get back to the store. Gee, that fellow was strong. I guess it's just as well you came out here when you did.
I'm glad I did.
Maybe that's just his way of being friendly, huh?
How well do you know him?
You'd have thought I knew him pretty well, wouldn't you? I just met him once, 2 years ago in Philadelphia.
Oh, I see. Well, won't you sit down here?
No, thanks. That's what he wanted me to do.
All right, you sit just where you want to.
Yes, sir.
Now, is there anything I can do for you?
No, thanks. I'll be leaving in a minute.
I suppose you've had your lunch.
Well, I had the usual.
And what's that?
Bar of chocolate and a glass of milk. I got it in the station.
Well, that's not very much, is it?
Oh, I'm used to it now.
Well, I haven't had a thing since breakfast. I wonder if you'd join me in something.
Gee, thanks, but, well, not dressed very nice. You know.
Don't worry about that. Come on, we'll go inside and see if we can dig up a couple of sandwiches. Feel better?
Oh, yes. Gee, that was swell.
Tell me some more about yourself, Miss O'Dare. Do you live in the city?
Mm-hmm. With my mother and my brother. We live just off 9th Avenue.
Oh, you have no father?
No, sir. Not for over a year.
Why, then you're the breadwinner of the family.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you ought to be very proud. There's a real pleasure in working, isn't there?
Oh, yes. I wouldn't miss a day. They take it out on Saturday night.
Well, maybe you won't always work in the store. You never can tell what will happen.
You mean to make it fired?
Oh, no, but maybe you'll get married someday.
Married? Gee, I'd have to find someone who could take care of my mother and brother. I can't desert them now. What chance have I got to meet a man like that? Not a chance in the world. The men we meet can just about support themselves. Am I talking too much?
No, not at all.
Mother says I got the gift of gab. I never know when to stop.
Oh, but I like to listen to you. It's interesting.
Well, you're interesting, too, even if you don't talk as much as I do. We girls don't meet many men like you. We don't get a chance. I know girls are lots of fun. Pretty, beautiful. But they never meet the right kind of men at all because they haven't got any decent clothes to wear. Clothes make an awful difference in a girl, and just because we haven't got them, don't think we don't know about them. We can't help seeing what the other girls have in the shop windows and evening papers. Gee, I talk careless. We all talk that way, but you wouldn't know us when we put on airs. Honest, we can talk and act like real ladies.
You can?
Yeah, it's not as difficult as it sounds. We take off the swell customers who come to the store. Listen to this. Oh, Mrs. Thomas, how do you do? My dear, I so enjoyed your lovely garden party. It was divine, and you looked stunning. Well, au revoir. You can't tell the difference now, can you? Except for the clothes, of course.
Yes, I imagine clothes do make a lot of difference.
A lot? Oh, it's terrible how much difference they make. I had a dress once, a blue one. It cost $85.
Yes?
Oh, I didn't buy it. One of our customers gave it to me. But you should have seen me in it. Gee, I was real Park Avenue in that dress.
And where is it now?
It's gone. Just faded away, and oh, the care I took of it. Mother'll tell you it's the only thing I ever put on a hanger. But I'm never going to forget it.
I wonder how you'd look in a dress that cost $200 or $300.
$200 or $300? Well, is there anything higher than Park Avenue?
I don't think so. But, Miss O'Dare, I've got an idea. You like beautiful clothes, don't you?
Sure, who doesn't?
Well, how would you like a chance to own some? Wear them in society.
Say, what is it?
The chance you've been looking for. A chance to better yourself.
I don't get your game at all. You seem like a regular fella. Gee, I hope you're not going along like this and then all of a sudden spring something.
Don't worry about me. It's what you've told me, Miss O'Dare. That's what I'm interested in. A friend of mine told me something which gives me a chance to help both of you. Why, the opportunity you've prayed for is right here.
Is it?
Yes, this friend of mine told me of a dressmaker in New York, a Madame Lucy, who makes the smartest clothes in town, but she hasn't been discovered yet. The women don't know she's here. Why, I'll bet she'd be as anxious to have you for a customer as you would be to go to her. Now, what do you think of that?
Well, I don't know. What would I have to do? I'll do it, but what?
Just be a lady, that's all. Like you pretend at the store. I'll pass you off as a young heiress or something.
And that'll make the women buy dresses from this Madame Lucy, huh?
Of course. They'll flock to her.
Yeah, but this young heiress business, they'll catch on. Everybody knows all the young heiresses.
Oh, that's right. But wait. Now, you haven't any special talent, have you? I mean, you don't dance or play the trombone.
Well, I can sing a little.
Sing, that's it. You'll be Irene O'Dare, the famous Irish songbird. Just come over for an American tour.
Oh, but...
Come on. I want to hear you.
You want to hear me sing?
Yes, I'll play for you. What do you know?
Oh, wait a minute now. I'm so excited I can't think.
Well, you talked a lot about your $85 blue dress.
Oh, yes.
You must have loved that.
Loved it. Oh, gee. You could never know how much. I once had a gown, it was almost new. Oh, the daintiest thing, it was sweet and blue. With little forget-me-not lace here and there. When I had it on, I walked on the air. And it wore, and it wore, and it wore, till it went, and it wasn't no more. In my sweet little Alice blue gown, when I first wandered down into town, I was both proud and shy as I felt every eye. But in every shop window I glimpsed passing by. Then in manner of fashion I thronged, and the world seemed to smile all around. Till it was when I wore it, I'll always adore it. My sweet little Alice blue. Oh, gee. It had the cutest little row of buttons down the back, and an overskirt with pockets in it, and a sash to cuddle you, and trimming appliques, you know what I mean, on the sleeves, and a petticoat with silver lace and everything. Oh, gee, it was nifty. Then in manner of fashion I thronged, hi-ho, and the world seemed to smile all around. It made a shirtwaist for brother. My sweet little Alice
Oh, that was lovely. Miss O'Dare, you're marvelous.
Oh, do you think so?
I'll tell you what you do. Tomorrow you give up your job at Barron Brothers. I'll take you to Madame Lucy's the day after.
Oh, dear.
In 2 days, she'll transform you. Oh, wait till you see. Frocks and gowns, hats and slippers, everything. She'll make you a little princess, a Cinderella.
Oh, I've always wanted to be a Cinderella. Oh, but wait, what about my mother? What about the rent?
Oh, we'll take care of that. We'll take care of everything. All you have to do is to remember that you're a famous singer from Ireland.
Oh, I'll remember, all right. Irene O'Dare, the Irish songbird, from Barron Brothers Upholstery Department.
Jeanette MacDonald, playing the title role and singing the lovely music of Irene, comes to you from the Lux Radio Theatre on Hollywood Boulevard. The role of Donald Marshall is being played by Regis Toomey. Our play continues in just a moment.
Now, our quick tour of Hollywood takes us to the Hollywood Studio Club, where extra girls who want to make good in the movies can live pleasantly but inexpensively. Let's take a look in Jane and Polly's room. It's 7 o'clock. The girls are still asleep when the alarm clock rings.
Oh, gee, I'm sleepy. Wake up, dearie, and hear the birdies sing. Say, you're supposed to report at 8 a.m. at Central Casting. You better hurry.
Don't worry, I'll be there. Maybe I'll get a bit in that Lou Ayres picture. Lady, be careful. Oh, my gosh. Jane, I've got to run in my last pair of stockings.
Oh, Polly, the run, girl.
Oh, Jane, it's no joke. Oh, help me out. Be a pal.
Oh, Polly, I'm sick of lending you stockings. I'll do it this once, and then no more, so help me.
Oh, I can't help getting runs.
Yes, you can, and I've told you how. Use Lux Flakes.
Lux. That's all you ever talk about.
Well, if you'd think of it once, you'd stop paying all your shekels out for stockings. Lux saves the elasticity, darling. Honest, it keeps you from getting so many ridiculous, sloppy runs.
Jane is right. Lux Flakes do cut down on stocking runs. And that's swell news for any girl, no matter whether she lives in Hollywood or Omaha, Philadelphia, or anywhere. Just dip your stockings in a bowl of Lux Suds each night. This protects their elasticity, their give, so they don't keep breaking under strain. Lux Flakes often double stocking wear. Why don't you try Lux tonight? And now we turn you over to Cecil B. DeMille.
We continue the Lux Radio Theatre play starring Jeanette MacDonald as Irene O'Dare. A few days have passed since Irene agreed to model gowns for Madame Lucy. In the O'Dare's tiny three-room flat near 9th Avenue, Irene's mother calls to her from the kitchen.
Irene, where are you?
Here, Mother. What is it?
Will you look what just came for you? A box of candy. 5 pounds if it's an ounce. And a whole great big bunch of flowers.
Oh, was there a card?
There was not. What do you make of it?
Why, I guess the manager of the store sent them, Mother.
And why would Mr. Sweeney be sending candy and flowers all of a sudden?
Well, he offered a prize to the smartest girl in our department, and that was the prize.
Oh, he did?
Yes. But I want to leave the store, Mother.
What for? For being the smartest girl in your department?
No, but it just proves to me there isn't any chance for a girl at the store.
Oh, sure. I've heard that 1,000 times.
Well, you want me to have a chance, don't you, Mother?
A chance for what?
To improve myself.
I don't know what you're talking about at all.
Well, you see, I can go to work for a dressmaker or a milliner or something like that.
No, siree, young lady. That's what the girl on the floor below did. She was a model for clothes and hats. It was her ruin. She got used to fine feathers and wanted to be a fine bird. Well, from all I hear, that's what she turned out to be, a bird.
All right, Mother, you know best.
Of course I know best. And let it be the end of it, my dear.
Now, let's get this straight, Donald. You want to take this little shop girl, let Madame Lucy dress her up and use her as sort of a public model? Is that it?
That's it. Only you see, Bob, no one will know she's a shop girl. As far as they're concerned, she's a famous singer.
Well, it sounds all right to me.
All right. It's marvelous. I tell you, Bob, she'll be a sensation.
Is she pretty?
Gorgeous.
Good figure?
Beautiful.
You seem quite taken with her. Hey, are you sure you're doing all this for me or Miss O'Dare?
Well, it's a little of both, I guess. Oh, she's a grand girl. Now, here's the plan, Bob. Mother's giving a supper and dance at our place tonight. I'm going to have Miss O'Dare there, beautifully dressed, of course, and I want you to bring Madame Lucy.
Madame Lucy? What for?
To show off the gown, stupid, and take some orders from the other women.
Yeah, but wait. Madame Lucy can't come. He's not in town.
Then we've got to... Did you say he?
Yes.
I thought it was Madame Lucy.
Yeah, that's right, but Madame Lucy is a man. The Madame stuff is just a trade name.
Madame Lucy is a man, huh? Oh, well, live and learn, but just the same, he ought to be there.
I don't see how. He's in Paris buying material.
But somebody ought to come. What about... I'll tell you, you be Madame Lucy.
Me?
Sure, that crowd doesn't know you.
Now, just a second.
You own a cutaway coat, don't you? And you can put on a little French accent. Why, it's a cinch.
I suppose I could do it all right, but I don't like it.
Like it or not, you've got to do it.
All right. But if anything goes wrong, mister, I'll break your neck.
We'll talk about that later. Right now, I want you to get hold of a couple of gowns and practice up on your accent. We're picking Miss O'Dare up at 7 tonight. Well, Irene, this is your big night. How do you feel?
Scared. Awfully scared.
You're no worse off than I am. Listen, Donald, how does this sound? Madame, the gown, it is exquisite. Notice the line of the hips.
Oh, shut up, will you? It sounds all right.
Yeah? Yeah, well, what do you think, Miss O'Dare?
I don't know, I'm sure.
Hey, do you think I'll get away with it?
Do you think I will?
Of course you will. You look beautiful, Irene.
Really? Oh, it's a beautiful dress. But, gee, if my mother ever saw me now, she'd probably lick the tar out of me.
Are you going to tell her?
Oh, sure, sometime. But There's no use telling her now. I mean, after all, if I don't make good as the Irish songbird, it'll all be over soon anyway.
Oh, don't worry. You'll make good.
Well, we'll know more about that a little later.
Oh, dear? I never heard of her, but she does dress beautifully, I'll say that.
Yes, look at that girl. Why, she's gorgeous, positively gorgeous.
I wonder who makes her gowns.
That man they call Madame Lucy, they say.
Irene, you're magnificent. You've got everyone talking about you.
Oh, gee. I guess I did get away with it then, didn't I?
You were swell. I have 15 orders for Madame Lucy right now and more on the wing.
Have you? Then suppose you get out there and make sure of them.
Oh, all right. I guess I can take a hint. See you later, folks.
Well, having a good time?
Oh, grand. And it's all due to you. I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Marshall.
My friends call me Donald.
All right, Donald.
And I don't want any thanks. I'm having just as good a time as you are.
Oh, but you can't be. Well, you're used to all this.
I'm not used to girls like you.
Well, what do you mean?
I mean that you're just yourself. No airs, sort of fresh and unspoiled. Well, I'm having the time of my life just being with you, talking to you, looking at you.
That's funny, isn't it?
What's funny about it?
I don't know. It's just funny, that's all.
Hello.
Oh, Eleanor, come in.
Not intruding, am I?
Of course not. Have you met Miss O'Dare?
Yes, I've had the pleasure.
Thank you.
Why aren't you dancing, Donald?
Why, well, I've been pretty busy, Eleanor.
Yes, so I've noticed. And I'm sure Miss Adair will excuse you just for a moment.
Oh, yes, of course.
By the way, just what O'Dare is that?
I beg your pardon?
Well, I've met several O'Dares. What branch of the family do you,
why, we're the O'Dares.
Oh, the O'Dares. Very interesting. It must be an old family.
Oh, you bet. I mean, yes, very, very old.
Well, come along, Donald. I'm dying to dance.
Miss Adair?
Oh, yes?
May I introduce myself? My name is Bowden, L.J. Bowden. You've probably heard of me.
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Bowden. You're a big financier, aren't you?
Yes, so they tell me. Miss Adair, I'm getting up a weekend party for the first of the month, and may I count you in?
You mean it?
Why, certainly.
Oh, thank you. I'd be delighted.
Oh, Miss O'Dare, Donald tells me you're going to sing for it.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
It's getting a bit late, Mother. I think it's time I took Miss O'Dare home.
Oh, just one song, Miss O'Dare, please. Oh, we're all so anxious to hear you.
Very well, Mrs. Marshall.
Oh, splendid. Now, you announce it, Donald.
All right, Mother. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss O'Dare has graciously consented to sing for us.
Thank you.
Completing my daydream has made all the world seem a garden fair. With sunshine and laughter around me, all nature beats welcome everywhere. A butterfly came to a bird.
Well?
Oh, what a grand night it was, Donald.
Have a good time?
Oh, marvelous. It's just like I always dreamed it would be. I guess that's what frightens me.
Why?
Oh, I'm afraid that's what it is, just a beautiful dream. And I'm afraid I'll wake up soon. And the gowns and the flowers, music, they'll all be gone, and I'll just be plain Irene O'Dare again, selling pillows behind the upholstery counter.
I wouldn't worry about that.
Why should you? You'll never have to work there.
Well, I mean, I've got a feeling that you'll never work there again either.
Why do you say that?
I don't know, just a hunch.
Do your hunches usually come true?
Invariably.
Invariably? Well, if that word means what I think it means, I guess I've got nothing to worry about.
Irene, sit down. I want to have a little talk with you.
Yes, Mother?
I suppose you're going out again tonight?
Why, yes, I am.
I thought you would be. Well, now listen here, young lady. I want an explanation of this. For the last 2 weeks, every night in the week, you've been gallivanting off to nowhere, dressed up like bank holiday. Where are you getting the dresses? Who's paying for them?
I told you, Mother, I'm a sort of a model.
A sort of a model? What kind of language is that? Either you are a model or you ain't a model. Now, which is it?
I am a model.
And is it night work you're doing that you have to go out all the time? I don't like it, Irene. It's too mysterious for me. Everything was all right when you worked at the store.
You mean everything was all wrong? We had to have more money, didn't we? Someone had to pay the bills. Aren't you glad my work is easier, Mother?
I am, but I'd like to know what it is.
Everything I'm doing for you and Johnny. And you can trust me, Mother. You know you can trust me.
I hope so, Irene. For your own sake, I hope so.
Say, Bob, have you seen Irene?
Well, not lately. Last time I saw her, she was dancing with Bowden.
Bowden? Why didn't you cut in?
Who, me? You forget yourself, my man. I'm Madame Lucy around here. I can't dance. Hey, what's the matter with Bowden anyway?
Oh, nothing much.
Afraid she'll fall for his money?
No, of course not. She's not that type.
Well, what's the matter? Or are you just a little bit jealous?
Jealous? You're crazy.
Yeah?
Don't you think we'd better be getting back, Mr. Bowden?
Not yet, please.
Oh, but they'll be missing us in there.
Well, what difference does it make? Stay here a while. I still haven't said what I wanted to say.
Oh.
Can you guess what it is?
No.
Irene, I'm not exactly a young man, and there's one happiness I've always thought was not for me. The happiness of loving some woman so completely that I'm only living when I'm with her or thinking of her. I thought that I had everything I wanted, but I find I haven't anything. Unless I can give it all to you. I love you, Irene.
You love me?
More than I could ever tell you.
I don't know what to say. I suppose every girl's planned what she'd say when a man tells her he loves her, but I wasn't prepared for this.
Will you marry me, Irene?
I'm afraid I...
Please don't answer me now. I want you to think it over carefully. In the meantime, would you wear these, Irene? I'd like you to have them.
Pearls? Oh, I couldn't.
Oh, why not?
Oh, because I think I know what my answer will be.
But you weren't going to answer now. And even if it were no, I'd still like you to take these as a remembrance.
Oh, they're beautiful. But I can't accept them.
Will you at least put them on? Just for tonight.
Oh, may I do just that?
I want you to.
Thank you. I've never worn pearls before.
Never?
I mean, not as beautiful as these.
Irene, tell me one thing. Is there someone else?
Please.
Is there?
Yes, there is.
Are you going to marry him?
There are some things that are just too impossible even to dream about.
I don't understand you.
I'm sorry. Shall we go in now?
Well, good evening, Eleanor.
Oh, hello, Larry. I didn't think you were coming.
With all these beautiful girls around, why wouldn't I come? Well, say, maybe you can help me, Eleanor. There's a girl here I'm sure I've seen somewhere. Let's see if I can find her. Oh, yes, there she is, in the white dress.
Yes, and the new string of pearls.
What do you mean?
Brand new. Just got them out on the balcony.
Romance in the air.
Oh, she's very popular with the men. Especially Donald.
Well, that ought to make you happy.
Oh, really?
It's funny I can't place her. Tell me, what's her name?
O'Dare. Irene O'Dare.
Irene O'Dare. Irene O... Oh, so that's who she is. I thought I recognized her.
Do you know her?
Know her? I guess I do.
Come on, young lady. I want to speak to you.
Can't we stay inside, Donald? Honest, I haven't been in there all night.
That's just what I wanted to speak to you about. Where have you been?
Oh, I don't know. Out here, walking in the garden. Every place but dancing, and that's what I want to do. Come on.
Now, wait a minute. What's the matter, Irene? You're acting so strangely.
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just excited tonight, I guess. So many people making me talk, and when I get excited, I speak terribly, like I used to, remember?
Yes.
And the funny part of it is they always ask me to talk some more like that. They like it. But there's one thing certain. They wouldn't like it if I wore the clothes that went with it. I wonder what they'd say if they found out who I really am.
They'll never find out now. You've made good, Irene.
Yes, so far. The problem is now how to go on making good. It's getting harder and harder all the time.
What do you mean?
I don't know what I mean. You wouldn't understand. You see, you don't know me very well. I'm not the same with you as I am with other men. I can't pretend with you. You know what I was.
And I know what you are now.
Yes. I've been trying to figure out what you must be thinking of me. Masquerading.
Oh, so that's what it is.
Mm-hmm. Underneath all these clothes, I'm still just Irene O'Dare from 9th Avenue. But whenever I've thought of you, I've always wished I wasn't masquerading. I've always wished it was real.
You're real, Irene.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, you are. To me. I'm in love with you, Irene.
Donald.
Didn't you know it?
You must be crazy.
I don't think so. I was always a normal baby.
Donald, be serious.
I am. More serious than I've ever been before. I love you, Irene.
Oh.
I love you.
You love me? Oh, gee, this is a dream. Can't be true. Oh, it's got to be a dream. But if I ever wake up now, heaven help me.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Cecil B. DeMille speaking to you from the stage of the Lux Radio Theatre in Hollywood. The conclusion of Irene with Jeanette MacDonald will be heard shortly. Here in Hollywood, people are known by the things they do. The property man on a picture is known as props. The head electrician is the gaffer. His assistants are called juicers. And a stagehand is a grip. Perhaps you'll understand then why it was that I never knew the real name of a woman who worked on my pictures for 10 years. She's been in charge of as many as 2,000 players at once, yet she was known to me only as Wardrobe. She's wardrobe mistress of Warner Brothers Studio now. But not until I asked her to be our guest in the Lux Radio Theatre did I know that her name was Mrs. Cora Lobb.
You know, I'm so used to being called Wardrobe that when someone asks for Cora Lobb, I often say, I'll see if she's here. I remember so well the time you were directing a scene for the Vulgar Boatman, Mr. DeMille, in which the gorgeous gowns worn by 50 girls were practically ruined in a storm. Those gowns came back to the wardrobe wrinkled and caked with mud, but I don't believe you gave them a second thought.
No, I knew you'd take care of them.
Yes, we saved every one. You see, ladies and gentlemen, it's our job as wardrobe mistress to cut down the clothes budget by making costumes last as long as possible. Take the new Joan Blondell Dick Powell picture, Stage Struck. It's packed full of lovely clothes that are going to keep for ages because we know how to take care of them. We wash them with Lux, and that goes for gloves and stockings, too. Luxing makes gowns look like new, makes stockings wear longer. When gowns are damaged, we often have to make emergency repairs. We've even used adhesive tape, paste, and chewing gum. Once on location, a hole was burned in a star's gown. We couldn't fix the dress, so we fixed the girl. Where the dress was burned, I painted her skin to match with ordinary green house paint. Last week, Mr. DeMille, you had the famous artist James Montgomery Flagg as your guest. And this week, well, I paint the stars, too. Good night.
Good night, wardrobe. We continue the Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Irene, starring Jeanette MacDonald. Irene and Donald are still on the balcony. Only a few minutes have passed, but Irene has suddenly realized that her dream is over. She turns from Donald and stands wistfully gazing over the moonlit garden.
Irene, look at me. Is anything wrong?
No, nothing's wrong.
A moment ago, you were all smiles, and now, what's happened, Irene?
Donald, dear, I'm afraid I woke up.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. Oh, Donald, take me home.
Irene.
I want to go home, please.
Now, wait. I want to know what...
Donald?
Oh, yes, Eleanor.
I hope you don't mind my breaking in on you like this.
Of course. What is it, Eleanor?
I have a little news for you.
News?
Well, if you'll excuse me...
Oh, don't go, Miss Adair. I'd like you to hear this. It's about you.
Me?
Now, wait a minute, Eleanor.
No. You might as well know this, Donald, and right now. The charming Miss Adair, who's been enjoying such popularity around here, is an imposter.
Is that so? And where did you get your information?
Larry Bradley told me. He's here tonight, and he recognized her.
I see. Larry would let the cat out of the bag, wouldn't he?
You mean you knew she was a shop girl?
Of course.
Well, I think I'd better go, Donald.
Stay right where you are, Irene. I'll take care of this.
A shop girl. And you knew it all the time. Well, it's really amusing, Donald.
Is it?
But it's a wonder you wouldn't have a little more decency than to inflict her on your own friends.
Just what do you mean by that?
I mean that she's nothing but a money grubber, a cheap little gold digger.
What?
Don't you dare touch me.
Irene.
You let me alone. I want to know what she's talking about.
Those pearls you're wearing will answer your question, Miss Adair. You didn't have them when you came. Where did you find them?
Why,
Let me see them. Where did you get these, Irene?
Why, Mr. Bowden...
Exactly. Mr. Bowden gave them to her.
Is that right?
Well, yes, but let me explain. He gave them to me to wear tonight. I was going to give them back.
Donald, what is this I hear about Miss Adair?
Is it true that you're a shop girl, Miss Adair?
Yes, it is.
Oh, Donald, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Mother, listen to me.
I will not listen. Miss Adair, I want you to leave this house at once. At once, do you hear?
Yes, Mrs. Marshall.
No. Mother, you've got to listen to me. It wasn't her fault. It was mine. The whole idea was mine, can't you see?
All I can see is that she's an imposter. She's here for one reason, to get money from my guests.
But that's not true. I won't have you think that.
It's all right, Donald. Let them think what they want. It may not be true I came here to get money, but I am an imposter. I'm out of my class. I don't belong here any more than you belong over on 9th Avenue. Here are your pearls, Mr. Bowden. Thanks for letting me wear them. Good night, Donald. It was fun while it lasted, but I guess it's all over now. I'll send the gowns back in the morning.
Irene.
Don't say any more, please. It's all been so swell up to now. Now I just want to remember the swell part. Good night, Donald.
Cash, Miss Wells. Cash, please.
On the 8th floor, madam. Going up. Step to the rear of the car, please. Going up.
So you want your job back, do you, Miss Adair?
I'd like to have it back, Mr. Sweeney.
Yeah, well, I don't know now. When a girl leaves for no good reason at all, we don't usually...
Oh, please.
Well, how do we know you won't walk out on us again?
Oh, I won't. I haven't any place to walk to. And I do need the job, Mr. Sweeney. I haven't got anything now.
And where did you go when you left us?
I was a model.
A model, eh? I believe I warned you once before about getting high ideas.
Yes, sir.
And I was right, wasn't I?
Yes, sir.
Well, I tell you what I'll do, Miss Adair. You can go back to your job if you want to.
Oh, thank you.
With the reduction in salary?
Oh.
Oh, that doesn't suit you, does it?
Oh, yes, sir. I was just thinking how I was going to get along on any less money than I was making.
That's up to you, Miss O'Dare. If you want to work, those are the conditions. Take it or leave it.
I'll take it, sir.
Oh, gee, my feet are killing me. How are yours? Yeah, Irene, I'm talking to you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jane. What'd you say?
Oh, nothing. What's the matter with you lately, anyway? Ever since you got back, you've been mooning around like a lost calf.
Yeah, I know. I get to thinking, and I kind of get lost.
Well, you better snap out of it. Old man Sweeney will be having you up on the carpet again. Say, you going to the rehearsal this afternoon?
The rehearsal?
Yeah, the Sales Girls Review. We've been getting along swell, only we need more singers.
No, I'm not much interested in singing right now.
Ah, come on. It'll do you good.
Oh, maybe. I'll think it over.
Cash, please. Cash, please, Mr. Evans.
Well, it's most irregular, Mr. Marshall. Most irregular.
I know that.
Just what is it you want to see her about?
It's personal.
Then why don't you try to reach her at home?
I did. She has no phone. Anyway, I want to see her now.
Well, if you want such a good customer, Mr. Marshall, I'd say no.
Thanks. Where is she?
Well, she's down in the social hall. The girls are giving a show next week, and Miss O'Dare is rehearsing.
Well, may I go down there and see her?
Well, I suppose so. I'll have someone show you the way.
You better sit down and rest a while now. Where's Miss O'Dare?
Here I am.
Oh, this is the spot for your song.
Yeah, I know, but I wonder if you'd excuse me just for this afternoon. I don't feel so very good.
Come on, Miss O'Dare. You can do it. And the music for Miss O'Dare's number, Joe.
We build our castles in the air and bid the world go by. So half the time we're living here, we're dreaming in the sky. In dreams we'll go through the day, a shame there can't be more. If every girl could have her way, we'd dream the 24. There's a castle in a dream where we place our hopes and all our fancies, where the light of romance is, and sweetheart come a-wooing, and is your window cooing. Leave behind the worldly things, climb the stairway to the castle of
Gee, Irene, you were swell. Just listen to the girls.
Jane, excuse me, will you?
Hey, wait a minute. Are you crying?
No, of course not.
Well, it certainly looks like it.
Don't be silly.
Hello, Irene.
Oh,
I heard you sing. It was beautiful.
thanks. Jane, would you mind?
Me? No, I don't mind. See you closing time, Irene.
Well, Irene, you didn't say you were glad to see me.
I suppose you've come back to ask about the dresses. I know I didn't send them back yet, but I will. I was going to get some boxes from the store tonight.
I didn't come about the dresses. I came to see you.
Oh.
Why did you run away that night, Irene? I wanted to speak to you.
Well, I thought we said about everything there was to say.
I didn't. I didn't even get started. You should have heard me after you left.
Did you have an argument?
Oh, a swell one.
Gosh, I hope I didn't get you into any trouble.
No, I guess I got you into some, though.
Oh, that's all right. Well...
Irene, come here. Look at me.
What for?
That night on the balcony, remember what I said to you?
Sure. I remember. But I didn't take it seriously. You were just being nice to me.
No, I wasn't. I meant it, Irene. I still mean it. I love you, Irene.
Oh, would you mind saying that over again? No, I'll remember it, but don't tell me anymore. I'm afraid to hear the last part of anything that has such a beautiful beginning.
Irene, will you marry me?
Marry you? When?
Tomorrow.
I'll be busy tomorrow.
Tonight, then.
Tonight.
Well, darling.
Oh, Donald, the store closes at 5.
And that's the end of the play. But tonight's Irene, Miss Jeanette MacDonald, will be with us again in a few moments. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we turn the spotlight of the Lux Radio Theatre on the first great director of motion pictures, the man who changed motion pictures from a novelty to an art. He is the only director of his day who never used a megaphone. Pioneer and prophet, trailblazer and teacher, the greatest genius of his art, D.W. Griffith.
Say, DeMille, CB, you know that is awfully generous. But there was a reason why I seldom use megaphones. Now, let me explain. You know that during the war between the states, my father, he was a commander of the 1st Kentucky Cavalry. They say he could be heard yelling above the sounds of battle. They called him Roaring Jake Griffith. Well, I didn't inherit his brains, I'm sorry to say, but perhaps I got some of his loud voice.
Our battle of pictures was almost a war in itself.
Well, we were fighting each other, CB, but for the same cause. I think we did help establish the motion picture business, didn't we?
Yeah, you must have had some of Roaring Jake's strategy. I'll never forget your picture, The Battle of Elderberry Gulch. It was only a 2-reeler, but it was one of the first pictures to bear the mark of genius.
Oh, thank you. Well, you met that attack easily enough with the first full-length one, The Squaw Man.
Then you got out the heavy artillery with The Birth of a Nation. That was the biggest gun of the whole war.
Oh, well to say. You know, I sort of remember a picture called The 10 Commandments that you made while we were throwing this stuff at each other.
Yes, but while we were matching each other star for star and reel for reel, something happened. In reaching out for new weapons, you created the fade-out and the close-up.
Yes, you know, people thought I'd gone crazy. I think they were about right, too. They said, what's the idea of showing people without bodies? What are they doing? Swimming? Then, just as I was filming people so the audience could get a good look at their faces, oh, we had so beautiful in those days, too, didn't we? Now, you came along with that Rembrandt lighting.
And a headache. We'd light the face as Rembrandt did in his paintings. Often one side of the face was in darkness. One of our executives called me up in a rage. If you're only going to show half the face, he said, people will only want to pay half the price. I told him, if you haven't got sense enough to know Rembrandt lighting when you see it, it's not my fault. Oh, he replied, is that what it is, Rembrandt lighting? Oh, they'll pay double for that. And they did.
Well, that's a good way to get the coin in. Said, you know, CB, there's one thing I'm getting a little tired of. You know, a lot of people are always congratulating me on some of your productions. Oh, that I don't care for it. Especially the King of Kings. You know, at first I'd answer and say, well, that's not my picture, that King of Kings. That's DeMille's. But finally I got tired of denying it, so I just said, no. Yes. Oh, yes. Sure, that was a great picture. One of my best. You know, I worked like a dog on that King of Kings. Say, you've had some great productions on the screen, CB. I don't need to tell you that. And you're doing a fine job here with this radio theater. Say, what about that new picture of yours, The Plainsman? So many people still get us confused. I'll hope you'll make it good, or I'll be disgraced. Good night. Good night. Good luck to you.
Anytime they credit me with one of your pictures, D.W., I'm satisfied. Seldom have we received so many requests for a player as we have for Jeanette MacDonald. Among them was a petition from Detroit bearing nearly 1,000 signatures. So tonight's was really a command performance. If you pictured our star only as a demure little girl in an Alice blue gown, I think you should meet her in person. She's one of Hollywood's liveliest wits, the prima donna with a sense of humor, Miss Jeanette MacDonald.
This is a little embarrassing, Mr. DeMille. I may be a little gayer than the American tragedy, but I'm not nearly as funny as Donald Duck.
You quack much better.
Ouch. It's very encouraging.
Perhaps one day we'll hear you at the Metropolitan.
Perhaps. That's just one of my unrealized ambitions. I also want to make a concert tour of the United States. And then, there's another ambition, but I'm afraid to confess what it is.
All right, I won't ask you.
All right, then I'll tell you. My other ambition is to dance just once in a picture.
Why just once?
Well, because I think just once is possibly all the public will stand for.
If you dance as well as you sang tonight, you can dance in a DeMille production anytime.
Thanks. That's quite a concession if my memory serves me rightly.
Ouch.
But I do want you to know how much I enjoy your Lux Radio Theatre. All of my friends in Hollywood think it's about the greatest show on the air. I never miss a performance, and rather wish I'd been home to hear it tonight.
Well, the people who are home, Jeanette, are waiting to hear you sing again. So I'm going to ask you to sing Would You from your latest MGM picture, San Francisco. Mr. Silvers, please.
He holds her in his arms. Would you? He tells her of her charms. Would you? They met as you and they were only friends. But before the story ends, he'll kiss her with a song. Would you? If the girl were right, would you? And would you dare to say, let's do the same as I would you?
Thank you, Miss MacDonald. This is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Miss Jeanette MacDonald comes to us through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Louis Silvers from 20th Century Fox, and Mrs. Cora Lobb from Warner Brothers. And here is our producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Next week, the Lux Radio Theatre presents Lionel Barrymore, the first stage actor to enter motion pictures. The eldest Barrymore's fame is founded on scores of superb portrayals, which have made him the outstanding character actor of the screen, a reputation he will more than sustain in our next production. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to listen to another great performance by Lionel Barrymore in the Lux Radio Theatre next Monday night. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard on tonight's program were selections from Irene and Would You from the motion picture San Francisco. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.